The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 394 to Chapter 439. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. The little incident between Madame He and her daughter didn't cause much of a stir in Jadewater Alley. The whole family quickly threw the two to the back of their minds. Everyone had their own matters to attend to, so they didn't have much time to waste on unrelated people. However, Madame Yao still sent a letter to Yao Yuan in order to avoid future trouble, telling him about Madame He's visit. After that, Madame He and her daughter didn't visit again. It was the 8th month of the month, and the autumn was like a wild tiger. The capital was still as hot as summer, and the emperor almost went to the mountain resort. He didn't go because he was busy with government affairs and also because he was waiting for Eunuch He's investigation progress. Eunuch He sent people to keep an eye on Duke Eternal Peace Manor, which was Grand Concubine Jing's maternal home, but they didn't find anything out of the ordinary even after a long time. Duke Eternal Peace Manor wasn't exactly clean, but they were all dirty and trivial matters that had nothing to do with Grand Concubine Jing. However, Eunuch He didn't come away empty-handed. He found that Grand Concubine Jing was colluding with Yuan Tang, the hostage of the Qin state. The last time the emperor was assassinated by Yuan Tang, it was Grand Concubine Jing's spies in the palace who leaked the emperor's whereabouts to Yuan Tang. The emperor knew that she didn't have any feelings for her son, but he didn't expect her to be so heartless. He clenched his fists. She's not afraid that we will die at Yuan Tang's hands. Eunuch He guessed that Grand Concubine Jing had a backup plan. She wouldn't really let Yuan Tang kill His Majesty. She would release the Shadow Dragon guards at the critical moment. Her goal at the time was to frame the Empress Dowager and sow discord between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. However, she didn't expect His Majesty to run into the little miracle doctor and be saved by him. The doctor even caught Yuan Tang, the assassin. "Have all those spies been removed?" the Emperor asked coldly. "In reply to your Majesty, they have all been taken care of," Eunuch He replied. If this hadn't happened, who would have expected Grand Concubine Jing to have over 10 spies in his Pure Flowers palace? There were even more spies than the Empress Dowager. It was his fault for keeping an eye on the Empress Dowager and not being on guard against Grand Concubine Jing. The Emperor slapped his forehead. "I'll die of stupidity." "Your Majesty, what did you say?" Eunuch He didn't hear it clearly. "Nothing." The Emperor put down his hand. "Just those people." "Nothing else?" Eunuch He didn't say anything, and his eyes fell on Eunuch Wei's face. Eunuch Wei's heart skipped a beat. "What are you doing?" Eunuch He said ambiguously, "If I remember correctly, Eunuch Wei was chosen by old concubine Jing and sent to His Majesty." Eunuch Wei's expression changed drastically. "Old He. Don't stab me in the back like that." He knelt down and looked at the Emperor behind the desk. "Your Majesty, this servant is loyal and devoted to you. I will never be disloyal." The Emperor glanced at Eunuch He speechlessly, then said to Eunuch Wei, "All right, get up. I didn't suspect you." Eunuch Wei wiped his tears and stood up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He glared angrily at Eunuch He. "Humph. The two of them loved to fight with each other." The Emperor shook his head and continued, "What about the other 3 dragon shadow guards?" "She refused to say," Eunuch He said. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "This servant guesses that they are no longer in the capital." After all, they had searched everywhere in the capital. Unless old concubine Jing killed them and buried them, there was no way that they couldn't be found. But old concubine Jing wouldn't kill the dragon shadow guards. She couldn't kill them anyway. Wait. Eunuch He thought of something and murmured, "There's still a place that hasn't been investigated. At the Celestial Music House." Ordinary people couldn't enter the Celestial Music House. Of course, one could enter with the Emperor's imperial edict. But Eunuch He didn't think that was the wisest thing to do. He decided to sneak in first. Coincidentally, he ran into Gu Jiao as soon as he arrived at the back door of the Celestial Music House. Gu Jiao and Eunuch He had met once in the county town. "Eh? It's you." Gu Jiao recognized Eunuch He. This was the eunuch that the emperor had brought with him when he first came to the county town to treat venereal disease. She was wondering why a man had such a feminine temperament. It turned out that he was a eunuch. Eunuch he also recognized Gu Jiao. Back then, there was a bit of unhappiness. It was eunuch he who was unhappy. After all, he was the one who was treated rudely. Seeing Gu Jiao again, he naturally didn't have a pleasant expression. "Why are you here, Dr. Gu?" "I'm just passing by," Gu Jiao said. "Why are you here?" "Eunuch," he said indifferently, "I'm here to investigate the celestial music house." Gu Jiao looked at his black suit up and down. "Are you going to climb in?" Eunuch he didn't say anything. He answered her with his actions. He took out a black cloth and covered his face. Gu Jiao said, "I think you'll be kicked out." As soon as she said that, eunuch he, who had used his lightness skill to jump into the celestial music house, was kicked out by the expert inside. Gu Jiao looked down at eunuch he who was lying on the ground like a dead fish. She curved the corners of her mouth and said, 10 taels of silver, and I'll take you in." Eunuch he turned his face away. He didn't accept it. Eunuch he changed to another place to climb over the wall. Eunuch he changed to another place to climb over the wall. Eunuch he changed to another place to climb over the wall. After a quarter of an hour, eunuch he limped to Gu Jiao. With a dark face, he took out 10 taels of silver. Gu Jiao didn't take it. She raised her eyebrows and said, 20 taels. Eunuch he was shocked and angry. "You just said 10 taels." Gu Jiao spread her hands. "Now the price has increased." Eunuch he was speechless. In order to complete the task given by the emperor, eunuch he finally gave her a 20 taels banknote in humiliation. It was a public expense. He could go back and tell the emperor that he spent 50 taels. In this way, he would earn 30 taels. Gu Jiao came to the celestial music house to see patients. Xianxia's carriage was parked across the street. Gu Jiao went to the carriage to change into men's clothes and put on a mask. She asked eunuch he to take off his night traveling clothes and put on ordinary clothes. Then she took out the token and brought eunuch he into the celestial music house. "Why do you have the token of the celestial music house?" Eunuch he asked suspiciously. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said seriously, "Because I am powerful?" Eunuch he was speechless. Eunuch he came in as Gu Jiao's servant. He couldn't leave Gu Jiao alone. He had to let Gu Jiao follow him. "I want to go there." He pointed to the room on the east side. There were many people there and it was easy to hear the news. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "Then you have to increase the price." Eunuch he endured the humiliation and took out another 10 taels. Gu Jiao put away the banknote and led eunuch he to the east side of the first floor. Gu Jiao was not a regular customer of the celestial music house. However, every time she appeared, she would be Xianxia's guest. Therefore, almost all the girls in the celestial music house remembered her. Along the way, many girls threw flirtatious glances at her. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and looked frivolous. The girls liked her even more. Eunuch he didn't like her, but he couldn't get rid of her. It was quite frustrating. Eunuch he underestimated the attitude of the guests and girls in the celestial music house. He was a servant and no one was willing to talk to him. He had no choice but to look at Gu Jiao again. "Can you help me find out something?" Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. "Asking questions is another business." Eunuch he's mouth twitched. He took out 10 taels. 10 taels is not enough. Eunuch he gritted his teeth and took out another 10 taels. Gu Jiao took the banknote. "What do you want to ask?" Eunuch he took out 2 origami portraits. "Ask them if they have seen the person in the portrait." Gu Jiao said, "If they bring props, they have to increase the price." Eunuch he was speechless. Eunuch he was forced to pay 100 taels. The remaining 50 taels were IOUs. There were 4 portraits in total. One of them was wearing a mask, and the other 3 were not. Gu Jiao recognized that it was the portrait of the dragon shadow guard at a glance. It was strange. Why did the emperor want to investigate the dragon shadow guard? Did the dragon shadow guard disappear? And 3 of them disappeared. The masks of the dragon shadow guard were the same. It was uncertain whether the dragon's shadow guard showed his real face or wore a mask in the celestial music house. Gu Jiao was not sure whether he was sure that the dragon's shadow guard had something to do with the celestial music house or just wanted to do a thorough search. She didn't ask. Mo Xianxia didn't come out to see her today. She boldly guessed that Mo Xianxia was not in the celestial music house. She put away the portraits and went up to the second floor. She didn't spend too much effort to find a girl. Someone came to her door. "Hey, young master, long time no see." A beauty in a pink embroidered dress walked towards Gu Jiao gracefully with a folding fan covering half of her face. Gu Jiao remembered her, the second sister of the celestial music house who tried to seduce her last time but was slapped by Mo Xianxia. The reason why she called her second sister was that her status in the celestial music house seemed to be very high, second only to Mo Xianxia. What was her name? Hua, Xiao greets young master. She saluted. Gu Jiao's eyes fixed on her for 2 seconds. She seemed to be thinking about some possibility. Then she took out a small notebook and wrote, "Miss Xiao, you don't have to be so polite." Hua Xiao straightened up, covered her eyes with a cloth, and smiled charmingly. "Young master, are you looking for Sister Xianxia?" she said with a regretful look. "Unfortunately, Sister Xianxia went out with a guest. I don't know when she will come back. If young master doesn't mind, can Xiao accompany young master to relieve your boredom?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Good." Hua Xiao was very surprised. The man who slept with Mo Xianxia so easily fell in love with another woman. Wasn't the speed of falling in love with another woman too slapping Mo Xianxia's face? "I'm afraid that Sister Xianxia will be angry." Hua Xiao bit her lip and said angrily. Gu Jiao wrote, "Don't be afraid. If the sky falls, I will hold it for you." Hua Xiao chuckled. She reached out to pull Gu Jiao's hand, but Gu Jiao inadvertently avoided her. Hua Xiao's eyes moved slightly. "What? Sister Xianxia can touch you, but I can't." Gu Jiao, "I'm afraid I can't help but beat you." Gu Jiao wrote, "It's hot and my hands are sweaty. I don't want to dirty your hands." Eunuch's mouth twitched. How could a woman be more eloquent than a man? He was not qualified to enter the room, so he could only guard outside. He felt that this matter was a bit dangerous. The girl named Xiao was not a good person at first glance. This was her territory. If she was exposed in a while, he would have to save her himself. Just as this thought flashed through his mind. Creak, the door opened. Eunuch looked at Gu Jiao in shock. She was thrown out? Gu Jiao glared at him. "What are you thinking?" "I'm done." Eunuch glanced inside inconceivably and saw that all the maids in the room had fainted. Hua Xiao didn't faint. Her state was very strange, as if she had lost her soul. It was rumored that the maids in Xianlu house also knew martial arts and were all masters. How did all the masters in the room fall down? He didn't hear any fighting, also, she said to ask. How did she ask? Gu Jiao certainly wouldn't tell him that she used anesthetics and hallucinogens, which were the same as the hallucinogens used by the servant who interrogated Tang Ming last time. But she didn't expect that Hua Xiao, who seemed to have some skills, was so weak that she could ask the truth at once. Gu Jiao found an empty corner, took out the portrait, and pointed to the masks on it. 3 people wearing this kind of mask came to Xianlu house. I'm not sure if they are the 3 people in the portrait. They never took off their masks. Eunuch was almost sure that the 3 people were His Majesty's missing shadow dragon guards. He didn't expect that they were really related to Xianlu house. Where did they go? Eunuch asked. The frontier. Gu Jiao said. Eunuch furrowed his eyebrows suspiciously and gasped, "Frontier? Isn't that, young master?" A woman's voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor. The 2 immediately stopped talking. A young woman in green walked toward Gu Jiao. Her face didn't look unfamiliar. Gu Jiao had seen her in Xianlu house, but Gu Jiao didn't talk to her. The green-cloaked woman came in front of Gu Jiao and bowed to Gu Jiao. "Young master, don't take what Miss Xiao said to you to heart. Big Sister Xianxia didn't go out to receive guests. She did leave Immortal Music House for a period of time, but she didn't do anything to let young master down. She She looked around, lowered her voice, and slightly leaned toward Gu Jiao. She whispered, Sister Xianxia went out of the capital to do something for the owner. When did she go? Gu Jiao asked. The woman in green looked at the words on Gu Jiao's small notebook, thought carefully, and shook her head. I don't remember the specific day. In short, it's been a while. I guess Sister Xianxia should be back soon. Mo Xianxia wasn't in the capital, and neither were the Shadow Dragon guards. They both left not long ago. Could it be a coincidence? If it was too coincidental. If it wasn't, did Mo Xianxia also go to the frontier? Digression, are there any more monthly tickets? Look at my longing eyes. Oh, the latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1108527553. HTML Genius remembered the website address www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. More novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. Also, who is the owner of Xianlu House? Old concubine Jing. Gu Jiao didn't tell eunuch he about Mo Xianxia, and eunuch he didn't ask about it deliberately. In his opinion, Sister Xianxia, who was mentioned twice, was just a woman in a brothel, and it wasn't strange for her to work for the owner of the brothel. What he was curious about was the whereabouts of the shadow guards. When did the shadow guards appear in Xianlu House? Why did they go to the frontier? How long have they been there? After leaving Xianlu House, he asked 3 questions in a row. Gu Jiao told him the information she got from Hua Xiao. It happened more than 2 months ago. They only appeared once and never came again. Hua Xiao doesn't know why they went to the frontier. Hua Xiao was the second sister of Xianlu House, so her knowledge was limited. Why did they come to Xianlu House? Eunuch, he asked again. Gu Jiao shook her head, I don't know. Hua Xiao only saw them coming in and out of here and found that they had the route to the frontier. Hua Xiao didn't have a chance to talk to them. Eunuch, he nodded. It was already beyond his expectation that she could find out this much. He was satisfied, but this girl, he looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression, is it really good for a girl like you to come to this kind of brothel? Gu Jiao gave him a funny look, if I don't come to this kind of brothel, can you go in tonight? Eunuch, he was choked to death. After harvesting the chives, Gu Jiao got on the carriage with satisfaction with her banknotes and IOU. Eunuch, he went back to the palace to report to the emperor. The emperor was reading memorials in the study. After hearing Eunuch's words, he closed the memorials and looked at Eunuch with a frown. What did you say? The shadow guards went to the frontier? Eunuch, Your Majesty, yes, they have the route to the frontier. They should be going there. The emperor asked, how long has it been? Eunuch replied, it's been more than 2 months. The emperor was deep in thought. So, it was before I brought her back to the palace. This she was naturally referring to grand concubine Jing. Since the dragon shadow guards had been handed over to her, then only her orders could lead the dragon shadow guards to the frontier fortress. The emperor's gaze turned cold, and his large hands clenched little by little. Why did she send the dragon shadow guards to the frontier fortress? Could it be that she wants to kill Ningyan? Eunuch opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The emperor said sarcastically, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Then what is the matter with her to me? Eunuch didn't dare to say another word. The dragon shadow guards have been gone for so long. If they really went to kill Ningyan. When the emperor thought of this possibility, his entire back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He slumped back in his chair, his entire heart in panic. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei tried to persuade him. There hasn't been any bad news from the frontier fortress, right? Don't worry. The emperor's face turned pale. How can I not be anxious? That's Ningyan. She was his most beloved younger sister. The emperor clenched his hands on the armrest and said with a serious expression, "No, we can't just sit and wait for death." Eunuch Wei called out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, where are you going?" However, the emperor ignored Eunuch Wei and rushed out of Pure Flower's palace. "It's all your fault." Eunuch Wei glared at Eunuch He. Eunuch He was baffled. "What does it have to do with me?" The emperor prayed that nothing had happened to Ningyan. Right now, he only had the dragon shadow guards left. Of course, he still had the palace experts and imperial hidden guards, but they weren't a match for the dragon shadow guards in a one-on-one fight. So, he needed enough manpower. The first person he thought of was Empress Dowager Zhuang. She also had a group of experts under her. "Your Majesty!" Outside Rinzhou Palace, 2 palace experts saluted the emperor. The emperor's skin had become incredibly thick recently. The palace experts couldn't stop him anymore, so they just turned a blind eye to his rampage. They didn't plan on stopping him at all. The emperor entered Rinzhou Palace. The palace servants all saluted. "Your Majesty!" Feizue also saluted. "Where's Imperial Mother?" the emperor asked. "In the bedchamber," Feizue replied. It wasn't convenient for the emperor to barge into the bedchamber, so he said to Feizue, "Go inform her that Zhen has arrived." "Yes." Feizue bowed and turned to walk towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. When she arrived at the door, she softly reported, "Empress Dowager, His Majesty has arrived." There was no response from the bedchamber. Feizue slightly raised her voice and called out again, "Empress Dowager, His Majesty has arrived." There was still no response from the bedchamber. Feizue furrowed her brows in confusion and said, "Empress Dowager, this servant is coming in." She gently pushed open the half-closed door and stepped over the threshold with her entourage. A moment later, a scream came from inside the bedchamber. The emperor's expression suddenly changed and he rushed into the bedchamber with large strides. What happened? Feizue fell to the ground with a pale face. In front of her was an overturned brocade box. Next to the brocade box was an unconscious Eunuch Qin. His Majesty? Eunuch Wei also arrived. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. He quickly walked over and squatted down to check Eunuch Qin's breath. He looked slightly relieved and said, "He's still breathing. This servant will call the imperial physician." The emperor nodded. Eunuch Wei got up and went out. He didn't forget to drag Feizue out with him. The bedchamber was empty and eerily quiet. "Imperial Mother." The emperor looked vigilant and tried to call out, but there was no response. The experts of Rinzhou Palace also heard the noise and rushed over. Everyone's face was full of shock. Obviously, they didn't expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to disappear from the bedchamber. There were not many traces of fighting in the bedchamber. There was only a fallen box and a fainted Eunuch Qin. The emperor picked up the box. He knew this box. His imperial mother cherished it very much. When he was a child, he often went to his imperial mother's cunning palace. He could touch anything except this box. Although he was well behaved, he was curious. Once when his imperial mother was asleep, he secretly looked at the things in the box. It was a pair of brand new tiger shoes. In fact, it was not very new. The color was a bit faded, but it was not worn. It was obviously different from the old shoes. He once thought that the pair of tiger shoes belonged to Ningyan. But after a long time, he realized that the shoes were prepared by his imperial mother for her own flesh and blood. But the child was dead. He was born dead. How cruel was that? So, the other party used this pair of shoes to threaten his imperial mother to go with him obediently. This was just the emperor's guess. But when the experts of the imperial palace searched Rinzhou Palace and still couldn't find Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor couldn't ignore this possibility. Under the treatment of the imperial doctor, Eunuch Qin woke up. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything. He fainted with a pain in the back of his neck. The emperor muttered, "The other party can sneak into Rinzhou Palace under the eyes of so many experts of the imperial palace. They are not ordinary people, and the other party came prepared." There were only a few people in the imperial harem who had the opportunity to know about this pair of shoes. The emperor's heart immediately surged with a guess. He looked cold and walked to the nunnery. The matter was a bit big. Eunuch Wei sent someone to call Eunuch He. When the emperor arrived at the nunnery, he obviously felt something was wrong. The nunnery was too quiet, just like Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The emperor stepped forward. Eunuch He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and have a look first." The emperor acquiesced. Eunuch He entered the nunnery and wandered around. Then he came out and said, "Your Majesty, old concubine Jing and Nanny Kai are missing." The others all fainted. I don't know if they were knocked out or drugged. A trace of danger flashed in the emperor's eyes. He clenched his fists and said, "Good, very good." Eunuch He wasn't as kind to the servants as Eunuch Wei. Why did he call the imperial doctor? A basin of cold water was enough. The little nun named Huiyan in the nunnery was the first to be woken up. She woke up and yelled, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Old concubine, don't kill me." "I didn't see anything, really." "What did you see?" Eunuch He threw away the basin and asked. Huiyan's yelling stopped abruptly. She looked at the unfamiliar Eunuch He and then at the emperor, who had a serious expression on his face. Then she rushed toward the emperor on her knees. But Eunuch Wei didn't let her get close to the emperor. He stepped in front of her and yelled, "How dare you!" Huiyan was so scared that she pulled back her hand and cried. The emperor walked out from behind Eunuch Wei and looked at her calmly. "What did you see? Tell me the truth, and I won't hurt you." Huiyan cried in fear. I saw old concubine, holding a sword, injuring quite a few people, and a group of men in black, leaving." From here, the emperor understood that old concubine Jing had a group of highly skilled martial artists. She led them to enter the guards near the nunnery and break out of the encirclement. It seemed that she had kidnapped the Empress Dowager. But he didn't know if she had left the palace yet. The emperor said coldly, "Lock down the palace. From now on, don't even let a fly out. Also, tell the royal guards to close the city gates and search the city carefully." Eunuch Wei hesitated. "Should we investigate openly or?" The emperor frowned and said, "Investigate in secret." Eunuch Wei replied, "Yes." "Then, Your Majesty." The emperor thought for a while and decided to go out of the palace himself. Digression: readers who have voted for the monthly ticket can go to unlock the digression on the front page of the Xiaoxiang Fan Festival, Digression of the Great God. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1108275542. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, M. zhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Even though the possibility wasn't high, the emperor still went to Clearwater Alley to ask about Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts and remind Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang to be careful. If Empress Dowager Zhuang was old concubine Jing's enemy, then Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, who had ruined old concubine Jing's plans, were undoubtedly the thorns in her flesh. Xiao Lulang had just returned from Hanlin Academy and didn't expect something like this to happen. Gu Jiao was drying herbs in the front yard while the 3 children were playing in the backyard. The house was peaceful and quiet. He looked away and said to the emperor, "Great Aunt hasn't been here before. We'll be careful." The emperor nodded. "Don't let anything happen to you." Xiao Lulang looked at him deeply. "Your Majesty, what are your plans?" The emperor clenched his hand. "I'll find my mother." This was the second time Empress Dowager Zhuang had disappeared. The first time was because of him. He was the one who sent her to Leprosy Mountain and lost her. This time, he was going to find her himself. He murmured and turned around, walking into the night with heavy steps. What's wrong? Gu Jiao walked over. Xiao Lulang didn't hide anything from her. Great aunt and old concubine Jing are missing. His Majesty suspects that old concubine Jing took great aunt away. Who did you say was taken away? The old chancellor's voice suddenly sounded behind the two. The two turned to look at him. The old chancellor was holding a bowl of brown sugar glutinous rice cake with freshly fried white sesame seeds. His hands began to tremble and the hot sugar water spilled out. Gu Jiao walked over and reached out her hand. Great aunt, give it to me. Ah? His voice trembled. You haven't said who was taken away? It's great aunt, Gu Jiao said. The old chancellor's body swayed. Gu Jiao supported him with one hand and caught the bowl with the other. The bowl was very hot, so Xiao Lulang quickly brought it over and placed it on the stone table. He then said to the old chancellor, concubine Jing won't do anything to Grandaunt for now. If she wanted to kill Grandaunt, she would have done it in the palace. She must have some other purpose for bringing Grandaunt out. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang and said, I'm going to find Grandaunt. Husband, you and son-in-law stay at home and wait for news. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment and nodded. The old chancellor said with a trembling voice, I'll go look for it too. Xiao Lulang didn't object. Looking at his somewhat unsteady steps, his eyes flashed slightly, and he said, I'll go with teacher. The old chancellor nodded his head in panic, okay. Soon after, the two of them left the Jade Water Alley. The imperial city was sealed off, and the 4 city gates only allowed entry and not exit. 2 carriages were traveling on the winding path, one in front and one behind. 4 mounted guards were escorting the carriages along the way. The sky gradually darkened, and the last rays of the setting sun faded away, leaving the horizon in a grayish-blue color. The carriages traveled at a steady pace, and the people inside seemed to be calm and collected. Honger must not have expected that we've already left the city. If the emperor were here, he would be able to tell that the owner of this voice was concubine Jing, whom he had been searching for. Concubine Jing had changed into the clothes of a commoner, and her hair was tied up in a simple bun with an inconspicuous silver hairpin. At her age, she no longer pursued beauty, but it had to be said that people from the palace were very different from commoners. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting across from her, had also taken off her black phoenix robe and was wearing shabby peasant clothes. However, upon closer inspection, the elegance in her eyes was something that concubine Jing couldn't compare to. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes to rest and didn't respond. Concubine Jing smiled. Don't pretend to be asleep, I know you're not. How could you possibly fall asleep? You're very noisy, Empress Dowager Zhuang said with her eyes closed. Concubine Jing stared at her with a mocking smile. Zhuang Jins, are you really not afraid of death? Empress Dowager Zhuang was still resting with her eyes closed, clearly not intending to pay attention to this noisy woman. Concubine Jing didn't get angry. She looked down and picked up a strand of silver hair on her robe. We're both old in the blink of an eye, and the days pass by so quickly. It seems that we haven't been in the palace for long. Sister, do you still remember the first time I saw you? In the imperial garden, you were wearing the Empress Phoenix robe and chatting with the other sisters in the pavilion. I'm not like you, who can become empress after entering the palace. I'm only a 6th-rank noble lady, and I don't even have the right to greet you. I could only kowtow to you from afar under the guidance of the palace servants. You didn't even look at me, and only asked the servants to give me a jade bracelet. This is it. As she spoke, she stretched out her left wrist and pulled up her sleeve, revealing a high-quality jade bracelet. Sister is the legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family and the empress of the Zhao country. Everything she uses is of the highest quality, and even a random bracelet is priceless. Sister, do you know what I was thinking at the time? I was thinking, how can there be such a lucky person in the world? Born of a prominent family, respected status, beautiful face, and favored by the emperor. Is there anything in the world that you can't get? I don't even have the right to envy you. But who would have thought that such a lowly person like me would actually catch Big Sister's eye? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, who hasn't been blind when they were young? Concubine Jing laughed. Sister, you really know how to joke. Actually, I was grateful to you and wanted to be good sisters with you for the rest of my life, but who told you to be so scheming? You flatter me on the surface, but secretly use me as a stepping stone to climb up the social ladder. Empress Dowager Zhuang finally opened her eyes slowly and looked a bit impatient. Concubine Jing, are you blind or am I blind? Since when did she use her as a stepping stone? Was she worthy? Concubine Jing sneered. Sister knew that the late emperor wanted you, but always pushed me to serve him. Those who don't know would think that I'm basking in your light. But I know that you're just playing hard to get. The late emperor went to my place because he wanted to hear some news about you. Sister, you're really good at scheming. I can't compare to you at manipulating people. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to pester her. She could think whatever she wanted. Some people just like to take advantage of others. Concubine Jing didn't care if Empress Dowager Zhuang would respond. She sneered. There are countless concubines in the harem, but the late emperor didn't go to you. How could you understand that the late emperor didn't have a heart anywhere? He left his heart in your Qianquan palace. Huh. Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. Concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in confusion. What? Did I say something wrong? Empress Dowager Zhuang gave her a pitiful look. Concubine Jing, you're so pitiful. Concubine Jing's expression cracked for a moment, but she quickly recovered her perfect smile. Sister, calling me Concubine Jing reminds me of the past. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, don't talk about the past. If you want to talk about the past, go find Nanny Kai in the carriage behind. I want some peace and quiet. Concubine Jing looked down and threw the broken hair on the ground. Sister, aren't you curious why I want to drive a wedge between you and hunger? Empress Dowager Zhuang really wasn't curious. Does a person need a reason to do all kinds of evil? Why do you have to go through all the hardships of life and say that you were forced to do it? Are you trying to move me or yourself? Concubine Jing's smile faded. Sister, you're still so heartless. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes again and made up her mind to ignore Concubine Jing this time. Concubine Jing probably felt bored and didn't continue the topic. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. Suddenly, she said with melancholy, I want to go to the frontier fortress to see Ningyan. Sister, come with me. Ningyan will be very happy to see mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't open her eyes. After all this, she just wanted to take her to the frontier fortress to see Ningyan. Who would believe that? Concubine Jing murmured, let's go see Ningyan one last time. That sounded strange. Empress Dowager Zhuang suspected that Concubine Jing had lost her mind. Concubine Jing put down the curtain and smiled at Empress Dowager Zhuang. We're old, after all. We can't do it a second time. She seemed to be explaining her previous words. But the next second, she smiled again. Or maybe I'll kill you after seeing Ningyan. Night fell. There was no progress in the capital's search. The emperor stood under the towering city gates and watched as the guards searched the people who entered the city one by one. His expression was extremely solemn. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor's cracked lips and said with concern, Your Majesty, you've been running around all day. Go rest. Eunuch, he will keep an eye on you. The emperor's eyes were filled with a layer of frost. Mother is still in the hands of that woman. I'm not tired. I won't rest until I find mother. This time, he wouldn't lose his mother again. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/110823746. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. The moon was bright and the stars were few. Concubine Jing and her entourage arrived at a relay station. At this time all the storms were within the capital, and there was no movement outside the city. The relay station's assistant wouldn't expect the Empress Dowager and a group of fugitives to be here. Judging from her clothes, the leader seemed to be an old madam from a large clan, and the people around her seemed to be her servants. However, in terms of temperament and appearance, the servants had the demeanor of an old madam. Not to mention, she was walking without recognizing her own family, leaving her master far behind. It was quite confusing. Concubine Jing only asked for a room. For guards stood guard outside, and many experts were hidden in the dark. As for Granny Kai, her carriage had gone in another direction, in case the emperor's men found this place. It was a good way to confuse them. The relay station wasn't big, and the room was very simple. "I'm sorry to have to live in such a shabby room, sister." After entering the room, Concubine Jing said to Empress Dowager Zhuang with a faint smile, "I've been living in the nunnery for years and have gotten used to such a simple place. Sister, you've lived a life of luxury for many years, so I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well at night. But it's fine, there's still a long way to go from here to the frontier fortress. You can get used to it slowly." Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored her and went to the window. The room was damp and dark, and there was a musty smell in the air. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed open the window and her eyes fell on a big tree in the yard. Concubine Jing sneered, "I advise you not to try to escape. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your ashes to see Ning'an." The Empress Dowager withdrew her gaze from the tree and closed the window, saying coldly, "Just say it if you want to go to the frontier fortress. Don't use Ning'an as an excuse. She's your biological daughter after all." "That's enough." Concubine Jing's expression changed. She squeezed her handkerchief and smiled, "What do you want to eat, sister? I'll tell the kitchen to prepare it." Empress Dowager Zhuang said carelessly, "Spicy chicken, mutton with scallions, and a pot of lotus root and dragon bone soup." Concubine Jing sneered, "I'm afraid we can't eat that. I'll see what the relay station." With that, she turned and left the house. Naturally, she wasn't really going to get food for Empress Dowager Zhuang. She had something to tell her subordinates. Keep a close eye on her. Don't let her slip away, Grand Concubine Jing ordered the guards. They cupped their fists and replied, "Yes." The old concubine put on her hood to cover her face and walked out of the relay station. Almost at the same time, a large bird flapped its wings and landed on Empress Dowager Zhuang's windowsill. Empress Dowager Zhuang opened the window again and saw little Nine on the windowsill. "Was it you who found Aijia?" It was unknown if it understood Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes, but little Nine opened its eyes wide and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. It flapped its wings and opened its beak, cluck cluck cluck. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. "You're a baby eagle, not an old hen." Fortunately, the guards didn't care about a hen. Empress Dowager Zhuang carried little Jiu in. Just as she was about to close the window, a black shadow descended from the sky and landed silently outside the window. It was a good thing that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't panic. Otherwise, she would have been scared by this ghost-like guy and thrown little Nine out. The other party was wearing a mask with fangs and looked particularly scary at night. The other party cupped his hands and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang before taking off his mask. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Jiao Jiao's second brother who pretended to be dead." Gu Qingfeng was someone who could fish in troubled waters under the nose of the dragon shadow guards. Naturally, he could hide from the eyes of those experts outside. However, if they really found him, he wouldn't be able to beat them. Gu Qingfeng gestured to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood and nodded. She moved a chair and stepped on it. Just as she was about to step over the windowsill, the chair scraped and made a sharp noise. Empress Dowager Zhuang hurriedly picked up the teapot on the table and threw it down. The teapot shattered with a bang. She shouted, "Didn't you say you were going to find food? You're still not here after so long. Do you want to starve Aijia to death?" The guards outside the house curled their lips and ignored him. They only listened to Grand Concubine Jing and didn't care about Empress Dowager Zhuang's mood. Gu Qingfeng gave Empress Dowager Zhuang a thumbs up. The Empress Dowager was still the best. Little Nine could fly away on his own and didn't burden the Empress Dowager by staying in her arms. Empress Dowager Zhuang climbed onto the windowsill and was caught by Gu Qingfeng. With Empress Dowager Zhuang on his back, he used Qinggong and disappeared into the boundless night. When Grand Concubine Jing returned to the relay station, the guards on duty all made way for her. She didn't cause any trouble, did she? Grand Concubine Jing asked mildly. One of the guards said, in reply to Master, she got angry and smashed a teapot. She said that Master wanted to starve her to death and wouldn't find food for her. These words sounded normal to the guards, but they sounded strange to Grand Concubine Jing. Zhuang Jins had a bad temper, but she wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. Her eyebrows twitched as she pushed open the door. There was no sign of Zhuang Jins in the empty room. Ah! The guards were shocked. What happened? She was clearly inside just now, they didn't see her come out. Useless things. A living person escaped right under your noses and you didn't even notice. She doesn't even know martial arts. Grand Concubine Jing paused mid-sentence. That's right, Zhuang Jins didn't know martial arts. She couldn't have escaped on her own. Someone had come to save her. Grand Concubine Jing thought of the two black-clothed people who had snuck into the nunnery right under the nose of the dragon shadow guards. She was very sure that one of them was Gu Jiao, but she didn't know who the other one was. Grand Concubine Jing murmured coldly, Miss Gu, you've escaped from my hands so many times. Do you really think you'll be so lucky every time? You guys, split up and chase after them. They can't have gone far. Yes. The moon was like a shuttle. Gu Qingfeng ran on a small path with his grandaunt on his back. This relay station was remote, so their carriage was parked a little far away to avoid alerting the enemy. In order to get to the carriage before they noticed, Gu Qingfeng ran a little fast. He was worried that Empress Dowager Zhuang wouldn't be able to take it. Empress Dowager, please bear with it for a while. We'll be there soon. There was no response. Gu Qingfeng's eyes trembled. Could it be that she had fainted because of him? Whatever. Even if she had fainted, it had to wait until she got on the carriage. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape if those people caught up to them. Little Nine was the first to fly back to the carriage. When Gu Jiao saw it, she knew that Gu Qingfeng had succeeded. She quickly jumped off the carriage to help him. After a while, she saw Gu Qingfeng carrying a person on his back. It should be her grandaunt. How is it? No one noticed, right? She quickly walked over and asked. Gu Qingfeng stopped and gasped for breath. He wasn't tired, but scared. No one noticed. But, the Empress Dowager doesn't seem to be well. Take a look at her. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings quieted down. Then, he and Gu Jiao clearly heard the even snoring sound coming from his back. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. How could he fall asleep in such a situation? Gu Jiao's ears twitched. They're here. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed. Then let's go. It was too late. A biting cold sword energy attacked. The two quickly retreated to the side. They avoided the sword energy, but the carriage stopped by the side of the road didn't. The carriage's body was split into pieces and the reins were broken. The horse was frightened and let out a series of frightened neighs. Then, it ran away in panic. Because they had split up, they didn't find many experts. Gu Jiao took out 2 black fire pearls and threw them at the 3 people. With 2 loud crackling sounds, the 3 people were stunned by the explosion. Let's go. Gu Jiao took Gu Qingfeng and ran into the forest not far away. Little Nine also flapped its wings and flew into the forest. Gu Qingfeng was still in the mood to chat with Gu Jiao while running away. What kind of hidden weapon is that? Why is it so loud? It's like a firecracker. But I didn't see you light it. Gu Jiao said, it's not a firecracker. I'll explain later. At the critical moment of life and death, Gu Qingfeng didn't use his qinggong to bully others. But men were naturally more curious in this aspect. He was scratching his heart and lungs. He couldn't wait to know what that thing was right now. They're chasing us. Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng said, no way, your hearing is so good. He didn't hear anything, the ones chasing them weren't the 3 from before. It should be another group of assassins. Gu Jiao pulled on his sleeve. Find a place to hide. Gu Qingfeng said, there's no cave here. How can we hide? Gu Jiao raised her head. Up the tree. When she said this, she was still in a running posture. But almost as soon as the words left her mouth, she took off her belt and threw it on the tree trunk. The other end of the belt hung down. She grabbed the two ends of the belt and rushed up the tree. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes. Is it really okay for a girl to take off her belt in front of a man? He tiptoed and used his qinggong to climb up the tree. Little Nine also landed on the tree. The two held their breath at the same time. In the silent forest, only the sound of Empress Dowager Zhuang's snoring could be heard. Her snoring wasn't loud, but people who practiced martial arts would definitely be able to hear it. Gu Qingfeng broke out in cold sweat. What should we do? Should we wake the Empress Dowager? If you want to wake her, wake her. I won't wake her. Gu Jiao whispered to Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was on Gu Qingfeng's back, Great Aunt, if you snore again, I'll cut off your candied fruit. The sound of the sleeping Empress Dowager Zhuang was silenced in a second. Gu Qingfeng, is this okay? Digression, it's the end of the month. Don't waste it. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/110822300. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The other group of assassins had more people. Gu Jiao counted a total of 6 people, each of them exuding a very strong aura, and Gu Jiao vaguely felt that they were familiar. The 3 people and 1 bird hid in the leafy branches. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng held their breaths. Gu Jiao used her hand to cover her gray tant's nose. She didn't cover it to death, but it could block out most of the sound. Little Nine saw that Gu Jiao was covering her nose, and its bird eyes turned. It spread its wings and covered its bird head too. Gu Qingfeng on the side. No, you're a bird, why are you covering yourself? The group of people didn't know that Gu Jiao and the others were in the tree. They only thought that they had gone forward again, so they used their qinggong to chase after them. After making sure that they were far away, Gu Qingfeng said, "What do we do now?" The carriage was gone, and the horses had run away. They couldn't possibly walk back to the capital on foot, could they? There was some distance between here and the capital, and it would take a few hours even if they rode at full speed. If they really walked back, their legs would break. Let's wait for dawn first, Gu Jiao said. Although it was easy to hide on the road at night, it was easy to arouse suspicion if they suddenly appeared in the night. The slightest movement would be invisibly magnified. There were more people on the road during the day, and it was harder to be discovered if they blended in with the crowd. Just sit in the tree and wait, Gu Qingfeng asked. While the two were talking, a poisonous snake slowly approached them with its tongue sticking out. The poisonous snake was closest to Gu Jiao. Just as it opened its mouth with sharp teeth to bite Gu Jiao's neck, Little Nine swatted it away with one wing. It was obviously unrealistic to stay in the tree for a night. Not to mention the poisonous snakes and insects, it would be bad if they accidentally fell down from the tree. Eh? There seems to be a cave over there. Gu Jiao looked at the foot of the mountain in the south and said, "Let's go and take a look." The 3 of them went to the foot of the mountain south of the forest. There was indeed a cave there. Someone has lived here before. Gu Jiao took out a match and looked at the firewood and dried grass on the ground. There are people living in a place like this? Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. I lived there a long time ago. I'm probably just passing by. Gu Jiao tidied up the cave and rolled the dried grass into a ball. She said to Gu Qingfeng, "Let Great Aunt sit here." The cave was cold and gloomy. At Empress Dowager Zhuang's age, she would have caught a cold if she just sat on the ground. Fortunately, there was dried grass left behind by predecessors. Oh. Gu Qingfeng put down the sleeping Empress Dowager Zhuang and let her sit gently on the haystack. Gu Jiao sat next to her grandaunt and let her lean on her shoulder. As a man, Gu Qingfeng could only sit on the ground. Although he was the #1 bandit in the capital, he was a rich bandit. What he suffered was physical pain, not life. Therefore, this kind of environment was somewhat torturous for him, but there was nothing he could do. Little Nine landed on a tree to keep watch. Gu Jiao put away the match and the cave fell into darkness again. The cold moonlight shone in, illuminating the cave in silence. Gu Qingfeng broke the silence in the cave. He picked up a dried branch on the ground and scratched on the ground in boredom. Why do you think old concubine Jing did this? Why does she always target the Empress Dowager? Is it because she didn't become the Empress Dowager? But if she didn't go all the way with the Empress Dowager would have given her the title, right? It wasn't too rare for 2 Empress Dowagers to appear at the same time. One was the Emperor's official mother, and the other was the Emperor's birth mother. This was the case for Empress Dowager Zhao and Empress Dowager Sun, who founded the country. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Because of jealousy? Jealousy made people crazy. You never know what kind of unreasonable things a woman full of jealousy would do. Because of hatred. Empress Dowager Zhuang's voice sounded neither too fast nor too slow. Gu Jiao turned her head. Great Aunt, you're awake? Yes. Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly straightened her body. In the darkness, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were cold. She's a remnant of the previous dynasty. Crack, Gu Qingfeng used his strength and the branch in his hand broke. He said in disbelief, a remnant of the previous dynasty? The previous dynasty had been destroyed for 200 years, but there were still remnants. It was too scary. Great Aunt, did you know it long ago? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head. I just found out. In the carriage, old concubine Jing was showing off the bracelet to her. She pulled her sleeves up a bit and accidentally caught a glimpse of the pigeon blood tattoo on her arm. She had always had a tattoo on her arm. It used to be a peony, but after seeing it today, she knew it was a red flame totem. Thinking about it, the peony in the past was painted by her to cover up the crimson flame totem. No wonder when Ning En's face was injured, she immediately told Ning En to put a begonia makeup on the scar. It turned out that it was her usual trick. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, that totem is the insignia of the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. It's a bit like the black tortoise tattoo on the dragon shadow guard's face. Although they were all men of sacrifice, they weren't like the dragon shadow guard, who were just tools to kill. They were more like experts in the imperial palace, and were both strategists and scouts. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. No wonder she's so good at fighting. So she was a man of sacrifice. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, the real men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty no longer exist. Strictly speaking, they are the descendants of the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. The previous emperor bought them from the Yan kingdom to train the dragon shadow guard. The original purpose was to kill the men of sacrifice of the previous dynasty. Who would have thought that there would be a fish that escaped the net? Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth. Then, Count Yanzhen, the current Count Yanzhen was old concubine Jing's nephew. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Do you think anyone is qualified to be a rebel? That idiot Count Yanzhen couldn't have been chosen by the henchmen of the previous dynasty. However, old concubine Jing's brother was somewhat unpredictable. Unfortunately, he fell ill and passed away early. Otherwise, who could say for sure that there wouldn't be a second Grand Tutor Zhuang in the capital? Gu Qingfeng was shocked beyond words. If the Empress Dowager hadn't said it herself, who would have thought that a mere old concubine Jing would be involved with such terrible interests? He couldn't believe it. Then is she taking you to the frontier fortress this time because there are remnants of the previous dynasty there? Is she going to meet them? She can't stay in the palace anymore, so she might as well leave. She wants to. Gu Qingfeng firmly held back the word rebellion. It seemed that he shouldn't be asking about the imperial court. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't deliberately hide it. For the time being, we can infer that the frontier fortress is a place of suffering. The imperial court doesn't control it strictly. If she wants to raise an army, it's the most suitable place. Gu Qingfeng suddenly heard the inside story that even his grandfather and brother didn't know about. His mood was indescribable. But she's been in contact with the frontier fortress for so many years. Didn't anyone suspect anything? Gu Qingfeng paused. He remembered that Princess Ning'an was married to the frontier fortress. He sighed. She's really calculating. Princess Ning'an's marriage was premeditated from the beginning. The man who made Princess Ning'an fall in love with him at first sight, the man who loved Princess Ning'an with his life, was also one of old concubine Jing's chess pieces. How can there be such a cold-blooded person? Princess Ning'an is too pitiful. Gu Qingfeng didn't know what to say. Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes. Her eyelashes shimmered. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew over, landing on Gu Jiao's leg. Gu Jiao understood. Her eyes turned cold as she said, "They're here." Gu Qingfeng's expression changed. So fast. Let's go. Gu Jiao helped her grandaunt up. Gu Qingfeng turned around and carried his grandaunt on his back. In order to let him have his hands free, Gu Jiao tied her belt around his grandaunt and him. Gu Qingfeng saw that her posture wasn't right and frowned. "What are you going to do?" Gu Jiao said, "I'll distract them." "You take grandaunt away." "No. Even if you want to distract them, it'll be." He wanted to say that he would distract them, but Gu Jiao had already rushed out. In fact, he also understood that this was the best arrangement. He was good at Qinggong and could carry people quickly. Gu Jiao was good at martial arts and could delay them as much as possible. Gu Qingfeng wasn't an indecisive person. If he delayed any longer, no one would be able to leave. He carried his grandaunt on his back and used his Qinggong to disappear into the night in the opposite direction. In the dense forest, Gu Jiao faced off against the group of people. She finally knew where the sense of familiarity came from. These people's moves and killing intent were too similar to the Shadow Dragon Guards. After Grand Concubine Jing obtained the Shadow Dragon Guards, she had them fight with the experts under her command. She also found someone to secretly analyze the Shadow Dragon Guards' martial arts and trained them into her own Shadow Dragon Guards. They were naturally a bit lacking compared to the real Shadow Dragon Guards, but they were still much more powerful than ordinary Imperial experts. Gu Jiao's body was quickly injured and blood flowed down her arm. Her goal wasn't to fight with her life. After delaying for so long, this group of people shouldn't be able to catch up to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao used the black fire pearl to blast a path of blood and ran into the depths of the forest. One of the black-clothed men endured the pain and drew his bow, shooting towards Gu Jiao's heart. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew over with the swiftness and fierceness of the sky. It grabbed the arrow with its claws. Digression, are you happy now? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/11081236. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Gerfalcons have a savage nature. Don't look at how they always look like chickens in Jade Water Lane. Once their nature is released, they will turn back into a real eagle. The black-clothed man did not expect that the arrow he shot out would be caught by an eagle. What was going on? Little Nine threw away the arrow in his claws and charged at the black-clothed man who shot the arrow. He pecked out one of his eyes. The black-clothed man covered his bleeding eye and fell to the ground crying out in pain. Gu Jiao heard the movement behind her and her steps paused. She did not dare stay for too long as she continued to run forward. She ran from the south side of the forest to the north side of the forest. Finally, she ran out of energy and sat down against a large tree. She gasped for breath. Her body was sticky, but she did not know if it was blood or sweat. She was very thirsty, but she did not have any water on her body. There was no stream nearby, or even if there was, she would not be able to walk. She was completely drained. Little Nine fluttered his wings and landed on Gu Jiao's shoulder. He used his beak to rub against her face. Gu Jiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Do you still remember that you are an eagle? It's fine if you look like a chicken, but why are you learning from Little Eight to rub against her face? Did I give you a flexible tail and you're already wagging it? Little Nine's throat made a gurgling sound. It was unknown what he wanted to say, but he flapped his wings and flew away. When he came back, there was an egg in his beak. He gently placed the egg on Gu Jiao's clothes and then flew away. When he came back, there was another egg in his beak. After repeating this several times, there were a total of 8 eggs on Gu Jiao's clothes. It looked like they were not of the same species, so how many nests did this little fellow rob? The birds in the forest probably did not expect to be robbed by a gerfalcon in the middle of the night. Little Nine was a child with a conscience. It only robbed 1 egg in each nest. She could not start a fire here, or to be exact, Gu Jiao did not have the strength to start a fire. Her body temperature was dropping rapidly, and she was on the verge of going into shock. Eating raw bird eggs was a trivial matter in her previous life. She wasn't that delicate, nor was she a saint. The law of the jungle was the law of the world. Little Nine probably saw that she had no more strength left and used its beak to peck out a small hole in each of the eggs. Gu Jiao drank all the egg. Little Nine used its wings to sweep the eggshell far away. After that, it jumped into Gu Jiao's embrace and copied Little Eight's actions. It huddled in Gu Jiao's embrace to keep Gu Jiao warm. It was unknown if it was the effect of the egg liquid or Little Nine, but Gu Jiao's body temperature began to slowly rise, and her pale lips gradually regained some color. Coo! Little Nine's throat made a coo sound. It vigilantly raised its head and looked at the other side of the forest. Gu Jiao was stunned. It can't be, they're chasing after me again? She was certain that the group of assassins had been knocked unconscious by her, so was this the third wave? How many assassins did that woman secretly raise? It was a good thing that she had recovered a bit, so she was not just sitting there waiting for death. Little Nine, let's go. Little Nine flew into the sky and opened a path for her. That group of people still chased after them. A total of 8. Good, very good. She had used up her black flame beads. She was going to die here. However, the killing that she had imagined did not happen. Just as those killers rushed towards her, a tall and muscular figure suddenly flashed out from the other side of the forest. He was dressed in black and wore a mask. He held a long sword that shone with a cold light. It was a man with high-level martial arts. As for how high he was, it could be seen from his battle with the 8 assassins. Although he was fighting one against many, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Who is this person that can fight? Those are the dragon shadow guards that concubine Jing carefully trained. They are only one step away from the real dragon shadow guards. Compared to who this person was and why he was helping her, Gu Jiao's focus was clearly a bit off. Gu Jiao would not have any trust in this person just because he was dealing with those assassins. Normally, she would choose to run away in this kind of situation. However, she quickly felt a familiar aura from the other party. Movement, aura, no matter how she looked at it, it was the dragon shadow guards. Gu Jiao had fought with the dragon shadow guards before and had a deep impression of them. She was confident that she would not be mistaken. Moreover, His Majesty knew that she had left the city, but His Majesty was not sure if she was searching in the right direction, so he did not immediately follow her. Could it be that he had followed her again? If it was His Majesty's dragon shadow guards, then there was nothing to worry about. He would not hurt her now. Gu Jiao decided to stay and go with him to find Gu Qingfeng and her grandaunt. She just didn't know, would he be able to beat the 8 of them? Reality proved that Gu Jiao was worrying too much. Even if this group of people was only one step away from the dragon's shadow guards, that step was as long as a moat. He cleanly took care of the 8 assassins under concubine Jing's command. Gu Jiao inwardly nodded. This fighting strength was worthy of being called the dragon's shadow guards. Who would have thought that in the next second, something inconceivable would happen? This dragon's shadow guard actually walked towards Gu Jiao with his sword, the kind that was filled with killing intent. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. What was going on? Was he going to kill her as well? The dragon's shadow guard raised his sword and slashed at Gu Jiao. Little Nine swooped down and fearlessly crashed into the dragon's shadow guard. This was a real dragon's shadow guard, so it naturally wouldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, it was the dragon's shadow guard that sent it flying with an impatient slap. However, it did interrupt the dragon's shadow guard for a moment. In just a moment, a person's fate had been quietly reversed. When the dragon's shadow guard once again raised his sword to stab at Gu Jiao, a thin white figure suddenly blocked in front of Gu Jiao. The dragon's shadow guard's sword stopped less than an inch above the other party's head. It was a handsome youth with picturesque features and exquisite jade-like features. His gaze was as deep as a lake, and his dark pupils reflected the dragon's shadow guard's figure holding his sword. The dragon's shadow guard's gaze fell on the youth's face. He raised his hand and pinched the youth's face. It was unknown what he was trying to confirm, or whether he had confirmed it. But in the end, he didn't kill the youth. He also didn't kill the young girl that the youth was protecting with his life. The dragon's shadow guard's gaze indifferently left. Gu Jiao was finally able to move. Just now, she had been suppressed by the dragon's shadow guard's internal energy and couldn't even make a sound. She suddenly felt that this dragon's shadow guard might not be the one she had fought with last time. This one was clearly more powerful. If the first time she met a dragon's shadow guard of this level, then she wouldn't even have the chance to take out the black fire pearl. Are you all right? Xiao Luling supported her. I'm fine. Gu Jiao shook her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She even spat out some blood. Very good. One day, she would put this dragon's shadow guard into a gunny sack. However, Xiao Luling didn't think that she was fine. She was covered in blood and her face was pale. Her palms and the back of her hands were covered in dried blood. Gu Jiao really didn't care about these injuries. Compared to injuries, she was more exhausted. After resting for a night, she would be fine. She looked at Xiao Luling. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait at home? Also, what's with that dragon shadow guard? Why did he want to kill me? Is he His Majesty's dragon shadow guard? Gu Jiao knew that 3 of the Emperor's dragon shadow guards had gone to the frontier fortress, but she did not know that the Emperor only had 4 in total. One of them had fought with her, so she had already eliminated this possibility. Therefore, the dragon shadow guard just now could not be the Emperor's dragon shadow guard no matter what. Of these 4 questions, Xiao Luling only answered the last one. It shouldn't be. If it wasn't His Majesty's dragon shadow guard, then killing her wasn't too strange. No, it was still strange. She didn't offend him. Gu Jiao looked in the direction that the dragon shadow guard had left in. With this look, she realized that she had unknowingly run back to the vicinity of the official road, and there were a few carriages parked on the official road not too far away. The dragon shadow guard, who had almost killed her and the group of assassins just now, was quietly guarding beside a carriage. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, holding a sword in his arms. Ordinary guards would report to their masters what they saw, but the dragon shadow guard wouldn't. They didn't have their own thoughts and were only tools to kill. Xiao Liulong's throat moved with difficulty. He clenched his fingers, turned his face, and forced himself to look away. Gu Jiao looked in that direction and didn't notice the complicated look that flashed across Xiao Liulong's face. She seemed to understand why the dragon shadow guard had come to wipe them out. He most likely thought they were assassins with bad intentions. But why had he been merciful to Xiao Luling? He had even pinched Xiao Liulong's face. Wait, did he take a fancy to her husband? The dragon shadow guard was also this perverted? Also, didn't they say that in the entire Zhao country, only His Majesty had dragon shadow guards? Why did he also have one over there, who was the person in the carriage? The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. the novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels to read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1107977741. HTML genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Although this place was also on the road to the relay station, it was a full 2 kilometers away from the station. Xiao Luling had come with the emperor. The two had split up after finding out where Empress Dowager Zhuang and old concubine Jing were at the relay station. At the same time that Xiao Luling found Gu Jiao, the emperor had found Gu Chungfeng and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor had come with 1,000 imperial guards, who had surrounded the entire forest and found old concubine Jing and her assassins. While old concubine Jing's assassins were powerful, they didn't stand much of a chance against an entire army. Moreover, the old marquis and the emperor's dragon shadow guard were also present. The situation was almost one-sided. Old concubine Jing's assassins were all wiped out, and she herself was captured. Old concubine Jing looked at the man sitting on the horse and pointing a spear at her. "Let me go," she choked out. The old marquis tightened his grip on the spear. The imperial guards had gone elsewhere to hunt down old concubine Jing's assassins, so he was the only one here. If he wanted to let her go, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. No one would notice. Old concubine Jing's eyes were filled with tears. "I didn't mean what I said to His Majesty that day." In my heart, the old marquis's spear stabbed into the soil by her feet. She took a few steps back in shock and looked at the man who had been thinking about her for decades in disbelief. When a man was deep in love, he was as deep as the sea. When he was emotionless, sure he was like the sea, but it was an endless sea of ice. The old marquis brought old concubine Jing back to the inn. The emperor's expression froze for a moment when he saw that it was Gu Chao who had brought old concubine Jing back. The old marquis didn't say anything. He only cupped his hands at the emperor before retreating to the forest to clean up the mess. The emperor sat in the best room in the relay station. Although it was called the best room, it wasn't much better than a cottage in the countryside. Old concubine Jing's hands and feet were tied up as she sat quietly in the chair across from the emperor. The dragon shadow guard was by the emperor's side. The emperor had already heard from Empress Dowager Zhuang that there might be remnants of the previous dynasty. He raised his hand towards Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei took the hint and walked up to lift the old concubine's left sleeve, revealing the tattoo of the crimson flame totem. The emperor thought that he would be very shocked, but unexpectedly, his mood was unprecedentedly calm. He even laughed to himself. How disappointed should I be in Mother that I am not even shocked after confirming that Mother is a remnant of the previous dynasty? Old concubine Jing knew that the emperor was no longer the Hung or who obeyed her every word, so she didn't waste her energy pretending to be wronged in front of him. Seeing her cold face, the emperor sneered and said, "Mother, why aren't you crying? Why didn't you tell me that I had wronged you? Can you explain this tattoo again?" Old concubine Jing chuckled. "Will you believe me if I explain? So Imperial Mother doesn't even bother to put on an act." The emperor's heart had long stopped hurting for her. He only felt endless sorrow for himself, for his mother, and for Ning and Grand Concubine Jing snorted coldly. The emperor suppressed his sorrow and anger and asked, "Back then, Ning married off to the frontier fortress. Was that part of Mother's plan? Was the son-in-law arranged by Mother?" Old concubine Jing didn't reply. The emperor gritted his teeth and continued, "Did Mother send the Shadow Dragon Guard to the frontier fortress to kill Ning or to start a rebellion?" "I want to see Zhuang Jin's," old concubine Jing said coldly. The emperor said angrily, "You want to harm Mother again?" Old concubine Jing said indifferently, "If you're worried, just leave the Shadow Dragon Guard there. I won't say a word about your question, but if she were to ask me, I might be willing to answer." The emperor clenched his fists and took a deep breath, saying coldly, "Mother really knows how to persuade me. Very well, I'll let you see Mother one last time." Empress Dowager Zhuang had already gone to bed, but being woken up out of the blue annoyed her to death. She went to the next room with a belly full of anger, only to find old concubine Jing and the shadow dragon guard by the emperor's side. Empress Dowager Zhuang found a chair and sat down. She yawned and said impatiently, "What's the matter this time? Don't bring up those old stories of yours to Ijia again. Ijia doesn't have the patience to listen." Old concubine Jing said, "It's not old affairs, it's something I haven't told you before." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I'm not interested in your affairs." Old concubine Jing said, "It's your affairs." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I'm not interested in my affairs either." Old concubine Jing smiled. "I'll say it even if I'm not interested. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to catch up with you after tonight." Empress Dowager Zhuang was annoyed. "If you have something to say it quickly." Old concubine Jing was in a good mood, because what she was about to say would make this woman suffer for the rest of her life. She smiled. "Did the late emperor know that you were like this? If he did, you would have fallen out of favor long ago, right? You're really good at pretending." Empress Dowager Zhuang got up and left. She really didn't have the patience to listen to her making green tea here. Old concubine Jing said, "That child of yours." Empress Dowager Zhuang paused. Old concubine Jing looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang proudly. "Do you want to know where that child went?" Empress Dowager Zhuang turned to look at her and frowned. "What child?" Old concubine Jing laughed. "It's your own flesh and blood. Do you really think you gave birth to a stillborn child?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her in confusion. Old concubine Jing laughed crazily, her shoulders shaking. "I knew you'd be shocked. Do you always think you're smart? But you don't know that you've been kept in the dark by the late emperor. Do you want to know where your own flesh and blood went? The late emperor told you about these things?" "What? You don't believe it?" "Well, anyone who's been kept in the dark for so many years would resist the truth. I wanted to tell you in the carriage, but you wouldn't let me. So I'll be merciful tonight and tell you one more time. Your child isn't dead." Empress Dowager Zhuang opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. In the end, she just sighed. "Why don't you ask me who and where the child is?" Empress Dowager Zhuang hesitated for the second time. Old concubine Jing didn't see any sadness on her face, but she wasn't surprised. This woman had always been so strong in front of others and never showed any weakness. Old concubine Jing stared straight at her and said with a smile, "It's His Majesty. That child is His Majesty. His Majesty is my flesh and blood. The late emperor saw through your ambition and didn't let you get pregnant. But who knew you were so capable that you still got pregnant? As a last resort, His Majesty decided to take his sister's child away. Coincidentally, that palace maid was pregnant around the same time as his sister, so His Majesty thought of a trick to steal the dragon and switch the phoenix. But you got pregnant 3 days early, and the child didn't come out. So His Majesty claimed that you gave birth to a stillborn child." Empress Dowager Zhuang sneered. "Concubine Jing, don't you think there are many loopholes in your words? If I gave birth to a living baby and gave it to that palace maid, then where did that palace maid's child go?" Old concubine Jing smiled. "His Majesty raised it among the common people." Empress Dowager Zhuang laughed. "Concubine Jing, oh concubine Jing, why are you so pitiful? You believe this kind of nonsense. Did you believe that man when he said he was a woman?" Old concubine Jing was furious. "Zhuang Jin's." Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her head in amusement. "You really have deep feelings for the previous emperor. No matter how I scolded you, you didn't respond. But I just ridiculed the previous emperor and you flew into a rage. Let me guess, after you entered the palace, you thought about giving up the great cause of restoring the country for the previous emperor, right? Unfortunately, the late emperor didn't have you in his heart and wanted to drag you down with him. Oh, I forgot to mention that even if he was to be buried with you, he could only be buried in the imperial mausoleum. The late emperor only wanted to hold my hand and cross the bridge of helplessness. Have you gone mad with jealousy?" Old concubine Jing's eyes started to look like she was possessed, and her body started to tremble. Let me tell you what is going on. The late emperor left behind an imperial edict, but he wasn't sure if this imperial edict could be successfully announced to the world. After all, I was too ambitious. Ever since I regained control of the country, I was gradually out of his control. He was worried that I would find the edict and destroy it. If that day really came, the empire of the Qin clan would be in my hands for a long time. The late emperor only told you this because he wanted to use you to restrain me in the future. Didn't he also tell you not to tell him about Honger's background? I don't trust anyone but you, because you raised Honger single-handedly. The only person in the world who can't harm Honger is you. I don't trust anyone but you, because you raised Honger single-handedly. The only person in the world who can't harm Honger is you. Empress Dowager Zhuang's words perfectly overlapped with the voice in old concubine Jing's head. Old concubine Jing's body shook violently. Empress Dowager Zhuang then imitated the late emperor's tone. But Honger is too close to his mother. I'm worried that he will give up the empire. You must persuade him when necessary. The blood drained from old concubine Jing's face. How could this be? How could this be? Old concubine Jing panicked. You eavesdropped on our conversation. Empress Dowager Zhuang chuckled. Would I need to eavesdrop? I didn't think of this man as my husband since the second year I entered the palace. She only thought of him as a monarch who needed to analyze all his characteristics so that she could avoid all the risks in the harem. It's just that the late emperor didn't expect you to be such a bad person. I didn't steal the imperial edict, but you did. The late emperor was smart all his life, but stupid this time. It was because you believed the late emperor's words that you thought we were mother and son that you were so scared that you wanted to drug him. Not only did you use white medicine, but you also used black medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at old concubine Jing sympathetically. Really, you are so pitiful. Old concubine Jing trembled all over. No, impossible, impossible. Empress Dowager Zhuang got up and walked outside. She suddenly stopped at the door and looked at the boundless night sky. Also, the late emperor didn't distance himself from me because I gave birth to a stillborn child. It was I who said to him, "Go, I don't want to see you again in this life." Concubine Jing, it was I who didn't want him. The last bit of hope in old concubine Jing's heart completely collapsed. Digression, on the last day, everyone did a final check to see if there were any monthly votes that hadn't been cast and quickly cast them. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1107948558. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Impossible. How dare you? Zhuang Jins, how dare you? Behind her, concubine Jing screamed at the top of her lungs, accompanied by the sound of tables and chairs falling to the ground. However, with the dragon's shadow guards around, Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't worried that concubine Jing would rush up. Empress Dowager Zhuang left the room without looking back. The emperor stood at the door, dumbfounded. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping the entire time, and had heard every single word of it. Concubine Jing had revealed a lot of inside information, but he only focused on the last one. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang and nervously grabbed the hem of his clothes. He said with some awkwardness and excitement, I'm Imperial Mother's biological son, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disdain. Didn't I say no? Her voice was quite loud. The emperor poked his head out and looked in concubine Jing's direction. He gave Empress Dowager Zhuang an understanding look. Then, he followed Empress Dowager Zhuang into the next room. why did you follow us in? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked bluntly. The emperor chuckled. I know Imperial Mother said it on purpose for concubine Jing to hear. I'm Imperial Mother's biological son. Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. Why didn't this person listen? She didn't recognize her own child, did she? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced below the emperor's waist. I gave birth to a child without a handle. The emperor clamped his legs together with an aggrieved expression. Just when Empress Dowager Zhuang thought that her silly son understood her meaning and finally stopped being stupid, the emperor unexpectedly said, Xiao, Hong, I don't care. Xiao, Hong, is Imperial Mother's biological son. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who couldn't bear to look at him, was speechless. Could she refuse with her ugly face? On the other side of the room, the old duke and Gu Qingfeng were staring at each other. Gu Qingfeng stood in the middle of the room with his head drooping like a little quail caught in the act. The old marquis sat boldly on the chair and looked at Gu Qingfeng with a complicated expression. Why are you here? This story started from Gu Jiao's encounter with the emperor. The chance for him and Empress Dowager Zhuang to escape was exchanged with Gu Jiao's life. He ran forward recklessly and even lost his mask. Therefore, when he met the emperor and old duke, he was recognized by old duke at a glance. The only fortunate thing was that he did not fight with anyone at that time and only used a little qinggong. Gu Qingfeng stuttered, I was in Jade Water Alley at that time. The emperor came to Jade Water Alley to find the Empress Dowager. I heard it in the study. I was worried about the Empress Dowager's safety, so I came out to look for her. I also wanted to do something to help. An ignorant and incompetent little dandy actually wanted to contribute his meager strength to the Empress Dowager. No matter how one looked at it, there was a trace of strangeness in these words. The old marquis asked again, the guards let you out just like that? Gu Qingfeng's expression did not change as he said, I took out the token of Marquis Ding and Fu and said I was your grandson. They then let me go. The old marquis was half believing and half doubtful. But compared to how he left the city, the old marquis was more concerned about how he knew the Empress Dowager and how he knew martial arts. Gu Qingfeng did not know if his grandfather knew that the Empress Dowager Zhuang had wandered among the common people. After all, the Empress Dowager Zhuang had always announced that she had been recuperating in the temporary imperial residence for the past year. He was worried that he had said something he should not have said, so he said, what is there to not recognize? It's not like I have never entered the palace. When I went to visit Imperial concubine Shu, I saw the Empress Dowager from afar. I even saw her a few times. And once, I accidentally got lost. It was the Empress Dowager who had someone lead the way for me. I never said this to you. I know that you don't like the Empress Dowager. The first few sentences were thought out on the way back. The Empress Dowager giving him directions was something he had made up on the spot. This perfectly explained why he came out to find the Empress Dowager. It was because the Empress Dowager had helped him, he was returning the favor. Wow, how did I suddenly become so smart, as expected of me? As for martial arts, sigh, how could I know any martial arts? It's just a bit of qinggong. I secretly learned it from Big Brother. The logic was perfect, he was too good at it, but where did this ability to make up stories come from? It was inexplicably familiar, the old marquis still found it strange, but he could not find any fault with it. He could not ask the Empress Dowager for confirmation. The Empress Dowager was too lazy to even pay attention to the emperor, let alone him. Sneaking out of the residence in the middle of the night was punishable. Since Gu Qingfeng had saved the Empress Dowager's life, the old marquis let him take the carriage back. Then the old marquis went to report to the emperor and repeated Gu Qingfeng's story. He was probably worried that the emperor would be suspicious about why their child was hiding his abilities and whether he was secretly plotting something. After all, the old marquis clearly felt that the emperor did not trust him as much as before after what happened with the old concubine Jing. The emperor was still immersed in the great joy of knowing that he might be his mother's biological son and had no time to doubt this and that. He praised Gu Qingfeng and praised the old marquis for teaching him well. There was no need for any proof that the old concubine Jing was a remnant of the previous dynasty. Moreover, she had stolen the previous emperor's imperial edict and murdered the Empress Dowager. Her crimes were grave and unforgivable. If the old concubine Jing really did take Empress Dowager Zhuang to the frontier, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Empress Dowager's life would be in danger, the imperial family would lose face, and the morale of the soldiers would plummet. The Zhao state would be plunged into unprecedented turmoil. This time, the emperor did not show any mercy. He came to the room where the old concubine Jing was being held. Old concubine Jing had stopped struggling. She was like a soulless shell, slumped on the chair with a dull expression. The emperor's gaze swept over her wrist, which had been badly bruised from the friction of the rope. He did not say anything and had eunuch Wei bring the things in. The old concubine Jing seemed to have finally come back to her senses. She turned around with tears still on her face and said in a hoarse voice, "Hong-er," the emperor said in disgust, "Don't call me Hong-er. You don't deserve it." The old concubine Jing laughed self-deprecatingly and looked at the emperor. "Hong-er, you're only so disgusted with me because you've been drugged. When the effects of the drug wear off, you'll know that in your heart, I'm 100 times, no, 1,000 times more important than that woman Zhuang Jin's." The emperor's gaze was as cold as the winter wind. "You're wrong. Whether or not the drug is effective, I won't believe you again, much less treat you as my real mother." "Is that so?" The old concubine Jing laughed and revealed an innocent yet bewitched expression. "Then what are you doing here? Are you trying to get information out of me?" "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I won't say anything." The emperor knew that she would react this way. The descendant of a death warrior of the previous dynasty had the temperament of a death warrior after all. He didn't expect to pry information out of her. "I'm here to send you off." The old concubine Jing's body stiffened slightly. Eunuch Wei walked forward with a tray, on which was a bottle of poison and a piece of white silk. The old concubine Jing finally couldn't laugh anymore. "You're really so heartless. You and your father are both so heartless. You, she didn't cry, but big drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. The emperor didn't show any mercy. "Mother and son, this is the last bit of dignity I'm giving you." "Dignity? You killed your own mother. What dignity are you talking about?" The old concubine Jing scolded and laughed crazily. "As expected of your father's son. You'll get your retribution. You'll get your retribution." The emperor wasn't going to be swayed by a few curses. "I'm the son of heaven. I was born according to the heavenly law," the old concubine Jing interrupted him. "Son of heaven? Ha ha ha, have you forgotten how you got your throne?" The emperor pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Mother helped me plan it, so I have to thank her. From now on, I won't make her unhappy again." With that, he turned and left the room, not giving the old concubine another look. Something big happened in the capital in August. The old concubine Jing passed away. Because she was still the Abbess Jing'an, it was more accurate to say that she had passed away. The Abbess Jing'an had always pretended to be frail to the outside world. For this reason, consort Rui Wang brought a doctor from the magical hand hall to treat her twice. The emperor also took her back to the palace to recuperate. It had to be said that her sickly persona had helped a lot. Almost no one suspected that there was something fishy about her death. When they heard the news, everyone thought, "Sigh, with such a weak body, she really couldn't make it past this year." However, it wasn't as if there were no mysteries. For example, everyone thought that the emperor would restore the Abbess Jing'an's status as the old concubine and give her the posthumous title of Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, the emperor didn't do that. She was the Abbess Jing'an all the way until she was buried. When the news reached Jadewater Alley, Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang, and Gu Qingfeng were all there. "His Majesty really?" Gu Qingfeng was shocked. As one of the insiders that night, he naturally knew that the old concubine Jing's death had other reasons. However, he hadn't expected the emperor to really go to this extent. Sympathy? The answer was no. That old witch had done all kinds of evil and harmed the imperial harem for many years. She had caused the Empress Dowager and the emperor to turn against each other and almost die at each other's hands. Not to mention the innocent Princess Ningyan. As long as she wasn't eliminated, she would always be a huge hidden danger to the court. Empress Xiao was in charge of the old concubine Jing's funeral. The emperor didn't even show his face. The emperor decided to send someone to the frontier fortress. He had originally planned to send Gu Chongqing. After all, Gu Chongqing held a position in the military and was someone who could be sent out openly. However, Gu Chongqing hadn't returned from the capital and the matter couldn't be delayed. The emperor thought for a moment and summoned Tang Yueshan and the old marquis to the palace. He handed the token that could mobilize the Shadow Dragon guards to the old marquis and said seriously, "I'm entrusting this token to you in the hope that you can do 3 things for me. First, recall the Shadow Dragon guards. Second, investigate the situation at the frontier. Third, bring Princess Ning'an back safely." The old marquis hadn't expected the emperor to give him such an important task. He was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands and said, I accept the decree." The emperor then looked at Tang Yueshan. "I don't need to say more about your task, do I?" Tang Yueshan cupped his hands and saluted. "I hereby swear that I won't return to the court until I've killed all the henchmen of the previous dynasty." Digression, Happy New Year's Day. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1107688929. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter is not finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online, thus, Tang Yueshan and the old marquis were set to go to the border together. One of them belonged to Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp, while the other was the emperor's confidant. They used to be at odds with each other, but after being tricked by Empress Dowager Zhuang, Tang Yueshan's hatred was absorbed by the mastermind behind the scenes. Empress Dowager Zhuang told Tang Yueshan that the mastermind was old concubine Jing. Although old concubine Jing was dead, she had accomplices, the remnants of the previous dynasty hiding in the frontier fortress. Tang Yueshan was going to do his best to kill the enemy this time. The old marquis had no objection to this arrangement. He and Tang Yueshan worked in the dark and in the light. They had a clear division of labor and didn't interfere with each other. Eliminating the rebels and rescuing Ning'an were urgent matters. The emperor hoped that the two would leave as soon as possible. After leaving the palace, the old marquis took a carriage back to his residence. He stopped the carriage when they passed by Qinghe Academy. Unfortunately, school was over, and Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan had already gone to learn martial arts from Madame Nan and Master Liu. "Forget it. Let's go home." The old marquis waved his hand and paused. He thought of something and said, "Wait, let's go to Taihe Martial Arts School." There were a lot of pedestrians on the road and it was a bit congested. It took the coachman some effort to get the carriage to Taihe Martial Arts School. "Master, we've arrived," said the coachman. The old marquis got out of the carriage. He was here to see little brother Gu. He was about to leave the capital and wanted to say goodbye to him. However, he found out that little brother Gu hadn't come to the school for many days after asking the people inside. Wasn't he fighting well? Why didn't he come? The old marquis muttered. The attendant said, "This. To be honest, I saw him with someone called Old Ho that day. That Old Ho is a shopkeeper of the underground martial arts arena. He always comes here to look for experts and poached many of them. Even the dojo master was furious because of him. However, we can't afford to offend the underground martial arts arena, so we can only let him be." The old marquis frowned. Underground martial arts arena? Today was Gu Jiao's 10th match. She made a beautiful comeback and knocked her opponent off the stage, winning the duel. This young man in green who wore a mask and held a blinding spear had completely made a name for himself in the underground martial arts arena. It was hard to tell if it was because her movements were too flashy, or because her red tasseled spear was too ugly. In short, everyone despised her at the beginning. Later on, one after another, she appeared at the scene. The old duke happened to see Gu Jiao's last performance when he arrived. It was a beautiful fight. The young man stood on the arena, his eyes clear and bright. He looked valiant and formidable, as if he was glowing. The old marquis suddenly felt the gratification of an old grandfather. He didn't know why. Before stepping down from the ring, Gu Jiao received her first exclusive badge. On it was engraved the word "1" in her native language. This meant that from today onwards, she was a certified level 1 expert in the underground dojo. Gu Jiao hung the card on her little sunny pouch and shook her head. Happy, looking at her shaking head, the old marquis's eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. Little brother Gu. He walked over with large strides. Gu Jiao raised her eyes to look at him, using her eyes to ask him, "Why are you here?" The old marquis actually understood what she meant. He felt that it was miraculous. He smiled and said, "I went to the dojo to look for you. They said that you came to the underground martial arts arena. I was originally worried about you. But after seeing you fight, I was overthinking." It wasn't convenient for Gu Jiao to write with her red tasseled spear, so she passed it to him first. Weapons were a martial artist's private property. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to touch it. Gu Jiao's action was enough to show her trust in the old marquis. But the old marquis wasn't moved by her trust. On the contrary, his brows were tightly knitted together. Was this still the Yen country's divine weapon that he had given her? How did it become so ugly? What exactly did it go through? Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and scribbled, "You're looking for me." The old marquis decisively shifted his gaze away from the red tasseled spear. He was afraid that if he took another look, he would be blinded by the ugliness. He said, "I'm leaving the capital. Before I leave, I wanted to see you." Gu Jiao didn't enter the palace today, so she didn't know that he had been sent to the frontier fortress. Although they were brothers, she didn't like to pry into other people's privacy. Therefore, she didn't ask why he was leaving the capital. She only wrote, "Will you be gone for long?" The old marquis nodded. "I'm afraid I won't be able to come back this year." The journey to the frontier fortress was long. Moreover, it would take some time to investigate the remnants of the previous dynasty and settle down. Princess Ning and Gu Jiao looked at him, as if waiting for a more specific answer. He continued, "If I'm fast, I'll be back in spring. If I'm slow, I'll be back in a year." "So long." Gu Jiao wrote, "I'll treat you to a meal to send you off." The old marquis laughed heartily. "Good. Coincidentally, I have one last move to teach you. You were too hasty when you fought in the arena. Next time you encounter such a situation, do this." The two ate for a full 4 hours. It was mainly the old marquis who taught Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao might have been irritated listening to him, but she listened with great interest. The old marquis felt that he could teach her a little more. Unfortunately, it was getting late. Little brother Gu should go back. He should also prepare to leave the capital. The old marquis didn't let his brother pay for the meal. He went downstairs to settle the bill. As long as the old man wasn't her grandfather, he was quite cute. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took the small token from her waist and handed it to him. The old marquis was puzzled. "What are you doing?" He was asking what she was going to do, not what she was going to do. Obviously, he recognized this token. Gu Jiao didn't think too much. She picked up the small notebook beside her and wrote, "My first master's token, for you." The old marquis asked, "You're willing to give such a precious thing to me?" One could only get this token after winning 10 matches. Moreover, it was the first master's token in his life. The old marquis knew how important this token was to him. The old marquis thought too much. Gu Jiao felt that she was about to get the second-rank master's token, so this one, it didn't matter if she gave it away. The main thing was that she was reluctant to spend money to buy a gift for him to send him off. The old marquis saw that she was sincere in giving it to him, but was it not sincere? She didn't need to spend money, so the old marquis accepted it readily. "It's getting late. Let's go back." He stood up with a smile. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something and wrote in the notebook. "Oh right, last time she crossed it out and wrote again. Last time, your friend said that he was going to elope with the girl he liked. Why didn't he say anything else?" This was something the old Marquis took the initiative to mention to her, so it wasn't considered as invading his privacy. The old Marquis' body stiffened slightly. In a place where Gu Jiao couldn't see, his hands clenched the armrests of the chair. "I'm not eloping." "Why?" Gu Jiao wrote. The old Marquis opened his mouth and looked out of the window. He said bitterly. "She's gone." Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Jiao didn't ask any more questions. Gu Jiao didn't take the carriage today. The old Marquis wanted to send her, so she couldn't expose her residence. She shook her head and refused, saying that she had other things to do. The old Marquis saw that Gu Jiao didn't seem to be someone who didn't know how to behave. After a few words of advice, he got into the carriage and left. In early August, Tang Yueshan was ordered to go to the frontier fortress. Nominally, he was there as an imperial envoy to grant Princess Ning and the title of Princess Ning and of the first rank and her husband the title of Marquis of the first rank. His Majesty also asked Tang Yueshan to bring a lot of rewards and supplies for the frontier fortress during the winter. In fact, the rewards and supplies were secondary. The troops escorting them were the most important. The old Marquis, on the other hand, had concealed his identity and mingled with the group as Tang Yu's personal aide. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Jiao went to the underground Kung Fu arena again. She was now a first-class master and could fight with people 2 levels higher than her. She didn't know if she should say that she was lucky today. Her first opponent was a 3rd-level Turkic machete man. The Turkic people were very strong physically. As soon as he entered the arena, Gu Jiao felt an unusual pressure. Sure enough, the higher the level, the stronger the masters she would meet. Gu Jiao tested the opponent's strength with her first punch. She was forced to retreat a few steps and accidentally bit the corner of her mouth. Gu Jiao smiled. Interesting. Then Gu Jiao planned to use her real move. However, before she could make a move, a black figure jumped into the arena like a ghost. No one saw what happened, and the Turkic machete man was kicked away. The Turkic machete man fell into the crowd and fell to the ground. He vomited blood and fainted on the spot. What's going on? Who's making trouble? The judge who rang the gong rushed forward and wanted to kick the black-clothed man down. However, the black-clothed man grabbed him by the neck and raised him high. The masters in the Kung Fu arena saw that something was wrong and rushed to kill the black-clothed man. Gu Jiao was surprised. Wasn't this the dragon shadow guard she met in the forest that night when she saved her grandaunt? The one who was more powerful than the Emperor's dragon shadow guard, why was he here? And he kicked his opponent off the arena? He couldn't have thought that she was being bullied, right? Gu Jiao felt that this guess was absurd. After all, they were neither relatives nor friends. It was impossible for him to help her. But no matter what, he didn't try to kill her like last time. Gu Jiao walked to his side. After hesitating for a moment, she patted his wrist lightly, indicating for him to put the person down. He looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at the judge who was about to be strangled to death. He actually let him go. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote down the reason why he was here. However, he didn't say anything. Was he illiterate? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and looked at him. Just as she was thinking of how to communicate with him, he turned and walked away. Gu Jiao, were all dragon shadow guards so willful? Gu Jiao apologized to the judge and promised to bear the medical expenses for the Turkic machete man. She just needed to send him to the miracle hall. Then, she jumped off the arena and followed the dragon shadow guard. The dragon shadow guard came to the Yen country pharmacist's house and stood there motionlessly. Why was he standing there? Was his master inside? His master was the Yen country pharmacist. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and then bravely walked in front of the dragon shadow guard. The dragon shadow guard didn't chase away Gu Jiao. It was as if to him, Gu Jiao was just a mass of air, or something that could exist by his side. Gu Jiao wanted to see who his master was. If the dragon shadow guard wasn't exclusive to the Zhao country's royal family, then didn't that mean that she could also buy a dragon shadow guard through some channels? Gu Jiao thought this and raised her hand to knock on the door. However, the dragon shadow guard blocked her with the hilt of his sword. She couldn't knock, she couldn't disturb the master inside. It seemed that his master had given him an order that no one was allowed to disturb him. Then she would just wait. Gu Jiao squatted outside the door and stood guard. It was literally squatting. She was bored to death and even took out a charcoal pencil to draw circles on the ground. As she drew, she used too much strength and broke the charcoal pencil. A section of the charcoal pencil bounced up and hit the dragon shadow guard's mask with a paw. Don't look at it as just a mask. It was the same as hitting the face. Wait, a mask? Gu Jiao touched her face. Her mask was still there. That day in the forest, she didn't wear a mask. Today, she wore it. That day, she wore black night clothes. Today, she wore black clothes. She was already dressed like this. How did the dragon shadow guard recognize her? Gu Jiao tilted her head to look at the dragon shadow guard. Do you have a special way of recognizing people? The dragon shadow guard's mask was hit and he paused for a moment. The way he looked at Gu Jiao changed for a moment. He also touched the mask like Gu Jiao. It's over. He wouldn't be angry, right? He wouldn't want to kill me, right? It was no wonder that Gu Jiao was so paranoid. The dragon shadow guard in front of her had an unstable temperament. The first time he saw her in the forest, he almost killed her. He even pinched her husband's face. Gu Jiao couldn't beat him. Even if she ran, it seemed that it was too late. Just as Gu Jiao's brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of how to escape, the door behind her opened with a creak. Digression, on the first day of the new year, looking for a wave of guaranteed monthly votes, a good start. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1107649114. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. Gu Jiao subconsciously turned her head. She saw a woman wearing a light green cloak walk out. Her clothes were gorgeous. It wasn't the ostentatious kind of beauty, but a beauty that was low-key and luxurious. She wore a plain white veil on her face. Her nose was high and a pair of eyes covered by the cloak were calm. She looked very young. There were almost no wrinkles on her eyes, but the noble and elegant temperament that she exuded seemed to have been settled by the years. It made Gu Jiao feel that she might be a few years older than Yaoshi. A sentence flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. Time never defeats beauty. However, Gu Jiao's goal was not the beauty in the room. Gu Jiao didn't forget that she came to find the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist to ask how to buy the dragon shadow guard. She clapped her hands, stood up and walked inside. She didn't look at the beauty again. And the other party didn't pay attention to the Jianghu kid squatting at the door. She took the pills she had bought from the store, pulled the hood of her cloak, and calmly walked in the direction of the door. The dragon shadow guard followed. Oh? Gu Jiao was about to step into the room when she retracted her foot. She turned around and looked at the dragon shadow guard who left with the woman. A big question mark lit up above her head. The dragon shadow guard wasn't one of the Yen Kingdom's pharmacists? It was this madam's. Who was she? Why was there a dragon shadow guard? The reason why she was more willing to guess that the Yen Kingdom's pharmacists could buy the dragon shadow guard was because the dragon shadow guard originated from the Yen Kingdom. The person who trained the dragon shadow guard also came from the Yen Kingdom. They were all people of the Yen Kingdom. The possibility of the Yen Kingdom's pharmacists was obviously higher. Then what was the deal with this madam? Gu Jiao was confused. She planned to follow him to take a look, but unexpectedly, Old He came over. Old He had come to look for Gu Jiao after hearing Judge Wu's complaint. When he saw Gu Jiao, he let out a long sigh of relief and walked over worriedly. He grabbed Gu Jiao's hand and pulled her 10 steps away. Aya, young Master Gu, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to go near those houses with gourds hanging on them? Do you know who was in that room just now? If you offend him, I'm afraid even I won't be able to protect you. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She was still looking at the woman who had walked out. Uncle Ho thought that Gu Jiao had listened to him and was reflecting on herself. He continued, "And what happened in the ring just now? Who was that man? Why did he suddenly interrupt the duel? Do you know that if it wasn't for me today, the people in the martial arts field would have finished you two off on the spot?" Gu Jiao still didn't say anything. Uncle Ho frowned and pinched her arm. "Did you hear what I said?" "I heard you," Gu Jiao said. You can talk." Uncle Ho was so shocked that his body shook. He took a few steps back and fell on his butt. "No, you are a girl?" As he said that, he raised his hand that had grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and pinched Gu Jiao's arm. He suddenly felt that he had done something unforgivable. Uncle Ho wasn't a good person by nature. He had all the 5 poisons, but he still couldn't do it to such a young girl. Gu Jiao was 15 years old, but wearing men's clothes would make her look younger. She looked like she was only 13 or 14 years old. Gu Jiao didn't intend to continue hiding her voice from Uncle Ho. As the business of harvesting leeks expanded, she would have more and more contact with Uncle Ho. She was annoyed by always writing. Uncle Ho originally came to find Gu Jiao to denounce her, but after being provoked by Gu Jiao, he forgot all the words he was about to say. Gu Jiao asked, "Have the 2 chiefs come over in the past few days?" Uncle Ho was stunned. "What? Leeks?" Gu Jiao cleared her throat. "Young Master Chu and young Master Shao." The corner of Uncle Ho's mouth twitched. Was it really okay to give them such a green nickname? Uncle Ho refused to answer her question. "They had been here." Damn, his mouth was too honest. Gu Jiao asked again, "How many times have they been here?" Uncle Ho glanced at Gu Jiao. Thinking that she was a delicate little girl, he closed his eyes and gave up resisting. "Young Master Chu has been here 3 times. Young Master Shao has been here 11 times. Even someone as calm as Gu Jiao was shocked by the crown prince's actions. Was he so free, or did he really want to see her that much? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. "Oh, you go and tell them that I'm free tomorrow afternoon." Uncle Ho was stunned. Both of them?" Gu Jiao's lips curved. "The highest bidder wins." Uncle Ho, young people didn't care about martial ethics. In the end, Uncle Ho still went. In any case, he wasn't running errands for nothing. There was money to be earned. After Gu Jiao came out of the underground martial arts arena, she went to the restaurant where she had sent the old marquis off. She had accidentally discovered that the crispy duck in the restaurant was very good. She planned to buy 2 for her family to bring back. "Young master, the duck will be ready in a while. Please wait for a moment," the waiter said with a smile. Gu Jiao nodded and found a place to sit in the corner of the lobby. She couldn't help but think of the dragon shadow guard she had seen in the underground martial arts arena and the madam who had been escorted by the dragon shadow guard. Who exactly was she? Why was there such a powerful dragon shadow guard? As she was thinking, Gu Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a figure at the end of the corridor. If it wasn't the madam, who else could it be? The madam walked towards Gu Jiao and entered a side room behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao deliberately lowered her presence. She waited until the madam had passed before standing up and walking towards the side room. The door to the side room was closed and there was a soft conversation coming from inside. "I just went to see the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist." These words were obviously from the madam. Her voice was gentle and healing, which complemented her noble temperament. "We were lucky. He just happened to have 1 last bottle left today. He said it would be effective for your symptoms. You should eat it first." "You, who was this madam talking to?" Her tone was so respectful, her identity was already extraordinary. Those who could be addressed as you were either elders or had a rich and noble status. She didn't know who it was. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and came to the window. She planned to poke a small hole in the window paper to take a look. Just as she raised her little index finger, before she could poke it in, a tall figure enveloped her. Without saying a word, he grabbed her waist and lifted her up. That's right, it was a clip. In the past, only Gu Shaoshan and Gu Qingfeng would clip little Jing Kong. She didn't expect that one day, Gu Jiao would also be caught. She was clamped by the dragon shadow guard's arms around her waist. Her hands and feet fluttered. Before she could make a splash, she was brought behind a big tree in the backyard. He put Gu Jiao down. Gu Jiao looked at him warily. Her little Ahog stood up. What was he going to do? Was he going to take revenge for his face being slapped? The dragon shadow guard raised his hand and reached for Gu Jiao, pressing down on her little Ahog. Gu Jiao, the dragon shadow guard withdrew his hand. The little Ahog that was pressed down stood up again. The dragon shadow guard pressed it back down again. It stood up again. The dragon shadow guard's eyes turned cold. A powerful internal force overflowed from his fingertips. With the irresistible power of the red flame, it flattened the unyielding little Ahog. He seemed to be comfortable. Gu Jiao, forget it. As long as he wasn't here to take revenge on her, she would accompany him. The dragon's shadow guard took out a charcoal pencil from his arms and handed it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. She looked at the charcoal pencil in her palm and then at the dragon shadow guard. Why are you giving me this? I just broke one, so you gave me a new one? Then. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiao felt that he was unhappy. It's not for me? Then. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then squatted down tentatively and drew a circle on the ground. The dragon shadow guard was happy. Gu Jiao was quite confused. After all this time, he just wanted to see her draw a circle. In the next second, Gu Jiao knew that she was wrong again. Because the dragon shadow guard was unhappy again. Gu Jiao scratched her head. She used force with her other hand and accidentally broke the charcoal pencil. The dragon shadow guard was happy again. Oh, you want me to break the charcoal pencil? That's easy. You can break as many as you want. Gu Jiao grabbed the remaining charcoal pencil in a mighty and domineering manner and smashed it into pieces. Then, she saw that the dragon shadow guard's eyes had turned into ice. The dragon shadow guard patiently handed another charcoal pencil to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao recalled. For a moment. Until she broke the step, there was nothing wrong. But the steps after that were not what he wanted. Was it because she didn't break it beautifully enough? Or was it because she didn't break it elegantly enough? I didn't slap your face, right? Wait, slap your face. Gu Jiao boldly glanced at the dragon shadow guard and flicked the charcoal pencil in her hand on the ground. With a crack, the charcoal pencil broke. The other part of the broken pencil splattered on the dragon shadow guard's mask due to the angle and strength, making a crisp sound. Gu Jiao looked at him in panic. In the next second, the dragon shadow guard gave Gu Jiao a piece of candy. Gu Jiao initially thought that he was going to kill her. Later on, he didn't kill her and just let her brush. What was so difficult about that? Compared to losing her life, Gu Jiao felt that it was more satisfying to be able to brush while saving candy for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao proudly shook her head. However, not long after, Gu Jiao couldn't be proud anymore. Every time she thought that she was about to finish brushing, the dragon shadow guard would be able to produce a new pack of charcoal pencil as if he was performing a trick. Then, he would look at her expressionlessly, as if full of anticipation. Gu Jiao tried to escape. Whoosh, she was caught. Whoosh. She was caught again. In the end, Gu Jiao was forced to brush the charcoal pencil for an entire afternoon. Claw Claw was about to be crippled. Sob, she felt so wronged. Digression, writer's block is a little strong. I'll write it tomorrow morning. Everyone can read it later. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1107400064. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Long E. It was only when someone called him that the dragon's shadow guard finally let Gu Jiao go. Gu Jiao did not dare to stay a moment longer and ran away. When Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley, Xiao Lulang also returned home from his duty at Hanlin Academy. He went to the well and drew a basin of water to wash his brush. Gu Jiao slowly walked over. God knows how afraid she was that Shadow Dragon Guard would catch up with her. She used all the strength she had when she stole firearms and fled in her previous life. She sat on a small stool opposite of Xiao Lulang and gasped for breath. Xiao Lulang looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "No." Gu Jiao said as if she had nothing to live for. "I just played with charcoal for the whole afternoon." Xiao Lulang did not find it strange that she was a woman dressed as a man. She always wore Gu Yan's clothes when she went out. Later, Yaosher directly made a few sets for her. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's dark little hands. He just thought that she went to play with little Jing Kong and did not suspect anything. However, his expression became absent-minded for a moment, as if he remembered something from a long time ago. Gu Jiao noticed that Xiao Lulang was in a daze. She leaned forward slightly and asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Xiao Lulang came back to his senses and took another basin of water for her to wash her hands. "Nothing." He lowered his eyes and said, "I also played when I was young. But I didn't really play. I was caught and ravaged." Gu Jiao secretly swore that her small sack would come in handy one day. Her hands were so sore. The next day, after the family had breakfast, some went to school, and some went to work. Gu Jiao happened to have a house call in the morning. It was a patient who had a sutured wound a few days ago. She went to remove the suture, and it was on the way to the Hanlin Academy. The two of them took Lu Quan's carriage to the vicinity of the Hanlin Academy. At this moment, all the people on duty were Hanlin officials and Shuji scholars. The street was blocked, the carriages could not enter. Xiao Lulang got off the carriage. "I'll send you off," Gu Jiao said as she got off the carriage. Xiao Lulang did not refuse. Along the way, Xiao Lulang was silent. "Husband, are you unhappy?" Gu Jiao asked. "What?" Xiao Lulang was slightly stunned. "You don't seem happy recently." Gu Jiao paused, then corrected herself. "It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that I feel like there's something on my mind." He had been like this ever since he rescued her great-aunt. Gu Jiao carefully thought back. Nothing major seemed to have happened that night. If anything, it was probably his face being pinched by the dragon shadow guard. Oh. She was also angry. Her husband could only let her pinch his face. "No." Xiao Liulan's eyes flickered as he denied it. "I'm not unhappy." As they spoke, the voices of several Hanlin officials could be heard in front of them. "Hey, did you guys hear? Princess Xinyang has returned to the capital." "Are you serious? Princess Xinyang has really returned to the capital?" "I heard it with my own ears." "How could it be fake? Why would she return to the capital? Didn't she say that she would never come back in this lifetime?" "That's right. Isn't she afraid of being reminded of the young duke who was burned to death?" As they spoke, they entered the Hanlin Academy. They didn't notice that Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were right behind them. Xiao Liulan's expression didn't change much, but if one paid attention, they would notice that his body was slightly stiff. Gu Jiao saw that he acted as if nothing had happened and restrained herself from asking him. After sending Xiao Lulang to the entrance of the Hanlin Academy and personally watching him enter, Gu Jiao turned around and returned to Lu Quan's carriage. "Uncle Lu, I'm going to Vermilion Bird Avenue." "All right." Lu Quan drove the carriage to Vermilion Bird Avenue. This was one of the streets closest to the Imperial Palace. It was said that the people who lived on this street were either old natives or the wealthiest and most powerful people in the capital. The family that Gu Jiao was visiting lived on the east side of Vermilion Bird Avenue. Because of the recent road repairs, the carriage couldn't drive in. "Then I'll wait for you here," Lu Quan said. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and walked towards the patient's home with a small basket on her back. The patient was a 30-year-old scholar. He had accidentally injured his right hand, which he used to write. The wound went from the back of his hand to the center of his palm. Gu Jiao stitched it up more than 10 times. He was healing well. After Gu Jiao removed the stitches, she let him move. "How do you feel?" Gu Jiao asked. It's okay." At first, he didn't dare to use too much strength. After moving a few times, he didn't feel any discomfort other than a slight pain. "Can I still write in the future?" "Of course." Gu Jiao said, "Take your time to practice. Don't worry, and don't be afraid." "Okay." He was overjoyed. Suddenly, he thought of something and became sneaky. He walked to the door and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he whispered to Gu Jiao, "By the way, Dr. Gu, your medical skills are so good. Can you treat tuberculosis?" "Tuberculosis? Tuberculosis?" Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. The scholar whispered, "It should be. I heard my mother say that last time. My mother didn't want me to go to their house again." Gu Jiao said, "Tuberculosis is contagious. Your mother was right not to let you go." The scholar sighed, "I understand. I don't blame my mother. It's a pity. Their family is not very well off. Their family has lived here for generations. They used to be prominent, but now there's nothing left. If this disease is not cured, I'm afraid that their whole family will be implicated. They will have to sell this house." Gu Jiao asked, "Here? Their family lives on this street too?" "Yes." The scholar nodded, It's my classmate's mother." "Classmate?" His sweetheart was still missing. Gu Jiao saw through him but didn't say anything. "Where do they live?" After a quarter of an hour, Gu Jiao appeared in another house on the east side of Vermilion Bird Avenue, the back door. Yes, it was the back door. The scholar did not dare to go out from the front door, worried that he would be caught by his parents. He brought Gu Jiao out from the small street at the back door. Unfortunately, he was caught by his mother halfway. In a panic, he showed Gu Jiao the way. He also paid the consultation fee. Gu Jiao looked at the half-closed back door in front of her. "It should be here? Strange, why is there no one here?" Yes, it was said that this family was in decline and had already dismissed the servants. During the day, his classmate was studying in the academy. Only his sister and the patient were at home. But because tuberculosis was contagious, the patient lived in the double-entry hospital at the back and almost didn't let his son and daughter come here. So Gu Jiao was right to go through the back door. She could see the patient's room when she went in. "Which one?" Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold. The yard was very clean and there were some flowers on both sides. Gu Jiao didn't know much about flowers, but she felt that these flowers were more beautiful than the flowers in the imperial garden. She was sick but still had the leisure to take care of flowers. It was not like what the scholar said about being sick and living a passive life. A low cough came from one of the side rooms. Gu Jiao put on the mask she took out from the small medicine box. She went to the side room and gently pushed the door open. There was actually someone in the room, sitting on the beam. Gu Jiao didn't see him, but he saw Gu Jiao at a glance. But he did nothing and let Gu Jiao approach the bed. There was a curtain on the bed. Gu Jiao gently lifted the curtain. She had thought that she would see a sickly, and haggard person with tuberculosis, but instead, she saw an indescribable beauty. She was covered with a thin quilt. Her black hair was like satin, and her skin was as delicate as white porcelain. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao only took one look. She turned her body in her sleep. She was facing inside, and Gu Jiao could no longer see her face. But the stunning sight from just now was still clear in Gu Jiao's mind. Is this really the tuberculosis patient that the scholar said was dying? It wasn't that tuberculosis patients couldn't be beautiful, but when they were seriously ill, their complexion wouldn't be good. Moreover, along the way, the scholar kept reminding her not to be frightened by the appearance of the patient, such as unkempt hair and dirty face. How could this be called unkempt? There was no one in the world more clean and elegant than her. Gu Jiao didn't know what was going on. She didn't think that she had gone to the wrong house. She gently took out a hand and checked the patient's pulse. From the pulse, it didn't look like tuberculosis. She took out a stethoscope and listened carefully. Finally, she confirmed that it wasn't tuberculosis. It was myocarditis, which was also a kind of heart disease. Heart disease was a very complicated disease. No matter what kind it was very troublesome. Fortunately, her heart disease wasn't serious enough to require surgery, but she couldn't be careless. Looking at her appearance, she must have suffered a lot. Using blockers and amiodarone for this kind of heart disease had good effects. However, the research institute had developed a special medicine that was even more effective. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a box of special medicine. She planned to put it in her own porcelain bottle, but she found that the porcelain bottles in the small basket were all used up. Coincidentally, there were several medicine bottles on the table. Gu Jiao casually picked one up and poured out the pill inside to sniff. This is a high-level health pill. It doesn't have any effect on the illness. Gu Jiao poured out the pill inside the bottle and put the special medicine's white pill inside. She stuck a small cloth on the bottle and wrote down the usage and dosage before standing to leave. In the front yard, a woman in her 30s wearing a light green cloak was helping the Crown Prince consort onto the carriage. "Lord Eugene, please wait," the Crown Prince consort said gently. The woman called Lord Eugene said calmly and politely, "Many thanks to the Crown Prince consort for coming to visit the princess and giving the princess medicine. When the princess wakes up, I will report to the princess that the Crown Prince consort has come. Digression, Shadow Dragon Guard, I saw everything. Give me a monthly ticket, and I'll tell the princess, the newest chapter of this book is not finished." For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1107335558. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. Princess Xianxia liked tranquility, so there were not many servants in the courtyard. Generally, they stayed in the front courtyard. Only Yujin and Dragon Shadow Guard were qualified to enter the courtyard. Yujin was the legitimate daughter of a big family, different from the female officials who were palace maids. She relied on her strength to enter the mansion of Princess Xianxia to become an official. After sending off Crown Princess, Yujin turned around and returned to the room of Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia slept until evening before waking up. When she woke up, she felt her chest was very stuffy. Yujin walked over, and seeing her complexion was not good, she gently raised her jade hand and felt the pulse of Princess Xianxia, then worriedly asked, "Princess, your pulse seems to be not good, drink some medicine first." Yujin was not a doctor, but because Princess Xianxia had been sick for a long time, she also knew a little bit about medicine. Princess Xianxia didn't oppose, she sat up with the support of Yujin, and Yujin took a pillow and put it behind her back. When she went to get the medicine, Yujin stopped. There were 2 bottles of medicine on the table. One bottle was heart protection pill she had bought from Yen State's pharmacist, and the other bottle was 100 Flowers pill that Crown Princess had personally sent. 100 Flowers pill was extremely rare, even rarer than heart protection pill of Yen State's pharmacist. It was said that it could cure all kinds of diseases. Yujin told Princess Xianxia that Crown Princess had come and sent 100 Flowers pill. "Let me see," Princess Xianxia said. Princess Xianxia had already seen heart protection pill, so she naturally wanted to see Crown Princess 100 Flowers pill. Yujin took 100 Flowers pill from the table. "Eh? What's wrong?" Princess Xianxia asked. "How come there is a piece of cloth on the bottle? There are also words." Gu Jiao had used a charcoal pen to write, so it was not as ugly as calligraphy, but it was also not too beautiful. For a daughter from a scholarly family like Eugene, such words were, to be honest, somewhat painful to the eyes. But what really made Yujin puzzled was not the words themselves. Princess Xianxia looked at the bottle in her hand and said, "There was no cloth before?" "I remember there wasn't, could it be that I remembered wrongly?" Yujin frowned and looked above her head. Long Yi. Long Yi flew down and landed 3 steps away from these two people. Eugene looked at him and asked, "Did someone come by just now?" Long Yi didn't speak. "Forget it. Why would I ask you?" Eugene shook her head. This however reminded her, Long Yi was guarding inside the room, and it was impossible for suspicious people to enter. Therefore, he might have remembered wrongly, or he might have missed it. The bottle itself was a small piece of cloth. Eugene said in amusement, "It was written by the person who sold the 100-flower pill, right?" The Crown Prince Consort's handwriting wasn't so strange. With this interruption, Princess Xianxia didn't eat the 100-flower pill first. Instead, she ate 2 heart protection pills that she usually ate. In the middle of the night, Princess Xianxia began to have a high fever, accompanied by severe chest pain. "Princess." Eugene didn't even put on her outer clothes. She walked to the bed in her sleeping clothes and lifted the curtain. She looked at Princess Xianxia, who was lying on the bed with a pale face and pale lips. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Princess Xianxia wasn't born with a heart condition. It had only developed in the past few years. The death of her young master had been too much of a blow to her. She had been perfectly fine before, but she seemed to have collapsed overnight. In fact, the heart protection pill's initial effect was quite good, but as the illness worsened, the heart protection pill's effect became more and more useless. Now, she finally couldn't suppress it anymore. Eugene thought of the 100-flower pill that the Crown Prince Consort had sent, and she poured one out. The pill was white, but Eugene had never seen the real 100-flower pill, so she didn't notice anything wrong. She poured some warm water and helped Princess Xianxia take the pills. The pill took effect very quickly, and after about half an hour, Princess Xianxia felt less uncomfortable. Her heart palpitations lessened, and her chest pain also gradually disappeared. She slept well in the latter half of the night. When she woke up, the high fever had completely subsided. Eugene wrung out a handkerchief and wiped her forehead while saying with gratification, "I didn't expect the 100-flower pill's effect to be so miraculous. If I had known earlier, I would have found it for the princess earlier." Princess Xianxia said, "Do you think the 100-flower pill is something that can be obtained just because you want it?" Eugene smiled. "That's true. The 100-flower pill's prescription has always been a secret of the Bai family of the state of Zhao. They only refine 1 cauldron every year, and buying it all depends on luck. The Crown Prince Consort is considerate." Princess Xianxia responded softly. Eugene continued, 200 flower pills a day. Since the princess is awake, quickly take one. Last night, she had been so uncomfortable that she hadn't been in the mood to see what the 100-flower pill looked like. Now that she took a closer look, she found that it wasn't the same as the rumored 100-flower pill. The 100-flower pill wasn't really made from 100 kinds of fresh flowers, but it did use a lot of flower petals, so the pill itself had a bit of a floral fragrance. But this pill, or rather, the pill was more appropriate. It was white, colorless, and odorless. If it wasn't for its miraculous effect, Princess Xianxia would have thought that the Crown Prince Consort had bought a fake 100-flower pill. It seems the rumors can't be trusted. After she finished speaking, she took the warm water Eugene handed her and swallowed the 100-flower pill. The princess's return to the capital was a major event. It was reasonable for her to enter the palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor. She had been tired from the journey a few days ago, and her body wasn't well. Now that she was much better, she naturally had to prepare to enter the palace. After breakfast, Princess Xianxia took the specialties she had brought from Fengdu Mountain and rode a carriage to the imperial palace. The emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Eunuch Wei bowed as he entered the room. "Your Majesty, Princess Xianxia requests an audience." The emperor was slightly surprised. He put down the memorial in his hand and said, "Let the princess in." "Yes." Eunuch Wei personally went outside to invite Princess Xianxia in. Princess Xianxia stood in the imperial study. She raised her arms and crossed her hands in front of her forehead. She bowed. Chen may greet your majesty. Don't be so courteous. The emperor reached out his hand. Rise. Thank you, your majesty. Princess Xianxia straightened. Give her a seat, the emperor said to Eunuch Wei. Yes. Eunuch Wei didn't look sideways as he moved a chair over. Princess, please sit. Princess Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony and sat down smoothly. The emperor wanted to rub his hands together. It was shameful to say that although Princess Xianxia was his younger sister, he always felt that Princess Xianxia was his older sister whenever he interacted with her. Other people might not be able to tell, but the emperor knew that Princess Xianxia was the one who resembled the previous emperor the most among his children. Their appearances were similar, but their eyes were even more similar. Methods, he had never thought that the women in the imperial harem were capable of such methods, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang. But after the incident with concubine Jing, he no longer dared to look down on any woman in the imperial harem. Moreover, he had carefully thought about it these past few days. Princess Xianxia had lost her mother's protection at the age of 13. She wasn't close to either concubine Zhuang or concubine Liu. Under those circumstances, it would have been very difficult for her to protect herself. But he had never heard of her being bullied. Later, when she married Marquis Xianping in a high-profile manner, no one dared to bully her. Rumor had it that Princess Xianxia was his most beloved younger sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such an outstanding marriage for her. After all, there were too many princesses who had coveted Marquis Xianping. Who would have thought that this marriage had been decided by the previous emperor long ago? He was just following the previous emperor's will. Gathering his thoughts, the emperor asked her, "Weren't you sick? Why did you come to the palace?" Princess Xianxia said, "I'm fine. I came to pay my respects to your majesty." Ah. The emperor took a sip of tea. "It's good that you're fine." On the other side, Eunuch Wei also poured tea for Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia flatly refused. "I drank medicine, so I won't drink tea." "Yes." Eunuch Wei hurriedly removed the tea. The emperor felt a bit awkward interacting with his younger sister. He drank several mouthfuls of tea and asked, "I haven't heard from you these past few years. How are you doing at Fengdu Mountain?" Princess Xianxia calmly said, "Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, your majesty." Then, the conversation died again. The emperor drank his tea awkwardly. Princess Xianxia said, "I heard that Abbess Jing'an has passed away." "My condolences, your majesty." Was it too much to call him brother? The emperor inwardly cursed, then vaguely said, "I'm fine." The emperor didn't publicly announce concubine Jing's crimes for two reasons. First, he didn't want to alert the enemy and alarm the remnants of the previous dynasty. Second, he didn't want Ning'an to be implicated by concubine Jing's reputation. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have any objections. This time, it was the emperor who killed the conversation. The emperor felt that the entire imperial study was filled with an awkward atmosphere. They still needed to chat a bit more. The emperor suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, "Right, didn't Marquis Xianping go to find you? Why didn't he come back with you?" "I don't know." Princess Xianxia was concise. The emperor was not too surprised by this answer. The two were already not on good terms, and after Xiaoheng passed away, the relationship between the two became even colder. Thinking of Xiaoheng, the emperor finally opened his mouth, "Did you go see Mother Empress?" Hearing this, Princess Xianxia's expression finally changed slightly. She looked at the emperor strangely. "I went, but the Empress Dowager was not in Rinshou Palace." The emperor gritted his teeth and muttered, "Very good." She slipped out of the palace to play cards. His muttering was very quiet. Naturally, Princess Xianxia did not hear it, but Princess Xianxia's gaze remained on his face. After a while, she slowly said, "I heard that the relationship between your majesty and the Empress Dowager has improved quite a bit." The emperor did not deny it. "There is something that we must tell you. That year, the person that poisoned Aheng was not Mother Empress. It was a head of the imperial palace named Xianxia. She had been bribed by the remnants of the previous dynasty in an attempt to poison Aheng and frame Mother Empress to sow discord between our relationship with Mother Empress. We also only found out the truth a while ago. Xianxia has already been executed." So it was like that. Princess Xianxia lowered her eyes and quietly said, "Many thanks your majesty for obtaining justice for Aheng." The emperor said with a stern expression, "When the remnants of the previous dynasty have been completely eradicated, only then can justice truly be obtained for Aheng. You can be at ease. We will not let a single one of those people go." After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Princess Xianxia went to Empress Zhao's Kunming palace. She did not stay for long. After paying respects, she left behind some specialties from Fengdu Mountain before leaving. When she passed by the imperial garden, she ran into the crown princess who had just come from the eastern palace. "Auntie." The crown princess' eyes lit up, and she walked over. "Crown princess." Princess Xianxia greeted her. The crown princess was like a child meeting an elder. Excitedly holding Princess Xianxia's hand, she said, "It really is too much of a coincidence. I was originally planning on going to visit Auntie. Who knew that I would run into you here?" Princess Xianxia looked at her and said, "You are now the crown princess. There is no need to be so courteous." The crown princess had a panicked expression. "Auntie, have we become estranged?" "In my heart, regardless of who I am now or who I will be in the future, uncle and auntie will always be the elders that I respect the most." Princess Xianxia let out an almost inaudible sigh. The crown princess worriedly asked, "Auntie, how is your body? I went to visit you yesterday, and you were unconscious. I was worried for an entire night, and my heart was in a mess. I actually did not know that your condition had deteriorated to this degree while you were in Fengdu Mountain. If I knew earlier, I would have worked even harder to find the 100-flower pill, right, Auntie? Have you taken the 100-flower pill? How is the effect?" "The effect is very good. Thanks to you, I can already get out of bed and walk." Princess Xianxia paused and then asked, "Where did you get the 100-flower pill?" The crown princess looked around and then leaned close to Princess Xianxia. Lowering her voice, she said, "I bought it from a place called the Underground Dojo. There was a saberman from Zhao there. He happened to have a bottle of 100-flower pills. The Underground Dojo was a mixed bag of good and bad people, but it had to be the Underground Dojo to buy this kind of thing." Princess Xianxia's last trace of doubt about the 100-flower pill was dispelled. Perhaps the 100-flower pill was truly colorless and tasteless. It was just that the people of the world had changed its appearance. The crown princess smiled slightly and said, "Auntie, if you are not in a hurry to leave the palace, go sit in the pavilion. I will chat with you. Many things have happened in the capital in the years that you were gone. I can tell you about them one by one." Princess Xianxia did not refuse. It was not because she wanted to hear about the capital, but because she did not want to disrespect the crown princess. The two walked up the steps and sat down in the pavilion in the imperial garden. The crown princess ordered the palace servants to prepare tea and pastries. Eugene looked at the buttered tea and rose cake on the table and smiled. "Crown princess still remembers what the princess likes." The crown princess smiled and said, "Of course I remember. I remember everything that uncle and auntie like to eat. What Aheng likes to eat, I also." Halfway through her words, she suddenly paused. Realizing that she had mentioned something that she should not have mentioned, she felt annoyed and guiltily looked at Princess Xianxia. "Auntie. I'm sorry." Princess Xianxia's expression was very calm. "You also remember what Aheng likes to eat. There's nothing that can't be said." Eugene waved her hand and dismissed the palace servants. Only she, the crown princess and Princess Xianxia remained in the pavilion. The crown princess guiltily said, "Auntie, I'm sorry." Princess Xianxia said, "There's no need to apologize." The crown princess opened her mouth. Princess Xianxia calmly said, "There's no need to apologize for what you said, and there's no need to apologize for becoming the crown princess. Aheng has already died. Not to mention that you did not get married, but even if you did, there's nothing wrong with you remarrying." The crown princess tightly gripped the handkerchief in her hand. Her eyes were slightly red, and her throat was choked with emotion. "Did the crown prince treat you well?" Princess Xianxia asked her. The crown princess choked with emotion and nodded. Princess Xianxia also nodded. "Then I can be at ease." "Eugene." She gave Eugene a meaningful glance. Eugene understood and walked down the steps. She waved to a maidservant that was accompanying her. The maidservant walked into the pavilion. Eugene said, "Did you bring the things I told you to bring?" The maidservant thought a little, then said, I sent them all out. Eugene said, "Isn't there still a box of 1,000-year-old Lingji?" "Oh, I forgot it in the carriage." The maidservant covered her mouth. "This servant will go get it." After taking a couple steps, she awkwardly returned. "This servant doesn't know the way." The maidservant had been brought over from Fengdu Mountain. This was her first time entering the palace. "I'll go get it," Eugene said to Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia said, "No need. Long Yi will go get it." Hearing these words, the crown princess was confused. Who was Long Yi? She looked at the palace people below the steps, but she didn't see anyone leaving. Long Yi was hiding in the dark. Even experts were unable to detect him, let alone the crown princess. There was only one box left in the carriage. It was easy to recognize. Long Yi quickly went to the carriage and took the box. When Long Yi descended from the sky and entered the pavilion with a brocade box, the crown princess was shocked. Princess Xianxia said to the crown princess, "Thank you for the medicine. This is a gift of thanks." Then she said to Long Yi, "Give the gift to the crown princess." Long Yi didn't give it. Shadow Dragon guards generally didn't disobey the orders of their master, unless they didn't understand. Princess Xianxia was a patient master. She pointed at the box and then pointed at the crown princess, and explained word by word, the box in your hand is a gift of thanks. Give it to the crown princess." Long Yi still didn't give it. Princess Xianxia, "Then give it to me." Long Yi gave it to her. Princess Xianxia personally picked up the box to give it to the crown princess, but Long Yi snatched it again. No matter how stupid the crown princess was, she could see that this shadow guard called Long Yi didn't want to give her the Lingji. This was like an elder in a family asking a child to share the sugar with his little friends, but he refused to share no matter what, making everyone very embarrassed. The crown princess was especially embarrassed. Her face became red. "Forget it, aunt, it can't be counted." Princess Xianxia said to Long Yi, "If you want a box, I'll give you another one. This one contains a gift of thanks for someone else." Long Yi didn't give it to her. Princess Xianxia frowned, "If you don't give it to me, I'll get angry." At this time, Gu Jiao happened to pass by the imperial garden. Long Yi jumped down and arrived in front of Gu Jiao. He stuffed the box into the bosom of Gu Jiao. Then he turned around and looked at Princess Xianxia. His expression and posture seemed to be saying, "Don't be angry, I'll give it to you." The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/11071617. HTML. This genius will remember this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. Long Yi's action had successfully shocked everyone. No one expected Long Yi to be so abnormal. Princess Xianxia asked him to give the box to the crown prince consort. It was fine if he didn't give it to the crown prince consort, but he actually gave it to a passerby. That impatient attitude made it seem as if he despised the crown prince consort. Long Yi didn't think so, but he couldn't help but think so. The crown prince consort's background wasn't high enough, but through so many years of unremitting effort, she had already stood in a position that was respected by tens of thousands of people. She was not only the crown prince's virtuous wife, but also the Eastern Palace's strategist. Her position was very important, and she didn't know how many years it had been since she had been treated like this. Her face was burning, and the word embarrassed could no longer describe it. And Gu Jiao, who was stopped by Long Yi, was no less surprised than the crown prince consort. Why was she able to meet this shadow dragon guard in the palace? What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? Gu Jiao bitterly hated the box that was forced into her bosom. She thought, this guy shouldn't have given her a big box full of charcoal, right? Could she refuse? Gu Jiao decisively took a big step back. She didn't want it. The crown prince consort almost fainted. This was something she couldn't even think of, but this girl actually didn't want it. It wasn't that the crown prince consort wanted a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. She wanted Princess Xianxia's kind intentions, but there was someone who didn't take it seriously. The crown prince consort's face was even more embarrassed. Princess Xianxia looked towards the direction of Long Yi and Gu Jiao, and muttered to herself for a moment. She said to Yujin, I haven't returned to the capital for several years, but there are many new faces in the palace. Yujin, go invite them here. Yes. Yujin slightly bowed and walked down the steps. Gu Jiao saw her at a glance. Yujin was different from the majority of female officials in the palace. Her temperament was written in her bones. She wasn't wearing a veil today, so she lacked a mysterious beauty, but also had a bit more of a female official's dignity. She stood in front of Gu Jiao, smiled slightly, and said politely and dignified, Miss, my princess invites you. My home. If this madam said that she was a princess, Gu Jiao wouldn't not believe it. How could someone with such an extraordinary temperament be just a maid of a princess? Speaking of which, Gu Jiao had not seen the princesses of the royal family. They were all married and did not live in the palace. He didn't know which princess this madam was referring to. Gu Jiao walked towards the pavilion with her. Long Yi stuffed the box to her again, then grabbing her hand, he forced her to hold the box. Eugene looked at the two of them. Gu Jiao looked innocent. I really didn't do it on purpose. Eugene smiled and did not seem to mind. She pointed at the stairs and said, Miss, please. Gu Jiao walked up the stairs and came to the pavilion. The crown princess was also present. But Gu Jiao did not notice her at all. From the moment she entered the pavilion, her gaze was attracted by Princess Xianxiang. She was wearing a plain white corset skirt and a translucent golden muslin robe. She was dignified, noble, gorgeous, and elegant. Her temperament was peerless. Her attire was not ostentatious, but it was like she was wearing a phoenix's robe. For some reason, she exuded a noble aura. No wonder such a lady was willing to bend her knees to be a subject. She was indeed worthy. Gu Jiao was stunned. But at the same time, she was a bit puzzled. She felt like she had seen this face somewhere before. It was no wonder that Gu Jiao could not remember. She had only seen half of a pale face in the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Moreover, she had only caught a glimpse of it. Today, Princess Xianxiang was wearing gorgeous clothes and had exquisite makeup. She did not look sick at all. The crown princess introduced, Miss Gu, this is Princess Xianxiang. Xian. Yang. Princess, Gu Jiao looked at her with a whoosh. The crown princess continued, Princess Xianxiang, this is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu, Miss Gu. I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've changed. Princess Xianxiang had seen Gu Jinyu before, but she was not familiar with her. The crown princess explained, this is the eldest daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. She has been wandering among the common people since childhood and has only recently returned to the capital. Gu Jinyu is the second daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. Princess Xianxiang was not interested in other people's private affairs. She only wanted to see who Long Yi was so interested in. She looked at Gu Jiao and asked, has Long Yi seen you before? Long Yi, that dragon's shadow guard was called Long Yi. She had wanted to call him Long Badian in the underground martial arts field, but it was against the rules. It was said to offend the emperor, but this guy could directly call himself Long Yi. He had a backer, how impressive. Never seen him before. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. She could not reveal that she had gone to the underground martial arts field. She was still waiting to harvest the crown prince's leeks. In any case, Dragon's Shadow Guard was not speaking, so it was impossible to expose her on the spot. Princess Xianxiang's gaze fell on Long Yi's face without blinking. She naturally would not believe whatever Gu Jiao said. She wanted to hear Long Yi's answer. But she also understood that Long Yi would not communicate with her. Dragon's Shadow Guard was the master's most trusted secret guard. They knew everything about the master's secret. If they fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the consequences could be imagined. The late emperor, in order to take precautions, trained Dragon's Shadow Guard to be an ice-cold tool that could not open their mouth to communicate. However, Princess Xianxia also did not think that Long Yi had met the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. Long Yi had always been by her side. The only time he had gone out was to escort Eugene to the underground martial arts field to buy medicine. A dignified daughter of an aristocratic family would not run to that kind of place. So Long Yi simply did not want to give it to the crown princess, but he also had no choice but to give it away. So he casually gave it to a passerby. Princess Xianxia was puzzled. She was not bold enough to guess that Long Yi would dare to let a stranger enter the house to treat her illness. Gu Jiao placed the box back on the table. Princess Xianxia stopped her and said to her, "Since Long Yi wants to give it to you, then you should accept it." But she did not want to accept it. If by any chance she accepted it, he would force her to clean out the charcoal in the box, then, many thanks. She would accept it first. Later she would throw it away. There was no way for her to clean out the charcoal again. "Then I will take my leave first. You two take your time to chat." Gu Jiao wanted to quickly slip away to prevent this guy called Long Yi from chasing after her to clean out the charcoal. Gu Jiao had come to the palace to take something. At this moment, she did not take anything and directly turned around to leave the palace. She slipped into the carriage like a wisp of smoke. She wanted to see how many charcoal pens that guy had prepared for her. Who would have thought that when she opened the box to take a look, there would be 1,000-year Lingji lying inside? She had lived for 2 lifetimes and had never seen such a good Lingji. Gu Jiao was stupefied. After returning to the medical hall, Gu Jiao handed the 1,000-year Lingji to shopkeeper Wang. "Sell this." Although the 1,000-year Lingji was a good thing, unfortunately no one in the family needed to eat it. It was better to sell it for a good price. From time to time, Gu Jiao would bring some strange medicine for shopkeeper Wang to sell. Shopkeeper Wang did not find it strange. "What is it this time?" He opened the box to take a look. He was so shocked that he almost knocked the box over. "This, such a big Lingji? Where did it come from? This must be 1,000-year Lingji." To be honest, Lingji did not grow for more than 1,000 years. Even 10-year Lingji was rare. The 1,000-year Lingji on the market was generally over 100 years old. It was extremely rare. Gu Jiao said, "Someone gave it to you. Remember to sell it for a good price." "Ai. How could it not be sold for a good price? Look at how old this Lingji is, hee." Once the news of the 1,000-year Lingji spread, the Miracle Hand Hall would be famous in the capital again. Gu Jiao did not need to worry about the business matters. She planned to change her clothes and go to the underground martial arts arena. She was supposed to go yesterday afternoon, but something came up so she changed it to today. Just as she turned around and walked towards her small courtyard, she suddenly heard an anxious male voice from behind her, "Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu." Gu Jiao stopped and turned around. It was the patient who had his stitches removed yesterday, the scholar surnamed Su. "Is there something wrong with the wound?" Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. The scholar ran quickly and was out of breath. After a while, he said while gasping for breath, "Dr. Gu. You. How can you go back on your words?" Gu Jiao pointed at herself strangely. "I went back on my words?" The scholar angrily said, "That's right. Didn't you promise me that you would treat my classmate's mother? Lung disease? Why didn't you go?" Gu Jiao said, "I went, she didn't have tuberculosis." The scholar gloomily said, "You're talking nonsense. I went to ask my classmate today. No doctor came to his house." Gu Jiao spread her hands, "But I really went." The scholar saw that she did not look like she was lying and was slightly startled. "Which house did you go to?" Gu Jiao recalled, "According to what you said, I walked straight ahead and went to the first house behind the orange tree." "When did I say orange tree? I clearly said peach." The scholar's expression also froze. "I said orange tree." He slapped his own head. He gave the wrong direction. I'm sorry. Miss Gu, I'll pay you the consultation fee again, please come with me again. Auntie Sun is really very sick." Gu Jiao looked at the sky. There was still time, so she went with him to Vermilion Bird Street. She found the family and checked their condition. It was indeed tuberculosis. Tuberculosis was not an incurable disease in her hands, but it required a long period of treatment. It required a large amount of medicine, and the cost of the medicine was not cheap. The scholar said that he would take care of it himself and only asked Gu Jiao to cure the woman. Gu Jiao took out 4 types of medicine for tuberculosis from the small medicine box and put them in small porcelain bottles that she carried with her. She wrote down the usage and dosage. "I'll come for a follow-up visit in 7 days." Aunt Sun shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Mississippi, don't thank me, thank Scholar Sue." When Gu Jiao said this, she clearly felt a curious little figure at the door. However, when Gu Jiao walked out, the little figure disappeared again. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Classmate? It was for his classmate's sister, right? After leaving the Sun family, Gu Jiao took off her mask and put it in a special cloth bag. As she walked, she thought, since I went to the wrong place yesterday, who was the lady I treated? On the other side, Princess Xianxia and Eugen's group also returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xianxia had her own princess mansion in the capital, but everyone knew that she would not live in that sad place again. Because Long Yi had given the 1,000-year-old Lingji to someone else, Princess Xianxia had no choice but to order Eugen to pick another gift for the crown prince consort. Princess Xianxia called a maid to serve her. The maid poured tea for Princess Xianxia. She opened the lid of the cup and cried out in surprise, "Eh? Why is there something in the cup?" "What?" Princess Xianxia asked. The maid brought the teacup over, and a strong fragrance of flowers assaulted their nostrils. In a flash, the entire room was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Princess Xianxia looked at the brown pill in the teacup and revealed a thoughtful expression. "Eugen." "Princess. Go to the East Palace." 2 hours later, Eugen appeared in the warm room of the East Palace. The Crown Prince consort personally received her. "Why did Lord Eugen come?" Eugen politely said, "Princess asked me to deliver some specialties of Fengdu Mountain to the Crown Prince consort." The Crown Prince consort smiled gently. "Aunt is considerate." Eugen said, "Also, I have something to ask of the Crown Prince consort." The Crown Prince consort hurriedly said, "Please speak, Lord Eugen." Eugen smiled apologetically and said, "When I was tidying up the room, I accidentally mixed up the 100-flower pill given by the Crown Prince consort with the beauty pill given by the Empress. I don't know which is the 100-flower pill and which is the beauty pill." The Crown Prince consort smiled. "I recognize them." "Did you bring the medicine?" Eugen handed a porcelain bottle to the Crown Prince consort. The Crown Prince consort had someone bring in a clean bowl and poured the medicine from the bottle into it. There was a total of 3 kinds of medicine. One was a white pill, and the other 2 were brown pills of the same size. The Crown Prince consort didn't even look at the white pills and only picked out the 100-flower pill. "It's done." The Crown Prince consort put the 100-flower pill into the bottle and handed it to Eugen. Eugen took the bottle and calmly took out a piece of cloth. "That's right, has the Crown Prince consort seen the words on this note?" "No, who wrote it?" "So ugly," she said in her heart. Eugen returned to the residence of Vermilion Bird Avenue and reported to Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia looked at the note and white pills on the table, and again looked at the 100-flower pill inside the bottle. If she still couldn't guess that the medicine had been tampered with, then it wouldn't be justified. And from Long Yi's reaction in the Imperial Garden, the person who had tampered with the medicine was the daughter of Marquis Dingyan. Long Yi didn't disobey her order, he merely gave the gift to the person who truly deserved it. Merely, there were a lot of suspicious points in this matter. It was impossible for Long Yi to not notice the other party, but Long Yi not only didn't stop her from entering the room, but also allowed her to change her medicine. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, why did the other party secretly change her medicine? Did they harm her? But those white pills clearly had a medicinal effect. Did they help her? They were neither relatives nor friends, so why did they help her? And she clearly helped her, but today in the pavilion, she pretended not to know her. What was this? Was it a means to attract her attention? Also, not many people knew that she lived in Vermilion Bird Street. The Crown Princess came because she sent Eugen to the palace to report her safety to the Emperor, allowing the Crown Princess to meet her. Where did the insignificant daughter of Marquis Dingyan have the ability to reach the heavens to find this place? Princess Xianxia wasn't a delicate princess like Ningyan, who was protected under the wings of the emperor and the empress dowager. She had experienced countless storms and undercurrents, and she had lost her only flesh and blood. She wouldn't easily trust anyone, and also wouldn't underestimate anyone with ulterior motives in this world. She looked at the bright moon outside the window, and her fingertips lightly tapped on the table. With each tap, the night seemed to become quieter. Suddenly, her fingertips paused, and she coldly said, "Bring that girl to me. Digression Jiao Jiao, you better not bully me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to pamper me in the future." Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/110690554. HTML Genius. 1 second. Remember this website address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. After Gu Jiao came out of Vermilion Bird Avenue, she changed her clothes in the carriage and went to the underground martial arts arena. The Crown Prince was already waiting at the arena. This guy's enthusiasm was really higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. It was a pity that Ning Wang was busy today and couldn't come. Oh, she wanted to let them compete. Gu Jiao adjusted the mask on her face and said goodbye to old He and Zhu Yun. She turned and went to the Crown Prince's room. She found out that this room was originally given to a martial artist ranked 19th on the expert ranking. The Crown Prince spent a lot of money to buy the right to use this room. As for whether or not he bought that martial artist, old He wasn't sure. After all, this was a private matter between the martial artist and the guest. The martial arts arena wouldn't interfere. Ranked 19th. Gu Jiao looked at the expert ranking hanging on the pillar. She wasn't even ranked last yet. But she wasn't in a hurry. Gu Jiao came to the chives, the Crown Prince's room and gently knocked on the door. The door was pulled open from the inside. This time, the Crown Prince didn't pull a screen in the room like last time. He sat behind the screen on a chair with an official's hat and wore a mask that covered half of his face. This mask was the same as his person. It was made of the highest quality jade and was even more exquisite than Ning Wang's mask. He exuded the luxurious aura of an imperial family from head to toe. He was just short of writing on his face that he was number one in the world. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything about her character. The Crown Prince thought that Gu Jiao was intimidated by his imperial aura. He was about to raise his hand and invite her to sit when Gu Jiao pulled out a chair and sat down without hesitation. The Crown Prince's hand froze in midair. Forget it. He promised Lin Lang that he would bribe this youth. He couldn't use his status to suppress him. The Crown Prince retracted his hand and said to Gu Jiao, "It's not easy to ask you out." Gu Jiao lit half a stick of incense on the table. "Crown Prince," the Crown Prince asked, "why is it only half an hour?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote slowly, "The price has increased." Crown Prince, fortunately, the Crown Prince was not short of money, so he raised the price. He took out 200 taels in one go. 2 incense sticks. The quality of this pot of chives was not bad, and the silver given was very generous. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. One had to know that she was only paid 1 to 10 taels of silver for a house call, but she had to spend more than 2 incense sticks of time on the road for a house call. Of course, she still liked to treat people. That was her cultivation. But that didn't stop her from developing her side business of harvesting leeks. Gu Jiao accepted the banknotes and generously took out an unlit incense stick and placed it on the table. The Crown Prince was also very satisfied. Last time, the incense stick's time was too short, causing him to not be able to finish speaking. This time, there was an additional incense sticks time, which should be enough for him to bribe the other party. But when the Crown Prince thought of someone's slow writing speed, he felt that he couldn't take it slowly and had to get to the point as soon as possible. He said seriously, I came to find young hero Xiong for one thing. I hope that young hero Xiong can become my man and fight for me. As long as you can get into the top 3, I'll put it this way for now. I'll reward you handsomely. He almost exposed his identity. The Crown Prince didn't know that his identity had been exposed to the point that even his underwear was not left. Gu Jiao glanced at him carelessly and wrote in the notebook, You also want to go to the Yen Kingdom? The Crown Prince was stunned. How do you know? After a pause, he frowned. Wait, what do you mean by also? Do you want other people to go as well? Yes, your eldest brother, King Ning. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was a person with professional ethics. She didn't disclose the client's privacy, but wrote in the notebook, I can't tell you. You. The Crown Prince choked. But this sentence was equivalent to not writing it. What did it mean that she couldn't tell him? That meant there was, but it was inconvenient to say it. The Crown Prince frowned. What was going on? Were there a lot of people who wanted to go to the Yen Kingdom these days? To be able to find Xiong Badian, it meant that the other party was interested in Xiong Baishan's potential like him and Lin Lang. Whose eyes were so sharp, the Crown Prince listened to Wen Lin Lang and came to find Xiong Badian. Now that he knew that Xiong Badian was in high demand, he felt a sense of competition. However, he was the Crown Prince. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could compete with him, except for his father and uncle. But his father and uncle wouldn't come to such a place. The Crown Prince said arrogantly, I will pay you double how much the other party paid you. Gu Jiao didn't reject him immediately. She was thinking about the possibilities. She wouldn't sell herself to anyone, but she could sell the opportunity to go to the Yen Kingdom. The premise was that she could squeeze into the top 3 of the master list before then. The first and second place were said to have retired from the martial arts world and hadn't appeared for a few years. King Ning and the Crown Prince couldn't do anything about them, so they had to target the third place. The third place was not from the Zhao Kingdom. It was difficult for the Crown Prince and King Ning to cooperate with him. Therefore, the two of them wanted to find someone to kill him openly. They were indeed brothers. Their methods of going to the Yen Kingdom were the same. Why do you want to go to the Yen Kingdom? Gu Jiao asked. She had to figure out his motive. If he wanted to betray the country, wouldn't she be an accomplice? The Crown Prince said angrily, Why are you asking this? You just have to agree to my conditions. I won't treat you badly. Furthermore, I can promise you even more things that are better than money. He was the Crown Prince. Not to mention money, it wouldn't be difficult to give him an official title. The premise was that he could really get into the top 3. The Crown Prince didn't really trust his strength. After all, he had a master who was ranked 19th. Wasn't he much more powerful than this guy? But Lin Lang said that he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. There was nothing wrong with betting on a few more masters. Gu Jiao wrote slowly, If you don't say it, I won't consider it. The Crown Prince gasped. Did this guy know who he was threatening? The Crown Prince of the country. The Crown Prince suppressed his anger and said calmly, I want to see the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms, Mr. Meng. Oh. Mr. Meng. Never heard of him. Gu Jiao could tell that the Crown Prince wasn't lying. He was just looking for someone. There was no political danger. The Crown Prince said coldly, I've said what I need to say. Will you agree now? Gu Jiao nodded seriously. I agree. I'll consider it. The Crown Prince, who had been tricked again, was speechless. The Crown Prince used his political methods to brainwash Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao listened with one ear and out the other. The Crown Prince's mouth was dry. Gu Jiao closed the small notebook. Time's up, the Crown Prince was speechless. Gu Jiao came out of the underground martial arts arena. She got into the carriage and changed her clothes. She asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage to the Hanlin Academy. There was still some time before the break. Gu Jiao went to a nearby pancake shop. She found the shop's dried vegetable pancakes to be very delicious. The crust was crispy, and the filling was juicy. The price was not cheap. One pancake could sell for 20 copper coins. Xianxia stopped the carriage beside the shop. Gu Jiao got out of the carriage and asked for 10 pancakes in one go. 10 pancakes? We can't finish them in one pot. Miss, you have to wait. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? No need. I'll wait outside. The weather was hot. She wanted to get some fresh air outside. She was the only customer. The couple focused on making her pancakes. They didn't make her wait too long. Miss, the pancakes are ready. The shop owner said to Gu Jiao with a smile. Gu Jiao walked over. She turned around and said, Xianxia, help me get the food box. Okay. There was a clean food box in the carriage. Xianxia lifted the curtain and took it down. Gu Jiao handed him a piping hot dried vegetable pancake wrapped in bamboo leaves. Here. Xianxia was surprised. Ah, I have one too. Gu Jiao said, eat it while it's hot. Xianxia smiled and took the pancake. Thank you, Miss Gu. After the pancakes were packed, Gu Jiao paid for them. Xianxia took a bite of the piping hot pancake. He gasped as he took the food box with his other hand and said, let me. He carried the food box into the carriage. Miss Gu, you should eat one while it's hot. It's crispy now. It'll be soft when you get home. Okay. Gu Jiao replied. Then. Xianxia put the food box away and jumped off the carriage. But Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. He circled around the carriage and even looked under the carriage. Eh? Where is she? Boss, did you see my miss? Lady Boss said, didn't she get on the carriage with you just now? No. Xianxia lifted the curtain and confirmed that the carriage was empty. This was strange. She was clearly talking to him just now. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? He was dumbstruck and stood in place. Did I see a ghost? Gu Jiao also didn't expect that she would be kidnapped in the middle of the street while she was buying pancakes. Moreover, no one saw her. She was still held in the waist with his arm. This familiar posture, this familiar formula, the fear of being controlled by a pen once again welled up in her heart. Gu Jiao's little face was cold. She decided to let go of the burden of being an idol and shouted loudly on the street. But just when she opened her mouth, a strong wind blew into her face and her cheeks changed shape. Gu Jiao was taken to Vermilion Bird Street by Long Yi. Long Yi didn't need to go through the back door. Of course, he also didn't need to go through the front door. He directly descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Princess Xianxia. Gu Jiao looked at the courtyard full of colorful and brilliant red flower buds. The valve of her memory was opened. She had been here before. This was the first house behind the orange tree. She had mistakenly thought that the madam of this house was a tuberculosis patient mentioned by the scholar. She had entered the house and treated her illness for free. That's right, it was free because no one paid the consultation fee. Strange, why did Long Yi bring her here? Soon she knew the reason. Because after Long Yi had put her down, she saw Princess Xianxia sitting upright inside the house. Gu Jiao understood everything. No wonder when she had seen Princess Xianxia in the palace, she had felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. As it turned out, she had really seen her before. Then, that day when she had heard the conversation in the restaurant near the underground martial arts field, it was also her and that female official's conversation. The medicine that female official had gone to the underground martial arts field to look for the pharmacists of Yen State was also bought for her. But why was it a bottle of high-grade tonic? Were the pharmacists of Yen State so weak? They couldn't even take out a bottle of decent heart protection pill. Gu Jiao naturally didn't know that bottle of high-grade tonic was called 100 Flowers Pill, which was bought by the crown princess from a swordsman of Zhao State. 100 Flowers Pill was rumored to be miraculous, but in fact it was only a kind of tonic that replenished qi and blood. There was no need to talk about its healthcare effect, but if it was used to treat myocarditis, then it was too difficult. Eugene came to the door and made a gesture. Miss Gu, please. Gu Jiao calmly entered the house. A daughter who had grown up among the common people was first kidnapped all the way, and then met the princess of this dynasty, but she was still able to maintain such a calm bearing. If it was other people, then they would have been surprised by Gu Jiao. But Princess Xianxia's expression was very calm. In her hand, she was holding a few pieces of paper written with the gossip she had plundered from the tea-house among the common people. She placed the pieces of paper on the table one by one. Gu Jiao roughly glanced at them. They were all related to her. It seemed Princess Xianxia was investigating her. Princess Xianxia went straight to the point. Tell me, why did you approach me? She glanced at Gu Jiao, the threat in her eyes obvious. You better tell me the truth. My patience is limited. Don't force me to torture you. She was a rather tough princess. Gu Jiao wasn't afraid of ghosts knocking on the door if she didn't do anything wrong. She calmly said, I think Princess might have misunderstood. I never wanted to approach you. Princess Xianxia poured the white pills from the porcelain bottle into a clean, empty plate. Is that so? Then what's with this bottle of medicine? Don't tell me you didn't put it there. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. I did switch the medicine inside, but I still say the same thing. Princess misunderstood. I was asked by someone to come to Vermilion Bird Avenue to treat a tuberculosis patient. I didn't expect to walk into the wrong house and mistakenly mistook Princess for the patient. Princess Xianxia looked at Gu Jiao and said lightly, I don't have tuberculosis. Gu Jiao said, I know. I didn't give you the medicine to treat tuberculosis. You have myocarditis, it's commonly known as heart disease. My brother also has heart disease, but yours isn't as serious as his. Take the medicine carefully and you'll recover in a few months. Princess Xianxia said, You're the first person to say that my illness can be cured. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You're also the first person to misunderstand that I have ulterior motives after being treated by me. Princess Xianxia snorted, You have a sharp tongue. Don't think I'll let you go just like that. I'll have someone investigate whether or not you're telling the truth. Go ahead. She wasn't lying. Auntie Sun's tuberculosis wasn't a secret in Vermilion Bird Avenue. Gu Jiao didn't even say who the family was, but Princess Xianxia's subordinates already found out. They followed the vine to the melon and found out that Su Shuxing's family was involved. Su Shuxing and Auntie Sun's daughter had feelings for each other, so Su Shuxing secretly invited a doctor from the Miracle Hall to treat Auntie Sun's illness. In the end, Su Shuxing made a scene at the Miracle Hall, saying that the doctor didn't keep his word and didn't treat the patient after taking the consultation fee. In the end, he found out that he had given the doctor the wrong direction. He invited the doctor to Auntie Sun's house to treat her again and left behind a few types of medicine. Those medicines were different from those in regular pharmacies, but they were very similar to Princess Xianxia's medicine. It was obvious that they came from the same doctor. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Gu Jiao crossed her arms. No one offered her a seat, so she found a chair and sat down. She didn't treat herself as an outsider. Eugene wanted to laugh. Princess Xianxia's expression was still ice-cold. Even if the matter of changing the medicine was accidental, you and Long Yi clearly met, but you lied to me in the Imperial Palace. Was she so smart, she even guessed this? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Evidence, Princess can't slander me again, and slander me a second time. Princess Xianxia coldly said, if you didn't meet Long Yi, and didn't use any tricks on Long Yi, why would Long Yi let you in? Gu Jiao seriously thought for a bit, because I'm cute? Princess Xianxia, Eugene chuckled. Princess Xianxia's expression became even colder. Don't think that because you are the daughter of Marquis Dingyan Mansion, and also deeply favored by His Majesty and Empress Dowager, I don't dare to touch you. Eugene, bring my whip. Eugene opened her mouth as if trying to dissuade. Princess, bring it. Princess Xianxia expressionlessly said. Eugene regretfully sighed and went to the study to bring over Princess Xianxia's golden whip. Princess Xianxia coldly said, this golden whip was bestowed by the previous emperor, even the emperor can be beaten. Beating you is already a favor. Gu Jiao, then I will fight back, but what no one expected was that before Princess Xianxia had a chance to use her whip, Long Yi flashed in and blocked Gu Jiao behind him. Princess Xianxia didn't expect that Long Yi would go to this step for Gu Jiao. She was slightly startled, and then her eyes darkened. Move aside. Long Yi didn't move. Actually, Princess Xianxia didn't really want to beat Gu Jiao. She wasn't so cruel, she only wanted to scare her and make her obedient. But Long Yi took it seriously. How familiar was this scene? Move aside. A certain little devil in chaos hid behind Long E, don't move aside, don't move aside. My mother wants to beat me. Long E, if you don't move aside, I will also beat you. Long E, quickly take me away. Wait until my mother calms down, then take me back. The scene buried in the depths of her memory pierced her mind like an awl, and the whip in Princess Xianxia's hand fell to the ground. Digression, the last 3 days of double monthly votes. The PS manga and text extras were fully unlocked. On the front page of Xiaoxiang's website, there was a banner, Xiaoxiang Fan Festival, Great God Extras. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/110661946. HTML Genius 1 second to remember the site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. Princess Xianxia fainted without any warning. The servants in the courtyard did not lose their heads out of worry. Everyone went about their own business in an orderly manner under Eugene's command. Princess Xianxia was carried to the bed by Eugene. Gu Jiao did not realize that the delicate and weak Eugene actually had such strength. However, Eugene was not a martial arts practitioner after all, so she had used up all of her strength. She panted for a while, her forehead covered in a thin layer of sweat. "Lord Eugene, this servant will go get a doctor," said a servant girl. Eugene nodded, then seemed to think of something and shook her head. Then, she looked at Gu Jiao, who had not taken advantage of the chaos to escape. She asked seriously, "Dr. Gu, can I trust you?" Dusk was setting in the west. Xiao Lulang finished his day's work and came out of the Hanlin Academy. He saw Xiaoxia anxiously pacing back and forth at the door. Xiaoxia was the clinic's coachman and often followed Gu Jiao to see patients. Xiao Lulang subconsciously looked behind Xiaoxia, only to see a quiet carriage with the curtains tightly shut. However, his intuition told him that Gu Jiao was not in the carriage. "Xiaoxia, what's wrong?" Xiao Lulang walked over and asked. Xiaoxia heard Xiao Liulang's voice and turned around abruptly, his face full of panic. "Brother Xiao, Miss Gu has disappeared." Xiao Lulang frowned. "When did she disappear? Where did she disappear?" Xiaoxia was extremely anxious. Just now," Xiao Lulang comforted him. "Don't panic, tell me slowly." Xiaoxia did not know that this was not right. After all, he had seen the emperor with Miss Gu. He had to be calm, Xiaoxia calmed himself down and told him what had happened in front of the shop. Xiao Lulang frowned and said, "Are you saying that she suddenly disappeared?" Xiaoxia said, "Isn't it sudden? I held the pancake in one hand and the lunchbox in the other. I told her to eat the pancake while it was still hot. Otherwise, it would become soft and not crispy. She even said okay, but when I turned around to look at her, she was gone." "No. What I mean is, he's gone. I asked the couple at the bakery, but they didn't see anything either. I looked around, but I couldn't find him even after I searched the entire street." Xiao Lulang went to the crime scene. "Where did your carriage stop?" he asked little 3. Xiaoxia found a place about half a zhang away from the shop. While gesturing, he said, "Here. The horse is standing here, and the carriage is here." After the shop finished dealing with Gu Jiao's business, it had run out of ingredients and closed its doors. No more customers came. Xiao Lulang carefully walked around the crime scene. Suddenly, he squatted down and picked up a broken piece of charcoal. Charcoal wasn't a very good writing tool. Most people wouldn't use it, but Gu Jiao loved to use it. In the pouch that her great-aunt gave her, there was a special compartment for charcoal. If it got dirty, she could take it out and wash it. She would usually put 1 or 2 pieces of charcoal inside. But the charcoal in Xiao Lilong's hand was not the charcoal that Gu Jiao usually used. Her charcoal had been treated, so it was softer. This kind of charcoal was a certain someone's special charcoal. He had only seen it in one place. In the courtyard on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xianxia slowly woke up. Eugene had been watching over her. When she saw her open her eyes, she smiled and said, "Princess, you're awake? How do you feel?" It wasn't the first time that Princess Xianxia had fainted, but it was the first time that she felt so relaxed after waking up. She didn't feel dizzy or sore all over. It was as if she had just slept casually. Eugene saw her complexion and knew that she had recovered better than before. She smiled and said, "Princess fainted just now. It was Dr. Gu who treated Princess with acupuncture." As she spoke, she stood up, took a step back, and bowed. This subject acted without authorization. "Please punish me, Princess." Princess Xianxia looked at her helplessly. "You know I won't punish you." Eugene revealed a smile. Princess Xianxia asked, "Where is that girl?" Eugene looked back and said, "In the courtyard." In the colorful courtyard, under a large tree with luxuriant leaves, a certain someone was forced to write again. Her face was very dark. "You're an expert, Zhao Country's Shadow Guard Long, the world's #1 expert in martial arts. Why do you want others to slap your face?" Gu Jiao said bitterly, not forgetting to break a piece of charcoal. Then she felt that this expert was even happier. She was confused. When Princess Xianxia came out accompanied by Eugene, she saw one big and one small squatting on the ground with a piece of charcoal. Just now, Eugene had been guarding beside Princess Xianxia's bed, so she didn't know that they were like this. Eugene couldn't help but laugh. "Princess," she said, "Longy hasn't played with anyone for a long time." "The last time was when little Marquis was young," Princess Xianxia indifferently interrupted her. "Eugene, he is dead. Don't mention him again." Eugene lowered her eyes. "Yes." Gu Jiao was in despair. Until her stomach growled, she ended today's business. Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner, but Gu Jiao refused. She had suddenly disappeared for so long. Little Sanzi must be very anxious. Maybe Xiao Lulang also knew that she was missing. She had to go back quickly. For the sake of the Millennium Lingji, she didn't intend to ask for the consultation fee. But Eugene insisted on giving it to her, so she accepted it. Just treat it as a reward for her hard work for the whole night. Gu Jiao put that 100 taels banknote into her purse. Compared to Marquis Xianping, who only gave her a copper coin, Princess Xianxia was simply too generous. When Gu Jiao came, she was captured by Long Yi. Now, she couldn't let Long Yi capture her again. Eugene considerately asked people to prepare a carriage. "I'll send you off." Just after she spoke, a little maid walked over with small steps. "Lord Eugene, that peony seems to be dying." "Which one?" Eugene asked. "Princess's favorite one," the little maid said. Gu Jiao considerately said, "Lord Eugene, go take care of Peony. You don't need to send me off." Taking care of Peony was not urgent. But Eugene could see that Gu Jiao didn't like these empty formalities. So she smiled and said, "Okay, then take care. The carriage is at the door." "Where do you want to go?" "Just tell the coachman." Gu Jiao agreed. Then, after bidding farewell to Eugene, she went to the front door of the courtyard. The door was ajar. It was open from inside. The moment Gu Jiao opened the door, she saw Xiao Lulang, who was about to knock on the door. Both of them paused. Gu Jiao didn't expect that he would find her here. Xiao Lulang didn't expect that the door would open by itself and Gu Jiao would come out at this time. "Are you okay? Why are you here?" Both of them asked at the same time. Xiao Lulang was still gasping for breath. His forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. It could be seen that he was very tired and anxious on the way. He looked at the courtyard behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. She stepped over the threshold and closed the courtyard door. "Let's go." Eugene heard the voice of an unfamiliar man. She was not at ease, so she walked over to take a look. But Gu Jiao had already left with Xiao Lulang. Eugene asked the coachman, "Where is eldest Madame Gu?" The coachman said, "Just now, a person came to look for her. She left with him." A person came to look for her? She was captured by Long Yi. How could he guess that Long Yi had captured her here? Eugene was puzzled. She doubtfully followed several steps. Arriving at the corner of Vermilion Bird Avenue, she saw a carriage driving into the dim light of night. On the quiet street, little Sanzi was relieved from a burden as he drove the carriage. Finally, he found Miss Gu. He didn't need to be on tenterhooks anymore. Still, Big Brother Xiao was awesome. He immediately guessed that Miss Gu had come to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Say, how did he guess it? The same doubt also flashed through the mind of Gu Jiao. The difference was, Gu Jiao quickly figured out the answer. No wonder he could stop Long Yi from killing her. No wonder Long Yi pinched his face. Long Yi was indeed confirming something. Moreover, he had already confirmed it. Thus, it was reasonable for Long Yi to be so close to her all of a sudden. Although Gu Jiao didn't want to equate being forced to stop writing with being intimate, but if it was someone else who had hit Long Yi's face with a writing brush, she was afraid that the next one to stop would not be those few charcoal pens, but that person himself. Although she had guessed some things, and she felt that with his intelligence, it was impossible for him to not see that she had guessed it. But since he didn't say anything, she also didn't poke through the last layer of window paper. However, she still had to say the reason why she had appeared in Vermilion Bird Avenue. "Yesterday, I removed the stitches of a scholar surnamed Su. He asked me to treat his aunt's illness. He also paid the consultation fee. As a result, I went to the wrong place and accidentally entered the courtyard of Princess Xianxia. I mistook Princess Xianxia for that aunt." Gu Jiao concisely narrated the process of changing the medicine, but didn't mention the matter of Long Yi making her stop writing brush. She also didn't mention the matter of Princess Xianxia misunderstanding that she had ulterior motives and almost used the imperial golden whip bestowed by the late emperor to whip her little butt. It was a bit embarrassing. Princess Xianxia ate the medicine I gave her. The medicine's effect is very good. Just now, Long Yi asked me to go over to treat her illness. She spoke lightly, omitting all kinds of melodramatic misunderstandings and details. But Xiao Lulang had been with Princess Xianxia for more than 10 years. How could he not know what kind of temperament she had? Perhaps in the past, he didn't understand, but now that he thought about it, many details were different from what he remembered. Princess Xianxia had never been a simple woman. If she really wanted to ask someone to treat her illness, she would send a palanquin in a grand manner and let Long Yi take her away. Most likely, she was suspicious of her. Fortunately, all of this was a misunderstanding. He had no way to stop her from seeing Princess Xianxia because he couldn't. This wasn't something that she could see just because she wanted to. If Princess Xianxia gave the order, Long Yi would find her even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. But Long Yi wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her, right? Just like how he also didn't allow anyone to hurt her. When they returned home, the pancakes were already cold. Gu Jiao sighed. The pancakes were delicious, but it was a pity. It was already late at night, and everyone in the family was asleep. The two of them washed up and returned to their room. Little Jing Kong was lying on his back on the bed, snoring heartily. Xiao Lulang looked at him and somehow thought of himself when he was a child. He also thought of the former princess mansion. Memories flashed through his mind frame by frame like pictures. The memories that he thought he had long forgotten were actually so clear at night. Xiao Lulang closed his eyes and tried to squeeze these memories out of his mind, but he found that the more he tried, the more the memories surged. Mother Little Jing Kong suddenly opened his mouth in a daze. Was this little guy dreaming that he had a mother? Xiao Liulang's thoughts were interrupted. He pulled down Little Jing Kong's clothes and covered his little belly. Little Jing Kong turned over and snuggled into his arms. He was mumbling something in his sleep. Xiao Lulang raised his slender, jade-like finger and poked his little head to the side. Little Jing Kong rolled over and rolled back after a while. Xiao Lulang poked him again. He rolled again. In the end, he stopped snuggling into Xiao Liulang's arms. His little foot came out of nowhere and directly kicked Xiao Liulang's face. Xiao Lulang, after being tormented by Little Jing Kong, Xiao Lulang didn't have time to think about anything else. The strange memories in his mind also disappeared. He had a good sleep in the latter half of the night. The next day, before dawn, he went to Hanlin Academy. He arrived earlier than Kong Mu. Kong Mu looked at him strangely. Xiao Shozhua didn't go back last night, right? He went back, Xiao Lulang said. After the roll call, Xiao Lulang went to his office. Kong Mu couldn't help but mutter, "It's so early." He quarreled with his wife and was chased out by her. The results of the 6 ministries examination were out. A large number of officials had entered the list of those who needed to take the makeup examination. Hanlin Academy took on the responsibility of giving lectures to the officials taking the makeup examination. Among the officials taking the makeup examination, a large number of them didn't take the imperial examination. They were officials from their families who obtained their positions through meritorious deeds of the previous generation. One could imagine how good their examination skills were. It wasn't that none of the officials were well-read. However, if a person had real talent and knowledge, he or she didn't need his or her family's help. He or she could become an official himself. For example, the former young chancellor and the current editor Zhuang. After all, those who knew they could become officials and still studied diligently were in the minority. The drawbacks of the system were obvious, but it had been around for a long time. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had tried to abolish it. In the end, he was jointly opposed by the civil and military officials. However, the previous emperor was also stubborn. He didn't relent until his death, causing the relationship between the monarch and his subjects to be very stiff. His old subordinates were loyal to him, but they also hoped that he would take back his order. After Empress Dowager Zhuang held court behind the curtain, she restored the system and gave the civil and military officials a way out. However, at the same time, she also raised a condition, the addition of the 6 ministries examination. There would be an examination every 3 years. If they failed, they would have to take the makeup examination. If they failed the makeup examination twice, they would be demoted. If they were demoted twice, they would have their official position taken back. It was worth mentioning that those who had a demerit on their record would have to participate in the next round of examination, regardless of whether they drew lots or not. The mystery of this system was that it contained a lot of buffer periods. If they failed, they could still take the makeup examination. If they failed, they could still take the examination 3 years later. It wasn't like they would lose their official position all of a sudden. In addition, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Like father, like son. All of you are both intelligent and courageous. You are the pillars of our Zhao kingdom. Are your children all useless?" Using flattery and provocation, the ministers of the imperial court were choked. The 6 ministries examination was accepted just like that. Although this system didn't completely eliminate the system, it minimized the drawbacks of the system. Today, the Hanlin official who was scheduled to lecture at the tribute institution was Xiao Lulang. The tribute institution arranged a carriage to pick him up. The carriage hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Lulang took a kettle to the backyard to get water. Ning Ziyuan happened to be washing his brush at the ink pool. When he saw him, he smiled and greeted him, "Lulang. You're early." "You're early too," Xiao Lulang said. Ning Ziyuan sighed, "I was afraid of being late, so I left early." "Your house isn't far." As the two were talking, Scholar Han came over. Ning Ziyuan was surprised, "Wow, I didn't expect Master Han to be so early too." The two of them bowed to Scholar Han. Scholar Han nodded and looked at Xiao Lulang. "Are you going to lecture at the tribute institution today?" "Yes," Xiao Lulang said. "No need," Scholar Han said, "come with me to the Wenhua Pavilion in a moment." Xiao Lulang's fingertips moved. The Wenhua Pavilion was the library built by Princess Xinyang. Scholar Han gave Xiao Lulang this opportunity because he thought highly of Xiao Lulang. Seeing that Xiao Lulang didn't say anything, he took it as a yes. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a step, Xiao Lulang said, "Master Han, I want to lecture at the tribute institution." What did he mean by, "You want to lecture at the tribute institution"? Was this how he bargained with his superior? Scholar Han looked back and said seriously, "Do you know what kind of place the Wenhua Pavilion is? What kind of opportunity is this?" "I want to lecture at the tribute institution," Xiao Lulang said word by word. Scholar Han frowned. Xiao Lulang looked at Ning Ziyuan and said, "Let Editor Ning go to the Wenhua Pavilion. I still want to go to the Tribute Institution." He said 3 times that he wanted to go to the Tribute Institution. No matter how much Scholar Han wanted to praise him, he wouldn't give him another opportunity. You, come with me," Scholar Han said to Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan followed Scholar Han. As he walked, he gestured exaggeratedly at Xiao Lulang and silently said, "Are you really going to give me such a good opportunity? What are you doing?" Scholar Han stopped and turned his head to look at him. Ning Ziyuan stopped in a second and said, "Nothing, I'm just stretching." Scholar Han led Ning Ziyuan out of the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang waited for another hour before the people from the Tribute Institution arrived. However, just as he was about to sit in the carriage, the coachman from the Hanlin Academy rushed over anxiously and said, "Bad news, Xiao Lulang. Editor Ning is in trouble. Hurry and go to the Wenhua Pavilion." Digression: the purpose of the first and second chapters was not to emphasize the number of words, but to tell everyone whether they needed to wait for more chapters. If the first chapter was marked, everyone could continue to read during the day. If the second chapter was marked, it meant that there were no more chapters for today. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/110634806. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Outsiders didn't know much about Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Luolang's friendship. The coachman named Wu Lauer had only run into them a few times, and only then did he know that Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Lulang were very close and private. He was tight-lipped and didn't say anything. But now that something had happened to Ning Ziyuan, Wu Lauer couldn't care less. "What happened to Editor Ning?" Xiao Lulang asked. Wu Lauer said anxiously, "He broke an antique inkstone in the Wenhua Pavilion. I heard that it belonged to the late emperor. What do you think we should do? If he's really punished, Editor Ning's career will be in danger." It was indeed a big taboo to break an item of the imperial family. Even Scholar Han couldn't protect Ning Ziyuan. The Wenhua Pavilion wasn't far from the examination compound. Xiao Lulang told the people from the examination compound to go there first, and he would be there later to deal with some matters. Then, Xiao Lulang and Wu Lauer went to the Wenhua Pavilion. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile of the Wenhua Pavilion was the same as before. The smell of cinnamon from the 4 seasons could easily awaken one's memories. Xiao Luolang's expression was dazed for a moment. "Xiao Shozhua? Wu Lauer called out. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses and looked at Wu Lauer. "I'm fine. Where is he?" Without waiting for Wu Lauer to show him the way, he nodded and said, "Got it. He's at Tingfeng Courtyard." After he finished speaking, he strode towards Maple Courtyard. Wu Lauer was confused. "I don't think I told you that he was at Tingfeng Courtyard. Have you been here before? How do you know where Tingfeng Courtyard is?" The Pavilion of Literary Splendor had 1 pavilion and 3 courtyards. The main pavilion was called the Pavilion of Literary Splendor. It was used to store books. The Courtyard of Listening Lair was the private courtyard of Princess Xianxia. The Courtyard of Listening Billow was used to entertain guests. Only the Courtyard of Listening Maple was used to store antiques and treasures, as well as books that needed to be restored. Scholar Han had come here today because Princess Xianxia had brought back a large box of famous paintings from Fengdu Mountain. Among them were 2 books, Mencius and the Doctrine of the Mean, which had been annotated by the great scholar of the previous dynasty, Master Zhuge. Princess Xianxia intended to gift these 2 books to the Hanlin Academy. Because the books had just been moved back and were about to be sent out, they weren't placed in the library. Instead, they were temporarily placed in Listening Maple Courtyard. Xiao Lulang arrived at Tingfeng Courtyard with ease. He realized that it wasn't that nothing had changed here. At least, the people here were no longer familiar faces. The steward in charge of the splendid literature pavilion had the same surname as Wu Lauer. He was almost 50 years old, but he looked like he was in his early 40s. This incident had caused a huge commotion. Not only him, but even the deputy stewards of the splendid literature pavilion had come along. Scholar Han had brought Ning Ziyuan here. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. He was pleading with the stewards to let him take the inkstone away. There was a scholar in the Hanlin Academy who was proficient in restoring antiques. Maybe he could give it a try. However, the stewards didn't give Scholar Han any face. They insisted on detaining Ning Ziyuan and handing him over to Princess Xinyang. Master Han, Xiao Lulang walked over and saluted Scholar Han. He then looked at Ning Ziyuan. When Ning Ziyuan saw him, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Lulang. Scholar Han frowned and said, "Didn't you go to the tribute courtyard? Why are you here? This isn't something you should get involved in. You should leave quickly." Xiao Lulang said, "The tribute courtyard doesn't start classes this early. I heard that something happened here. I recommended Ning Ziyuan here. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been in this situation." Sixth. Ning Ziyuan corrected himself. "Xiao Shouju, don't say that. I was careless and dropped the inkstone. It has nothing to do with you." Xiao Lulang wasn't in a hurry to appease Ning Ziyuan. Instead, he looked at the stewards across from him. "Can you let me see that inkstone?" Steward Wu saw that he was wearing the Hanlin Academy's official robes and knew that he was an official. He didn't refuse his request, but Steward Wu looked at his lame leg and crutches with a strange expression. Xiao Lulang was used to this kind of scrutiny. He stood there, neither servile nor overbearing, and waited for the servants of the splendid literature pavilion to carefully bring in the broken inkstone on a tray. This was the imperial inkstone used by the third emperor of the Great Western Dynasty. It was an antique from the previous dynasty. No wonder the stewards of the splendid literature pavilion were so nervous. However, this inkstone wasn't broken by Ning Ziyuan. It had been broken long ago. It was broken by the young Xiaoheng. He was worried that Princess Xinyang would spank him, so he asked Long Yi to find some fish bleach glue and stuck it on himself. So, Ning Ziyuan was really tricked by him. Xiao Lulang said without changing his expression, "This inkstone was broken to begin with." "Nonsense," Steward Wu said sternly. "How could it be broken? Are you implying that we broke the inkstone and blamed it on your Hanlin Academy?" Ning Ziyuan was actually a little confused, but no one believed him, so he didn't dare to voice his doubts. Now that Xiao Lulang spoke, he became a little more confident. "I also don't think I broke it. There's a wooden floor below, and this thing isn't placed high. Who knows how it broke in half with a light knock?" Scholar Han looked at Xiao Lulang. "What evidence do you have?" Although he didn't want Ning Ziyuan to be guilty, he couldn't let someone else take the blame just to get Ning Ziyuan off the hook. Princess Xinyang wasn't a good-tempered person, and the consequences of slandering her servant were severe. Xiao Lulang showed the inkstone to Scholar Han. "This crack is quite old, and there are traces of it being glued together. If the stewards don't believe me, you can invite Dr. Nya from our Hanlin Academy and the Chancellor of the Directorate of Imperial Studies. They will know once they take a look." Dr. Nya was the 5 Classics doctor who was proficient in restoring antiques. The old Chancellor didn't need to be mentioned. Not only could he identify antiques, but he could also fake them. When Scholar Han heard this, he immediately sent people to Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College to invite experts. After careful inspection, they confirmed that Xiao Lulang wasn't lying. This inkstone was indeed broken for many years. However, the stewards still had a skeptical look on their faces. Scholar Han smiled faintly. "You don't trust Hanlin Academy, but don't you trust the Imperial College?" "Hanlin Academy has nothing to do with the Imperial College." This was the truth. Everyone knew that Hanlin Academy was under Grand Tutor Zhuang, and Grand Tutor Zhuang and the old Chancellor were independent. The old chancellor thought, your disciple is in Hanlin Academy? The old chancellor stroked his beard and said seriously, all right, there are some things that shouldn't be said. After all, the young marquis has passed away and it's not inappropriate to talk about him again. However, we can't make an innocent person take the blame because of this. Actually, this inkstone was broken by Xiaoheng. He was naughty when he was young, so he didn't dare to tell Princess Xianxia that he broke the inkstone. He secretly took it to the Imperial College and asked me to fix it for him. That's right, I glued this inkstone. If you don't believe me. What if you don't believe me? Do you want to go underground and ask the young duke for confirmation? The stewards had an image in their minds. They quivered and didn't dare to speak anymore. The old chancellor waved his hand. Okay, I'll tell Princess Xianxia about the inkstone. I won't make things difficult for you. At this point, the stewards finally heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they hadn't served the young duke, they knew that the old chancellor was the young duke's teacher. Since he took the responsibility, there was nothing for them to do. The storm was over. Scholar Han thought he could meet Princess Xianxia, but she didn't come to Wenhua Pavilion until they left. He felt a little regretful. After leaving Wenhua Pavilion, Xiao Lulang looked at the old chancellor with a speechless expression. Teacher's mouth is really, the old chancellor waved his hand. Excellent as always, I know. Xiao Lulang was speechless. As long as you're happy. On the other side, Gu Jiao entered the palace. She was now a regular at Rinshou Palace. She didn't even need to check her token and could directly enter the palace. She was going to deliver candied fruit to her grandaunt. Recently, her grandaunt had improved a new type of candied fruit. It was sweeter but had less sugar, so her grandaunt could eat one more fruit every day. When she was on the way to Rinshou Palace, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Miss Gu. It was Consort Rui Wang's voice. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Consort Rui Wang for a while. It was mainly because she encountered a wave of assassination on her way back from visiting old concubine Jing in the nunnery. Rui Wang was so scared that Rui Wang couldn't go out for 2 months. I knew it was you. Consort Rui Wang walked over and affectionately held Gu Jiao's arm. You seem to have grown taller. Unlike me, I can only put on weight. Gu Jiao looked at her slightly round body and said, you're not fat. She really wasn't fat. Consort Rui Wang used to be too thin. Now she was normal. Consort Rui Wang said, only you and the prince would say that. The nannies didn't allow me to eat too much. They were afraid that the baby would grow too big and it would be hard to give birth. Gu Jiao deeply agreed. In ancient times where medical treatment wasn't advanced enough, giving birth was a natural process. Not eating too much was the best choice as long as the child's nutrition was ensured. However, looking at Consort Rui Wang's complexion, it was clear that the nannies had taken good care of her. Consort Rui Wang sighed. I haven't been out for so long that I didn't even know that old concubine Jing had passed away. The prince probably hid it from me because he was afraid that I would be sad and affect the baby. Old concubine Jing's death had been kept a secret, so Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Rui Wang had heard anything. How have you been recently? Consort Rui Wang asked. I'm fine. Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Why didn't you come to the estate to find me? You don't know how bored I've been for the past 2 months. Gu Jiao looked at her bulging belly and said, are you still bored with him? Consort Rui Wang and Consort Yao were both due in the beginning of the 10th month. She was now 7 months pregnant. Her belly looked a bit bigger than Consort Yao's. When the child in her belly was mentioned, Consort Rui Wang revealed a hint of motherly gentleness. I don't know if it's a son or a daughter. I want to give birth to a son for the prince. If it's a son, then it'll be Imperial Father's first Imperial grandson. Imperial Father will definitely be very happy. Other people wouldn't dare to say this, but Consort Rui Wang was a straightforward person. Adding on the fact that she trusted Gu Jiao a lot, she didn't have any scruples when she said this. Just as Gu Jiao was about to use the stethoscope to listen to the heartbeat in her belly, a woman's cry of surprise came from behind the rockery not far away. What? Ugh! As soon as Consort Rui Wang opened her mouth, Gu Jiao vigilantly covered her mouth. The newest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/110608917. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. There was clearly a trace of an expert's presence in the place where the woman's cry came from. After Gu Jiao covered Consort Rui Wang's mouth, she signaled her with her eyes. Consort Rui Wang opened her eyes wide and nodded. The place they were at was a small path between Rinshou Palace and Cunning Palace. The surrounding scenery was very good and there was a lot of cover, which was good for hiding. It was also for this reason that the other party chose this place. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't know what the other party wanted to do. She only knew that if she pulled Consort Rui Wang away now, no matter where they went, they would be seen by the people behind the rockery. Gu Jiao simply pulled Consort Rui Wang behind a large tree behind them. Consort Rui Wang picked up Gu Jiao's hand and used her fingertips to write on her palm. "Aren't we going to see what happened?" Gu Jiao shook her head and wrote on her palm, "There's an expert." After a pause, she said, "He doesn't have a murderous aura." In other words, he didn't want to kill that woman. Consort Rui Wang nodded thoughtfully. The rockery was directly across from the large tree, about 20 steps away. The two of them both held their breaths. With Gu Jiao's ability, she could hide her presence very well, but Consort Rui Wang couldn't do it for the time being. She could only try to slow her breathing as much as possible. However, that woman's breathing was probably too fast and nervous, so she suppressed Consort Rui Wang's and didn't let the expert notice. The conversation behind the rockery could be faintly heard. "It's you? You. Why are you here? What did you do to Chenying?" Hearing this name, Consort Rui Wang's temple suddenly jumped a few times. Gu Jiao looked at her with confusion. She picked up Gu Jiao's hand and wrote on her palm, "Chenying is the Crown Prince Consort's personal female official." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. So the woman who spoke was. Both the woman and the expert lowered their voices, which sounded different from their usual voices. Therefore, it was difficult to tell if it was the person she had guessed in her heart. But there was no hurry. After all, the two of them would come out from behind the rockery in a while. The conversation continued. "I only sealed her sleeping acupoint. It will automatically unseal after an hour." Gu Jiao, "Oh, she wants to learn too. She put her husband to sleep and then did this and that." It was a man's voice. The woman said, "I think you're the crazy one. This is the Imperial Palace. It's broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" The voice sounded a little angry. The expert sneered, "Who told you to always avoid me? I can only resort to this. Don't come any closer." The woman shouted. A few hurried footsteps came from behind the rockery. It should be the woman who was staggering back to avoid the expert. Unfortunately, she couldn't retreat far. Gu Jiao heard her back hit the rockery. The expert seemed to compromise. "Okay, I won't come over. Don't hurt yourself." The woman said coldly, "What do you want to do?" The expert smiled playfully, "Don't you know what I want to do? You, look at how scared you are. Don't worry. I don't want to do anything today. I just came to tell you." Gu Jiao and Consort Rui Wang didn't hear the last sentence clearly. The expert seemed to have said it close to the woman's ear. Then there was a crisp slap from behind the rockery. Consort Rui Wang was stunned and blinked. Was this a slap? Gu Jiao nodded. It sounded like it. After that slap, there was no more conversation from behind the rockery. The expert should have left. The woman's breathing was still there. Gu Jiao and Consort Rui Wang didn't leave. Both of them wanted to see who the woman behind the rockery was. The two of them waited for a long time. Finally, the woman behind the rockery came out. Consort Rui Wang took a closer look and quickly covered her mouth. How could it be her? Gu Jiao had already guessed it, so she didn't have much of a reaction. At this time, the servant girl who was left behind in the imperial garden by Consort Rui Wang hadn't seen Consort Rui Wang for a long time. She couldn't help but come here. Princess! Princess, you're here. Consort Rui Wang couldn't hide anymore. She braced herself and walked out from behind the tree. Gu Jiao also walked out. Princess! The servant girl bowed to Consort Rui Wang. She hadn't seen Gu Jiao before, so she didn't greet Gu Jiao. But when she saw the woman walking out from behind the rockery, she quickly bowed. Crown Prince Consort. Consort Rui Wang's mouth twitched. This was so awkward. Consort Rui Wang naturally wouldn't admit that she had eavesdropped on the Crown Prince Consort. She cleared her throat and said to Wen Linlang with a fake smile, "Did the Crown Prince Consort also go to pay respects to Imperial Mother? I just came out of Imperial Mother's palace and met Dr. Gu on the way. I was about to invite Dr. Gu to sit in the Imperial Garden and check my pulse to see if I'm pregnant with a boy or a girl." These words stabbed right into the Crown Prince Consort's heart. The Crown Prince Consort and the Crown Prince had been married for almost 2 years. The Crown Prince only doted on her. Unfortunately, she wasn't pregnant at all. Empress Xiao was almost worried to death. The Crown Prince Consort looked deeply at Consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao. She didn't know if she was provoked by Consort Rui Wang's words, but she didn't ask anything else and just said mildly, "I was just about to go pay respects to Imperial Mother. Since Consort Rui Wang has already gone, I won't call you along." As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu looks more like someone from the Imperial Palace than Consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang was the Imperial family's daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Rui Wang had already reached the age of 20 and was living alone. Consort Rui Wang naturally couldn't live in the palace anymore. However, Gu Jiao could come and go as she pleased. She could live whenever she wanted. Gu Jiao said unconcernedly, "I can't help it. Someone dotes on me." The Crown Prince Consort, Gu Jiao didn't exchange pleasantries with Consort Rui Wang for too long. The two headed in the direction of the Imperial Garden together. Consort Rui Wang turned her head to look at the servant following behind her in the distance and said in a small voice, "Say, who do you think that man is?" Gu Jiao looked strangely at her. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Which one of us is the Imperial family's daughter-in-law?" Did she really think that she knew more about the population of the Imperial Palace than her just because she had made a few trips to the Imperial Palace? Consort Rui Wang thought for a moment and said, "The Imperial princes still living in the palace are only Zhao Mu's 4th prince and Consort Shu's 5th prince. Little Six and Little Qi are still young. It definitely isn't them." Gu Jiao asked, "Why must it be the Imperial princes? Could it be His Majesty?" Consort Rui Wang was terrified. "Gu Jiao, what are you thinking? It couldn't be His Majesty. His Majesty didn't know martial arts. Also, the relationship between the Crown Prince Consort and that man seemed to be a bit unclear." The two parted ways in the Imperial Garden. Consort Rui Wang returned to the Rui Wang Fu. Gu Jiao went to Renshou Palace and gave the candied fruit that her granduncle had personally made to her grandaunt. She also solemnly announced that she could eat one more fruit every day. On the other side, Xiao Lulang had finished lecturing the officials for the entire day. Today, he was mainly talking about the law. As an official directly under the 6 ministries, it was a sad thing that he couldn't even memorize all of the laws of Zhao country. It was sad for the officials and also sad for the imperial court. The carriage of the tribute compound sent Xiao Lulang back to Hamlin Academy. When they passed by the pancake shop, Xiao Lulang thought of the plum and vegetable pancake that had softened and lost its texture last night. He also thought of the disappointed expression on Gu Jiao's face. He had a thought and had the carriage stop here. Xiao Lulang said, "Go back to the tribute compound. Hamlin Academy is up ahead." "Yes." The driver drove the carriage away. The stall selling pancakes was at the entrance. Xiao Lulang walked over and said to the proprietress who was busy alone in front of the stall, "I want 10 plum and vegetable pancakes." the proprietress said, "There's only one left." "Then, I want one plum and vegetable pancake." Xiao Liulong's words sounded almost at the same time as another voice. It was a female customer who had suddenly appeared by Xiao Liulong's side. The proprietress looked at Xiao Lulang and then at the female customer. She asked, "It's the last one. Which one of you is buying?" "I'll buy," Xiao Lulang said firmly. He didn't look at the female customer, but the female customer looked at him curiously. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, the money bag in her hand fell to the ground. Xiao Lulang finally looked at her. It was this look that made Xiao Liulong's hand that was holding the copper coins to the proprietress stiffen. "You are?" Eugene grabbed Xiao Liulong's arm. "I'm not. You've got the wrong person." Xiao Lulang looked away and put the copper coins on the table. He took the pancakes and left. Eugene's expression changed. "Wait a minute. Hey. Sir. You gave too much." The proprietress raised 2 copper coins and shouted at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick and quickly walked into an alley to the side. When Eugene chased after him, he had already hidden in another shop. Eugene looked around for a long time, but she couldn't find Xiao Liulong's figure. In the end, she left with disappointment and loss. Xiao Lulang let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered. He walked out from the small cubicle of the ready-made clothing shop. He didn't know if it was because he walked too quickly to avoid Eugene, but his good left foot was twisted. He lost his balance and fell forward. Coincidentally, a customer opposite him had finished picking out cloth and was walking over. Xiao Lulang was caught off guard and bumped into her shoulder. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the walking stick in his hand also fell out. The servant girl cried out in alarm, "Princess! Are you okay?" Princess Xianxia waved her hand indifferently. "I'm fine." She looked at the Hanlin official who seemed to have tripped over himself. Her gaze fell on the back of his head. She asked, "Sir, are you okay?" "Digression, today is the last day of the double bonus. Those with monthly votes should hurry up and vote. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1106072111. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Xiao Liulong's body stiffened. How long had it been since he'd heard this voice? It felt like a lifetime had passed. He fell to the ground with his back to Princess Xianxia. Even so, he could feel her gaze on him. He didn't dare to turn his head, nor did he dare to turn his back. He tried to restrain his body from trembling and said calmly, "I'm fine." "You?" Princess Xianxia heard him say he was fine, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the cane that had fallen. It didn't look like a cane, but more like a walking stick. It was suitable for people who couldn't walk but couldn't walk at all. Princess Xianxia wasn't sure if he had been born with a disability or had just been injured recently. Either way, it didn't seem like he was fine. She said, "I think I tripped you just now. Can you still get up? I'll call a doctor for you. Come, help this man up." As soon as she finished speaking, the servant girl who had been supporting her stepped forward and reached out to help Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang hurriedly raised his sleeve to stop her. "Don't come over." The servant girl was startled. She looked back at Princess Xianxia in confusion. Xiao Lulang composed himself and said, "I'm not used to people touching me." When he was 14, his voice hadn't changed. It was still a young and immature voice. Now that it had passed, he had changed into a voice that was somewhere between a teenager and an adult man, low and clean. Princess Xianxia didn't immediately notice that something was wrong with his voice, but she could clearly feel his avoidance and resistance. She thought about how men and women shouldn't touch each other. He was wearing Hanlin robes and they were near Hanlin Academy. He really should be careful to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Princess Xianxia didn't make things difficult for him. If you need anything, go to Princess Xianxia's residence and let me know. Although she didn't live in the princess's residence, her servants were there and could still notify her. Xiao Lulang tried hard not to look back. No, I'm fine. Princess Xianxia felt that this person was strange, and so was she. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Where are you going? I can have the guards send you there. No need. Xiao Lulang refused. I can walk by myself. As he finished speaking, he used his hand to push himself up. Under the gaze of Princess Xianxia, he limped to the door and bent down to pick up the cane that Gu Jiao had personally made for him. He had never been in such a sorry state before. He knew that she was watching him from behind, but he didn't want her to see him like this. His hand that was holding the cane trembled slightly. He didn't look back and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Princess Xianxia looked at his departing figure and revealed a thoughtful expression. Princess. Eugene walked in, panting. Princess Xianxia came back to her senses. She glanced at her and said, "How did you end up like this when you went to buy some bread?" Eugene opened her mouth, hesitating whether or not she should tell her what she had just seen. Princess Xianxia said, "Just say what you want to say. When did you become so wishy-washy?" Eugene looked at her and gathered her courage to say, "Princess, just now. I think I saw the young duke." Princess Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but she recovered her usual calmness in an instant. "Eugene, how many times do I have to tell you? He's dead." Xiao Lulang ran back to Hanlin Academy in one breath. Ning Ziyuan had just come out of Hanlin Academy. Seeing that he seemed to have lost his soul, he pulled him aside and asked in confusion, "Lulang, what's wrong with you? Didn't you go to the examination hall to give a lecture? Did someone bully you?" "I knew it. Those makeup examiners at the examination hall were all shady officials. They're a bunch of prickly people. How about this, I'll go in your place next time." "I'm fine. The examination hall is fine." He could even suppress the super prickly crown prince, not to mention those little prickly people. "But you look like you have something on your mind." Ning Ziyuan didn't believe that Xiao Lulang was fine. After knowing Xiao Lulang for so long, he knew what kind of person Xiao Lulang was. In the past, Attendant Yang would always find ways to make things difficult for him, but he had never seen him in such a sorry state. Ning Ziyuan's mind flashed. "Are you worried about what happened this morning? I broke the inkstone and offended Princess Xianxia, didn't I? Don't be sad. I'll explain it to her. I broke the inkstone. This whole thing started because of me." Xiao Lulang said, "I'm really fine." Ning Ziyuan looked at him suspiciously. "But you don't look well." Xiao Lulang said casually, "Maybe I didn't sleep well last night." Ning Ziyuan asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" Xiao Lulang nodded. "Yes." Then Ning Ziyuan looked towards the end of the alley. "Sister-in-law didn't come to pick you up today. I'll find a carriage to take you back." "There's no need." Xiao Lulang rejected his good intentions. Xiao Lulang seemed to be easy to talk to in front of his friends, but when he was stubborn, no one could persuade him. Ning Ziyuan had no choice but to let him be. Xiao Lulang walked aimlessly on the street with his cane. When he left the boutique, he almost ran away. He didn't even look back to see how she looked, but her voice was deeply engraved in his mind. It kept circling and lingering. It started to rain heavily. The pedestrians all ran away. Only Xiao Lulang didn't notice it and walked slowly in the rain. It wasn't until a tender voice sounded beside him that he suddenly came back to his senses. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why aren't you using an umbrella?" It was little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was holding a small yellow umbrella that Gu Jiao made for him. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Lulang, who was drenched like a drowned rat. Xiao Lulang didn't realize that he had arrived at the entrance of the Imperial College until now. Are you here to pick me up today? Little Jing Kong asked, holding the umbrella. Actually, it was not time for school to end yet. Little Jing Kong had finished his homework in advance and made an exception to leave school first. Yes. Xiao Lulang nodded and said to the little guy, let's go. Little Jing Kong didn't move. You don't have an umbrella. I don't have an umbrella. He paused and then added, I don't need one. Here. Little Jing Kong handed him the umbrella. You can use it yourself. How could Xiao Lulang take a child's umbrella? What if he took it? The umbrella was so small that it couldn't fit two people. Little Jing Kong said, I have a raincoat. Jiao Jiao made him a raincoat. There was even a big red flower that he drew on it. Little Jing Kong handed the umbrella to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang still held the umbrella for him. He took out his yellow raincoat from his school bag and put it on quickly. Then, he took off his shoes, held them in his hands, and stepped into the water barefoot. Xiao Lulang was speechless. You just want to step into the water. Little Jing Kong stepped into the water all the way and jumped into the holes. Since Jiao Jiao wasn't around, he didn't have to care about his tough guy image. He stepped into the water happily, like a little frog that fell into a pond. It turned out that going home with a bad brother-in-law could be so fun. When he reached the entrance, he said generously, okay, I'll allow you to pick me up on rainy days. Xiao Lulang, haha, as if I want to pick you up. Lu Quan next door was about to pick up little Jing Kong. He was slightly surprised when he saw the two people at the door. Eh? You're back? Hello, Uncle Lu. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. The little guy was wearing the raincoat that Gu Jiao Jiao made for him, and he was wearing a small raincoat hat. He liked things that were golden, but Gu Jiao Jiao didn't have any golden dyes, so she made yellow. The raincoat itself was beautiful, but after he drew so many ugly big red flowers, it became a little indescribable. It was supported by the face. It was too ugly and cute. Xiao Lulang, the Hanlin Academy official, looked a little funny holding a childish yellow umbrella. Lu Quan laughed and said, it's good that you're back. I'll go and pick up Master. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. Little Jing Kong waved at him politely. Lu Quan said to Xiao Lulang, Lulang, quickly change your clothes. You're all wet. Xiao Lulang nodded. The two of them entered the courtyard. None of the family members were home. Gu Jiao had gone to see a doctor and had not returned. Yaoshi had been invited to Granny Zhou's home. Although they were not far from each other and were both in Bai Shui Tong, with such heavy rain suddenly falling, Granny Zhou was worried that Yaoshi would fall. Granny Zhou had Yaoshi wait until the rain stopped before leaving. Yu Ye and senior servant Feng were also there. As for Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun, needless to say, they went to learn martial arts. Little Jing Kong couldn't step on the water alone, so he ran to the backyard and let little 8, little 9, and the 7 chicks out to step on the water. The 9 mythological beasts in the house said that they didn't want to step on the water. Xiao Lulang went back to the west room to change into dry clothes, then went to the study to take out the Yen Kingdom's arithmetic book and continued to study and calculate the ancestral rate. Little Jing Kong stepped on the water for a while, then walked into the study quietly. He came to the desk, held his little belly, and said awkwardly, I'm hungry. Xiao Lulang glanced at him, are you sure you want to eat the food I made? Little Jing Kong choked and stammered, then I'd better not. Bad brother-in-law's food was too disgusting, so he could stay hungry for a while. Little Jing Kong's stomach kept growling. Even after eating the candied fruits and snacks, he still wasn't full. After all, he was a child with a big appetite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought with the other little monks for food. Xiao Lulang went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of vegetable and egg noodles for him. Looking at the black noodles on the table, little Jing Kong refused in his heart. Xiao Lulang handed him a pair of chopsticks, eat. Little Jing Kong sat on the small horizontal chair in front of him. He didn't take the chopsticks immediately, but looked at Xiao Lulang seriously. I just want to ask you, can you eat this bowl of noodles by yourself? Xiao Lulang said calmly. I'm not the one whose stomach is growling now. Little Jing Kong lowered his head. Bad brother-in-law's words were so reasonable that he couldn't refute him. In the end, hunger prevailed. Alas. Little Jing Kong sighed, took the chopsticks with his little hand, and started to eat in resignation. It was almost dinner time, but Xiao Lulang wasn't hungry. However, he didn't let little Jing Kong sit in the central room and eat alone. He directly moved little Jing Kong and the chair to the study. He ate his own food and counted his own food. Little Jing Kong was halfway through eating when he suddenly looked at Xiao Lulang bitterly. "Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Xiao Lulang didn't raise his head and continued to do the math problem in his hand. Little Jing Kong was full of curiosity. "How do you make every meal taste worse than the last?" Xiao Lulang looked at him and said shamelessly, "Work hard and cook well." Little Jing Kong knew that he couldn't learn this skill, because the sweet potatoes he roasted when he was 3 years old were already better than the food made by his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong developed a good habit of not wasting food when he was in the temple. No matter how bad the food tasted, he would grit his teeth and finish it. "Are you full?" Xiao Lulang looked at the black and empty bowl in front of him and asked. Little Jing Kong pursed his lips and looked dignified. "Your food tastes so bad. Do you expect me to eat a second bowl?" "Okay, congratulations, your wish is fulfilled." Well, he couldn't do anything if he wasn't full. Xiao Lulang knew that the little monk's stomach wouldn't be full so easily. He also steamed some vegetable jerky, corn on the cob, and sweet potatoes for him in the pot. They should be cooked by now. He took away the empty bowl in front of little Jing Kong and went to the kitchen to bring out the steamed vegetable jerky, corn, and sweet potatoes. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and turned his face away. "I don't want this plate." He had beautiful tableware. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "You don't want it? Eat it or not, I won't spoil you." Little Jing Kong unwillingly picked up the chopsticks and said, "A child without jiao jiao is a blade of grass." Xiao Lulang, taking care of a child required a lot of energy. Xiao Lulang felt tired after a while, but this kind of tiredness seemed to be different from normal tiredness. He felt a little dizzy. After eating, little Jing Kong went to the backyard to wash the bowls. The cupboard was too high for him to reach, so he had to tiptoe to put the clean bowls and chopsticks on the stove. He also took a wet rag and planned to wipe his small table. But when he entered the study room, he felt that something was wrong. Bad brother-in-law is sleeping on the table? It's not dark yet." Little Jing Kong walked over, tilted his head and called Xiao Lulang, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." No response. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. There was still no response. Little Jing Kong let out a strange cry of surprise. He took out his little hand, which had just grabbed a wet rag, and touched Xiao Liulang's forehead. "Yeah. It's so hot." Xiao Lulang fell ill without any warning. His whole body was hot, and his brain turned into paste. He started to have a dream again and again. In the dream, he returned to the princess manor. Today, Xianxia came to teach Wen Linlang. It was supposed to be at the Wen family, but the Wen family was too far away, so it was changed to the princess manor. Wen Linlang was his fiancée, so he accompanied her to the class. After Xianxia finished teaching, it was a break. When Linlang complained, Mr. Zhuang's class is too difficult. Let's go out and play, okay?" He nodded as he could see his mother outside. The two went to the back of the mountain. When Linlang found a rabbit, this little rabbit is injured. Let's bring it home, okay? The rabbit raised by his mother died not long ago, and his mother was sad for a long time. I want to eat dates. Can you go to the tree and pick them for me? His mother also liked to eat dates, so he climbed up to pick them. Can you go and buy osmanthus cake for me? His mother also liked osmanthus cake, so he sat in the carriage and went to buy it. When he carried the rabbit, a bag of dates and a box of osmanthus cake, he excitedly went to find Princess Xianxia. What he saw, however, was an indifferent and world-weary face. She waved to him and smiled. He slowly walked over. "Mother, are you not feeling well?" She looked at him meaningfully. Do you like Mother?" "I do." "Are you willing to do anything for Mother?" "I am willing," he said resolutely. "Then go die for Mother." Go die for me, okay?" Digression, do you still remember the last few words? In 121. Little Jing Kong, at the end of the chapter. In regards to the new chapters, I have not stopped updating. This month, I will begin saving up chapters, but the minimum daily is 4,000 words. At the bookstore, it is at least 4 chapters. If the readers at the bookstore like it, I can also divide it into 1,000 words per chapter. Every day, it will be 4 or 5 chapters. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/11058285. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Pen Fun Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The rain poured down. Vermilion Bird Avenue was shrouded in rain and fog. Princess Xianxia sat in front of the window, quietly watching the heavy rain in the courtyard. She was wearing pajamas, as if she had just crawled out of bed. Yujin came out of the greenhouse, closed the umbrella, and brushed the rain off it. She handed it to a servant girl beside her, then turned to enter the room. She said to Princess Xianxia, "That peony is alive. It can't be like this anymore. If this happens a few more times, even Deluo Xian won't be able to save it." Princess Xianxia didn't speak. She just silently admired the rain. "The rain is blowing in." Yujin walked over, took away the stick supporting the window, and let it down. "After this rain, it should get cold. Coincidentally, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival." With no more rain to watch, Princess Xianxia lowered her gaze, but still didn't speak. Yujin looked at her deeply. "Princess, is there something on your mind?" "I just had a dream." Princess Xianxia said, "I dreamed of that child." Yujin's eyes moved. She asked tentatively, "The young duke?" "Yes." Princess Xianxia readily admitted. She pinched her left sleeve with her right hand. "He shouted that he wanted to kill me." Yujin's expression changed slightly. "Princess." Princess Xianxia smiled faintly. Yujin wanted to say something, but hesitated. She sighed. "It's getting late. Princess should rest early." When Xiao Lulang woke up, it was already midnight. He lay on the soft bed. After a while, he remembered that he seemed to have fallen asleep on the table. But how did he end up on the bed? And it didn't seem to be his bed. "Awake?" Gu Jiao's voice sounded in his ear. The rain outside had lessened. The torrential rain turned into a patter of autumn rain. It was as if the surroundings were suddenly filled with the coolness of autumn. A dim oil lamp was left on the candlestick. Xiao Lulang turned his head to look at Gu Jiao, who was lying beside him. Her expression and voice were not drowsy at all. It was obvious that she had not slept. Under her gentle gaze, the lingering palpitations in his heart gradually calmed down. "What about me?" The moment he opened his mouth, he realized that his hoarse voice didn't sound like his at all. His throat also felt swollen and painful. Gu Jiao said, "You were caught in the rain today and fell ill. Before your family came back, you had a high fever. Jing Kong was taking care of you." Xiao Lulang was slightly stunned. "He takes care of me? Does that little monk know how to take care of people?" Gu Jiao bent her lips and pointed at the antipyretic patch on his forehead. "He put this on you." When little Jing Kong had a high fever, Gu Jiao put this patch on him. There was also a box at home. She didn't expect him to remember it. He even took it out and put it on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang touched the cold and soft object on his forehead and felt a chill in hindsight. Needless to say, he guessed that it was from her small medicine box. He had seen the three of them put it on. Xiao Lulang had a high tolerance for strange objects in the small medicine box. On the contrary, he was quite surprised that little Jing Kong could take care of him. The little guy knows how to take care of people? He murmured. Gu Jiao bent her lips. Not only that, he also fed you water, but you don't remember. At that time it was raining heavily. There was no one at home. He put on a light raincoat and went to the clinic to invite Dr. Song to his home. He went so far? Xiao Lulang was even more surprised. The little guy always made trouble at home. From time to time, he would sing a different tune, making everyone in a mess. It was easy to misunderstand him as a naughty and ignorant child. But in fact, he was far stronger and more sensible than children his age. Gu Jiao looked at him. Why are you so surprised? Xiao Lulang said truthfully, I just didn't expect him to care about me so much. Gu Jiao said, compared to me, he is more worried about you. He said that you don't know how to take care of yourself. You don't even bring an umbrella in the rain. You are worse than a child like him. Xiao Lulang explained, when I went out, I didn't expect it to rain. He went out too early. The sky was still dark, so he couldn't see the sky at all. When little Jing Kong went out, the sky was already rising. He had recently learned in the Imperial College, don't go out in the morning, but travel thousands of miles in the evening. He brought an umbrella and a raincoat with him. He was really a worry-free child. Gu Jiao smiled and said, Jing Kong also said, I know my brother-in-law went out early, but why didn't he buy an umbrella on the way? Why did he have to come back in the rain? So stupid. The corner of Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. Well, she imitated his disdainful tone perfectly. Gu Jiao continued, he also asked me if I didn't give you any pocket money, so you couldn't even afford an umbrella. Xiao Lulang was speechless. How could a 4-year-old little monk come up with so many things in his mind? Gu Jiao lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She handed him a pill and poured a cup of hot water. Since you are awake, drink the pill. Xiao Lulang sat up, took the medicine, and drank it. He also finished the water. Then, he finally realized that something was wrong. Why am I lying on your bed? Gu Jiao blinked and said seriously, I didn't carry you here. Xiao Lulang was speechless. Go to sleep. Gu Jiao put down the teacup and decisively lay down on the bed and pretended to be dead. Xiao Lulang also lay down, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he looked at her without blinking. Gu Jiao could feel his gaze even with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes and said, yes, I forgot to turn off the light. As she spoke, she went to turn off the oil lamp and lay down again. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness and an eerie silence. Xiao Lulang could hear her uneven breathing. He still looked at her in the dark and said, if one day you find out that I am not who you think I am, will you be disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at him. Also, if you are not who I think you are, what do you think you are? Is your face fake? She raised her hand and pinched his face. No, he said. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved down and touched his chest. Is this fake? Xiao Lulang took a deep breath. No. What about this? Her little hand poked his abs again. Wherever her fingertips touched, it was soft and numb, making him feel as if he was on fire. Xiao Lulang quickly grabbed her restless little hand. He was worried that if he didn't stop her, her hand would move down and she might poke something she shouldn't. It's also real. He said in a hoarse voice, don't touch it. Gu Jiao, oh. Xiao Lulang. Why does she sound so regretful? Xiao Lulang didn't let go of her hand, but he didn't use too much force. She could pull her hand out if she wanted. Gu Jiao did not do so. She turned her body to face him, as if she could really see him in the pitch-black darkness. Their breaths intertwined in the night. Suddenly, she hooked his finger and asked, since you're real from head to toe, I won't be disappointed. But what if the identity is fake? What if I'm not the person you think I am? Xiao Lulang composed himself and used a great deal of courage to make himself speak. Have you ever thought that maybe I'm not the real? It was hard to say. Actually, Gu Jiao didn't mind. It didn't matter if he was the real Xiao Lulang or not. However, since he had brought it up to the surface, she was willing to be honest with him. Gu Jiao looked at him. Not the real what? Xiao Lulang tightened her hand. Not the real, achoo. There was a sudden sneeze behind him. Xiao Lilan's body shook. He turned around and looked at the other side of him. The night was too dark, so he couldn't see anything. However, he reached out his hand and touched it. Sure enough, he touched a yawning squishy ball. Why is he here? Xiao Lulang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Gu Jiao. Otherwise, oh, Gu Jiao said. He was worried about you, so he followed me. He probably wanted to pee, so he drank a bowl of snow pear soup before going to bed. As Gu Jiao spoke, she found a match on the bedside table and lit the oil lamp. Sure enough, little Jing Kong covered his little butt in a daze. He was dreaming. He dreamt that he was looking for a toilet. He finally found it. Let me do it, Xiao Lulang said. He lifted little Jing Kong up and didn't even have time to take off his pants before little Jing Kong peed. It was a dark history. Xiao Lulang was pissed all over. He was speechless. The next morning, Xiao Lulang was fine except for a little sore throat and a hoarse voice. Little Jing Kong woke up comfortably on the Jiao Jiao bed. He felt refreshed. He stretched his body and walked out of the east room. At first glance, he saw Xiao Lulang sitting in the central room, organizing books. Last night, the books had been soaked by the rain that drifted in. This morning, the sky had cleared up, so he planned to take the books out to dry. He also saw little Jing Kong coming out of the east room. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You peed your pants last night." Little Jing Kong stared at him. Nonsense. How could I pee the bed? I stopped peeing when I was 1. He was telling the truth. He was the only baby in the temple who didn't pee his pants. Xiao Lulang laughed. You can go and see if you don't believe me. You haven't washed your wet pants yet. Little Jing Kong ran to the backyard to take a look. It was the pants he wore before he went to bed. It was really wet, and he was wearing another pair of pants at this time. Little Jing Kong's body shook. He covered his mouth in disbelief. This, Xiao Lulang walked over and smiled. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Little Jing Kong waved his little fists and jumped anxiously. I didn't pee my pants. It must be you. You peed your pants. You peed on me and you're blaming me. You can see if you don't believe me. Your pants are here too. It's wet. Xiao Lulang, you peed on me. Little Jing Kong firmly refused to believe that he peed his pants. Bad brother-in-law, you peed your pants and blamed me after you peed. Shame on you. Humph. Little Jing Kong snorted and walked away. Digression, future divine general of the 6 kingdoms, I don't have such a dark history. This article was posted on Sina Weibo. Weibo account, Fangfang. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more fully. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/110556328. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. A while ago, Princess Ning went back to her parents' home to accompany her seriously ill mother. She didn't return to the prince's mansion until her mother got better. Because of this, Gu Jiao's visit to the prince's mansion to feel her pulse was delayed. Gu Jiao didn't know that Princess Ning had come back. Princess Rui Wang was the first to know. She hurriedly ordered the carriage to go to the prince's mansion. Sister-in-law. Princess Ning's carriage happened to stop at the gate of the mansion. She was about to get in when she heard Princess Rui Wang's happy voice. Princess Ning took back her foot that had stepped on the stool and turned to look at Princess Rui Wang, who got out of another carriage. She couldn't help laughing and said, "Slow down. How can you walk so fast with such a big belly? Princess Rui Wang almost ran. She came to Princess Ning and said with a smile, "Aunt, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better." Princess Ning nodded with a smile. "You are pregnant. Why don't you take care of the baby in the mansion?" "What are you doing here?" Princess Rui Wang said, "I heard that you came back, so I came to see you. I have nothing to do in the mansion these 2 months, so I learned some cooking skills. This is the dried apricot I made myself. Please don't dislike it." As soon as she finished speaking, maid Su behind her handed over the clay jar with the dried apricot. The maid beside Princess Ning reached out to take it. Princess Ning thanked her. "You are so considerate. I am going to the palace to greet my mother and consort Shuang. Do you want to come with me?" Princess Rui Wang smiled. "That's what I want to do." Princess Ning glanced at her bulging belly. She hesitated for a moment and said, "But, your body." Princess Rui Wang waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I can take the carriage." A trace of envy flashed through Princess Ning's eyes. She took her hand. "Well, come on." The two got into Princess Ning's carriage. They soon arrived at the imperial palace. Princess Ning took care of Rui Wang carefully. She was even more careful than Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang wanted to say that she didn't need to be so nervous. It was as if she was not pregnant. But when she thought that Consort Ning had 3 miscarriages, she closed her mouth again. She played along and pretended to be more cautious than usual. She also slowed down her pace. "Is it hard to be pregnant?" Princess Ning chatted with her on the way to Cunning Palace. Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. It's been hard. I can't sleep in the middle of the night, and my calf cramps." Nanny always asked her this, but she had never done it. If it wasn't tiring, it was probably because he had to go to the toilet all the time. Now, she was feeling a little like that again. "What's wrong?" Princess Ning asked, looking at Princess Rui Wang, whose face was wrinkled. Rui Wang said embarrassedly, I want to pee." "Princess Ning, there's a washroom over there. I'll go with you." Consort Rui Wang, no need. I'll go by myself. I'm worried about you going alone." Princess Ning insisted on sending Consort Rui Wang to the washroom. Consort Rui Wang had no choice. When the two arrived outside the washroom, they never expected to see the Crown Prince Consort coming out from inside. The 3 of them paused for a moment. The Crown Prince Consort's status was higher than the other consorts, but she still politely called Princess Ning's sister-in-law. Consort Rui Wang rolled her eyes. She didn't like Wen Linlang and didn't even bother to be polite. Especially after she caught Wen Linlang entangling with another man last time, she disliked Wen Linlang even more. Everyone knew that Prince Ning and the Crown Prince didn't get along, so Princess Ning clearly kept a certain distance from the Crown Prince Consort. But on the surface, they were still decent. She nodded slightly to greet the Crown Prince Consort. The Crown Prince Consort said, "I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Goodbye, eldest sister-in-law." "Goodbye, third sister-in-law." "Princess Ning, goodbye." Wen Linlang responded to her with rolling eyes. After the Crown Prince Consort left, Princess Ning said to Consort Rui Wang, "Okay, you can go." "Okay." Consort Rui Wang went to the washroom. This was the disadvantage of being pregnant. It was too easy to go to the toilet. Consort Rui Wang came out of the washroom, washed her hands, and moisturized them with hand oil. Then she went to Empress Zhao's Cunning Palace with Princess Ning. They weren't Empress Zhao's legitimate daughters-in-law, so they came out of the Cunning Palace after showing enough courtesy. After that, the two went to noble consort Shuang's everlasting palace. This time, the two stayed longer. Noble consort Shuang was looking forward to the baby in consort Rui Wang's belly. After all, it was a member of her family. Rui Wang and her husband were favored, and Prince Ning was like a tiger with wings. "You have to give birth to a son." Noble consort Shuang took consort Rui Wang's hand and said. Consort Rui Wang smiled embarrassedly, "It's not up to me to decide." Noble consort Shuang thought for a while and asked, "Do you like sour or spicy food?" Consort Rui Wang said honestly, "I like both. Sometimes I want to eat spicy food, sometimes sour food, and sometimes sweet food." Princess Ning looked a little absent-minded. Noble consort Zhuang was worried about her daughter-in-law's mood, so she didn't talk about the baby anymore. She called her personal nanny, "Go ask where Prince Ning and Rui Wang are. If they are in the palace, let them come to the everlasting palace for dinner. Also, invite Consort Yu over." Consort Yu was the third prince's mother. After the prince was separated, he could no longer enter and leave the palace as freely as before. But with noble consort Zhuang's status, it wasn't difficult for her to see her son. Not long after, Prince Ning and Rui Wang came over from the throne room. "Prince." Consort Ning bowed to Prince Ning. Prince Ning hurriedly came over to support her and held her hand. His eyes were full of tenderness. "You don't have to be so reserved here with consort mother. It's just like in the mansion." Consort Ning smiled, "Yes." Soon, Consort Yu also arrived and hurriedly asked the palace servants to set up the meal. Noble Consort Zhuang and Consort Yu sat together, and the two couples sat on either side of them. Prince Ning and his wife's manners were very elegant and generous, and they treated each other with respect. Rui Wang and his wife were also very serious on the surface, but in private, Rui Wang rubbed his legs against his wife's legs. Consort Rui Wang glared at him. "Eat your food." Rui Wang peeled a shrimp for his wife and put it in Consort Rui Wang's bowl. Only then did he realize that everyone's eyes were on him. He was shocked and almost forgot that this was the palace, not his own mansion, so he had to follow the rules. The couple couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Prince Ning smiled gently. "The shrimp in Consort Mother's palace is very good." He also peeled one for Consort Ning. "Suxin should also try it." Suxin was the name Prince Ning gave to Consort Ning after the wedding. Consort Ning smiled gently. "Thank you, Prince." After lunch, noble Consort Zhuang went to rest. They came out of the everlasting palace. Consort Yu returned to her own palace, and the four of them walked out of the palace together. "Be careful." When they passed by a big tree, Prince Ning blocked Consort Ning's head with his hand. When he took his hand down, they found that there was a worm on the back of his hand. Rui Wangfei didn't know the name of this kind of tree. She could only frequently see worms spitting out silk hanging from the bottom of the tree. There was a worm hanging in front of her. If Prince Ning hadn't shouted, she would have bumped into it. Consort Rui Wang sighed. "Big brother is so attentive." Consort Rui Wang muttered, "I'm also very attentive." Consort Rui Wang complained, "Oh, then how come Prince didn't notice the worm in front of me?" Rui Wang scratched his head. What was it?" Consort Rui Wang looked at him and asked. "I was about to get rid of it for you." Rui Wang firmly refused to admit that he didn't notice this little thing. Consort Rui Wang snorted, "You're not as attentive as Big Brother." Rui Wang couldn't refute this. Big Brother was the most attentive of all the princes. He was attentive to his sister-in-law and his younger brothers. He couldn't even find fault with the crown prince's sworn enemy. The mood of a pregnant woman sometimes came inexplicably. Consort Rui Wang, who was still quarreling with Rui Wang a second ago, became sad the next second. "Say, if this child can't be saved, will you still be as good to me as Big Brother is to his sister-in-law?" Rui Wang glared at her and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can the child not be saved? Don't jinx it. My son is fine." Consort Rui Wang sighed, "Aren't I just making assumptions? I just think that Big Brother is really good to his sister-in-law." Rui Wang couldn't refute this. That's right, Prince Ning and Consort Ning knew each other when they were young. They weren't childhood sweethearts, but they didn't get married in secret either. After they got married, the two got along well. The only regret was Consort Ning's belly. Fortunately, Prince Ning never neglected her because she couldn't give birth to a child. In front of Consort Zhuang, he also said good things about Consort Ning. Consort Zhuang wasn't an easy person to get along with. The fact that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could get along so well couldn't be attributed to Prince Ning. This was a man who would never wrong his wife. Consort Rui Wang pinched the corner of Rui Wang's clothes and said coquettishly, "Promise me that you'll treat me like Big Brother is to his sister-in-law. You'll be so good to me for the rest of your life." The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1105538857. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. Rui Wang pinched her face. Silly, what's so difficult about this? You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Ahem. Prince Ning cleared his throat. Let's go. Consort Rui Wang hurriedly withdrew her hand. Rui Wang also scratched his head embarrassedly. After that, the two seemed to avoid each other deliberately. They wished they could get out of the carriage. However, Prince Ning ignored the gazes of others and held Consort Ning's hand in public. The folk customs of this dynasty were more open than those of the previous dynasty, but they were rarely so intimate outside. Consort Ning was a little uncomfortable. Prince Ning's smile was so gentle that it was hard to refuse. The four of them went out of the imperial palace. The carriages of the two manors had been waiting outside for a long time. Consort Rui Wang naturally went back with Rui Wang. Prince Ning should also go back to Prince Ning's mansion with Consort Ning. Unexpectedly, Prince Ning held Consort Ning's hand and said, "Father wants me to go to the imperial study in the afternoon. You go back first." Consort Ning hurriedly said, "Since you have official business, why didn't you say so earlier?" Prince Ning smiled and said, "I want to see you off, but I have to see you get on the carriage first." Consort Rui Wang was very envious. What kind of celestial love did eldest brother have for eldest sister-in-law? Consort Ning said, "Then you go to see father quickly." "I'm going back." Prince Ning smiled and said, "Okay." Consort Ning pulled back her hand and turned to get on the carriage of Prince Ning's mansion. Rui Wang said goodbye to Prince Ning. "Then, eldest brother, we will go first." Prince Ning nodded. "Pay attention to the thing I told you. I will ask father for a reward for you later." Rui Wang laughed heartily. "Okay. What did eldest brother ask you to do?" Consort Rui Wang asked in a low voice. "I'll tell you later." Rui Wang pulled his wife towards Rui Wang Fu's carriage. Just as he was about to help Consort Rui Wang onto the carriage, another carriage suddenly appeared on the official road in front of the palace gates. The speed of the carriage was so fast that it didn't slow down even as it neared the entrance of the palace, almost crashing into it. Fortunately, the carriage stopped when it was only a carriage's distance away. At this moment, Ning Wang was already standing in front of the carriage. He held a sword in his hand, as if he would kill the horse if the other party didn't stop the carriage in time. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a handsome man with wheat-colored skin jumped out. His facial features were resolute, and his eyes were deep. When he smiled, his eyes were especially bright. He held a folding fan in his hand, looking carefree and unrestrained. He didn't tie up his hair today, only a finger braid at the back of his head. A few strands of black hair hung down from the right side of his face, perfectly blocking one side of his face. "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this Your Highness Ning Wang and Your Highness Rui Wang?" He held the folding fan in his hand and cupped his hands in greeting. Rui Wang frowned. "The sixth prince?" "That's right. This person was the hostage of the state of Chen, as well as the sixth prince of the state of Chen's imperial family, Yuan Tang." Yuan Tang's attire today was a bit strange. His long hair hung down, giving off a feeling that he was hugging a pipa and covering half of his face. However, he wasn't a pale-faced scholar, but a wheat-colored handsome man who exuded a masculine aura. His image was a bit hard to describe in words. Yuan Tang smiled and said, "Your Highness Rui Wang, long time no see. This must be Consort Rui Wang? We met once a few years ago." Ning Wang stealthily blocked Rui Wang and his wife behind him. He said to Yuan Tang, is the sixth prince going to ride a horse in the palace? Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I was in too much of a hurry to greet your highnesses, so I was a bit fast. Ning Wang said indifferently, we're not familiar with each other. There's no need to greet each other. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is this how your country treats its guests? Ning Wang said coldly, you're a hostage, not a guest. Yuan Tang rubbed his chest. This really hurts my self-esteem. I originally found a talking parrot outside the palace and wanted to enjoy it with your highnesses. However, it seems that your highnesses aren't interested in enjoying it with Yuan Tang. In that case, Yuan Tang will take his leave. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands in greeting and turned to walk towards his carriage. The moment he brushed past Consort Rui Wang, the cold wind blew his beautiful hair. It was all because his appearance was too eye-catching that Consort Rui Wang subconsciously glanced at him. Consort Rui Wang cried out in alarm and the handkerchief in her hand fell to the ground. Consort Rui Wang, this is, Yuan Tang looked back in confusion. Consort Rui Wang turned around and approached Rui Wang's chest. Rui Wang hurriedly protected her in his arms and coldly glared at Yuan Tang. You scared this prince's princess. Then, I'm sorry. Yuan Tang cupped his hands in greeting and bowed again. After Yuan Tang left, Ning Wang looked at Rui Wang and his wife with concern. What happened just now? The handkerchief on the ground had already been picked up and put away by the servants. Rui Wang patted Consort Rui Wang's shoulder to comfort her. That's right, did that guy deliberately scare you just now? Consort Rui Wang shook her head. No, I was just too surprised. Rui Wang didn't understand. What are you surprised about? It's not like you haven't seen him before. Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Chen and usually didn't attend the gatherings of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. However, when he first came to the state of Zhao, the emperor still held a welcoming banquet for him and the envoy of the state of Chen in order to show the bearing of the imperial family of the state of Zhao. Consort Rui Wang thought carefully and still told him that she had seen the crown princess meeting someone in private. You. Rui Wang was so shocked that he stuttered. You didn't hear wrong? Was it really the crown princess and Yuan Tang? Consort Rui Wang recalled. They deliberately lowered their voices so I couldn't tell whose voice it was. However, I heard the crown princess say, what did you do to Chunying? Chunying is the crown princess' personal female official. After that, I saw the crown princess walk out from behind the rockery, so I was certain that woman was the crown princess. Then how were you certain that man was Yuan Tang? It was King Ning who spoke. Consort Rui Wang frowned and said, I heard the crown princess slap him from behind the rockery. Just now, I saw that Yuan Tang's face was red and swollen. There were streaks that looked like finger marks, so I immediately thought of that man. This didn't sound like anything honorable. The current crown princess actually colluded with a hostage of the state of Chen. If this got out, she would be beheaded. Rui Wang said in disbelief, this Yuan Tang is too daring, and the crown princess, why would she collude with a hostage of the state of Chen? She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Consort Rui Wang snorted. What do you mean she doesn't seem like that kind of person? You men are all blind. I already told you that she isn't a decent woman. She dared to hook up with the crown prince when she was engaged to Xiaoheng. Who can say that she won't hook up with other men now that she has the crown prince? Rui Wang retorted, what are you saying? Who's blind? You. As soon as Consort Rui Wang finished speaking, she remembered that Prince Ning was also here. She smiled embarrassedly. Eldest brother isn't blind. Eldest brother is the person with the brightest eyes in the entire palace. Don't think that I don't know that you secretly liked Wen Linlang. So did old fourth. Only eldest brother doesn't like her. Rui Wang choked. That was many years ago. He was young and inexperienced and was stunned by Wen Linlang's beauty. However, didn't he not see Wen Linlang after that? His heart and eyes only had her, Du Qianqian, in them, Rui Wang said, speaking of which, if she really... I'm saying if she really did this, then would she be worthy of the crown prince? Would she be worthy of imperial father and the people of the state of Zhao? Eldest brother, should we report this to Imperial Father as soon as possible? If she had hooked up with other men, they would have made the Crown Prince's head turn into a grassland. However, it just had to be a hostage of the state of Chen. The severity of this matter was huge. Prince Ning paused and said, "Don't be anxious. Empty words have no proof. We have to find evidence first." As he spoke, he looked sternly at Consort Rui Wang. "Third sister-in-law, can you take responsibility for your words? Are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" Consort Rui Wang carefully recalled and nodded with certainty. "I'm sure." Prince Ning continued, "Then you didn't act rashly and alert the enemy, right? I mean, you didn't run to the Crown Princess to confirm, right?" Consort Rui Wang shook her head. "Of course I didn't. However, she still saw me when she came out from behind the rockery. I said that I had just arrived there. I don't know if she believed me." Prince Ning nodded. "Then, at that time, other than you, was there anyone else who heard the commotion behind the rockery?" Consort Rui Wang almost blurted out Miss Gu. However, she shook her head. "No. Originally, I wouldn't have been discovered. However, my personal maid and Miss Gu came over. The Crown Princess also saw them." Prince Ning stared at her. "Are you sure they didn't hear you?" Consort Rui Wang said, "They came and called out to me. That's why the Crown Princess was alerted." These words allowed Gu Jiao to get a free ride with the maid. Actually, her eldest brother was someone she could trust. However, she didn't want to involve Gu Jiao. Once her eldest brother went to ask Gu Jiao for confirmation, then the Crown Princess and Yuan Tang might notice Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao would be in danger. Prince Ning said with a grave expression, "I know. Don't make this matter public. I will investigate the truth of the matter. It won't be too late to report to Imperial Father after I get conclusive evidence." Consort Rui Wang deeply agreed. Eldest brother is right. After all, the Crown Princess wasn't an ordinary woman. She was the most respected Wanfei in the imperial family of Zhao country. In the future, she would be the mother of the country. It would be fine if there was evidence to accuse her. However, if there wasn't enough evidence and she was bitten, then her eldest brother's years of painstaking effort would be wasted. Thinking of something, Rui Wang said worriedly, "Then, will Xianxia be in danger?" The Crown Princess saw her. If she tells Yuan Tang that their conversation might have been overheard by Xianxia, will Yuan Tang come to silence her? Yuan Tang's martial arts are so high, and she even tried to assassinate Imperial Father. The more she said, the more frightened Rui Wang became. How did his wife encounter this kind of thing? Ning Wang smiled warmly, replying, "I will send someone to Rui Wang Fu to protect San Daimei. San Daimei, try not to leave the Fu in the next few days. If you have to leave the Fu, take the shadow guards I send over." Rui Wang's heart returned to his stomach. He cupped his hands and smiled. "That would be great. I thank eldest brother on behalf of Xianxian." Prince Ning patted him on the shoulder and said, "We're a family." The medical center. Gu Jiao had just returned from outside. She treated a guest's injury and put his dislocated left arm back in place. The second boss walked over and knocked on her door. He smiled and said, "Little Gu, are you free later?" "Speak." Gu Jiao said concisely. The second boss walked in and said with a smile, "Do you still remember what day it is tomorrow?" "What day?" Gu Jiao asked. The second boss said with hurt, "You really forgot." Gu Jiao pulled out her memory in a second. "Isn't it a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce? A genius's brain would never disappoint." The second boss smiled. "That's right. It's a gathering of the Chamber of Commerce. It's at the Four Seas Manor in the eastern suburbs of the capital. I will send someone to pick you up at Jadewater Alley tomorrow morning." Gu Jiao said, "Oh. How many days will I be gone?" The second boss gestured with his fingers. 3 days. It won't be long. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. The second boss looked at her suspiciously. "Little Gu." Gu Jiao, "Yes?" The second boss said, "Have you gained weight? Your clothes are too small." "Are they?" Gu Jiao looked down at her body. She didn't feel it. Gu Jiao took a ruler to measure her waist. She had been exercising a lot recently and had lost half an inch. However, her clothes were too small. They were indeed too small. It was not other parts of her body that were too small. It was the lapel that could not be closed. Gu Jiao had a headache. If she continued to grow like this, it would be difficult for her to dress as a man. The medical center was especially busy today. The second boss was soon called away by shopkeeper Wang. Little Jiangli came over. Sister Gu, there is someone outside the door. She said she is looking for you. Gu Jiao buried her head in sorting out the information of the previous patient. She said, is it a patient? Line up. Little Jiangli shook her head. It's not a patient. It's a madam. She said she knows you and that you promised to visit her to treat her madam. I promised to visit her madam to treat her madam? Did I? Gu Jiao searched her mind and made sure there was no such memory. She asked little Jiangli to reply to the madam. After a while, little Jiangli came again. This time, she had a token in her hand. Sister Gu, the madam said you will know after you see her. Let me see. Gu Jiao reached out and took the token. The token had the emblem of the royal family of the Zhao kingdom and a big Ning character. It was someone from Prince Ning's mansion. Yes, she had promised Prince Ning that she would visit Princess Ning's house to treat her body. However, before she could go to Prince Ning's mansion, Princess Ning went back to visit her parents. Although her parents were also in the capital, it was strange to go to her parents' house to check her pulse. Gu Jiao said to little Jiangli, I have 3 more patients here. Ask the madam to wait for a while. If there are more patients, arrange them to be with Dr. Song and Dr. Liu. Got it, Sister Gu. Little Jiangli left obediently. Little Jiangli was small, but she was very considerate. After Gu Jiao finished checking the 3 patients, little Jiangli led the female official beside Princess Ning in. The female official greeted Gu Jiao politely, Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao asked, did Princess Ning come back? The female official smiled and said, that's right. Our Princess Ning came back last night. Today, she went to the palace to pay respects to the empress and imperial concubine. When she came back in the afternoon, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. I heard from the prince that Dr. Gu's medical skills are excellent, so I specially asked Dr. Gu to go to the mansion to check the Princess Ning's pulse. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/110532202. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao didn't have anything else to do, and it wasn't too late. Prince Ning's mansion and Hanlin Academy were in the same direction. After treating Princess Ning's illness, she could pick up Xiao Luling on the way. Gu Jiao said, okay, wait for me first. I'll pack my things. The female officer smiled and said, we've prepared the carriage. After treating Princess Ning's illness, we'll take you wherever you want to go. Gu Jiao shook her head, no need to trouble yourself. I'll take the medical center's carriage. The female officer responded, we'll listen to Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao got on the carriage with a small basket on her back. The small basket contained her medicine box, some commonly used Chinese medicine, and some travel items. The basket didn't look big, but it could hold a lot of things. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage. Their carriage followed Prince Ning's carriage, and they arrived at Prince Ning's mansion without any obstruction. It was the first time Gu Jiao entered an ancient prince's mansion. Last time, when she sent Princess Rui Wang home, she didn't go in. This time, she could take the opportunity to see what the prince's mansion looked like. Prince Ning's mansion covered a large area. There was a whole street that belonged to Prince Ning's mansion. Of course, it was just a small street, not a commercial street like Chang'an Street and Xuanwu Street. On both sides of the street were the residences of Prince Ning's mansion's servants. The closer they got to the mansion, the stricter the security became. Presumably, the people living there were not ordinary people. The status of doctors in Zhao country wasn't high, and the status of female doctors was even lower. It was reasonable to say that they weren't qualified to go through the main gate. However, Gu Jiao's identity was special. The female officer of Prince Ning's mansion still took her through the south gate. However, she didn't open the main gate in the middle, but the side gate. This was the rule of the royal family. Only the prince, Princess Ning, and the legitimate bloodline of the royal family could go through the main gate. Otherwise, the emperor, empress, and empress dowager could go through the main gate. Even if Princess Xuan came, she could only enter through the side gate. The maid told Gu Jiao that her surname was Yao. Gu Jiao made an O sound in her heart. She had the same surname as Yao Shi. What a coincidence. The landscape of Prince Ning's mansion was more standard than expected, which complemented Prince Ning's temperament. But some details of the design, such as pavilions, waterside corridors, birdsong and fragrant flowers, were obviously designed by Princess Ning. Mei Jiao took Gu Jiao to Princess Ning's courtyard. Recalling that Ning Wang had once said that if she, Xiong Badian, was willing, he could give her a separate courtyard, Gu Jiao was suddenly a little curious as to where Ning Wang had originally planned to settle her down. Dr. Gu, we're here. Female official Yao said to Gu Jiao at the entrance of the courtyard. Gu Jiao nodded and stepped over the threshold into Princess Ning's courtyard. This was a three-sectioned courtyard, but it was much larger than an ordinary three-sectioned courtyard. In fact, Gu Jiao felt that rather than calling it a courtyard, it would be more appropriate to call it a sleeping chamber. It seemed that the emperor's love for his eldest son was beyond words. Gu Jiao came to the door of the upper room. A maid guarding outside the door saluted to female official Yao and opened the curtain for female official Yao. Female official Yao personally welcomed Gu Jiao into the room. Princess Ning sat on the chaise lounge with her back against the cushion and a thin mattress covering her body. She held a book in her hand and was reading it attentively. This was not the first time that Gu Jiao met Princess Ning, but that was in a dream. Princess Ning was knocked down by a white cat that scared Xiao Lulang, causing a miscarriage. Xiao Lulang was the scapegoat. The white cat was taken away with the help of Yuan Tang. It did not scare Xiao Lulang, nor did it offend Princess Ning. But Princess Ning still had a miscarriage. Consort Rui Wang said that Princess Ning had 3 miscarriages. It was not difficult to understand why her complexion was so bad, and there seemed to be a faint sadness between her eyebrows. Princess, Dr. Gu is here. Female official Yao walked forward and reported softly. Princess Ning raised her head. She held the half-read book with one hand and stretched out the other hand. The little maid on the side seemed to have understood the meaning of this action. She hurriedly presented a bookmark with both hands. Princess Ning put the bookmark in the book and closed it. She looked at Gu Jiao and said, "You are Dr. Gu? I heard the prince mention you. Imperial grandmother likes you very much." Her eyes swept over the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face, but did not stay for too long. She did not show any surprise or mind. This was the cultivation of the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family and the princess of a country. She would not embarrass the guest on the spot. Although Gu Jiao was a female doctor, her status was destined to be higher because of Empress Dowager Zhuang's love. Princess Ning said, "We are all family. Don't be so reserved. Sit down." Her words were also very particular. She did not give a seat, nor did she speak in a tone of charity. She spoke as if she was treating a real guest. Gu Jiao sat down beside her. Before sitting down, she took down the small basket and put it on another chair. "Princess, what are you reading?" she asked. Mentioning this, Princess Ning smiled faintly. "Some poetry books. Do you want to read?" She handed the book to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. "I don't understand poetry, and I don't like it." Princess Ning laughed again. "I don't like it either." Gu Jiao said, "Then why are you reading it?" Princess Ning smiled faintly. It's boring in the mansion. I just want to pass the time. Although she said that, Gu Jiao felt that she was not just killing time. Instead, it was more like she was forcing herself to do something she did not like but had to do. Gu Jiao said to her, "Let me feel your pulse." Princess Ning reached out her hand. A maid came forward and wanted to put a handkerchief on Princess Ning's wrist. Princess Ning said, "No need." Yes. The maid took the handkerchief and left. Gu Jiao began to feel Princess Ning's pulse. The room quieted down. Princess Ning's pulse was as Gu Jiao expected. Gu Jiao asked, "How is your sleep? Is it difficult to fall asleep?" Princess Ning smiled bitterly. "A little bit." Gu Jiao looked directly at Mei Jiao beside Princess Ning. "How long do you usually fall asleep after going to bed?" Mei Jiao looked at Princess Ning. Seeing that Princess Ning did not stop her, she said honestly, "At least an hour, at most, she may not sleep all night." Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully and said, "How's your appetite?" "Not very good." Mei Jiao replied, "I can't eat it. When I finally eat it, it's hard to digest." Gu Jiao nodded and took back her hand. She said to Princess Ning, "Judging from your pulse, you have a weak spleen and stomach. It's not a difficult disease. With your condition, you can get better in 1 or 2 months. Have you seen a doctor?" Princess Ning said, "Yes, I have. It's the same as you said. She will be fine after taking medicine. If she stops taking medicine, she will relapse." So the crux of the problem was not the spleen deficiency, but the heart disease. Gu Jiao said to Princess Ning, "Please ask others to leave." Princess Ning did not hesitate. "You can leave." Only the 2 of them were left in the room. Gu Jiao made a comprehensive evaluation and diagnosis of Princess Ning and found that she was slightly depressed. It was not to the extent that Xianxia had been in the beginning, but if she ignored it, it was very likely that it would develop into a more serious state than Xianxia. Gu Jiao didn't say to Princess Ning, "You have to take it easy." For patients with depression, taking it easy was the same as drinking more hot water. If you took it easy, you wouldn't be depressed. If you didn't take it easy, you were really sick. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box. Since Xianxia recovered, there was no antidepressant in the small medicine box. Today, it appeared again. Gu Jiao took out 2 boxes of antidepressants. She opened them and put them in a porcelain bottle. She handed it to her. "1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Try to take it before you go to bed." Princess Ning took it and asked, "Is this the medicine for spleen deficiency?" Gu Jiao said, "No, it's the medicine that can let you sleep well. You can continue to take the medicine for spleen deficiency." Princess Ning sighed. "I don't want to take the previous one. It's too bitter." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. I'll have someone send a few bottles of pills to Princess Ning later." The Miracle Hand Hall opened their own medicine workshop. Other than making the wound medicine that the military needed, they also opened a few pill production lines. Among them were pills that strengthened the spleen and stomach. "Is it bitter?" Princess Ning asked. Gu Jiao said, "I put honey in it. It's not bitter." Princess Ning sighed. "That's good." A high and mighty Princess Ning was actually afraid of taking bitter medicine. This understanding made Gu Jiao feel that Princess Ning was not the same as she thought. After this, Gu Jiao reminded Princess Ning of some things to pay attention to in her daily life. The main things were the taboos in her diet and that she had to come out more often to bask in the sun, take a walk, and move her body. After doing all this, Gu Jiao planned to leave. "I'll have someone send the medicine to Princess Ning in a moment." Princess Ning said, "Don't bother. I'll send someone to get it." "That's fine." Gu Jiao did not refuse. Princess Ning wanted to pay Gu Jiao's consultation fee. Gu Jiao said, "His Highness Prince Ning will pay." Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. "Okay." This was the first real smile that Gu Jiao saw when she entered the room. Did she only smile like this when Prince Ning was mentioned? Gu Jiao packed her things and Mei Jiao walked her out. As soon as the 2 arrived at the gate of Prince Ning's mansion, they unexpectedly met Prince Ning, who was getting out of the carriage. "Your Highness." Female official Yao hurriedly bowed in greeting. Prince Ning nodded slightly and looked at Gu Jiao. He showed a gentle smile. It's Dr. Gu. I didn't expect you to come. Mei Jiao said. Princess Ning had a bit of chest tightness in the afternoon. I remembered that Your Highness said Dr. Gu's medical skills were excellent, so I went to the Miracle Hall to invite Dr. Gu over. Prince Ning nodded approvingly. You did well. You can leave. I want to talk to Dr. Gu about Princess Ning's illness. Then I'll go to the Miracle Hall to get the medicine, Mei Jiao said. Mei Jiao got on the carriage. Prince Ning pointed at the mansion. If Dr. Gu is not in a hurry, why don't you go to the reception pavilion? Gu Jiao said, I'm in a hurry. If Your Highness has something to say, please say it quickly. Also, since we've met, I'll have to trouble Your Highness to pay the consultation fee. Okay. Prince Ning took out a 50-tael banknote from his pocket. 100 taels, Gu Jiao said. The Princess of Xianxia gave 100 taels, directly breaking the upper limit of her consultation fee. Prince Ning paused. For a moment, he inexplicably felt that Gu Jiao's exorbitant demand was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said, I said before, the consultation fee isn't cheap. That's right, Gu Jiao had kindly reminded him. Prince Ning hadn't haggled at the time, so it was even more impossible for him to haggle after she finished treating Princess Ning's illness. But Prince Ning hadn't expected that the price she said wasn't cheap would be this high. Prince Ning's heart felt stifled. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but there was an unspeakable stifling feeling. In the end, Prince Ning still paid the 100-tael banknote. Gu Jiao took the banknote. What does Your Highness want to ask? Speak. Spending money really was different. Her business attitude was even better. Prince Ning was startled by her suddenly good tone. He opened his mouth and asked, It's about Princess Ning's illness. I want to know what's wrong with her. Gu Jiao said, her spleen and stomach are weak, that's one reason. She's overly worried, that's the second reason. Prince Ning's brows furrowed. Overly worried? Gu Jiao made a sound of N. It's depression. In the words of ordinary people, it's a heart disease. I prescribed medicine for it. But Your Highness Prince Ning should take care of Princess Ning's mood. Is it because of the child? Princess Ning and I have been married for many years. We've always wanted to have a child of our own. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill our wishes. This time, the child couldn't be saved. He used the word again. It seemed unintentional, but he was telling Gu Jiao that this wasn't the first time Princess Ning had a miscarriage. Gu Jiao had heard from consort Rui Wan that Princess Ning had had 3 miscarriages, so she wasn't surprised. She had always been calm, so Prince Ning didn't think her reaction was suspicious. Prince Ning asked, Can Princess Ning have children in the future? Gu Jiao said, It's hard to say. The most important thing now is Princess Ning's illness. Prince Ning nodded and said, Then, does she know? Gu Jiao said, I didn't say anything about the depression. Prince Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you didn't say anything. I don't want her to worry about her illness. I'll pay attention in the future. Gu Jiao nodded. Goodbye. Prince Ning stopped her. I heard, yes? Gu Jiao looked back at him. Prince Ning said with gentle eyes, Dr. Gu went to the palace yesterday and saw consort Rui Wang and Crown Princess. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She said frankly, Is there a problem? Prince Ning smiled. No. It's third sister. It's third sister-in-law who mentioned Miss Gu to me. It's not the first time that third sister-in-law has been with Dr. Gu. You two seem to have a good relationship. If Dr. Gu doesn't mind, you can come and accompany Princess Ning more often in the future. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, I'm a doctor. I only need to accompany patients. Prince Ning laughed. I'm being rude. Gu Jiao withdrew her gaze and left Prince Ning's mansion. She asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage to Hamlin Academy. Unfortunately, Xiao Lulang was called to work overtime again. Kong Mu knew Gu Jiao and knew that she was Xiao Liulong's wife. He said to her, he went to the cabinet. I heard that Grand Secretary Yuan needed more people and personally selected this year's 3 cauldrons to go over. The 3 cauldrons were Xiao Luling, Royal Princeton, and Ningzi Yuan. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Grand Secretary Yuan had a good reputation, and he might be a future relative. He wasn't a bad person. She didn't need to worry about her husband. Xianxia asked, Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical center or to Clearwater Alley? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Let's go back to the medical center first. Gu Jiao returned to the medical center and put a banknote of 100 taels on the counter. Shopkeeper Wang looked at her in surprise. What's this? The consultation fee. Gu Jiao said. No. You only went out to see a doctor once. How did you bring back so much consultation fee? Shopkeeper Wang said. He remembered that last time, she had also mysteriously brought back 100 taels from Vermilion Bird Avenue. Shopkeeper Wang blinked. Miss Gu, you didn't go to rob someone, did you? Gu Jiao looked at him lazily. Who are you looking down on? Shopkeeper Wang smiled embarrassedly. You're right, you're right. Miss Gu is a gentleman. Why would you rob someone? Before he could finish speaking, he heard Gu Jiao say, What's so good about robbing 100 taels? If you want to do something, you should do something big. Shopkeeper Wang was speechless. Gu Jiao didn't stay in the medical center for long before Consort Rui Wang came over. Gu Jiao didn't see any patients today. Consort Rui Wang went to her courtyard with ease. Gu Jiao was drying medicinal herbs. Consort Rui Wang walked over and happily called out to Miss Gu. Consort Rui Wang? Gu Jiao greeted her in surprise. Consort Rui Wang gasped. You left too quickly. If you were half an hour later, we would have met at Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Jiao asked, You went to Prince Ning's mansion? Consort Rui Wang said with a serious expression, I heard that Princess Ning wasn't feeling well, so I went to see her. That's strange. She was fine when she went to the palace in the morning. Why did her chest feel tight and uncomfortable when she went back? What's wrong with her? So Princess Ning was fine in the morning but felt uncomfortable in the afternoon. Did something happen to her? People with depression couldn't stand being stimulated. However, it wasn't only stimulated that would cause the illness. Sometimes, the patient's mood would suddenly become low, and they couldn't control it at all. Gu Jiao wouldn't talk about the patient's condition with people other than the patient's family. She chose her words carefully and said, her spleen and stomach are weak. She hasn't completely recovered after the miscarriage. Her body needs to be carefully nursed back to health. She may feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Consort Rui Wang sighed. Sigh, sister-in-law is so pitiful. Fortunately, eldest brother is a good man and has always loved her. Ah, right, I met the hostage of Qin State today. Consort Rui Wang's expression became serious. So he was the man who met the crown princess in private behind the rockery. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/8964289642826/1105077774. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After coming out of the medical center, Gu Jiao got in Xiao Sanzi's carriage and went to Lu Yixing's house. Lu Yixing's house was as poor as usual, but Lu Yixing wasn't sitting in the yard as usual. Only the mute boy named Anu and another old nanny were working in the front yard. One was weaving baskets, and the other was scrubbing. The two of them recognized Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, I'm looking for Lu Yixing. Is he here? The old nanny was hard of hearing and couldn't hear. Anu pointed to a room inside. Thank you. Gu Jiao thanked her and stepped into the central room. Then she turned and walked into the other room that Anu pointed to. This was a study room, which was also Lu Yixing's bedroom. It was about the same size as the west room in Xiao Lulang and Little Jing Kong. The furnishings were very old and simple. The paint on the cabinet was peeling off, and the table was lame and made of stone. There were also some broken furniture. She didn't know if it was picked up from outside or smashed by someone who broke into the room. In short, it was full of holes and cracks. Lu Yixing was wearing a coarse hemp garment. He sat behind the desk and read a book attentively. Gu Jiao recognized that this was the book she gave him last time. He really began to read. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door. Lu Yixing was immersed in the sea of books and didn't notice Gu Jiao's arrival for a moment. It was only when the old nanny outside accidentally knocked over a stool that he raised his head in shock and heard a loud crash. Then he saw Gu Jiao leaning against the door and looking at him calmly. Generally speaking, it was very awkward to see someone being caught red-handed, and one would subconsciously look away. Gu Jiao didn't. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did I disturb you?" "No, it wasn't you." Lu Yixing hid the surprise in his eyes and opened the window beside him to take a look outside. After making sure that the old lady was fine, he felt relieved. "Why are you here?" He closed the book and cautiously looked around his room. It was unknown if he was checking to see if there was any dirt or mess in his room that could not be seen. Fortunately, he didn't. Nanny and Anu had just cleaned up this morning. "You." He hesitated for a moment. He wanted to invite the other party in, but felt that it was inappropriate, so he stood up and said, "Let's go to the central room." Gu Jiao nodded. The guest had to follow the host's wishes, so it didn't matter where they sat. Although there were two servants in Lu Yixing's house, one of them was old and hard of hearing, while the other could not speak. Lu Yixing would personally entertain the guests. Of course, there had never been any other guests in his house, and Gu Jiao was the only one. Yuan Tang could not be counted as a guest. "Sit." Lu Yixing pointed to the chair and said. Gu Jiao sat down. A white shadow rushed over and jumped onto Gu Jiao's legs. Its fat body was curled up into a furry ball, and it obediently let Gu Jiao stroke it. Gu Jiao poked its soft belly with her fingertips and said amusedly, "You still remember me?" This white cat was the one that almost scared Xiao Lulang and bumped into Princess Ning. Yuan Tang caught it in time. Seeing that Gu Jiao liked it and the white cat also liked Gu Jiao, Yuan Tang lied that it was an ownerless cat and asked Gu Jiao to take it home. However, Gu Jiao did not take it away. Of course, Gu Jiao had guessed that it was Yuan Tang's cat after the incident, and she clearly exposed it in front of Yuan Tang. She thought that Yuan Tang would take her cat back. "You're still here." Gu Jiao curved her lips and stroked the cat comfortably. Lu Yixing saw that she was playing happily with the white cat and could not help asking, "Since you like it so much, why don't you take it back?" Her husband was afraid of cats. This man was not afraid of anything, not even death, but he was afraid of cats. Gu Jiao did not answer his question, but said, "No, you raised it well." She paused and turned to look at him, "Don't you like cats?" Lu Yixing lowered his eyes and said, "No, I like it very much. It can catch mice." After it came, there were no mice in the house. Gu Jiao poked its belly, "Are you so capable?" The white cat meowed proudly. "Does it have a name?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Lu Yixing was asked. It was just raising a cat. Did it need a name? Gu Jiao actually had no experience in raising pets, but little Jing Kong had to name the 7 chickens one by one, so she subconsciously thought that this white cat should have a name too. Lu Yixing looked a little embarrassed. She said that she liked raising cats, but she did not even give a name to the cat. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed, and he said, I thought of a few names, but I don't know which one is good." Gu Jiao looked at him, "Let's hear it." Lu Yixing, who knew nothing about naming, was speechless. Lu Yixing had an idea, and he said, "Why don't you give it a name? After all, it's your cat, and it's just temporarily in my care." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's call it Little Sure." There were 9 mythical animals in the house, and this one was the 10th. Okay, let's call it Little Shur. Lu Yixing had no objection at all. Are you here to see Little Shur today? He asked, and stood up to pour water for Gu Jiao. I'm here to see you too, Gu Jiao said. Lu Yixing's hand shook, and a drop of water spilled on the table. He took a handkerchief and wiped it without leaving a trace, and put the tea in Gu Jiao's hand. You really have nothing better to do. Gu Jiao took down the small basket and took out a few thick books from it. Here. Last time, she gave Lu Yixing the 4 books. This time, she gave him the 5 classics and 2 arithmetic books. They were all annotated, and were very suitable for self-taught scholars. You. Lu Yixing wanted to say something, but hesitated. Gu Jiao could almost imagine what he was going to say. I know you can't afford these books, but I'm not giving them to you for free. These are Little Shur's food expenses. Little Shur is so fat, and it's obvious that he can eat a lot. The white cat meowed bitterly. Lu Yixing sighed. You'll regret it if you lose the bet. He would never be conferred the title of marquis or minister in this lifetime. Lu Yixing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he accepted the books. However, he secretly remembered the value of these books, and he would return them to her one day. Lu Yixing stroked the covers of the books and said, I'm borrowing these books from you. I'll return them to you when I earn some money. It's up to you. Gu Jiao said nonchalantly. It was just a few books, and she didn't lack money. However, she didn't refuse him on the spot because she wanted to take care of his incomparably strong self-esteem. At this time, Gu Jiao didn't know that one day, many years later, Lu Yixing really did return the money for these books, but he didn't use money. 1 book, 1 city. A total of 11 cities, and he returned her half of the country. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Gu Jiao said confidently when she saw Lu Yixing flipping through the 2 arithmetic books. Okay. Lu Yixing humbly asked for advice, and took out a pile of 8-part essay drafts from his room. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Or, you don't have to ask me. Lu Yixing, Gu Jiao stroked the cat for a while, and in the end, she wanted to sniff the cat, but she restrained herself. Actually, I came here today for another matter. She was so busy stroking the cat that she almost forgot about the important matter. What's the matter? Lu Yixing asked. It's about Yuan Tang, Gu Jiao said. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Tang's voice sounded from the other room. What does it have to do with this prince? Gu Jiao frowned strangely. Lu Yixing explained, he came here just now, and he's sleeping in the woodshed. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Tang with a puzzled expression. You don't want to sleep in the imperial palace, but instead sleep in the woodshed. What's wrong with you? Yuan Tang covered his face with a folding fan and yawned. He strode over and sat down across from Gu Jiao. As long as I'm close to cousin, what's wrong with sleeping in the woodshed? Lu Yixing said to Gu Jiao, I thought he wouldn't wake up, so I didn't tell you. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to suddenly mention Yuan Tang. If he had known, he would have reminded her. After all, it was quite embarrassing to be caught talking about someone behind their back. Lu Yixing thought too much. Gu Jiao wasn't embarrassed at all. Gu Jiao made a sound and said to Yuan Tang, you came at the right time. Yuan Tang smiled. What's wrong? Do you miss this prince? Lu Yixing's eyes turned cold. Yuan Tang hurriedly said to him, don't be angry, it's just a joke. I only have cousin in my heart, there's no room for anyone else. Lu Yixing was obviously used to his shamelessness and glib tongue. He coldly turned around and ignored him. Yuan Tang smiled and said, Dr. Gu, what did you want to say to me just now? Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She directly reached out and grabbed Yuan Tang's chin. She turned his face to the left, and sure enough, she saw the scratches and swelling under his hair. However, it was probably because he had applied medicine, so it wasn't as obvious as what Rui Wang had said. However, she could still see the marks. Yuan Tang didn't resist. He playfully looked at Lu Yixing and said, cousin, she was the one who took liberties with me. I didn't take the initiative to seduce her. Shut your mouth. Lu Yixing said unhappily. Gu Jiao asked, how did you get the wounds on your face? Lu Yixing raised his eyebrows and said, you care about me that much? Lu Yixing coldly said, "Don't talk nonsense." Yuan Tang helplessly shrugged. He used his folding fan to point at the big white cat on Gu Jiao's lap and said, "How else could it be? It scratched me." Gu Jiao looked at the white cat on her lap and asked, "You scratched me?" The white cat closed its eyes and pretended to be dead. Lu Yixing said, "It scratched me. I saw it." Gu Jiao asked, "When did it scratch you?" Lu Yixing said, "Last night." He climbed over the wall to enter the house. The white cat thought it was a thief, so it scratched him with its claws. She didn't expect this little thing to be so fierce. Yuan Tang looked at the white cat with hidden bitterness and said, "It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten who was the one who raised you." Lu Yixing wouldn't lie to her. According to Gu Jiao's observation, the marks on Yuan Tang's face didn't look like finger marks. They looked more like scratches caused by sharp claws. Of course, she couldn't rule out another possibility: the slap didn't leave too big of a mark, and the swelling immediately went down with ice. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao, who was deep in thought, and said, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Are all of you people from Zhao so strange today? First, Consort Rui Wang saw me and screamed in shock because of my injured face. Then, you held my face and touched me." Lu Yixing was annoyed to death and said, "Who touched you? If you continue to talk without thinking, don't come again." Yuan Tang immediately cowered and said, Okay. I won't say it. It wasn't Yuan Tang. The direction of this matter was a bit strange. Although it had nothing to do with her who Wen Linlang met privately with, she had exposed the other party's secret. If the other party found out, it was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to her and consort Rui Wang. Therefore, it was better to find that person as soon as possible. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Tang without blinking and asked, "Do you know the crown princess?" Yuan Tang said, "Which country's crown princess are you talking about?" Gu Jiao said, "The crown princess of Zhao country." Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows meaningfully and said, "Oh, that Zhao Du's young marquis's fiancée. I know her." "What about it?" "She's his ex-fiancée. They don't have anything to do with each other anymore." Gu Jiao corrected Yuan Tang and asked, "Did you go to see her yesterday?" Because he was asked, Yuan Tang didn't pay attention to why she corrected him. Yuan Tang spread his hands and said, "Why would I go see her? I'm not familiar with her." "Wait, why do you ask? Are you suspecting that I have some kind of unclear relationship with her?" This Yuan Tang wasn't stupid. Yuan Tang laughed. After laughing, he raised his finger and said solemnly, "Cousin is here, so I might as well be frank. I did assassinate your Zhao country's emperor, but I have absolutely no relationship with your Zhao country's crown princess. I swear to God. If I'm lying, I won't be able to bring cousin back to Qin country for the rest of my life." "What kind of oath was this?" Lu Yixing said indifferently. "If you're lying, I won't let you be the Qin country's crown prince." Yuan Tang looked hurt. "That's too vicious. Are you still my cousin?" Yuan Tang didn't look like he was lying. However, in terms of motive, martial arts, criminal record, and other aspects, Yuan Tang was the most suspicious. Just as Gu Jiao was about to ask him for his alibi from yesterday morning, a strange noise came from outside the room. Gu Jiao's ears twitched. She picked up the teacup in her hand and threw it outside the door. With a clang, an arrow was knocked to the ground by the teacup. The mute slave in the yard stood up, grabbed the old mama who didn't hear anything, and carried her into the room. The moment the two entered the room, Yuan Tang got up and closed the door to the central room. He also bolted the door. Almost at the same time, the sound of an entire row of arrows hitting the door rang out. One of the arrows even broke through the door halfway and almost pierced Yuan Tang's stomach. Yuan Tang looked at the arrow that almost cut his stomach open and the corner of his mouth twitched. "No way, cousin, what have you been doing recently? In the past, those people from Zhao country only came to your house to mess around. Now they want to kill you?" As soon as Yuan Tang finished speaking, another arrow flew through the air. This time, it came from the back door. The back door couldn't be closed because there was no back door. However, the person this arrow was aimed at wasn't Lu Yixing. For a moment, Gu Jiao thought that the arrow was aimed at her. Until, the arrow accurately pierced Yuan Tang's folding fan. If the fan hadn't blocked it fast enough, he would have been cut open. Yuan Tang was stunned. What's going on? Is it aimed at me? Several more arrows came from behind, all aimed at Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao looked deeply in the direction of the back door. Her eyes moved. Okay, you're eliminated as a suspect. Yuan Tang dodged the arrows and ran around the room. What do you mean? Obviously, someone wanted Yuan Tang to be the scapegoat so that Yuan Tang wouldn't be able to testify. Digression, Jiao Jiao is so smart. Does she have monthly votes? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1104795527. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Yuan Tang was being chased all over the place. How could he care about washing off suspicion? In fact, he usually brought his subordinates with him when he went out. It was only when he came to Lu Yixing's place that he was always alone. This was because Lu Yixing didn't like to be disturbed. He didn't even want to see him, let alone his subordinates. Who would have thought that after so many times without incident, he would suffer a setback today? The assassins came in a menacing manner, and each one of them was powerful. He almost couldn't handle them. At first, the assassins only wanted to kill him, but after missing, they no longer cared about whether there were other people in the room. Several arrows almost hit Gu Jiao and Lu Yixing. In order not to implicate the two of them, Yuan Tang gritted his teeth. I'm leaving first. As Yuan Tang left, the surrounding assassins gradually disappeared. It seemed that they were chasing after Yuan Tang. Lu Yixing's expression became very ugly. Gu Jiao didn't know if he was recalling something, or if he was simply worried about Yuan Tang's situation. Yuan Tang's situation was indeed not good. This time, the other party seemed to be determined to kill him at all costs. No matter where Yuan Tang fled, he could feel that group of people chasing after him. His martial arts were not on par with the Dragon Shadow Guards, but he was at least one of the top 10 experts in the state of Chen. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to this group of assassins in a one-on-one fight. However, there was a saying that went, outnumbered. The direction back to the palace was completely blocked. It was obvious that the assassins didn't want him to return to the palace to call for reinforcements. How despicable. Don't let this prince find out who did it, or else this prince will skin you alive. Yuan Tang had no choice but to escape in another direction. He didn't know how long he was chased until night fell, until he left the lights of the homes far behind him, until his internal energy was exhausted and he couldn't escape anymore. He was cornered in an empty street corner. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the full moon hung high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on Yuan Tang's sweaty cheeks, and his eyes emitted a sharp and cold light. Who are you? Who sent you to kill this prince? He asked coldly. However, no one answered. The dozen or so black-clothed assassins only clenched their longswords and charged at him without a word. Yuan Tang's folding fan turned and activated a mechanism. Countless blades appeared and blocked the swords that were coming at his head. At this moment, a sword attack came from the side of his body. Yuan Tang's left fingertips caught the sword just in time. However, everything was not over yet. A wave of terrifying attacks came from behind him. Yuan Tang's brows twitched. I can't hide anymore. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang and the black-clothed assassin that attacked him from behind let out a pitiful cry. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. People were always filled with curiosity and fear towards the unknown. Because they didn't know how powerful it was, they didn't dare risk their lives. The other assassins froze for a moment. Using this time, Gu Jiao threw out a few more black flame beads, forcing back the other assassins that wanted to kill Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came back to his senses and used his internal energy to push back the 4 assassins around him. After pushing them back, he collapsed. Gu Jiao quickly moved forward and held his arm. Yuan Tang knew that he couldn't show any weakness at this critical moment, otherwise they would chase after him. Yuan Tang stabilized his mind and did his best to not collapse. He stared at the murderous assassins and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Thank you. I owe you my life today." Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. "Is your life valuable?" Yuan Tang said, "I'm the future crown prince of the Qin kingdom. Do you think it's valuable?" Gu Jiao, "Oh. What did you use just now? Why was it so powerful?" "A hidden weapon." Yuan Tang, "I know it's a hidden weapon, but can you tell me what kind of hidden weapon it is?" "Forget it, now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to quickly take care of this group of assassins." Just now, 3 of them had been injured by Gu Jiao's explosion, but there were still 11 of them left. The worst thing was that Yuan Tang had already used up all his energy on the way here. He could barely stand, but he had no chance of winning if they really fought. Yuan Tang said helplessly, "We can only rely on you, Dr. Gu." "Stand back," Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang took a few steps back and stood by the wall. There were 11 of them. Yuan Tang did not expect Gu Jiao to take care of them alone. She only needed to stall for time. Once he caught his breath and recovered some energy, he would be able to rejoin the battle. What Yuan Tang did not expect was that before he could catch his breath, half of the assassins were already down. "No way, is this girl really so good at fighting?" Gu Jiao used a stick. There was no blood. She only knocked the person unconscious. She used the move that the old marquis had taught her before she left. She did not expect it to be so useful. The old man was pretty good. She was good too. Wow, if this goes on, I won't even have to fight, right? Yuan Tang crossed his arms. He felt that this girl could take care of everyone on her own. The next second, Yuan Tang realized that he had been happy too early. "Stop. Or I'll kill him." With a harsh shout, a masked man in black walked out with a sword pressed against Lu Yixing's neck. Yuan Tang's eyes darkened. "Cousin," Gu Jiao threw away one of the assassins in black. She looked indifferently at Lu Yixing and the masked man in black. A dangerous light flashed through her eyes. "Let him go," Gu Jiao said. Her tone was unquestionable. The man in black was shocked by the fact that a little girl could emit such a powerful aura. But it was only for a moment. He said coldly, "You dare to hurt so many of my brothers. You've got guts. Hand that brat over. Leave one of your hands behind, and we'll let this matter rest." Lu Yixing said expressionlessly, "If you were the ones being captured today, I wouldn't have done anything." "Stinking brat. Shut up." The masked man's sword suddenly moved an inch closer to Lu Yixing's neck. The blade was pressed against his white skin. Gu Jiao's eyes were cold as she said, "If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, I'll have you pay with your life." Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang were both stunned. The 2 of them didn't expect Gu Jiao to say something like this. Lu Yixing's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also looked at him. Lu Yixing closed his eyes without hesitation. At the same time, Gu Jiao shook her arm and a dagger slipped into her sleeve. No one saw how Gu Jiao moved. By the time they reacted, she had already thrown the dagger. The masked man saw that the dagger was about to hit his forehead. He hurriedly waved his sword to block it. The dagger was blocked, but Lu Yixing took the opportunity to run away. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. Yuan Tang couldn't come back to his senses. What just happened? Did that girl suddenly attack, or did she give his cousin some kind of signal? Otherwise, why would his cousin close his eyes? Speaking of which, wasn't his cousin afraid that the girl would make a mistake? Yuan Tang was jealous, even his cousin didn't trust him that much. Lu Yixing quickly walked towards the 2 of them. The masked man was about to swing his sword at Lu Yixing's back, but Gu Jiao's black flame pearl blew him back several steps. He obviously knew how powerful this thing was. Several of his brothers had been injured by it. Gu Jiao also quickly walked over to help Lu Yixing. "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao asked. "I'm not." Lu Yixing didn't finish his words. He suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Jiao into his embrace. His other hand blocked the back of Gu Jiao's head. A sword slashed down and Lu Yixing's little finger flew out. "Cousin!" Yuan Tang cried out involuntarily. Hot blood splashed onto Gu Jiao's neck. She grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and saw the bloody wound on his little finger. Her eyes instantly turned cold. At this moment, everyone felt that Gu Jiao's aura had changed. It was as if the fight just now was just a casual fight. She wasn't really angry. But now, every strand of her hair seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Gu Jiao wasn't sure what the dream of returning to the manor meant. She only knew that it was getting harder and harder for her to separate herself from the dream. Lu Yixing was the person who would bury her. He was the person she would protect for the rest of her life. It didn't matter if this strong emotion came from the person in front of her or the person in her dream. She only knew that there was a voice in her head that said, "No one is allowed to hurt him." Gu Jiao tore off a piece of her dress and wrapped it around Lu Yixing's wound. Then she pulled out the dagger at her waist. Everyone was shocked by her sudden outburst of aura and murderous aura, to the point that they didn't even move as they watched her bandage someone's wound. When Gu Jiao made her move, everyone finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward. She threw the dagger into the air and grabbed it. The moment she landed, her dagger fiercely stabbed into the heart of the assassin who had attacked Lu Yixing. Another stream of blood spurted out, splashing onto her face. She wiped it away and her eyes became terrifying. Everyone was stunned by the scene. She had fought for so long and had only used a stick to knock them unconscious. They thought that she didn't have a weapon or that she didn't know how to use a weapon. They even thought that she was timid, kind, and indecisive. After all, she was just a young girl in her teens. However, it was this timid, kind-hearted, and indecisive little girl who had stabbed an assassin in the heart with her dagger. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. When the masked assassin recovered from his shock, all of his brothers had fallen. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. His martial arts weren't weak. If he really fought to the death with Gu Jiao, even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But he had been scared silly by Gu Jiao's methods. Was this really a young girl? "He's a god of death, isn't he?" Gu Jiao's face was covered in blood, but it wasn't her own. Her dagger was also dripping with blood. The ruthlessness in her body was stirred up by the blood. She grabbed the dagger and walked towards the masked man step by step like an Asura who had returned from purgatory. The masked man's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground on his butt. "Don't come over. Don't come over." He supported himself with one hand on the ground and stepped back. He pointed his sword at Gu Jiao with the other. But his words couldn't even be considered a roar. At most, it was a hollow roar. Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang naturally noticed that something was wrong with Gu Jiao. They called her several times, but she didn't seem to hear them. "Dr. Gu." Lu Yixing called her again. Gu Jiao still didn't respond. Yuan Tang walked over and stood in front of Gu Jiao. "Enough. That's enough." Gu Jiao pushed Yuan Tang away with a backhand. Yuan Tang staggered a few steps and bumped into the corner of the wall. He almost broke his ribs. "What's going on? Is this girl possessed?" Lu Yixing stood behind Gu Jiao and looked at Gu Jiao's back. "Dr. Gu." Gu Jiao raised the dagger and swung it down. Lu Yixing closed his eyes in pain. Gu Jiao took out a match and found the severed finger on the dirty ground. Lu Yixing leaned against the wall and sat down. She knelt in front of Lu Yixing and opened the small medicine box. She took out the disinfectant and surgical instruments, washed her hands and put on gloves. Gu Jiao cleaned Lu Yixing's wound, injected anesthetics, and stitched up the severed finger. During the stitching process, she didn't say a word. Lu Yixing didn't ask either. Yuan Tang, on the other hand, looked at her small medicine box and the things she took out from it with a very strange gaze. "Hey, what are these? Will it really heal if you reconnect it like this? What did you just do to my cousin? Why doesn't it hurt?" Hey, say something. You're very scary, okay? Yuan Tang waved his finger in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao didn't respond. She didn't deliberately ignore him, but she really didn't seem to see him. Yuan Tang looked at Lu Yixing strangely. Cousin, Lu Yixing gave him a look that told him to shut up. Yuan Tang shut his mouth resentfully, but he couldn't help looking at Gu Jiao. Was this girl really bewitched? Why couldn't she hear or see him? Gu Jiao's surgery was very meticulous. After the last stitch, she cut off the thread and wrapped it with gauze. The next second, she blacked out and fainted. Gu Jiao actually lost consciousness a long time ago. She completed the surgery for Lu Yixing based on her obsession. After the surgery, she didn't need to hold on anymore. She couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing Gu Jiao fall to the dirty ground, Lu Yixing almost instinctively reached out and supported Gu Jiao's swaying little body with his arm. He gently pulled back his arm and Gu Jiao fell into his arms. The girl's fragrance mixed with the strong smell of blood penetrated the tip of his nose. He had never been so close to anyone. His body stiffened. However, before he could get used to the existence of the young girl in his arms, a robust figure descended from the sky and snatched Gu Jiao from his arms. Who is it? Yuan Tang suddenly blocked in front of Lu Yixing. He reached out to snatch Gu Jiao back, but he couldn't even touch the other party's clothes. Who are you? Lu Yixing supported himself against the wall and coldly stood up. Just when the two of them thought that the other party was another assassin who came to assassinate them, the other party suddenly hit the southeast roof with his palm. Miserable screams came from the roof, followed by more than 10 figures falling down. Yuan Tang's complexion changed. When did so many assassins appear in the dark? If it wasn't for this person, he feared that the three of them would have met with misfortune. Who was this masked man in the end? Was he an enemy or a friend? If he was an enemy, why did he help them? If he was a friend, why did he kidnap Gu Jiao? Digression, Long E, Lu. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1104532121. HTML Genius will remember this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, zhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found herself lying in a strange yet familiar room. It was strange because this was definitely not her west room, nor was it the small courtyard of the medical hall. It was familiar because she seemed to have been here before. Awake? A woman's voice came from the direction of the window. Gu Jiao turned her head and saw Princess Xianxia in plain clothes sitting in front of the window practicing calligraphy. Gu Jiao remembered. This was Princess Xianxia's room. So, she was now in that house on Vermilion Bird Street, but why was she here? She didn't have the slightest impression. Princess Xianxia finished practicing her calligraphy and put it aside with satisfaction. She took another one and continued to practice. Longy picked you up and put you on my bed. Her tone was full of disgust. She used the word picked up. It seemed Longy acted on his own initiative and was not sent by Princess Xianxia. Gu Jiao didn't ask how Longy found her. Asking was useless. She said, then you cannot let him put you. Humph. Princess Xianxia coldly snorted, I actually want to. Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She had already changed her clothes, so she didn't know whose they were. Princess Xianxia indifferently said, Eugen's clothes, do you think I would give you my clothes to wear? Gu Jiao, how can she know what I'm thinking? Princess Xianxia opened her mouth again, are you a death warrior of Yan country? N? Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Princess Xianxia indifferently said, your whole body is covered in blood, but not a single drop is yours. Don't tell me you took a bath with blood. Gu Jiao strangely asked, what does this have to do with death warriors of Yan country? It seems you really don't remember at all. Princess Xianxia finally looked at Gu Jiao, but it was only a glance, and then she looked away. When you came, you looked exactly like a suicide soldier who had lost control. By the way, only the Yan kingdom has men of sacrifice. Long Yi is also from the Yan kingdom. Gu Jiao said with absolute certainty, I'm not a death warrior. Princess Xianxia paused and nodded. That's true. Even the men of sacrifice don't have as much killing intent as you do. Gu Jiao, can't you greet me before insulting me? I thought you were going to say it. That's right, you are Ding and Marquis Fu's precious daughter. Gu Jiao did not know how long she had been unconscious or what time it was. She only knew that she was very hungry. Not long after, her stomach began to growl. After Princess Xianxia finished writing the last word, she put down the brush. She still didn't look at Gu Jiao. Instead, she looked at her newly written notebook. Are you eating alone or with me? What are we eating together? Dinner, what time is it now? Princess Xianxia still hasn't eaten. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said, if it's convenient, I want to eat by myself. Princess Xianxia put away the notebook and got up to leave. Not long after, a maidservant came in carrying a tray. On the tray were 3 dishes, 1 soup, and a small plate of fruit. There weren't many dishes, but the quality of the dishes was very rich. The maidservant first placed the tray on the table. Then she took a clean small table that was specially placed on the Kong bed and placed it on the bed where Gu Jiao was. Gu Jiao originally intended to say that she could get out of bed and eat by herself. But since she had already gone to this extent, Gu Jiao did not want to disappoint her good intentions. This servant will wait outside. If Miss has any orders, call this servant at any time. The maidservant said and respectfully retreated. Gu Jiao prepared to eat her dinner. Who would have thought that in the next second, Long Yi would enter the room? Gu Jiao's hand trembled. The chopsticks that she had just picked up fell out of shock. It couldn't be that he came to find her again. Gu Jiao trembled with fear and stared for a long time, but seeing that Long Yi didn't take out his charcoal pencil, she secretly sighed in relief. It didn't seem like it. Then what did he come to find her for? Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi. Long Yi's hands were behind his back. His eyes were fixedly staring at the food in front of Gu Jiao, as if he was very much looking forward to it. Gu Jiao's eyes spun. Do you also want to eat? Long Yi didn't move. Guessed wrong? Gu Jiao thought for a bit. Are you reminding me to eat quickly? Long Yi's aura still didn't change. Guessed wrong again. Shadow Guard Long didn't know how to speak. She had to guess everything. Gu Jiao couldn't guess what Long Yi wanted to do this time. She mused for a long time, then said strangely, you shouldn't be thinking of feeding me, right? Long Yi's eyes were ready to move. Gu Jiao looked at the hands behind his back. She didn't think too much. Wasn't it just being fed? Seeing that he had saved her, she would allow it. Okay. Gu Jiao put down her chopsticks. You feed me. She had never been fed by a shadow guard Long before. It could be considered a unique experience in 2 lifetimes. Long Yi happily took out the cutlery hidden behind his back. Gu Jiao stared and almost fell. People used a spoon to feed, why did you use a spatula? Are you serious? Next door, Princess Xianxia was eating. Gu Jiao walked in without a change in her expression. I thought about it. Eating alone isn't very polite. It's better if I eat with the princess. Princess Xianxia didn't say yes or no, so Gu Jiao took it as a tacit agreement. She sat down across from Princess Xianxia. There was originally another set of cutlery on the table, but Gu Jiao didn't sit on the chair corresponding to that set of cutlery. Instead, she chose to sit beside it. After she sat down, she didn't take the cutlery. Eugene's eyes flashed. You also sit down and eat. Princess Xianxia said to Eugene. Yes. Eugene gave Gu Jiao another set of cutlery, then sat down on the chair corresponding to the original set of cutlery. She looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. She wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had coincidentally seen through her plan to accompany Princess Xianxia to eat. Gu Jiao buried her head in her food, as if she didn't care about anything other than eating. Eugene's expression relaxed, and she also began to eat slowly. It wasn't that Gu Jiao didn't care about other things. She just didn't show it on her face. As she ate, she secretly observed Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia's movements were very gentle, and there was a sense of nobility and elegance that came from her bones. Gu Jiao almost couldn't help but think of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was the same. Even when he was in the countryside and wore patched clothes, it was still difficult to hide the elegance between his brows and his movements. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Xiao Lulang before, so she didn't feel like Xiao Lulang was a completely different person like the old chancellor. In fact, no matter how much a person's temperament changed, their style of writing changed, and their habits suddenly changed, some small movements and expressions wouldn't change. Deliberate changes were all things that one could realize, but some things that one couldn't realize naturally couldn't be changed. Xiao Lulang himself didn't know that when he ate something good, his eyes would quickly blink twice, and when he ate something bad, his left eyebrow would twitch. Princess Xianxia was the same. However, there didn't seem to be anything she liked on the table. The three of them quietly finished their meal, and Princess Xianxia went next door. Eugene considerately asked Gu Jiao, "Dr. Gu, are you full? There are still snacks in the kitchen." "No need, I'm full." Gu Jiao didn't have a big appetite. Today, because she had used up too much energy, she only ate 2 bowls of rice. Normally, 1 bowl was enough. Eugene smiled and politely asked, "Dr. Gu, do you like tonight's dishes?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm not picky." In other words, she didn't like it very much. It wasn't as good as the red braised pork that Princess Xianxia had prepared for her. Unfortunately, Longyi held a spatula, so she was scared and ran away. Eugene didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so straightforward. Normally, people would politely say that they liked it, that it tasted good, and thank you for your hospitality. Gu Jiao said again, "I see that Princess Xianxia doesn't like it very much either. There's no meat on the table." Eugene was very surprised. "You can tell?" Princess Xianxia didn't show her preferences on her face. She seemed to be very indifferent to everything. Even the servants who had served her for a few years couldn't tell whether she liked something or not. Eugene paused, then said, "The princess is a vegetarian." Here comes another vegetarian. Old concubine Jing was also a vegetarian, but that woman was probably faking it. Why was Princess Xianxia a vegetarian? Gu Jiao thought for a bit, then asked, "Does she also have meat allergy?" Eugene was stunned. What kind of question was that? Was there anyone in this world who had meat allergy? Eugene couldn't keep up with Gu Jiao's unconstrained thoughts, but she didn't change the topic. She hesitated for a bit, then said, "The princess isn't always a vegetarian. In the beginning, she also ate meat, but in recent years, she stopped eating. She said that she wanted to accumulate good karma for Little Master so that Little Master could throw himself into a good family in his next life." Gu Jiao didn't believe in this. But combined with her own matters, Gu Jiao felt that the end of science might really be theology. People might not be able to reincarnate, but they might be able to step into another parallel spacetime. When the brain waves travel through spacetime, it would be affected by the magnetic field and lose its past memories. Therefore, there was a saying that drinking mangpo soup would cause one to forget the past. Of course, this was only Gu Jiao's own wild guess, without enough scientific evidence to support it. Today, Longyi persisted in using a spatula to feed Gu Jiao, the little patient, and didn't let Gu Jiao stop writing. Late at night, Gu Jiao intended to return. Before leaving, she went to thank Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia was practicing calligraphy again. Gu Jiao didn't know why, but an image suddenly appeared in her mind. The young princess of Xianxia was practicing her calligraphy under the sun's rays, and little Xiao Lulang was sitting across from her. Princess Xianxia said, "You're not allowed to eat until you've practiced 1,000 characters." Little Xiao Lulang picked up the brush with hidden bitterness, resigned to his fate, and began to practice calligraphy. Why did she have such thoughts? Wasn't it because Xiao Lulang always forced her to practice writing? She seriously suspected that he had been tormented by Princess Xianxia when he was young, and now he was tormenting others as he grew up. Gu Jiao gathered her thoughts and said to Princess Xianxia, "Thank you, Princess, for today." Although Longyi had picked her up and brought her back, but it was not easy for her to not throw him out. Princess Xianxia said indifferently, "No need to thank me. Your life is very valuable." After all, you still have to treat my illness. Gu Jiao, what you said makes so much sense that I can't refute it. Goodbye. Gu Jiao turned around and walked out. Princess Xianxia was practicing her calligraphy when she suddenly opened her mouth and called, "Girl." "N?" Gu Jiao stopped and looked at her in confusion. "Princess, is there something else?" Princess Xianxia asked, "How can a person like you become a doctor?" It wasn't a questioning tone, nor was it a disdainful tone. It was pure curiosity. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. "What kind of person am I?" Princess Xianxia said, "Don't ask me, ask yourself." This was the second time tonight that Princess Xianxia had said strange things to her. She didn't think that Princess Xianxia would come to this conclusion just because she was unconscious and covered in blood. Could it be that she had done something when she was unconscious, and then her secret was discovered by Princess Xianxia? Shadow, bloodthirsty. There had always been such a saying in the organization, so generally no one dared to provoke her. But only her godfather knew that she wasn't bloodthirsty in the true sense. She just couldn't control herself. Blood made her excited. In her previous life, she had always trained herself through various operations. She had already controlled herself very well. Tonight's situation where she completely lost control was very rare. Who would have thought that Princess Xianxia would encounter her? To be exact, after being picked up by Long Yi, Princess Xianxia encountered her out-of-control side. However, it was also fortunate that she was picked up by Long Yi. If she had stayed by the side of Lu Yixing and Yuan Tang, perhaps she would have already. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at Princess Xianxia. "You're not afraid of me?" Princess Xianxia looked at Gu Jiao strangely. "Why should I be afraid of you?" "Because I am a monster." "How did I give birth to a monster like you?" "Go away. Stay away from your sister." The woman held the baby in her bosom and fiercely pushed her to the ground. Her immature little face had just been slapped by the woman. Her cheeks were swollen like a steamed bun, but she didn't cry. Even when her mother pulled her to the ground and hurt her little butt, she didn't cry. She picked up the box that had fallen to the ground, stood on her tiptoes and stuffed it into the baby's bosom. A gift for my sister." The woman slapped the box away and looked at her with disgust. "Who wants your gift? Go away." The woman almost trembled as she dialed a phone number. She shouted herself hoarse, surnamed Gu. "Take your daughter away. Jiao Jiao, Daddy will take you back." The tall and handsome man looked at the little girl in front of him and said with an awkward smile. In the dead of winter, she stood barefoot on the cold floor, holding the gift that her sister didn't want. She was very pretty, but a little dirty. She asked the man, "Do you live in Daddy's house?" There was a moment of panic on the man's face, but the young girl didn't notice it. The man smiled embarrassedly. Daddy has a little brother at home, and there aren't enough rooms. Daddy will take you to Grandma's house first." "Oh." She lowered her head and touched the doll in her arms. It was a doll that she had sewn with her own hands. It had a bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes, and bald hair. The man raised his hand, as if he wanted to touch her head. She looked up and obediently waited for the man to touch her head. She knew that her father was lying. Her father's house was very big, and there was only one brother. It was impossible that it couldn't fit. But if her father touched her, she would forgive him. If her father couldn't touch her, she could stand on her tiptoes. She tried very hard to stand on her frozen little toes. "Hurry up and touch her." Her head was ready, but the man swallowed his saliva, and his palm didn't actually touch her head. He just rubbed the top of her head symbolically and quickly withdrew his hand. It was as if touching a strand of her hair would cause a plague. The man revealed a loving smile. "Daddy promises you, I'll come and pick you up after the new year." She waited from the age of 3 to 6, and after 3 years, no one came to pick her up. Later, she found out that the omnipotent, brave, and powerful father in her heart was also afraid of her. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg com/8964289642826/1104265516. HTML genius remembered this site's address in a second, www.zhhbqg.com. Pen Fun Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Night fell. After working in the cabinet all night, the first of the three tripod lords finally finished their work. The three of them came out of the cabinet, and Commandery Princeton got into his carriage to return home. Hanlin Academy's carriage was parked outside the cabinet. They planned to take Ning Ziyuan and Xiao Luling home. Ning Ziyuan was exhausted. He really wanted to take Hanlin Academy's carriage home, but his horse was still parked in Hanlin Academy. If he didn't ride the horse back tonight, he wouldn't be able to come to Hanlin Academy tomorrow morning. It was too far to walk, and it was too expensive to hire a carriage. Ning Ziyuan sighed helplessly. Forget it. I'll go back to Hanlin Academy first. I'll ride my horse back. Xiao Luling looked at him. Don't ride the horse when you're tired. Ning Ziyuan waved his hand. It's okay. It's not too far. The carriage went in the direction of Hanlin Academy. Right. Ning Ziyuan spoke again. Don't you think Grand Secretary Yuan thinks highly of you? Does he? Xiao Luling asked. Ning Ziyuan said confidently, of course. Grand Secretary Yuan said 3 sentences to me today, and 5 sentences to Commandery Princeton added together. He didn't say more than you. Xiao Luling didn't pay attention to this. Ning Ziyuan continued, also, I noticed that he kept looking at you. Xiao Luling gave him a confused look. Did you do your job well today? Ning Ziyuan sighed again. You and Commandery Princeton did most of the work. To be honest, I didn't do much. Grand Secretary Yuan called them to the cabinet today mainly to help organize some memorials about the laws of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom had been founded for 200 years. Some laws were set at the beginning of the country. They were in line with the national conditions at that time, but they weren't suitable now. Almost every emperor of the Zhao Kingdom would reorganize and revise the laws. Naturally, the emperor would not personally revise them one by one. The cabinet would draft them and then bring them to the emperor for review. However, the cabinet needed to listen to the voices of the people before drafting, and the voices of the people had to be reported one by one through the local officials. What the 3 of them did today was to sort out the contents of these reports into standardized memorials. It was Ning Ziyuan's first time entering the cabinet. Not only was he nervous, but he was also a little unfamiliar. He was not as calm and experienced as Xiao Luling and Commandery Princeton. In fact, this was the first time that Xiao Luling and Commandery Princeton came to the cabinet to help. However, the 2 of them came from extraordinary backgrounds and had seen a lot. They knew how to deal with the cabinet officials and could handle the situation. Ning Ziyuan winked and said, eh? Say, did Grand Secretary Yuan take a fancy to you? He wants you to be his grandson-in-law? Xiao Luling said indifferently, don't talk nonsense. Ning Ziyuan said, I'm not talking nonsense. Wasn't there a rumor that Grand Secretary Yuan's granddaughter was going to marry Royal Princeton? Later on, for some reason, they did not get married and in June Wang became engaged to the daughter of Ding and Marquis. I observed carefully tonight. The way Grand Secretary Yuan looked at Royal Princeton was not right. He must be angry at Royal Princeton for abandoning his granddaughter after seducing her. Xiao Luling had never been interested in the affairs of outsiders. He said indifferently, I'm married. Ning Ziyuan said, I know you're married, but does Grand Secretary Yuan know? Last time, didn't the Minister of Justice come looking for you and want to betroth his daughter to you? Xiao Luling glanced at him. You've been very idle recently. Gossip everywhere. Xiao Luling did not take Ning Ziyuan's words to heart. Regardless of whether or not Grand Secretary Yuan really cared about him, it was definitely not to betroth his granddaughter to him. Grand Secretary Yuan and the old Marquis were already secretly discussing marriage. Xiao Luling returned to Jade Water Alley in the middle of the night. he was surprised to find a person standing at the door. He wore a light-colored gown and looked lonely under the cold moonlight. Xiao Lulang walked closer and recognized that he was Lu Yixing, whom he had met once before. Lu Yixing was the orphan of the Lu family. In the capital, he was like a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. At the same time, he was also Gu Jiao's patient. Little Jing Kong and Prince Yu's son, Ming had encountered human traffickers. It was Lu Yixing who courageously sent the two children back to the medical center. Prince Yu gave him a large sum of money to thank him and he accepted it. However, when Xiao Lulang also went to thank him, he was rejected. He said, "Dr. Gu treats me. If she doesn't charge less, she doesn't charge me at all. I owe Dr. Gu a favor, so I can't accept your gift." These words left a deep impression on Xiao Lulang of Lu Yixing. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Lulang walked forward and asked. Lu Yixing had already seen Xiao Lulang when he walked into the alley. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid him, but in the end, he still chose to stay. He opened his mouth and said, his sleeves weren't long. Xiao Lulang glanced at him and noticed that his hand was wrapped in gauze. There seemed to be faint traces of blood seeping out of the gauze. Xiao Lulang said, "It's already so late. If you want to treat your injury, you can go to the miracle hall. There's a doctor on night duty there." Lu Yixing wasn't here to treat his injury. However, it was very difficult for him to explain to Xiao Lulang why he was here. He didn't want Xiao Lulang to misunderstand. Just as he was struggling with how to phrase it, another carriage stopped at the other end of the alley. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and walked towards her house. She saw two handsome men standing at the door, facing each other in a strange atmosphere. For a moment, she was stunned. This scene was a bit too pleasing to the eye. Xiao Lulang stared at her with a bit of curiosity. He thought that she had already gone to bed at this time. Who would have thought that she had just returned? Moreover, her clothes were clearly not the clothes she wore this morning, nor were they the clothes she wore at home. The curiosity in Lu Yixing's eyes was no less than Xiao Liulang's. Gu Jiao was unconscious when she was kidnapped, but now she seemed to have recovered. Was it really like Yuan Tang said? That the expert didn't have any ill intentions towards Gu Jiao? Was it really someone that Gu Jiao knew? "Husband," Gu Jiao called out to Xiao Lulang. "It's so late. What are you two doing standing here? You can ask him." A certain someone whose identity was announced was finally in a better mood. He said to Lu Yixing, "Let's go in and sit." Lu Yixing said, "No, I just want to ask Dr. Gu to take a look at my injury. I'll leave in a while." Xiao Lulang didn't force him. He turned around and went into the courtyard, lighting all the lanterns in the courtyard. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on his right hand. "Your hand?" Lu Yixing looked at his right hand wrapped in gauze. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao asked, "You stitched it up?" Lu Yixing looked at her in confusion. "You stitched it up? Don't you remember?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "I seem to have some impression." Lu Yixing pursed his lips. Do you often do this? I mean, lose consciousness?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "Not often. Tonight was a special case." Lu Yixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't ask. He said, "I'll send your medicine box and basket to the medical center." When the expert took her away, he only took her, not the things on the ground. He first went to the medical center to inquire about her whereabouts and residence. Then, he gave the basket and medicine box to the second boss. Gu Jiao smiled. "Thank you." Gu Jiao checked his injury. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to stitch it up in that kind of situation. The fact proved that her muscle memory was too strong. The operation could be said to be perfect. Gu Jiao also told him some things to pay attention to and asked him to come to the medical center tomorrow to change his dressing. Lu Yixing suddenly looked at her deeply and asked, "What about you? Are you really okay?" "That expert. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "He is my husband's friend." She couldn't expose the identity of Long Yi and Xiao Lulang. For the time being, she called them friends. Lu Yixing was completely relieved. "Then, I'll take my leave." Lu Yixing walked out of Jade Water Alley and arrived at Xuanwu Street. There was an unremarkable-looking carriage parked there. Several shadow guards were lying in ambush around the carriage. Yuan Tang was sitting in the carriage. Just now, after dealing with those shadow guards, Yuan Tang immediately returned to the imperial palace and called the experts of Qin State. Only, he didn't know whether the other party was afraid of Gu Jiao and that masked expert, so they didn't make a move against him this evening. Lu Yixing got on the carriage. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "How is it? Is that girl okay?" Lu Yixing said, "She's fine." Yuan Tang lazily leaned on the cushion behind him. "I said she would be fine. When that expert rescued her, he was very cautious. Just like how I look at my cousin every time." Lu Yixing really wanted to kick this shameless guy out of the carriage. Yuan Tang patted his palm with his folding fan. But then again, who is that expert? When did such a powerful person come to Zhao State? Lu Yixing coldly said, "Rather than worrying about this, it's better to think about your own situation. Being chased and killed, you also implicated others." Lu Yixing wasn't referring to himself, but to Gu Jiao. Yuan Tang said, "I know, I implicated my cousin and he lost his finger. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I will definitely find that bastard. I will chop off his finger to avenge my cousin." "Cousin, does it hurt? Come, I will blow on it for you." Saying that, he really grabbed Lu Yixing's right hand and wanted to blow on it. Lu Yixing was quite shocked and decisively pulled away from him by half a carriage's length. Gu Jiao was the type of person who only reported good news and not bad news. No, she didn't even report good news. She wasn't good at talking about her daily life and experiences with others. Perhaps due to the influence of her childhood, no one would like to hear what she had to say. Gradually, she stopped talking, as if by doing so she could create the illusion that you don't know about me, not because you don't care about me, but because I refuse to talk. Even after she grew up, her personality didn't change. Back then, it was Xiao Lulang who dug up old concubine Jing's matter again and again. In addition, all kinds of stupid teammates took turns to expose her, so she had no choice but to confess. Xiao Lulang wouldn't ask Lu Yixing about it. After all, Lu Yixing was only one of his patients. To argue with a patient would make him seem petty. Xiao Lulang went to the kitchen to boil some water for Gu Jiao, so it was a bit noisy. Gu Jiao followed him in and sat down on the small stool next to him. She turned to look at him. "You don't seem happy." Xiao Lulang, "No, I'm not." Gu Jiao, "Are you jealous?" Xiao Lulang, "I'm not that petty." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Xiao Lulang, "Who's prettier, me or him?" Gu Jiao, after taking a bath, Gu Jiao went to the backyard to get some water. Xiao Lulang was still awake. He stood in the yard under the bright moon and stars, looking as elegant as jade, as if he was waiting for her. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gu Jiao put down the wooden basin and turned to ask. Xiao Lulang walked over and raised his hand. His warm palm landed on her head. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Why, I don't know." He put down his hand. "I just suddenly want to touch your head." It was as if he felt that she needed it, but he couldn't tell why. Gu Jiao blinked and stared at him for a long time. Then she shook her head and stretched it out. Then, touch it again. She was like a good child waiting to be touched. Xiao Lulang chuckled. Okay. The next day was supposed to be the day that Gu Jiao agreed to attend the Chamber of Commerce's gathering with the second boss. But because of this sudden change, Gu Jiao had to confirm something first. Gu Jiao asked the second boss to go first. She would rush over after she was done with her business. Okay, remember to be there before dinner. After saying that, the second boss got into the carriage and went to the Four Seas Villa in the eastern suburbs of the capital. Gu Jiao went to the Rui Wang Palace. Rui Wang had gone to take care of business, so only consort Rui Wang was at the palace. Hearing that Gu Jiao was here, consort Rui Wang was so excited that she personally grabbed her dress to greet her. She didn't need to worry about Gu Jiao being stimulated and running. No, walking very quickly. She came to the entrance of the palace and said with a smile, "You're finally here. His Highness said that when you sent me back to the palace last time, he invited you to stay with me, but I've waited for so long and I haven't seen you come." What wind blew you here today? Gu Jiao's eyes looked over Consort Rui Wang and fell onto the corridor not far away. There were two hidden guards there. She had never seen them beside Consort Rui Wang before. Gu Jiao asked, "Are those two the people Ning Wang sent to protect you?" Consort Rui Wang had talked to her about everything. She had also told Gu Jiao everything about Ning Wang sending people to protect her. "You saw them?" Consort Rui Wang turned around and said in a surprised voice, "They are hidden guards. They only came to see me once when they came to the palace, but after that, I couldn't sense their existence at all." "I came to see you." Gu Jiao continued from where she left off. "Come in and sit." Consort Rui Wang pulled Gu Jiao's hand and brought her into the palace. Rui Wang was not a favored prince and the palace he was given was not very satisfactory. It wasn't even half the size of the Ning Wang palace and there weren't many servants on the way. Consort Rui Wang did not seem to care about this. She happily invited Gu Jiao into her courtyard. She already had a lot of infant clothes in her room. Some were made by her when she was bored and some were sent by her maternal family. My Mimi came to stay for a few days. She was too noisy, so I had her leave. Consort Rui Wang and Gu Jiao sat down on the chairs and called a servant girl to serve Gu Jiao tea. She drank warm water. Consort Rui Wang's Mimi was Du Xiaoyun, the Crown Princess #1 fan. Gu Jiao had been praised by Du Xiaoyun several times. But when it came to noise, Gu Jiao looked at Consort Rui Wang. "Weren't you two also noisy? Try this." Consort Rui Wang pushed a plate of osmanthus cake on the table in front of Gu Jiao. "You don't know how miserably I was locked up 2 months ago. I even learned how to make desserts." Gu Jiao took a bite and was surprised to find that it was not bad. "Is it good?" Consort Rui Wang asked. "It's good," Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang's eyes turned into two crescents as she smiled. Gu Jiao came today mainly to confirm a few things with her. "Who did you tell that you heard the Crown Princess having a private meeting with someone behind the fake mountain and that you suspected Yuan Tang was that man?" Consort Rui Wang said straightforwardly, "I only told you, Rui Wang, and de Gu N. De Sa was in the carriage and might have heard a bit." "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Gu Jiao said, "Yuan Tang was attacked by an assassin." "What? He was attacked by an assassin? How could that be? Who would want to kill him?" Consort Rui Wang's expression turned grave. A moment later, she suddenly slapped the table. "I know. It was Wen Linlang. She must have been worried that she would be implicated if the matter was exposed, so she decided to go all the way and kill Yuan Tang." "Gu Jiao, your prejudice against the Crown Princess is abnormally deep." It had to be said that Consort Rui Wang's guess gave Gu Jiao another train of thought. In terms of motive, the Crown Princess was suspicious. Thinking back carefully to their conversation, that man was the one who approached the Crown Princess first, and the Crown Princess slapped him. This was enough to show that the man had probably verbally offended her. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince consort was angry and hateful, or if she wanted to eliminate all future troubles, it was indeed possible for her to kill Yuan Tang. However, Gu Jiao felt that the man was also very suspicious. After all, making Yuan Tang a scapegoat was not something that anyone could think of, nor was it something that could be done under any circumstances. Casually killing a scapegoat would not help. However, it would be different if it was Yuan Tang. Whether it was status, appearance, or talent, Yuan Tang was worthy of her. Would it be convincing to find a passerby to say that this was the Crown Princess's secret rendezvous? Moreover, Consort Rui Wang had already closed the coffin on Yuan Tang. Gu Jiao quickly thought of another matter. She was also present when the other party tried to assassinate Yuan Tang. Moreover, she had killed so many of the other party's assassins. How would the other party view her relationship with Yuan Tang? Could the other party have already guessed that she knew that Yuan Tang was wrongly accused of being the man on the fake mountain? If it was her, she would be able to guess it. After all, Consort Rui Wang had gone to the medical center to find her after recognizing Yuan Tang. With her relationship with Consort Rui Wang, it was impossible that she did not tell her the gossip that Yuan Tang was the adulterer. Moreover, she was with Yuan Tang that night. It was hard to suspect that she had gone to find Yuan Tang to verify the truth. Miss Gu, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Consort Rui Wang saw that Gu Jiao was suddenly silent and could not help but feel uneasy. Actually, her personality was not too unpleasant. It was just that she was always at odds with Wen Linlang. There were too many people who liked Wen Linlang, so it was inevitable that she would not get along with her. Don't tell me you also like Wen Linlang? She asked weakly. Gu Jiao shook her head. I like you. Consort Rui Wang immediately became happy. She held Gu Jiao's hand and said affectionately, I like you too. Rui Wang, who had just walked to the door and heard this confession, she suddenly felt that the top of her head was a little green. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that you can't find online here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1103998811. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Since the other party chose Yuan Tang as the scapegoat, his life wouldn't be in danger for the time being before Consort Rui Wang appeared to testify. Gu Jiao left Rui Wang's residence. She sat in the medical center's carriage. She had just taken a few steps when the carriage was stopped. It was Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang came to the side of the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said to Gu Jiao, I went back to the palace last night and thought about it all night. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. You just asked me if I was related to Zhao country's crown princess, and then I was being chased. Tell me honestly, do you know something? Does this matter have anything to do with Zhao country's imperial family? Gu Jiao said indifferently, no comment. If I tell you the truth, you will reveal your whereabouts that day and make a perfect alibi. Then Consort Rui Wang will lose her value in accusing you. Consort Rui Wang will be in danger. Therefore, for Consort Rui Wang's safety, you, the great prince of Qin country, will have to suffer for the time being. Gu Jiao pulled the curtain and said with a smile, there may be people coming to assassinate you in the next few days. Be careful. Then she lowered the curtain and said to Xianxia, let's go. The carriage sped away. Yuan Tang was so angry that he stomped his feet. Hey, hey, hey. Make yourself clear. Who wants to assassinate this prince? This girl, she didn't finish her sentence. It was too infuriating. Yuan Tang exploded and roared, girl. Don't think you can stay out of this. If that person wants to kill me, won't he kill you? Do you think you can escape? You and this prince have been in cahoots for a long time. Gu Jiao didn't really want Yuan Tang to take the risk. The other party's first assassination attempt failed, and they couldn't figure out Yuan Tang's trump card, so they probably wouldn't make a second move so quickly. Before noon, Gu Jiao arrived at the Four Seas Manor. The gathering lasted for 3 days. The most important days were the first and second days. They would be back by the afternoon of the second day. As expected, they bumped into people from Huichun Hall at the Chamber of Commerce. This was a very important Chamber of Commerce, and all the big bosses had come. Gu Jiao then saw the rumored stepson of the Hu clan, second master Hu Hongtu. Just from his name, one could tell how much his parents expected of him. Back then, the second master had been pushed out by his family, so there was no hope for Hu Hongtu to have a deep brotherly relationship with him. Hu Hongtu looked at the second master with a smile, not concealing the contempt and disdain in his eyes. Big brother is also here? It seems that Big Brother secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall. These words were too harsh. What did he mean by the second master secretly learned a lot when he was in the rejuvenation hall? So the second master was an outsider, and the rejuvenation hall wasn't his father's business. Hu Hongtu might have forgotten that if it weren't for his appearance, the second master would be the first successor of the Rejuvenation Hall. Although the Rejuvenation Hall was a century-old pharmacy, the second master's mother had just married into the Hu clan when the Hu clan encountered an unforeseen event. The Rejuvenation Hall almost couldn't operate anymore. It was the second master's mother who invested all the money from her dowry into the Rejuvenation Hall that brought it back to life. But in the end, this poor woman didn't get anything. She passed away from a serious illness, leaving behind her young son to be bullied by others. A person's sore spot would only be poked when they were weak. Now that he had a strong backing, he didn't fear Hu Hongtu's provocation at all. I came here based on my own ability. If we're talking about secretly learning, aren't you the one who secretly learned? I'm the legitimate son of the Hu clan. Hu Hongtu chuckled. The former legitimate son of the Hu clan. Now, you're just a stray dog. The second master coldly smiled. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Let's see if the one who bites you to death is this stray dog. The two brothers parted on bad terms. Gu Jiao curiously admired the surrounding scenery. The second master said, I've let you see a joke. Gu Jiao said, no, it's pretty good. The more Hu Hongtu acted like a lowly person, the more ruthless they would be when they fought in the future. Gu Jiao asked, do you need my help? The second master said with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. No need. He's just a mere stepson. I can still crush him to death. The second master was no longer the second master of the past. He was Niu Hulu's second master. Since the second master said this, Gu Jiao didn't want to get involved in the grievances between the two brothers. She stayed in the villa for a night and followed the second master to get to know many merchants in the capital. She also displayed her superb medical skills and proved the strength of the Miracle Hand Hall to the Chamber of Commerce. The next afternoon, she returned as scheduled. She rushed back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival was the Mid-Autumn Festival in her previous life. It was a great day for the whole family to gather and admire the full moon. Last year, because of the autumn imperial examination, they couldn't celebrate the festival properly. This year, everyone was there. Feng Lin and Lin Xianxia came over early in the morning. Du Erhan also came. However, he went back after lunch. Gu Jiao didn't manage to meet Du Erhan. Gu Jiao invited Master Lu and Master's wife Xianxia early in the morning. The two of them came in the afternoon and arrived at Jade Water Alley almost one after the other with Gu Jiao. Master Lu, Master's wife Xianxia. Little Jing Kong warmly invited the two of them into the courtyard. His eagle and 7 chicks all had big red flowers on their heads. They lined up in the courtyard to welcome them. It could be said that it was very ceremonial. Master's wife Nan liked this little guy to death. She smiled and said, you're Jing Kong, right? Yes, Master's wife Xianxia. Little Jing Kong said cutely. The two of them chatted happily. Little Jing Kong enthusiastically introduced his chicks to Master's wife Xianxia. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce Gu Yan's puppy. That's Xiaoba. He's a little timid. Xiaoba straightened his back. How was he timid? He was the bravest shepherd dog in the entire capital. Woof. The new big yellow dog of the Zhao family next door rushed in. Xiaoba lost his cool in a second. He hugged the dog's head with his paws and hid behind the flock of chickens. Master's wife Xianxia liked this place very much. The smile in her eyes didn't disappear from the moment she entered the house. Master Lu felt very gratified when he saw Xianxia like this. Little Jing Kong considerately introduced the small vegetable garden at home to Master's wife Xianxia. He especially proudly told her that he watered the vegetables in the garden. Xianxia was amused by the little guy who shook his head. She couldn't wait to steal him back. Immediately, with little Jing Kong's introduction, Xianxia and Master Lu also got to know Feng Lin and Lin Xianxia. Unexpectedly, the four of them got along very well. Except for Lin Xianxia, who felt inferior and embarrassed because he stuttered. Xianxia smiled. She didn't rush to comfort him. Instead, she took off her veil. Lin Xianxia and Feng Lin were stunned. Then, Lin Xianxia blurted out a complete sentence, "It's okay. Actually, Master's wife Xianxia, you're very beautiful." Feng Lin patted Lin Xianxia on the shoulder. Ah. Xiao Lin, you don't stutter anymore. Lin Xianxia, I don't stutter. Oh, he still stuttered. However, with this interruption, the last trace of uneasiness in everyone's heart disappeared. No one would laugh at Lin Xianxia's stuttering, and no one would laugh at Nanxiang's disfigured face. Xiao Lulang stepped into the courtyard at this time. He had just gone to Granny Zhou's small winery to get some wine. When Nanxiang came last time, only Gu Jiao was at home. Xiao Lulang had never seen Nanxiang, but he knew that Nanxiang and Master Lu would come, so he specially prepared the wine for them. Lulang, you're back. Feng Lin waved at Xiao Lulang. Lin Xianxia quickly got up and ran over to help Xiao Lulang carry the wine jar over. Feng Lin smiled and introduced, Lulang. This is Master Lu, and this is Master's wife Nanxiang. Xiao Lulang, no, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. Feng Lin said to the couple, Master Lu, Master's wife Nanxiang, he's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law. Master Lu and Xiao Lulang greeted each other politely. Nanxiang's expression was a little strange. She kept staring at Xiao Liulang's face, which made Master Lu, who was beside her, feel embarrassed. He pulled Nanxiang's sleeve and whispered, Why do you keep staring at him? Nanxiang said in a daze, I seem to have seen him somewhere. Master Lu was amused, How could you have seen him? He's Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law. He's from the county, and you've never been to the county. However, I heard that he looks very similar to the late young Duke of Jiaodu. Did you see the young Duke of Jiaodu when you entered the palace? Nanxiang shook her head, No, not in the palace, not in the capital either. Nanxiang stared at Xiao Lulang without blinking, trying hard to recall where she had seen him. My book. My book is gone. Naughty. Little Jing Kong's cry came from the study. Little Jing Kong was good at everything, but he didn't know how to tidy up. She could always hear him looking for things all day long. Xiao Lulang didn't hear their whispered conversation. He only noticed that Nanxiang kept staring at him, but as the host, he couldn't say anything. Mistress Nan, Master Lu, please excuse me. He went to the study to help little Jing Kong look for things after saying goodbye. If he didn't help him find it, the little guy would be so mad that the whole family would be restless. This was the first lunar festival that they officially celebrated in the capital. The old chancellor personally cooked, and Nanny Feng and Yu Yi were his assistants. They cooked a table full of dishes that they were best at: lamb scorpion spicy pot, hand-grabbed mutton, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, rock sugar pork knuckle, fried lotus root, cold tofu skin, Crucian carp and tofu soup, vegetarian 3 delicacies, hairy crab, and several seasonal vegetables. Of course, they didn't forget that little Jing Kong's Mid-Autumn Festival was especially vegetarian. He also had hairy crab, steamed buns made of flour and tofu skin. Let's eat in the courtyard. We can also admire the moon. Feng Lin said. Little Jing Kong was the first to agree. Feng Lin and Lin Xianxia went to move the table. There were too many people, and one table wasn't enough, so they put together 2 tables. Gu Jiao didn't participate in the cooking. She was making mooncakes in the small kitchen of the son-in-law's house. Xiao Lulang was also there. He wasn't very good at cooking, but he could still chop firewood to start a fire and carry water. Xiao Lulang hadn't eaten mooncakes before, but he could see that Gu Jiao made a kind of snack with fillings. The fillings were very rich. There were 5 kernels, red bean paste, salted egg yolk, and lotus seed paste. Can you make date paste? He suddenly asked. I haven't made it before, but it should be possible. Gu Jiao said, It's just that there don't seem to be any red dates at home. I'll go buy some. Xiao Lulang stood up. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Sure Yi, she didn't see you like date paste so much. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang went to the nearby market to buy red dates. Under Gu Jiao's guidance, he washed, removed the seeds, and kneaded them into date paste. There was no oven, so the mooncakes could only be steamed. The taste was not the same as the mooncakes in her previous life, but Gu Jiao spent a lot of effort on the molds. The mooncakes she made were round, flower-shaped, and very cute patterns and characters. Little Jing Kong saw the cute little pig head on his mooncakes and was so excited that he cried out. Gu Jiao picked out a few sugar-free mooncakes and put them in the lunchbox. These are for Grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang had to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival in the palace and couldn't come out. Gu Jiao planned to send them to the palace later. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang took the initiative to take the task. I'll send them to Grandaunt. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, okay. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Come and see. Little Jing Kong seemed to have discovered something new and dragged Gu Jiao out. When Gu Jiao returned to the kitchen, Xiao Lulang had already left with the mooncakes. Except for the sugar-free ones, he also took the date paste ones. Vermilion Bird Avenue. The entire street was filled with the festive atmosphere. However, the courtyard behind the peach trees was especially quiet. Because it was too quiet, one could clearly hear the laughter from the other houses. The windows were wide open. Princess Xianxia and Eugene sat facing each other by the window. The table between them was filled with sumptuous dishes. Eugene opened a plump crab and smiled warmly. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Princess, you don't have to eat vegetables. This crab was sent from the palace. Princess, try it. It's for you. Princess Xianxia said. Eugene sighed. The sound of children playing and adults laughing and scolding came from next door. It made their side seem even more miserable and desolate. Suddenly, someone knocked on the quiet courtyard door. Who is it? The little maid who was washing clothes in the courtyard asked. She was answered by another series of knocks on the door. Coming, coming. The little maid put down the half-washed clothes and stood up. Wiping her hands on the towel on the clothesline, she went to the door and opened it. Who is it? Eh? Where is the person? The little maid stretched her head out and looked left and right. Making sure she didn't see anyone, she scratched her head in confusion. I clearly heard someone knocking on the door. When she was about to close the courtyard door, she suddenly saw a food box at the door. Eh? Who put it there? She muttered. What happened? Eugene looked at the young maidservant who was behaving strangely in the corridor and asked. The little maid turned around and said to Eugene. Your Excellency Eugene, just now someone knocked on the door and put a food box here. Eugene was a very cautious person. She came to the door and looked at that tightly closed food box. She didn't immediately open it, rather called Long Yi and let Long Yi open it. Be careful, I'm afraid there are hidden weapons inside. Eugene said. She didn't know whether Long Yi could understand or not. But in the end, there were no hidden weapons in this world that could plot against Long Yi. Long Yi opened the food box, and a rich jujube paste fragrance assailed his nostrils. Eugene was dumbfounded. She saw there were no hidden weapons inside the food box. It was clearly a novel and unique snack. Princess loved to eat jujube paste cakes. But almost no one knew. What's the matter? Princess Xianxia walked over with an indifferent expression. The little maid hurriedly bowed to pay her respect. Eugene took the food box from the bosom of Long Yi and handed it over to her. This, I don't know who put it there. Princess Xianxia picked up a mooncake filled with jujube paste and stared at it for a long time. The little maid cautiously asked, should I throw it away? Could it be someone poisoned it? The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/11037345. HTML Genius will remember this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Princess Xianxia didn't say that she would throw it away, but she didn't say that she wouldn't throw it away either. She turned around and went into the house as if she didn't care. Eugene looked at her cold and lonely back. After thinking for a while, she still carried the food box inside. When Xiao Lulang returned to Bishui Alley, little Jing Kong had just returned from the other end of the alley. He went to deliver mooncakes. Everyone took care of them, so Jiao Jiao also made mooncakes for the neighbors. Little Jing Kong was very happy after delivering the mooncakes. He was jumping up and down happily. At the door, he bumped into his bad brother-in-law. He immediately put away his cheerful expression and became serious and stern. "Where have you been? I couldn't find you just now." Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused by his fatherly tone. "I went to deliver mooncakes, just like you." "Oh." Little Jing Kong was obviously not satisfied with this unspecific answer. He asked, "Where did you deliver the mooncakes?" "In the palace." Xiao Lulang said, "For Grandaunt." "There's more?" Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at him. Xiao Lulang said, "Why do you think there's more after what I said?" Little Jing Kong snorted. "I just think there's more." The little guy's intuition was terrifyingly powerful. Xiao Lulang composed himself and stroked his buzz cut. "Let's go in." "Is there more?" Little Jing Kong asked. "Why are you asking this?" Xiao Lulang asked. Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest and said, "I want to know who gave more mooncakes." Xiao Lulang made him laugh again. "Why do you even want to compete with this? Childish." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "I'm not childish. At least I won't wet the bed when I'm as old as you." Xiao Lulang tapped his little head with a faint smile. "Are you sure I'm the one who wet the bed and not you?" Little Jing Kong brushed his hand away from his head. "It's you, it's you, it's you." "Ha ha ha." The little fellow stuck out her tongue, made a face at Xiao Lulang, and slipped into the house. Xiao Lulang chuckled. "And you say you're not childish?" The whole family had a lively meal in the courtyard and admired the moon. Feng Lin and Master Lu drank until they were high. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders, almost calling each other brothers on the spot and becoming sworn brothers. Otherwise, Xiao Liulang's seniority would be a level lower. In the future, when he saw Feng Lin, he would not be able to address him as Feng Lin. He would have to address him as Martial Uncle Feng. Xiao Lulang promptly gave Feng Lin a piece of mooncake with 5 nuts stuffing, preventing the sudden swearing of brotherhood. Feng Lin drank too much. "Take care of him at night," Xiao Lulang said to Lin Xianxia. Feng Lin was still living in Lin Xianxia's house and paid a friendship rent every month. I will," Lin Xianxia said. It was getting late. Lin Xianxia helped Feng Lin, who was completely drunk, to get up and bid farewell. On the other side, Nan Xiang and Master Lu were also preparing to leave. Master Lu was drunk and muddle-headed. He patted Xiao Liulang's shoulder and said, "Your master's wife said she saw you, he he he." Nan Xiang smiled and said to Xiao Lulang, "He's drunk. Don't listen to him." "It's okay." Xiao Lulang did not take it to heart. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan helped the drunk Master Lu into the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan was worried that his master and mistress would go back like this. "I'll go over and take care of my master tonight." He was worried that his master's wife would not be able to handle such a drunk man. Nan Xiang, who could handle 10 drunkards, smiled slightly. "Okay. It was not bad to kidnap her son. Xiaoshan will go back with us. I'll send him to class tomorrow morning," Nan Xiang said to Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. The young couple had no objection. Little Jing Kong waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Master Lu." "Goodbye, Mistress Nan." "Goodbye, Brother Feng Lin." "Goodbye, Brother Xianxia." The whole alley was filled with his small voice saying goodbye. The next day, there were no classes at the Imperial College. Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong to the Imperial Palace to visit her great-aunt. On the way, they went to the Minister of War's mansion to pick up Su Tangsong, who was also on holiday, and took him to the Imperial Palace. Qin Chuyu's identity as a prince had been exposed on a moonless and windy night. Now, little Jing Kong and Su Tangsong both knew that he was the son of the Empress. In order to cover up his dishonest behavior, Qin Chuyu decisively changed the topic to little Jing Kong. "The Empress Dowager is his great-aunt. He hid it for even longer than me." Little Jing Kong was admitted to the Imperial College first. At that time, he had already called the Empress Dowager his great-aunt. Xianxia was a transfer student. When it came to the history of deception, little Jing Kong was indeed more experienced than Xianxia. In fact, there was a difference between the nature of these two things. Xianxia deliberately hid his identity, while little Jing Kong did not know his great-aunt's identity at all. However, little Jing Kong did not think about it. For the first time, little Jing Kong, who was a logical person, encountered a situation that he could not refute. Fortunately, Su Tangsong was a magnanimous person. After a while, he covered up this matter and said, "Let's go play." The 3B** cheese of the Imperial College went to the ends of the earth and wreaked havoc in the Imperial Palace again. The autumn air was cool and the sun was bright. Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang took the Phoenix carriage to the Imperial Garden to bask in the sun. Yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. All the princes and princesses went to the Imperial Palace to celebrate the festival. Naturally, Princess Ning also came. Prince Ning's 2 young commandery princesses went to the Imperial Palace with her. The 2 young commandery princesses were both 2 years old, which was an adorable age. Noble consort Zhuang liked them, so she let the young commandery princesses stay in the Imperial Palace for the night. Today, Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Palace to take the young commandery princesses home. The 2 young commandery princesses met the 3B** cheese of the Imperial College by chance and went to play with them. Noble consort Zhuang and Prince Ning and his wife went to the Imperial Garden to wait for them. Unexpectedly, they met Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager. Noble consort Zhuang stepped forward with a smile and bowed. She turned to look at Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao is also here. After learning that Gu Jiao was favored, noble consort Zhuang changed the way she addressed Gu Jiao. Grandmother. Prince Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang bowed and nodded to greet Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. In comparison, the way he addressed her was much more normal. It was neither too warm nor too distant. It was mainly very natural. Gu Jiao also greeted him naturally, "Your Highness, Prince Ning." Later, Princess Ning and Empress Dowager Zhuang also greeted each other. "Sit down." Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered, and the palace servants set up tables and chairs for them. Eunuch Qin said, "Empress Dowager, Miss Gu, sit down." Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips. She, the noble consort, and Prince Ning, the prince, were here, but Eunuch Qin served an outsider first. Gu Jiao and her grandaunt sat down. "Don't you know how to help the Empress Dowager?" Noble consort Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao and whispered. She could see that the Empress Dowager was in good health and didn't need anyone to help her. "Empress Dowager, it's so sunny here. Why don't we go to the pavilion and sit down?" Noble consort Zhuang suggested. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm just here to bask in the sun." Noble consort Zhuang didn't speak. Prince Ning gently mediated, "Such a good sun, I'm afraid you won't be able to bask in it after winter. Mother, sit down." Noble consort Zhuang sat down on the other side of Empress Dowager Zhuang, and Prince Ning and his wife sat down opposite the 3. Eunuch Qin served tea and snacks. Eunuch Qin didn't know that he would meet noble consort Zhuang and Prince Ning, so he prepared all Gu Jiao's favorite foods. Noble consort Zhuang looked at the table of spicy jerky, crispy peanuts, spicy beans. She frowned and asked, "Eunuch Qin, can the Empress Dowager eat these?" Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't eat spicy food before. This. Eunuch Qin wanted to say something but stopped. Noble consort Zhuang ordered her little palace maid, "Go get some pea cakes and chestnut cakes." The little palace maid quickly brought a few plates of pea cakes and chestnut cakes from the imperial kitchen. They were bright in color and exquisite in appearance. At first glance, one could tell that they tasted extraordinary. Noble consort Zhuang smiled and put a piece of pea cake on the plate in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang and said, "Empress Dowager, try this." Gu Jiao picked up a piece and tasted it. Noble consort Zhuang looked a little unhappy. "The Empress Dowager hasn't eaten yet." "When is it your turn?" Gu Jiao put down the snacks and said, "It's too sweet. The Empress Dowager can't eat it." Noble consort Zhuang's face sank. She put the chopsticks on the table and said, "It's better than these spicy things." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at noble consort Zhuang impatiently and said, "I'm not asking you to eat it. You talk too much." Noble consort Zhuang choked. Fortunately, the 3 chief guests of the Imperial College and the 2 young princesses came over and diluted the awkwardness of the scene in time. They were sweating profusely from running. Noble consort Zhuang didn't allow the 2 young princesses to play crazily anymore. Otherwise, they would lose the dignity of the imperial family. Little Qi is really too much. As his brother, you should control him. Don't let him play crazily all the time. If His Majesty sees this, he will be unhappy. These words were obviously directed at Prince Ning. Prince Ning looked at Qin Chuyu, who was running around in the flowers, and smiled helplessly. Father said that little Qi is too fat. It's good for him to move around. Noble consort Zhuang's heart was even more blocked. She wasn't like this usually. It was just that these days, her period had come and she was in a bad mood. She didn't like everyone. The 3 chief guests of the Imperial College ran away again. The 2 young princesses wanted to follow them, but they had to stay because of noble consort Zhuang's dignity. Gu Jiao originally thought that Qin Chuyu, who had completely released his nature, was a normal child of the imperial family. After seeing the 2 young princesses, she realized that he was probably an anomaly. The 2-year-old young princesses were already very sensible. They were born of Prince Ning's 2 concubines and were less than half a year apart. They were very close to Prince Ning and nestled in his arms, unwilling to come out. It was a kind of dependence from the heart. It could be seen that Prince Ning was a good father who loved his daughters. "Do you want to eat snacks?" Prince Ning asked his daughters gently. The 2 young princesses nodded in unison. Prince Ning asked them to take it themselves. One of the young princesses took a piece of pea cake, while the other took a piece of spicy dried meat. She stuck out her tongue because of the spiciness. Prince Ning's eyes were full of smiles. Gu Jiao rested her chin on one hand and calmly watched Prince Ning dote on his daughter. When he smiled, it was as if the ice and snow in the cold winter had melted. He had a high position and was born with a good appearance from the royal family. He also exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of Commandery Prince and Commandery Prince, and was also a man as gentle as jade, but he was more youthful than Prince Ning. Prince Ning had the courage of a superior and the charm of a mature man. Few women wouldn't be fascinated by such a man, right? Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ning on the side. The 2 children were also close to her. They would ask her for water and wipe their faces. After acting like a spoiled child in front of Prince Ning, they went to her. Princess Ning fed them water and wiped their hands as if she was their biological mother. But they were not her biological children. Did she really not have any grudge? Gu Jiao thought of Princess Ning's illness. The most uncomfortable thing in the world was not that she minded, but that she had to pretend that she didn't mind when she minded. This would make her suffer double the pain. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to the wet nurse beside her, "Take the young princesses to play. Children shouldn't be too restrained." "Yes." The wet nurses didn't dare to disobey Empress Dowager Zhuang's order. They took the 2 young princesses to play with the 3B cheese of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Princess Ning seemed to be relieved. When they were basking in the sun in the Imperial Garden, something happened. The Crown Prince and Crown Princess passed by here. Grandaunt was here. They had to come and say hello. No matter what people in the royal family thought, they wouldn't show it on their faces. The Crown Prince and Prince Ning looked like brothers. But they didn't expect that Qin Chuyu snatched Su Kanji's trophies, the newly picked dates on the tree. He ran all over the Imperial Garden and accidentally knocked down 2 people. One was the Crown Princess, who didn't have time to sit down, and the other was Princess Ning, who just got up. Qin Chuyu was between the Crown Prince and the 2. Only Prince Ning was close to them. Because of Qin Chuyu's reckless actions, the Crown Princess was even closer to him. He only needed to reach out a hand to support her. But he didn't do that. He didn't even look at the Crown Princess. He stepped forward and hugged Princess Ning, who almost fell on her face. "Are you okay?" He hugged his wife tightly. Princess Ning gasped in shock, "I'm okay." The Crown Princess was not so lucky. She fell on the ground sideways. Her arms and legs were scratched. Qin Chuyu. Are you itching for a beating again? The crown prince's angry roar sounded in the imperial garden. Ah. Qin Chuyu, who was in trouble, hid behind Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Shuang. The crown prince couldn't go around the Empress Dowager to beat Qin Chuyu. In addition, the crown princess fell heavily. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly helped the crown princess up. The crown princess twisted her ankle and couldn't walk anymore. I'll call a sedan chair, Prince Ning said. No need. The crown prince didn't want to wait any longer. He bent down and carried the crown princess up. After bidding farewell to Empress Dowager Shuang and the others, he quickly walked back to the East Palace. Except for calling the sedan chair just now, Lord Ning was concerned about Princess Ning's injury all the time. However, noble consort Shuang couldn't bear it and whispered, it seems that she fell badly. Prince Ning's performance was too good. He was a perfect father and a perfect husband. Gu Jiao tapped on the table with her fingertips. She suddenly stood up and said, I'm a doctor. I'll go to the East Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao came back quickly. Prince Ning, his wife, and noble consort Zhuang were all there. Only Qin Chuyu went to his father after being reprimanded. Why are you back so soon? Is the crown princess seriously injured? Noble consort Zhuang asked. Ah, it seems that I went at the wrong time. The crown prince and the crown princess are. Gu Jiao glanced at Prince Ning. Not very convenient. Prince Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Digression, what he meant by not convenient, everyone understood. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1103487999. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Everyone was experienced, so how could they not understand what inconvenient meant? Noble consort Zhuang whispered, you fell like that and still. Empress Dowager Zhuang glared daggers at her, and noble consort Zhuang shut up. It was improper to act like this during the day, but the crown prince and the crown princess had been in love for a long time. Everyone in the 6 palaces knew that the crown prince only favored the crown princess and even dealt with his concubines for her. Empress Xiao forced the crown prince to marry her and almost broke the relationship between mother and son. The crown prince had tied his heart to Wen Linlang and could not bear to leave her even a step. But then again, with Wen Linlang's talent and appearance, she was indeed worthy of the crown prince's favor. There was no woman more beautiful and attractive than her in the whole of Zhaogua, nor was there a more talented counselor than her. The crown prince had waited for her for so many years, but their wedding was less than 2 years old. It was common for them to be inseparable. But so what if he only favored her? She wasn't pregnant. Her son was still capable. Thinking of this, noble consort Zhuang smiled and patted the back of Princess Ning's hand. Take good care of your body and give birth to a son for Prince Ning next year. Princess Ning's face turned pale almost instantly. You have nothing to say, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at noble consort Zhuang coldly and said to Prince Ning and his wife, okay, you two can go back. Don't come to the palace if you have nothing to do. Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips and was about to say something, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't give her a chance to speak. You two, just take care of yourself. Noble consort Zhuang shut her mouth resentfully. After Prince Ning and his wife and noble consort Zhuang left, Empress Dowager Zhuang's ears finally quieted down. In fact, little Jing Kong was noisier than all of them combined, but that child was only noisy in her ears and not in her heart. Great aunt, great aunt, great aunt. Look at the frogs I caught. What she wanted really came. Empress Dowager Zhuang just finished talking about little Jing Kong. The next second, this naughty child grabbed 2 toads and threw himself into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms. The corners of Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. What happened to not annoy her? Can you not slap my face so quickly? Gu Jiao accompanied Empress Dowager Zhuang back to Rinzhou Palace. After enjoying the rare leisure, Empress Dowager Zhuang began to review the memorials. Gu Jiao also planned to leave. Before she left, Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly stopped her. Lu Lang has no one in his heart. Some things are in the past. You don't have to take it to heart. Gu Jiao was confused by this sentence. Why did he suddenly mention Xiao Lu Lang? What did she take to heart about his past? After Gu Jiao left, Eunuch Qin brought hot water to Empress Dowager Zhuang to wipe her face. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang had something on her mind, he couldn't help but ask, Empress Dowager, what's wrong with you today? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, didn't you see what happened just now? Eunuch Qin asked, what are you talking about? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him. The crown princess was injured. Jiao Jiao actually took the initiative to go to the East Palace to treat her. Does she have such a good temperament? Eunuch Qin thought. How can you talk about your own child like that? How is Miss Gu not good temperament? Well, speaking of which, Miss Gu is indeed a little black-hearted. It doesn't seem like she would take the initiative to treat people in the imperial palace. Eunuch Qin still didn't understand. What are you worried about? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. I'm worried that she already knows Liu Long's identity. She cares that Lu Lang used to have a fiancé. Eunuch Qin's face was full of realization. That's impossible, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Otherwise, why would she follow them to watch the fun? Eunuch Qin thought it was reasonable. That's true. Gu Jiao didn't know that her actions had aroused her great-aunt's suspicion. She was misunderstood by her great-aunt as jealousy. Well, she probably wouldn't have jealousy for the rest of her life. After leaving Rinzhou Palace, Gu Jiao didn't go to little Jing Kong and Su Tangtang to take them home. Instead, she went to another place. Prince Ning and Princess Ning took the 2 young commandery princesses out of the imperial palace. The young commandery princesses had a special carriage. The 2 young commandery princesses were carried to the carriage by their nannies. Prince Ning also sent Princess Ning to the carriage, but he didn't get in himself. He stood by the window. Through the open window, he gently looked at Princess Ning, who looked a little tired. He said slowly, you must be tired. You are not feeling well. You should take care of yourself in the mansion. I didn't think about it. It's not that. Princess Ning saw that he didn't get in and guessed that he wouldn't go back. But she still asked, won't you go back? Prince Ning smiled, little Qi made a big trouble. He may be punished in the imperial study now. I have to go and see. I can't let father punish him badly. He had always been an elder brother who loved his younger brother. Besides, little Qi was still young. There was no conflict of interest with him. It was reasonable that he loved little Qi. Princess Ning looked at him without blinking. There was a trace of complexity in her eyes. Do you really want to go? Prince Ning was stunned. Then he showed a helpless smile under her heavy gaze. You know the crown prince's temper. Although he and little Qi have the same mother, little Qi hurt you this time. I'm afraid he is also angry. He won't speak for little Qi. Princess Ning squeezed the window tightly. What if I don't let you go? Prince Ning looked at her dotingly and helplessly. He said with a smile, Su Xin, don't make trouble. Princess Ning lowered her eyes. It seemed that she had given up her nonsense. She let go of the window tightly and said, okay. Prince Ning reached out and stroked her cold cheek. Good girl. I'll go back soon. I'll watch the opera with you in the evening. Princess Ning loved the opera. In order to win his wife's favor, Prince Ning, who had never indulged in sensual pleasures, raised an opera troupe in the mansion. It could be seen that he loved her deeply. Princess Ning didn't ask him to stay. She gently removed the fork and put down the window of the carriage. In the East Palace. The crown princess leaned against the head of the bed, her sleeves and dress lifted up high. The crown prince focused on applying the last wound medicine on her and said as if relieved of a burden, "Okay, it's all done. Wait, don't move. Let me see if there are any other wounds." "No." Princess Ning said, "It doesn't hurt anywhere." Prince Ning said, "You may get bruised and swollen later if you don't feel pain at the time." The crown princess couldn't say anything and allowed him to examine her carefully. When he finished, her face was completely red. He had originally lifted her clothes to help her apply medicine, but seeing her pitiful, flushed, and embarrassed appearance, the crown prince felt his throat go hoarse. However, he wasn't a beast to want her when Lin Lang was injured. So, Gu Jiao's inconvenience was just a literal inconvenience. Prince Ning was helping Princess Ning apply medicine and couldn't see guests. He didn't mean anything else. Gu Jiao didn't lie. But she couldn't be blamed if other people imagined it. Princess Ning said to Prince Ning, "Your Highness, go take a look at little Qi." "I'm fine." "Your Highness, don't be too angry at little Qi. Remember to put in a good word for little Qi in front of Imperial Father. His Majesty likes your brotherly love. Don't hurt your brotherly love for a woman." Prince Ning gritted his teeth and said, "I want to beat him up." Princess Ning smiled. "Listen to me, Your Highness." Prince Ning sighed. Okay. I understand. I'll listen to you." When Gu Jiao snuck into the Eastern Palace, Prince Ning had just left. It was still early, so it wasn't appropriate to hide on the roof. She would be easily discovered. Gu Jiao simply climbed over the back door and entered Princess Ning's small storeroom. This was Princess Ning's private storeroom. It was only a wall away from her bedroom. Because her window was wide open, she could see what was going on her side through the crack in the door. But Gu Jiao didn't expect that there would be another person in the storeroom. That person clearly didn't expect someone to come to the storeroom at this time. He had clearly calculated the timing. Forget it, I'll knock him out first, what a coincidence. Gu Jiao also thought the same. So the two of them attacked at the same time. They saw each other clearly and stopped at the same time. "It's you." "It's you?" He even spoke at the same time. "Gu Jiao, am I not qualified to act alone? Why is there someone who does bad things with me every time? What are you doing here?" Yuan Tang put down his knife and asked. Gu Jiao glanced at him. "In what position are you asking this question?" Yuan Tang was choked to death. Yes, if she shouldn't have come here, then as a hostage of Qin Nation, wouldn't he have even less reason to appear? Yuan Tang waved the folding fan in his hand and snorted. "That's because you didn't tell me anything. I could only investigate on my own." "I'm not stupid. You suspected that I had some shady dealings with Zhao Nation's Princess Ning, so I was attacked. As long as I keep an eye on her, I'll definitely find some clues." Gu Jiao grunted. "You didn't forget to bring your brain when you went out today." Yuan Tang, was it really good to choke him like this? Gu Jiao noticed that his fan had returned to normal. She didn't know if the punctured fan had been repaired or if he had gotten a new one. There was a mechanism in this fan that could be used as a weapon when necessary. "Someone's coming," Gu Jiao suddenly said warily. Yuan Tang carefully sensed his surroundings. Sure enough, he heard a very slight movement above his head. Previously, he had thought that this girl's martial arts were inferior to his. However, after seeing this girl lose control and kill so many assassins, he didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. However, he was still very surprised. This girl's senses were too sharp. The two of them did their best to hold their breaths and minimize their presence. The two of them wanted to see what was going on in the Princess Ning's room, but there was only a crack in the door. Yuan Tang winked and squatted down. Gu Jiao pressed down on his neck and forced him to squat down. Yuan Tang was dumbfounded. "I told you to squat down," Gu Jiao mouthed, "no need to thank me." Yuan Tang, forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Yuan Tang squatted down and gave Gu Jiao a high vantage point. The two of them stared intently at the movement on the other side. Since that person had used Qinggong to sneak in, it was probably inconvenient for him to reveal his whereabouts. The two of them looked at that window, a bit worried that the other person would close the window. Fortunately, the other person didn't seem to care about this. After all, this small window didn't face the courtyard, but only a cold storeroom. It was a tall and muscular man. His entire body exuded a noble aura. The moment they saw him, this man's body instantly gave off a suffocating and terrifying aura. It was different from Gu Jiao's terrifying aura when she lost control. Yuan Tang thought that this man seemed to carry an evil, domineering, and possessive aura. Yuan Tang only saw the back of this person. For a moment, he couldn't guess who the other person was, much less his intentions. He tried to see something from Gu Jiao's expression. In the end, when he looked up, he only saw a small chin that seemed to be mocking him. The man came to the bedside. The Crown Prince consort had already rested and was lying on her side on the soft bed. Her hair was black and shiny like satin. She didn't wear any makeup, and her eyes were lightly closed. However, it still couldn't hide her beautiful face. Suddenly, the man sat down on the bedside. Yuan Tang was shocked. The Crown Prince consort had fallen asleep and didn't notice that someone had come into the room. But very quickly, she felt a cool hand moving up and down her face and hair. She thought that the Crown Prince had returned and muttered in a daze, "Your Highness, don't make a fuss. This concubine wants to rest." She thought that she had said the last sentence, but unexpectedly, she had only said it in her dream. The man's hand that had been gently caressing her hair and face suddenly grabbed her neck. Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Chen and could be considered to have weathered many storms. However, he almost couldn't help but cry out in shock. What exactly was going on? He thought that this was the Crown Prince consort's trusted expert, but he offended his superior and touched the Crown Prince consort. He thought that this was the Crown Prince consort's lover, but he seemed to want to kill the Crown Prince consort. How great was the enmity and resentment! Gu Jiao's expression was very calm, and her breathing was very relaxed. Yuan Tang's mouth twitched. His temperament couldn't compare to a teenage girl's. Inside the room, the Crown Prince consort was finally woken up. When she saw a familiar face when she woke up, she almost trembled for no reason. "What? Scared?" The man's half-smiling voice sounded in the empty bedchamber, carrying a hint of ruthlessness and mockery. Yuan Tang felt his heart turn cold. This voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. It seemed like he had heard this voice before, but that person's voice shouldn't be so ruthless. Yuan Tang suddenly felt like he was splitting up. Gu Jiao didn't mind the commotion, and her eyes were actually shining. "Yuan Tang, are you serious?" The man increased the force of his hand, and the Crown Prince consort's face turned red. She used a lot of strength to squeeze out the words from her throat. "This is the Eastern Palace. Do you want to die?" The man's tone was playful and ruthless. "It's you who wants to die, Wen Linlang, it's you who wants to die. I don't understand what you are saying." The Crown Prince consort was almost unable to breathe. The man didn't have the slightest intention of being soft-hearted. "I warned you not to get too close to other men." The Crown Prince consort looked at him coldly. "He is the Crown Prince, and I am the Crown Prince consort. Isn't your words laughable?" The man said coldly, "At least don't do it in front of me." After saying that, he promptly pulled back his hand before the Crown Prince consort fainted, harshly pulling her back onto the cold bed. The Crown Prince consort suddenly couldn't breathe, and she lay on the edge of the bed, panting heavily. The man's icy fingertips tapped her chest. "Wen Linlang, remember this. You provoked me first, so this place can only belong to me. If you dare to have feelings for another man, I will kill him." The Crown Prince consort sneered. "He is the Crown Prince. Kill him if you have the ability." The man sneered. "You think I don't dare?" As if thinking of something, the Crown Prince consort's expression froze, and she turned her face away. "Digression, alright, I already guessed who it is. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964289642826110324076 HTML genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The man looked at her hand that was grabbing the corner of her clothes and sneered, "What? You want to slap me again? Then you'd better use more force this time. Don't leave a palm print like last time." The Crown Prince came out of the imperial study with a pale face. He didn't look where he was going and almost bumped into someone. He was about to lose his temper when he found that it was King Ming. He couldn't tell what he was feeling and greeted him sullenly, "Brother." King Ming smiled and said, "What's wrong? You don't look happy. Did Imperial Father reprimand you or little Seven?" The Crown Prince said bitterly, "Father said that I didn't teach little Chi well. What does that have to do with me? Who knows where that little fatty got the courage to run around the palace?" King Ming laughed and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You are the Crown Prince and the elder brother. You are the role model for all the princes. It's inevitable that Father has high expectations for you. Don't worry. Father is just saying. He won't really blame you. As for little Chi, he is at a naughty age. It's normal for him to get into trouble. Father loves him very much. He won't really blame him." These words were quite pleasing to hear. The Crown Prince wouldn't be jealous of Xianxia for taking away his father's favor. After all, Xianxia was his younger brother and there was a big age gap. Besides, King Ming was right. Father scolded him because he had higher expectations for him than the other princes. He sighed, "But Father still wants to punish little Chi. It's useless for me to plead." King Ming smiled and patted the Crown Prince on the shoulder, saying, "Go back to the Eastern Palace first. I'll talk to Father." The Crown Prince opened his mouth. To be honest, he and King Ming weren't on the same side. King Ming was the biggest threat on his path to becoming the emperor. Not only was King Ming smarter and more capable than him, but also because his father loved King Ming very much. But King Ming's elder brother was hard to hate. His eyes were warm, bright, and honest. He worked hard to be a good son to his father and a good brother to the princes. He was ambitious, but he didn't seem too ambitious. Especially when he had no unspeakable feelings for Linlang. Don't think that I don't know. Old Third, Old Fourth, and even Imperial concubine Shu's Old Fifth secretly admired Linlang. Only Big Brother was open and aboveboard, a gentleman. Thinking of this, the Crown Prince found Prince Ning much more pleasing to the eye. "All right then, I'll leave little Chi's matter to you, eldest brother. Linlang is injured, so I have to go back and take care of her as soon as possible." He had just taken a few steps when Prince Ning suddenly called him, "Second brother." The Crown Prince turned around. "Is there anything else, Big Brother?" Prince Ning said, "Father has been very worried about the assessment of the 6 departments recently, and the cabinet is also arguing about it. I'm planning to go to the cabinet, do you want to come with me?" The Crown Prince hesitated. As the Crown Prince of a country, he naturally knew that it was a good thing to participate in government affairs and share his father's burdens, but he was really worried about Linlong's injuries. Prince Ning smiled. "Then why don't I tell Father that I'll go alone?" "Would Father be happy if he knew about this?" the Crown Prince muttered. "Father didn't mention this matter just now." Prince Ning smiled. "That's because I haven't reported it yet." Fine, he couldn't escape. The Crown Prince sighed. "Then I'll wait for Big Brother to go to the cabinet together." Prince Ning smiled. "All right." Seeing the two brothers get into the carriage intimately, Gu Jiao and Yuan Tang, who were behind the tree, stared blankly. Yuan Tang said, "No way? They didn't even fight? Does the Crown Prince think that he's not completely cuckolded enough?" Yuan Tang had already found out who the man who secretly met with the Crown Princess was. Not only because he recognized the other party's voice, but also because when the other party turned around to leave, he accidentally saw the other party's face clearly. His feelings at that time could only be described as extremely surprised. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. She was indeed very surprised. Yuan Tang said coldly, I want to clear my name. Gu Jiao flatly refused. No. Why? Yuan Tang asked. Consort Rui Wang will die. Gu Jiao said, she's the only person who can see you secretly meet with the crown princess. She's an important witness. Once you're cleared of the crime, Prince Ning won't keep her alive. You can't talk about morality with people like Prince Ning. Don't expect him to care about brotherhood. Yuan Tang snorted. Do I have to be a scapegoat for the rest of my life? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. How about, you go and kill him? Yuan Tang's mouth twitched fiercely. Was he a watermelon? If I say I'll kill him, then I'll kill him. Also, this is your Zhao country's territory. If I assassinate your Zhao country's eldest son, how many heads do I have to chop off? As if seeing his complaint, Gu Jiao spread her hands. Didn't you even assassinate the emperor? Yuan Tang clenched his fists. That was just for show. How would I dare to kill your emperor? Do I want to die? Gu Jiao squinted at him. Is there any difference between colluding with the enemy's old concubine and seeking death? Yuan Tang choked. Thinking of something, Yuan Tang smiled. Eh? How about you tell your Empress Dowager? Doesn't Empress Dowager Zhuang trust you very much? She won't not believe what you say, right? Gu Jiao was silent. After a while, she said faintly, is her trust in me a reason for me to stab her in the heart with a knife? Yuan Tang choked again. He forgot that Prince Ning's blood was the same as Empress Dowager Zhuang's. Prince Ning could betray many people, but he never betrayed Empress Dowager Zhuang. His filial piety to Empress Dowager Zhuang came from the bottom of his heart. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao deeply. So, what are your plans? I need to know whether we will be enemies or friends in the future. No wonder Yuan Tang asked this. Even Yuan Tang could see that Prince Ning would not hurt Gu Jiao. It was impossible for Prince Ning not to know that Gu Jiao had guessed the truth. He never wanted to kill Gu Jiao from the beginning. Yuan Tang thought of several reasons. First, Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's sweetheart. If he hurt Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not let it go. Second, Prince Ning also needed Gu Jiao to treat Princess Ning's illness. Of course, this was based on the premise that Prince Ning had feelings for Princess Ning. Third, and the most important, Gu Jiao was an outsider. She didn't care about the War of the Princes at all. Even if Prince Ning made the crown prince a cuckold, what did it have to do with Gu Jiao? Since Prince Ning would not kill her, there was no need for her to be his enemy, right? Gu Jiao said lightly, I only do what I think is necessary. Yuan Tang was confused. What do you mean? Are you going to be Prince Ning's enemy or not? Gu Jiao looked at him. In fact, I should ask you this. Yuan Tang was stunned. What? Gu Jiao said calmly, if Prince Ning finds that it is not easy to assassinate you, he simply gives you up and turns to think of other ways. Then, do you still want to be his enemy? Yuan Tang opened his mouth. Gu Jiao said, it has nothing to do with me whether I am his enemy or not. I never need any friends, and I am not afraid of having more opponents. This girl's words were heart-wrenching, so, he still didn't understand what this girl meant. Gu Jiao was right. After Prince Ning found that Yuan Tang was a tough nut to crack, he did not make any further moves on Yuan Tang for the time being. Although this matter was not made public, it was not easy to shut Rui Wang and his wife's mouths. Prince Ning had two better choices. One was to put on another show and let consort Rui Wang discover the real man in the rockery. This man would be at Prince Ning's disposal, and he could just find a scapegoat to take the blame. However, this required the cooperation of the crown princess. From what Gu Jiao observed today, the relationship between the crown princess and Prince Ning, the crown princess would probably not be willing. Moreover, even if there was a new scapegoat, what would happen next? Would he really push the crown princess and the scapegoat out? Would Prince Ning bear to let the crown princess lose her reputation? The second choice was to kill consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang was an eyewitness, and so was Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao did not care about this matter. Unlike consort Rui Wang, who had a grudge against the crown princess, she would not easily let go of this opportunity to see the crown princess lose her reputation. Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical center? Xianxia asked in the carriage. Let's go to Prince Ning's mansion, Gu Jiao said. Okay. Xianxia drove the carriage to Prince Ning's mansion. Princess Ning met Gu Jiao in her courtyard. She had someone serve her tea. Dr. Gu, are you here for a follow-up visit today? I remember that the follow-up visit is in 3 days. In other words, she could tell that Gu Jiao did not visit her for no reason. Gu Jiao did not mince her words and said directly, Princess, can I trust you? Princess Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Prince Ning and the Crown Prince were busy in the cabinet until late at night. When they returned to the mansion, it was already late at night. Princess Ning sat in the pavilion drinking tea. Prince Ning pressed between his eyebrows and walked over. A servant opened the curtain for him, and he found that Consort Rui Wang was also there. He was slightly stunned, but soon his expression returned to normal. He smiled gently and said, Suxin, I'm back. Third sister-in-law is also here. Eldest brother. Hearing his voice, Consort Rui Wang turned to look. She stood up and bowed with a smile. Sister-in-law said that she was very bored, so I moved here for a few days to accompany her. Eldest brother, you don't mind, right? Of course not. I'm very happy to have you with Suxin. Prince Ning said with a smile. He came to the other side of Princess Ning and sat down next to her. He said, sorry, there were too many things to do in the cabinet today. I didn't come back to watch the show with you. Princess Ning poured him a cup of flower tea. It's okay. Third sister-in-law watched it with me. Prince Ning smiled and glanced at the two of them. Which match did you watch? Was it good? Rui Wangfei nodded like she was pounding garlic. It's Worshipping Moon Pavilion. It's so wonderful, I cried from watching it. Prince Ning smiled and looked at Consort Ning lovingly. Then, did Suxin cry? Consort Ning asked back, Your Highness, do you want me to cry? Prince Ning was stunned again. Then he held one of her hands and asked, Of course not. I promised Suxin that I wouldn't let you cry in my life. Consort Ning took her hand out of his palm and pushed the flower tea to him. Your Highness, have some tea. Okay. They sat in the pavilion for a while. Then Prince Ning said, It's late. I'll take you back to rest. They got up and walked out of the pavilion. But the moment they walked down the steps, Consort Rui Wang suddenly screamed and leaned forward. Ning Wang was separated from her by Ning Wangfei. Even if he wanted to act, he couldn't. Ning Wangfei grabbed Rui Wangfei and pulled her back, stabilizing her body. Consort Ning lost her balance and rolled down the steps. Suxin. Sister-in-law. Consort Ning had a terrible fall. Her left arm was dislocated. After the doctor fixed her arm, he wrapped a cloth around her and asked her to rest in bed. Consort Rui Wang was so sad that she cried. I don't know what happened. I suddenly slipped. Consort Ning asked Consort Rui Wang not to think too much and to go back to her room to rest. Prince Ning stayed to feed Consort Ning medicine. Consort Ning didn't drink the medicine. Instead, she stared at him. Your Highness, why do you think third sister-in-law slipped? Did she step on something? Prince Ning paused. Consort Ning continued, I asked people to clean up the pavilion. Who put something that shouldn't be there? Her eyes made Prince Ning frown. How do I know? After saying that, Prince Ning realized that his tone was not good enough. He took a deep breath and said, If Suxin wants to know, I'll ask people to find out. Consort Ning twitched her lips. Your Highness, you'd better find out. Of course, Prince Ning found out. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. But the result of his investigation almost made his expression crack on the spot. It was Consort Ning who asked us to smear some lard on the steps. The servant was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. God knew why Consort Ning, who had always been gentle and virtuous, suddenly wanted to smear lard on Consort Rui Wang, but she had failed to harm Rui Wangfei and hurt herself. Prince Ning clenched his fists. Get out. Go and get the flogging yourself. Yes, yes, yes. The servant hurried out. He was afraid that Prince Ning would change his mind and ask for his head if he was a little slower. Although Consort Ning was hurt, her sleep was not affected. She slept until dawn. Consort Rui Wang had been up for a while. She went to Consort Ning's room. Prince Ning also came. He had something to say to Consort Ning, but he couldn't say anything since Consort Rui Wang was there. He took a deep look at Consort Ning and went to the cabinet to deal with official business. But he didn't expect that before he could sit in the cabinet, the housekeeper of the mansion came to report that Consort Ning was poisoned. Prince Ning choked on his breath and almost choked to death. Your Highness, in a moment. The Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet walked over and was about to discuss something important with Prince Ning. However, Prince Ning stood up and left in a hurry without even looking at him. The cabinet secretary was speechless. When Prince Ning entered the room, Consort Ning was sitting on the bed and drinking medicine. Her face was very pale, but she looked careless. Prince Ning pinched his fingers expressionlessly. All of you, leave. Yes, Your Highness. The servants hurried out. Prince Ning closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He came to the bed and sat down. He looked at her gently. Give it to me. Consort Ning handed him the bowl of medicine. Prince Ning tasted it first. It was not cold or hot. Then he fed her a spoonful. It's aconite. Consort Ning drank the medicine and said. Prince Ning stopped when he was about to take the second spoonful of medicine. Consort Ning smiled and said, it was supposed to be a sour apricot for third sister-in-law. I was curious and tasted it first. Unexpectedly, I was poisoned. Your Highness, who poisoned me? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/110295086. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated more quickly. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Prince Ning threw the spoon back into the bowl and stared at her. His eyes were not as gentle as before. His eyes were heavy and deep. What do you want to do? Princess Ning raised her head and looked at him without blinking her almond eyes. She smiled and sneered. I don't want to do anything. I just want to tell Your Highness that I don't care about those things of Your Highness. But if anyone wants to kill Consort Rui Wang, they have to kill me first. Prince Ning's pupils shrank as if he had experienced a great shock. Even though he had developed the character of being calm even if Mount Tai collapsed, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a touch of frost between his eyebrows. He clasped her wrist. Those things of mine? You should tell me clearly what those things of mine are. The medicine is cold. Princess Ning smiled and naturally broke away from Prince Ning's hand. She took the medicine bowl from his hand. She had always been afraid of bitterness, but she drank it all in one breath. Not a drop was left. She handed the empty bowl to Prince Ning. Your Highness, please put it down for me. Prince Ning took a deep look at her. Coldness, complexity, and anger flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he suppressed them all. He took the medicine bowl and put it on the table. He calmed down and said softly, have a good rest. I'll ask someone to send third sister-in-law back. Princess Ning said indifferently, I heard that aconite is not as toxic as arsenic. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Prince Ning had already stood up and walked out. Hearing this, he suddenly turned around and looked at Princess Ning. Enough, Chu Yu. I won't hurt her. Chu Yu was Princess Ning's name. Su Xin was her name. After the wedding, he had never called her name directly. Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. Your Highness, you'd better remember your words. Prince Ning came out of Princess Ning's yard with an extremely cold look. His henchman followed him and said to Prince Ning, "Master, are you really going to send consort Rui Wang back? Do you want?" As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Ning Wang looked at him coldly. "Who gave you the guts to do this?" The trusted aide was stunned. "Didn't your highness say that the Qin nation's hostages can't do anything about it? Otherwise, we might as well." King Ming's eyes were cold as he said, "What do you mean? Since when are you in charge of this prince's affairs?" The trusted aide cupped his hands and bowed. "This subordinate dares not." Prince Ning put his hands behind his back and looked at the autumn scenery in the garden. He said lightly, "Send consort Rui Wang back. Don't hurt her." His confidant opened his mouth. But Ning Wang suppressed his anger and said, "She already drank poison to force me. What else do you want me to do?" The confidant's face changed as he hurriedly replied, "Yes." "Wait." The confidant was about to send consort Rui Wang back to the Fu when Prince Ning stopped him. "Who came to the Fu yesterday?" "Yesterday?" The confidant thought for a moment and replied, "Dr. Gu from the Miracle Hands Hall came. It seemed that he came to check on the princess consort." "The check was in 3 days." Prince Ning murmured. His eyes were deep as he said, "When did Dr. Gu come? Was it before or after the princess consort sent someone to pick up consort Rui Wang?" "Before," the confidant said. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. 3 days later, Prince Ning caught someone and brought him to Rui Wang's Fu. The crown prince also appeared with him. The crown prince was confused. "Eldest brother, why did you call me to Rui Wang's Fu?" Prince Ning said, "There are some things that I need to explain to third brother and third sister-in-law in front of you." The crown prince asked, "What is it?" Prince Ning said, "You'll know in a moment." Rui Wang and his wife were also surprised. Why would the crown prince lower himself to visit Rui Wang's Fu, when Prince Ning ordered his subordinates to bring a man with his hands tied behind his back into Rui Wang's courtyard? They all widened their eyes. "Wen Yang?" The crown prince was the first to recognize him. This young man named Wen Yang was none other than Wen Linlong's older brother. He was 26 years old this year and was an ignorant and incompetent hedonist. When Wen Yang saw the crown prince, he cried out, "Crown prince brother-in-law! Crown prince brother-in-law, save me!" The crown prince asked in confusion, "Eldest brother, why did you catch Wen Yang?" To be honest, Wen Yang's reputation wasn't very good. The crown princess usually didn't allow the crown prince to interact with her family, so the crown prince could only turn a blind eye. Rui Wang and his wife also had a puzzled expression. Prince Ning looked down at Wen Yang condescendingly. There was no longer the usual gentleness between his brows. Instead, it was dyed with a bit of fairness and sternness. 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, did you sneak into the palace? Wen Yang was forced to kneel on the ground by Prince Ning's subordinates. He wanted to stand up but didn't have the strength. I wasn't sneaking. I was going to see my sister." Prince Ning said coldly, "Entering the palace without being summoned is considered sneaking in. It's useless even if you have the Eastern Palace's token." Wen Yang's neck shrank. It wasn't the first time that Wen Yang had entered the palace with the Eastern Palace's token. He had been discovered twice and the token was taken back by the crown princess. However, the crown princess's mother still had an urgent Eastern Palace token. The crown prince thought that it was probably this unfilial son who stole Madame Wen's token. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. "Did you injure Chen Ying that day? Did you threaten the crown princess?" The crown prince was slightly stunned. However, consort Rui Wang's expression suddenly changed. "What? It's him?" The crown prince, What? It's him?" Prince Ning nodded. "That's right. The man behind the rockery that day was him. It was him who was talking to the crown princess." Consort Rui Wang was dumbfounded. "Then the Qin state," Prince Ning shook his head. "The hostage of the Qin state was just a misunderstanding. I've already investigated. He wasn't in the palace at all on the day of the incident. Someone saw him going to a shop on East Street to buy dried fish." The crown prince said suspiciously, "What are you guys talking about? I don't understand." Prince Ning looked at him and said, "It's like this. That day in the palace, third sister-in-law heard that the crown princess was being threatened. The crown princess slapped that person. Coincidentally, there was a palm print on the Qin state hostage's face. Prince Ning stopped there. The crown prince understood. His expression turned cold. Are you guys misunderstanding Lin Lang? Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. Prince Ning quickly mediated. How could we misunderstand third sister-in-law? Did second brother forget that the Qin state assassins tried to assassinate imperial father? The Qin state is ambitious. We're just worried that the Qin state hostage will hurt the crown princess. Ah, yes, that's right. Rui Wang quickly chimed in. They couldn't really say that they suspected the crown princess of having a lover outside. Moreover, from the current evidence, the crown princess seemed to be wrongly accused. Only then did the crown prince's expression turn better. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. What did you threaten the crown princess that day? You better confess honestly. Otherwise, even if you're the crown princess' biological brother, this prince still won't let you off. Although Wen Yang was the crown prince's brother-in-law, Wen Lin Lang was the most important in the crown prince's heart. Whoever hurt her would be at odds with him. The crown prince looked at Wen Yang coldly. What did you say to Lin Lang? How did you threaten her? Wen Yang lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, I was just a little short on money. I asked her for some money. She refused to give it to me, so I threatened her and said, if she didn't give it to me, I would make a fuss in the capital and let the entire capital know that she was mean to her biological brother, disloyal, unfilial, and heartless. Prince Ning frowned and said, that's it? Then why did she hit you? Wen Yang muttered, I only said one sentence to her. The crown prince's face turned ashen. What did you say to Lin Lang? Wen Yang cleared his throat and braced himself. I said that she's so heartless. Serves her right that she can't give birth to a child. These words were really heartrending, not to mention that when Lin Lang would slap him, even the crown prince wished that he could slap him a few times. Looking at the crown prince's expression that was gradually turning cold and stern, Wen Yang's body trembled. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he actually broke free from Prince Ning's restraint and pounced over to hug the crown prince's leg. I was blinded by lard that day and drank some wine. I spoke without thinking. Brother-in-law crown prince, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. I'm Lin Lang's biological brother. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Consort Rui Wang suddenly spoke, then why did you knock Chenying unconscious? A woman's intuition was always more accurate. The only flaw in the entire matter was that he had knocked Chenying unconscious. Chenying was a servant brought over by the Wen family and she wouldn't do anything to Wen Yang. Was there a need for Wen Yang to knock her unconscious before speaking to the crown princess? Wen Yang's expression froze. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Wen Yang let go of the crown prince's leg and said shamefully, I drank a little too much and was a little unruly to Chenying. That girl didn't listen to me, so I hit her. I didn't expect her to faint. The crown prince was unable to restrain his anger. You even dared to touch a female official of the Eastern Palace. I think you don't want to live anymore. Wen Yang knelt on the ground and fiercely slapped himself. I'm foolish. I deserve to die. Brother-in-law crown prince, scold me. Why don't you give me a good beating? I won't dare to do it again in the future. Everyone was familiar with Wen Yang's conduct. They originally thought that the Wen family would restrain themselves after the collapse of the cable bridge. It seemed that they had thought too much. Boring. Consort Rui Wang pursed her lips. She thought that she had caught evidence of Wen Linlong's adultery. Who would have thought that it was just a dispute between siblings? It did affect Wen Linlang, but it was pitifully small. After all, the entire capital knew that her family was unreliable. Prince Ning took in Consort Rui Wang's expression. He picked up the teacup on the table and lightly took a sip. After all, it was a big matter that alarmed Prince Ning and Rui Wang. In order to ensure that Wen Yang's words were not one-sided, the crown prince sent someone to the Eastern Palace to call Chenying over. Chenying's testimony was consistent with Wen Yang's. In fact, Wen Yang's testimony was enough to win the trust of others. After all, Prince Ning and the Eastern Palace were on opposing sides. It was impossible for Prince Ning to bribe Wen Yang. Chen Ying's testimony completely confirmed Wen Yang's crime. Prince Ning could not bribe Wen Yang, let alone Chen Ying. At least, the Crown Prince and Rui Wang both thought so. However, after the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace, he still told the Crown Princess about Wen Yang. He came to find you. Why didn't you tell me? The Crown Princess was still recuperating on the bed. She lowered her eyes when she heard this. Her jet black hair slid down her shoulders, making her face look even more pale and weak. Your Highness, the Crown Princess said in a low voice, how do you want me to speak about this? It's already embarrassing for me to have such an elder brother. If I were to speak about this, would I embarrass your Highness? The Crown Prince was embarrassed. I didn't mean it that way. In a restaurant in the capital, Wen Yang poured a cup of wine for Prince Ning and said with a smile, Your Eldest Highness, my acting today was not bad, right? Two of Prince Ning's trusted imperial guards stood behind him. Beside the imperial guards was Chen Ying, who had a tense expression. Prince Ning glanced at Wen Yang with a smile and hooked his finger at the two imperial guards. The two of them carried a small chest from another room and placed it on the table. When they opened it, it was filled with gold. Wen Yang's eyes widened. This is really for me? Prince Ning smiled. Isn't young Master Wen a little tight on money? Consider this as my thanks to you. No need to be so polite. Wen Yang smiled as he took the chest into his arms. He picked up a gold bar and bit it. Really, real gold. Wen Yang smiled even more brilliantly. Your Eldest Highness, you're such a good person. You're much better than my stingy brother-in-law. If my sister had married you back then. Halfway through his words, he remembered that when Lin Ling could not marry back then. His sister had been engaged to the young duke since she was young. Before the young duke passed away, Prince Ning had already married the Chu family's daughter. With his sister's looks, it was impossible for her to be a concubine. Moreover, the crown princess was not bad. Wen Yang said, When my sister becomes the empress in the future, I will be the imperial uncle. I will definitely repay your eldest highness well. Prince Ning looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Aren't you going to ask why I asked you to act in this scene? Wen Yang said indifferently, Didn't you say you were helping my sister out? Prince Ning smiled and nodded. Yes, I was helping Lin Ling out. Wen Yang did not ask about helping her out. He did not care and did not care. Wen Yang waved his hand. In the next second, he sat up straight and looked at Prince Ning. He stuttered, Lin Ling? Prince Ning smiled. Yes, Lin Ling. Wen Yang's smile gradually froze. Your eldest highness, to my sister. Prince Ning looked at the chest in his arms and smiled warmly. Is there enough gold? If not, I still have more. Wen Yang shut his mouth. Coming out of the restaurant, Wen Yang drunkenly patted Ning Wang's shoulder. Your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone. I am a person who values loyalty the most. From today onwards, you are my friend. Prince Ning smiled warmly and said, Okay. Wen Yang stumbled into the alley where his carriage was parked. Chen Ning looked at her young master's drunken appearance and felt worried. Prince Ning took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. His smile disappeared. Do it cleanly. His confidant replied, Yes. Chen Ying's face turned pale. The next day, a major event happened in the capital. Wen Yang died. On the way home, the carriage broke down and fell into a small pond. By the time they pulled Wen Yang out, he had already drowned. The capital government launched an investigation into this matter. The result of the investigation was an accident. Wen Yang's coachman did not see the stones on the road clearly and broke the wheels of the carriage. He and Wen Yang both fell into the water. The coachman swam up with all his might. However, Wen Yang was drunk and was not so lucky. However, some people suspected that it was not an accident. In the tea house, many people were discussing this matter. It is said that the crown prince killed him. A young man said. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/110267397. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The middle-aged man at the side said, "What? The Crown Prince? Wen Yang is his brother-in-law. Why would he kill him?" The young man chuckled and said, "You don't know. The Crown Prince consort has always disliked the actions of her maternal family and almost cut off all contact with them. Do you still remember the broken cable bridge on the first day of the new year? It was the Wen family who used the Crown Prince consort as an excuse to seal the bridge and road. This caused the people offering incense to have nowhere to go and could only squeeze onto the cable bridge. In the end, the bridge broke." Another scholar said, "I remember this matter. His Majesty also punished the Crown Prince consort." The young man said, "That's right. After that, the Crown Prince consort cut off all contact with her maternal family. But who told this Wen Yang to be so stubborn? He actually went to the imperial palace to ask the Crown Prince consort for money. When he failed, he even scolded the Crown Prince consort as a hen that can't lay eggs." The original words were not like this, but it became very harsh as it spread among the people. In a fit of anger, the Crown Prince killed Wen Yang. The young man made a throat-slitting gesture. Gu Jiao heard this news at the medical center. The second boss was gossiping with her. "Everyone says it's the Crown Prince," the second boss said. He had won a place in the Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the major shops and firmly stepped on Rejuvenation Hall. While he was elated, he walked with wind, let alone speak. Gu Jiao made an O sound and did not speak. "Do you think so?" the second boss continued to gossip. "Of course not. Based on her understanding of the Crown Prince, he would not do something like killing his brother-in-law. Who the murderer was obvious." It was really an eye-opener for Ning Wang to think of such a roundabout way to save the country. That's right. It was not easy to find a lover with status, but wasn't there a readily available older brother with blood relations? Similarly, a shameful and good-for-nothing brother could be used as a scapegoat. However, Gu Jiao did not expect Ning Wang to be so ruthless. In any case, he was Wen Linlong's older brother. He actually killed him just like that. This ruthlessness and decisiveness was somewhat similar to the rumored former emperor. Even if the Crown Prince cultivated for another 8 to 10 years, he still wouldn't be as decisive as Prince Ning. If such a person was born in a chaotic world, he would definitely be an overlord. "Aya. The second boss. Miss Gu. Oh no, oh no." As the two of them were talking, shopkeeper Wang rushed in, sweating profusely. Something happened in the workshop. The workshop that shopkeeper Wang spoke of was the pharmaceutical factory of the Miracle Hand Hall. It was located in a spacious area in the western suburbs of the capital. It was originally a small winery, but after it closed down, it was bought by the second boss. The largest production line was the Golden Sore Medicine, which took up 2 courtyards. The second largest production line was the Vanishing Cream and some tonics, which each took up 1 courtyard. By the time Gu Jiao and the second boss arrived at the scene, the fire had already been brought under control, but the stock of Golden Sore Medicine had also been burned out. "Aya, that's over 1,000 bottles of Jinchuang ointment. We have to deliver the goods at the end of the month," shopkeeper Wang said bitterly. "Are there any casualties?" This was Gu Jiao's first question. Shopkeeper Wang called the supervisor of the workshop over. The supervisor said, "At that time everyone was working, so no one went to the storeroom. No one was injured." "Okay." Gu Jiao looked at the burnt ruins of the storeroom and nodded. "I'll go talk to the army camp. The goods will be delivered in a few days." Second boss, you go and contact them to see if you can buy a new batch of herbs as soon as possible. Oh, okay. The second boss agreed. He then asked about the cause of the fire. How did it catch fire? Didn't I tell you to be careful and not to bring the fire near the storeroom? The supervisor said sadly and apprehensively, this one also doesn't know what happened. This one inspects every day. During the day, it's once every 2 hours, and twice at night. I didn't find anything wrong, this fire seemed to have suddenly started. Gu Jiao went to the ruins to take a look. The fire had been put out, but there was still a little black smoke coming out of the ruins. Gu Jiao dipped her fingertips on the ground and sniffed. She said lightly, someone set the fire. Someone poured palm oil on the back wall. What? Arson? Who did it? Is it a mole or? The second boss's face darkened. Call everyone here. I want to ask them carefully. Gu Jiao stood up lightly and patted the dust on her hands. No need to ask. They didn't set the fire. It was Prince Ning. It seemed that she had angered Prince Ning by going to find Princess Ning. In fact, she didn't reveal too much to Princess Ning. She only said that Princess Rui Wang had offended someone she shouldn't have. Maybe the other party wanted to harm Princess Rui Wang. As for who that person was and what they did, Gu Jiao didn't mention a word. Gu Jiao didn't know whether Princess Ning had guessed it was Prince Ning or how Princess Ning had saved Princess Rui Wang from Prince Ning. Prince Ning was giving her a warning. Gu Jiao's lips twitched. She wanted to keep this pot of leeks and slowly harvest it, but who told you to owe her? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Qingfeng's debts were finally paid off. He had a good night's sleep. But what he didn't expect was that in the middle of the night, he felt something scratching his face. He thought it was Gu Qinglin, so he turned over and continued to sleep. Who knew that the thing directly went into his quilt? Gu Qingfeng suddenly woke up and jumped out of bed. Who are you? Little Nine held the quilt on its head and flapped its wings with a confused expression. Gee? After seeing the gerfalcon in front of him, Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. After going to Jade Water Alley so many times, it was impossible not to recognize the seagull. Little Nine jumped in front of Gu Qingfeng and arrogantly stretched out its bird claws. Gu Qingfeng took a closer look. Good heavens, there was even a note tied to it. Gu Qingfeng tore down the note and unfolded it. There were only 3 words written on it, Prince Ning's mansion. There was even a bloody knife drawn at the back. Gu Qingfeng, these days, people don't even come personally when they call for help. Instead, it's a little bird running errands? Because he was dissatisfied with Gu Jiao's perfunctory attitude, Gu Qingfeng neglected the meaning of the 3 words Prince Ning's mansion. It wasn't until he followed Little Nine to the courtyard walls of Prince Ning's mansion that he finally woke up from his dream and widened his eyes. Where did this girl call him? Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng turned to leave. He would be crazy to break into Prince Ning's mansion with her. Unfortunately, Gu Qingfeng left too late. A small hand reached over and grabbed him into Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng, as soon as the two landed, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly used Qinggong to hide behind a large tree with her. When the guards were far away, Gu Qingfeng angrily looked at Gu Jiao. What's going on this time? Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion? Prince Ning's mansion was the largest prince's mansion in the capital. Although there were no dragon shadow guards, it was heavily guarded and not easy to break in. There are mechanisms, do you understand? He gritted his teeth. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes. He really wanted to die. After a while, he finally calmed down. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion? Gu Jiao said righteously, to rob. Gu Qingfeng coldly looked at her dark clothes. Are you sure it's not a robbery? Gu Jiao said, more or less. How did Prince Ning offend you? Gu Qingfeng knew this girl too well. She usually didn't steal for money. Gu Jiao, quickly find out where the gold is hidden in Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng, is it really good to slap his face so quickly? Prince Ning was a very rich prince. Gu Qingfeng used his excellent skills to find Prince Ning's little treasury without any effort. How much do you want? Gu Qingfeng asked. How much can the two of us take? Gu Jiao took out 2 big sacks from the small basket. Empty it. Gu Qingfeng. In the end, the two carried 2 sacks full of gold bars out of Prince Ning's mansion. There was still a piece of gold bar that couldn't fit, so little Nine carried it back. The 2 people and 1 bird successfully emptied Prince Ning's little treasury. Prince Ning found out about this in the afternoon of the second day. He had just come out of the palace when he saw his trusted guard rushing over. "Master, the treasury was stolen." "Which treasury?" Prince Ning's mansion had several treasuries, including his and Princess Consort Ning's. The trusted guard braced himself and said, "Your little treasury." Prince Ning frowned. He clenched his fists and asked, "How much was stolen?" The trusted guard said guiltily, all of it." Prince Ning's eyes darkened. The prince's mansion is heavily guarded. How could so much gold be moved out? Not to mention there are traps. Is it because the person is dead, or the traps can't be moved? The trusted guard lowered his voice and said, "Neither." The trusted guard was also wronged. The mansion's guards had been patrolling as usual. There were no accidents, and the traps were operating normally. Who knew how Prince Ning's little treasury was stolen? Prince Ning felt that this matter was not simple. Compared to who had the ability to empty his treasury, he should be more concerned about who had the guts to touch his treasury. He was the eldest son of the emperor. Not only did he have the emperor's favor, but he also had the empress dowager's favor and the support of the Zhuan family. Even Empress Xiao and the crown prince did not dare to touch him easily. Somehow, a slender figure suddenly flashed in Prince Ning's mind. Could it be her? His reason told him that it was not possible. After all, even if she had the favor of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, she was an outsider and a woman. The trusted guard asked, "Master, should we report it to the government?" Prince Ning's eyes were cold. "Do you want to kill me?" The trusted guard lowered his head. "I don't dare." There was so much gold. If he really reported it to the government, he would be the one who would be investigated. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. Very good, this silent loss is really too good to swallow. Prince Ning went to the medical center after all. Today, a worker at the medicine table asked for leave. Little Jiangli and another worker were too busy. Gu Jiao also came to help. She had just finished fetching medicine for a patient when she saw Prince Ning appear in the hall with a noble aura. Prince Ning's appearance and temperament were the most outstanding among the princes. He had the temperament of an emperor and also the appearance of a city. His every movement was noble and unparalleled. The hall was silent for a moment. Because of his appearance. Except for Gu Jiao, no one knew his identity. But the noble aura that came from his bones still made everyone hold their breath. "This is for Xianxia." Gu Jiao told little Jiangli and slowly walked over. Prince Ning was standing in front of the counter. Behind the counter was shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang was already stunned by Prince Ning's appearance and temperament. He did not say anything for a long time. Prince Ning spoke first. Of course, he was not talking to shopkeeper Wang, but to Gu Jiao. "Dr. Gu. What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Prince Ning smiled and said, "It's nothing important. I just happened to pass by and wanted to ask about Suxin's condition. I heard that Dr. Gu has already gone to check on Suxin." Gu Jiao said frankly, "Ah, yes. It's not a big problem for the time being. She just needs to continue taking her medicine." Although Gu Jiao's acting skills were unsightly, there was one thing that she never felt guilty about. Prince Ning looked at her deeply. "I wonder where Dr. Gu was last night?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Renshou Palace. I wonder why your highness is asking about this." Thump, shopkeeper Wang behind the counter knelt down. Prince Ning's expression did not change at all. He still had a warm smile, but his eyes were sharp. He leaned closer to Gu Jiao and slightly lowered his noble head. This posture was a bit intimate in the eyes of others. Gu Jiao looked at him without avoiding his gaze. Prince Ning smiled faintly. "Dr. Gu, there was no need for us to fight like this. The Empress Dowager loves you very much. We're on the same boat." Gu Jiao, "Oh, so people on the same boat can kill each other and set things on fire." Prince Ning leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "You're still young and don't know the dangers of the Jianghu. For the sake of the Empress Dowager, I'll give you a few words of advice. As a person, you should know your limits. Don't overestimate yourself and don't be too greedy. The water in the capital is deep. Just swim casually. Don't get addicted to swimming. I'm afraid you won't be able to swim." Gu Jiao also whispered, "Don't worry, Prince Ning. I'm very good at swimming." Prince Ning narrowed his eyes at her arrogant words. He straightened up and said meaningfully, "Dr. Gu, take care." Gu Jiao crossed her arms. "Take care. I won't see you out." After Prince Ning left, shopkeeper Wang wiped his cold sweat and stood up with the help of the counter. "Fong Fong Fong. That person just now was His Highness Prince Ning?" N. Gu Jiao nodded and took out 2 gold bars from her purse and put them on the table. Shopkeeper Wang was stunned. "What's this?" Gu Jiao looked at Prince Ning's angry back and said faintly, "Compensation. It's from the arsonist." Shopkeeper Wang, after Prince Ning left the medical center, he immediately went to the Imperial Palace. He naturally had to investigate whether Gu Jiao slept in Rinshou Palace last night. However, not long after he entered the palace, he saw the dazed crown princess near the throne room. There was only Chunying by the crown princess' side. Chunying saw Prince Ning come over and tactfully retreated to the side. The crown princess was still immersed in great shock and didn't realize that there was someone else by her side. How could it be? Really? Why? She looked in the direction of the throne room and grabbed Chunying's hand while speaking incoherently. When she felt the man's touch through her fingertips and palm, she turned her head with a start and quickly pulled her hand back. At this time, there was no one nearby. Moreover, she was standing behind a large tree. Her field of vision was very well hidden. Prince Ning approached her without any misgivings. His broad chest was practically pressed against her slightly trembling back. "What did you see that caused you to lose your composure?" The crown princess turned her face away and avoided his presence. She seemed to have a bit of vengeance and anger. "Aheng has returned." Prince Ning frowned. "What did you say?" The crown princess faintly turned around and looked at him with a mocking expression. "Aheng has returned. The Xiaoheng that you killed has returned." The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1102413880. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. King Ning suddenly reached out and grabbed the crown prince consort's neck, pressing her against the tree. "Speak clearly." The crown princess seemed to know that he wouldn't really strangle her near the throne room, so she wasn't afraid. She sneered, "Say what? Say that you didn't kill Xiaoheng, or that Xiaoheng didn't return to the capital alive?" Saying this, she removed his hand from her neck. "Chunying, let's go." Chunying guiltily glanced at the two of them before leaving with the crown prince consort in small steps. Ning Wang supported himself with one hand on the tree, his eyes cold. "Qi Fei," he called. The trusted aide called Qi Fei flashed over and cupped his hands. "Master." Ning Wang put down the hand on the tree and looked coldly in the direction of the throne room. His thin lips opened slightly. "Go investigate who entered and left the throne room in the past hour." "Yes." Qi Fei moved quickly. He contacted their spies in the court and found the list of names that Ning Wang needed almost effortlessly. On the carriage, Qi Fei reported the names to Ning Wang. Grand Secretary Kong of the Cabinet, Minister Su of the Ministry of War, Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, Grand Secretary Yuan, Chancellor Hua. Xiao Shozhua. Ning Wang's hand that was stroking the jade ring on his thumb paused. Chancellor Hua and who? Qi Fei said, Xiao Shozhua of the Hanlin Academy, this year's top scholar. I think he's called Xiao Lulang. Ning Wang was pensive. That person who looks like the young marquis? Qi Fei nodded. Yes, it's him. Xiao Lulang's appearance was no secret in the court. The common people might not have heard of it, but people like Ning Wang's crown prince had heard of it. He was born in the countryside, but he passed all the trials and entered the Imperial College with excellent results. In the first spring examination, he became the top scholar. Some people said that his results were obtained by relying on his relationship with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had lost his beloved son and coincidentally met someone who looked so similar to his son, so it was inevitable that he would place his love on him. No one suspected that he was Xiaoheng because Xiaoheng was already dead. This was what everyone believed without a doubt. As for Xiao Lulang, Prince Ning actually knew more than ordinary people. For example, the Empress Dowager was not recuperating in the temporary imperial residence. She was wandering among the commoners. During that period of time, she was rescued by Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. It was not important whether Xiao Lulang relied on his own power or the emperor or the Empress Dowager's favor. If he wasn't the real Xiaoheng, Prince Ning wouldn't care about him. Xiaoheng was dead, so no matter how much Xiao Lulang resembled Xiaoheng, he would not be Xiaoheng. However, if Xiaoheng didn't die, then only Xiao Lulang would be Xiaoheng. Master, there are a few more, do you want to hear them? Qi Fei asked. No need. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Investigate the relationship between Chancellor Hua and Xiao Lulang. He couldn't determine whether Wen Linlong's words were true or not, so he couldn't just listen to her side of the story. It wasn't hard to investigate this. Before returning to the Imperial College, it was still relatively easy for the old chancellor to hide his whereabouts. However, now that he was an official in the Imperial Court, he stepped into the eyes of the common people and left more clues. In addition, the people in the Imperial College all thought that the old chancellor was in contact with Xiao Lulang because he felt that he looked like his beloved disciple who had already passed away. No one doubted him, so he naturally didn't have to spend too much effort to hide it. In just 2 days, Qi Fei had found out about the fact that the old chancellor lived next door to Xiao Lulang. He calls the old chancellor Grandpa Gu. Qi Fei said. Prince Ning frowned. If he didn't remember wrongly, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao called the Empress Dowager Grandpa. The Empress Dowager and Chancellor Hua. Prince Ning furrowed his brows in annoyance. Continue. Yes. Qi Fei said, it was Xiao Lulang's family who moved to Jade Water Alley first, and then Chancellor Hua moved there. Prince Ning said, was it before or after Chancellor Hua returned to the Imperial College? Qi Fei said, before. A bold guess suddenly rose in Prince Ning's heart. After Xiaoheng died in the fire, Hua Xian's heart was like dead ashes, and he resigned and left the capital. Prince Ning originally thought that Hua Xian returned to the capital because His Majesty invited him to come out of retirement again, but now it seemed that this might not be the case. He returned to that sad place of the Imperial College because of Xiao Lulang. That place that burned his beloved disciple to death. How did he have the mood to go on duty every day? It was obvious just by looking at Princess Xinyang. She still didn't dare to return to the princess estate because she was afraid of being hurt by the scene. In the past, Prince Ning had overlooked this detail because he firmly believed that Xiaoheng was dead, and he would no longer suspect anything related to Xiaoheng. Now that he thought about it, it really was full of flaws. If Xiaoheng was still alive, then Chancellor Hua's actions and reactions would all make sense. Prince Ning rubbed his jade thumb ring, his gaze deep. Xiaoheng, young Chancellor, young Marquis. Hanlin Academy. Lulang, Lulang, Lulang. Xiao Lulang abruptly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see Ning Ziyuan standing in front of his table with a stunned expression. He didn't have time to withdraw the hand that was poking his shoulder. Are you okay? Ning Ziyuan looked at him strangely. You're sweating all over, are you not feeling well? Did you not rest well last night? Xiao Lulang answered vaguely, I slept late. Ning Ziyuan suddenly understood, no wonder. I was wondering why you didn't come out after so long. Don't do this next time. If Scholar Han catches you, you'll be in trouble. Xiao Lulang didn't doze off when he was on duty, but when it was time to leave, he lay on the table for a while. He didn't expect that he would dream of the fire on New Year's Eve. He hadn't dreamed of that fire for a long time and thought he had almost forgotten. However, the fire and despair in the dream were so clear that it was suffocating. Did you come to see me for something? Xiao Lulang asked. Can't I come to see you for nothing? Ning Ziyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. I really have something to tell you. There's a drinking party tonight, do you want to go? I'm not going. Xiao Lulang refused without thinking. Ning Ziyuan clicked his tongue and said, Hey, you brat. I'm doing this for your own good. Scholar Han is going. Too. It's a proper place. Don't you want to fight for the position of attendant? You have to build a good relationship with Dr. Han. No. Xiao Lulang still refused. Fine, fine, fine. You're so young, but you're more afraid of your wife than I am, Ning Ziyuan muttered and went to the party alone. On the other side of the clinic, Gu Jiao also had a dream. She hadn't had a dream in a long time. This time, as expected, she dreamed of Xiao Lulang again. Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy after his shift ended. It was snowing heavily. Xiao Lulang went to the biscuit shop that sold preserved vegetables and bought a few raw preserved vegetable biscuits. He packed them in a food box and brought them home. On his way home, he was chased by a group of assassins. Xiao Lulang wasn't a martial artist, so he couldn't beat them. However, he relied on his wisdom to get rid of the assassins. Unfortunately, he fell and fainted on his way out. He also injured his hand. Because he missed the best opportunity for treatment, his right hand was crippled by the time he was sent to the clinic. After waking up, Gu Jiao was very calm. As expected of my husband. Enemies can't hurt you, but you're so rebellious. It was snowing. It was still early. It was only August. However, she remembered the faces of the assassins. Each of them had an emblem on their swords. They seemed to be from some underworld organization. Gu Jiao knew that Xiao Lulang hadn't offended anyone from the underworld. So, there was only one possibility, he had hired someone to kill him. Gu Jiao decided to find Gu Qingfeng and ask him which underworld organization the emblem belonged to. She wanted to know who would want to kill Xiao Lulang in a few months. Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy and went to a nearby biscuit shop. I want a few preserved vegetable biscuits. Can you make them raw? They were so hot that they were soft and didn't have the same crispy texture. Okay. There are only 6 left. How many do you want? Give them all to me. The owner wrapped the biscuit dough in bamboo leaves and put it in Xiao Lulang's food box. Xiao Lulang paid and took the food box home. When he was halfway home, Xiao Lulang faintly felt that someone was following him. He paused and looked back at the street behind him. The endless flow of people didn't seem to be strange, but the feeling of being watched became more obvious. Xiao Lulang entered the ready-made clothing store from last time. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he came out. A few sneaky figures followed him silently. When he passed through a secluded area, they suddenly rushed forward and pulled him to the ground. What are you doing? He shouted. The few of them took a closer look and frowned. This man with a cane and wearing the uniform of the Hanlin Academy wasn't the one they were watching. That guy had slipped out of his shell. You, an assassin, drew his sword in anger. Another person stopped him. Don't complicate matters. If someone suddenly died here, the officials would be alerted and it would be even more inconvenient for them to move. Xiao Lulang gave the waiter some silver and asked him to pretend to be him. He changed into a set of clothes from the shop and walked out through the back door. He could still walk without a cane, but limping was not as convenient as when he had a cane. When he passed by a rouge shop, he accidentally fell down. His right hand knocked against the lame opening of the shop steps, making a long gash. Blood flowed all over the floor. He didn't care about his injury and pain. He quickly got up and continued to walk forward. Brother-in-law? A 15-year-old girl in pink ran out of the rouge shop. Her clothes weren't gorgeous, but they were very delicate and pretty. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to hear her call him brother-in-law and continued to walk forward. Yao Xian lifted her skirt and chased after him with small steps. When she was about to leave the alley, she stopped in front of him. Brother-in-law, it's really you. Do you still remember me? I've been to Bai Shui Alley. I'm Xian. Yao Xian was Yao Shirgige's daughter. Strictly speaking, she should call Xiao Lulang cousin-in-law. She didn't need to use the word cousin-in-law. Xiao Lulang frowned. It didn't matter if he remembered her or not, he didn't plan on paying attention to her. Yao Xian didn't seem to notice Xiao Lulang's alienation. Her eyes swept over and found his hand dripping with blood. Her beautiful face turned pale as she said, brother-in-law. What happened to your hand? Are you injured? Where did you get injured? Xiao Lulang didn't even look at her as he continued to walk forward. Yao Xian became anxious and reached out to grab him. Xiao Lulang dodged and fell again. Yao Xian squatted down in guilt. I'm sorry. Brother-in-law, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to push you. Were you scared by me? Your hand. With Xiao Lulang's fall, his hand extended to the ground and bled even more. Yao Xian quickly reached out to help him up. I'll send you to the clinic. No need. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, don't touch me. Yao Xian's hand froze in midair. Being rejected was always awkward. Most people would have already left in embarrassment, but Yao Xian didn't. She held back all the awkwardness and embarrassment. Pinching the handkerchief in her hand, she lowered her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She softly said, You're injured so badly. At least let me bandage it for you. This was the shy and timid appearance of a young girl. When a woman tried to seduce or get close to a man could only pretend not to understand. Xiao Lulang originally only felt unfamiliar and alienated with Yao Xian. But now, his eyes were a bit colder. He looked at her coldly. You want to be my concubine? Yao Xian had never expected that this man would suddenly say such a thing. She was completely stunned. Xiao Lulang sat on the cold ground and looked at her with a cold smile. What? Did I say something wrong? You don't like me? You don't want to climb into my bed? Yao Xian's entire face turned red. She couldn't tell if it was because she was embarrassed or not. From the first time she saw him, her heart had been captivated. She thought that she would forget about him when she went back, but all she thought about was that incomparably handsome face. He was also the new top scholar and was the emperor's most important official. Even if she had to be his concubine, she would be willing. It was just that his words were too embarrassing and a little disrespectful. This was the real Xiao Lulang. He wasn't a modest gentleman, nor was he a kind classmate. He wasn't even a good person. He was just an evil person with a dark heart. He didn't have any sympathy for the fairer sex, nor did he have any gentlemanly demeanor. He only suppressed his evil and gave Gu Jiao the Xiao Lulang she wanted to see. She wanted him to study, so he went to study. She wanted him to have friends, so he went to make some friends. She wanted him to be a good official, so on the surface, he was a fair and honest official. What was respect, he didn't understand. Yao Xian wasn't worthy. The words of climbing into his bed made Yao Xian feel a sense of humiliation that she had never felt before. Her eyes turned red as she said, I sincerely admire brother-in-law. Even if brother-in-law doesn't have any feelings for me, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Sincerely? Xiao Lulang gave a cold smile and pointed to the other side of the alley. Over there are people chasing after me. If you go and lure them away, they may or may not kill you. It all depends on your luck. Do you dare to go? Yao Xian's face turned white. Xiao Lulang sneered and used the hand that wasn't stained with blood to stand up. Yao Xian quickly said, It's not that I don't dare. It's just that it's useless even if I go. I won't be able to hold them back and will only expose brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang threw a nail at her. Pick it up. Yao Xian didn't understand and picked it up. Xiao Lulang said coldly, Swallow it. Ah. Yao Xian was so frightened that she threw the nail in her hand and it smashed into the blood on the ground. Xiao Lulang snorted, Sincerely. Xianxia said unwillingly, has my cousin swallowed a nail for you before? She hasn't. Xiao Lulang looked at the noisy street, I can't bear to do it. If she had to swallow it, it would be me swallowing it for her. Lunatic, this man is a lunatic, digression, Jiao Jiao. I heard that you are a treacherous official, Beauty Xiao, oh. No, I'm obviously a good official. I heard that you're a hero of the martial arts arena, Jiao Jiao, oh no, I'm obviously a virtuous lady. What were they thinking when they said that she drugged him and climbed into his bed? Was Lulang the kind of male lead who would give others a chance? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1102151551. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all here. Gu Jiao went to Xianxia Academy and fished Gu Qingfeng out of the men's restroom. Gu Qingfeng was about to explode with anger. Can you not always come to this kind of place to fish me out? If this happened a few more times, he would have erectile dysfunction. Gu Jiao brought him to a woodshed in the academy and pressed him to wash his hands. Gu Qingfeng. You still care about this? Gu Qingfeng slowly washed his hands. Gu Jiao thought he was too slow and grabbed him into the small woodshed. What are you doing this time? Gu Qingfeng asked in a bad mood. Last time, he risked his life to help this girl empty Ning Wang's little treasury, but in the end, not even a single gold bar was given to him. He worked as a porter for her for free. He finally managed to hide one, but in the end, it was taken out by little Joe's eagle. Even the eagle was the same as her. Are you angry? Just say if you're angry. I have something to ask you. Gu Jiao casually broke off a branch and squatted on the ground to draw the emblem of two blades. Do you recognize this? Gu Qingfeng was still complaining about the gold bar. He snorted and said, Dual Blade Sect, what's wrong? Don't you want to rob them? I say, have you been thinking about money lately? Robbing everywhere, you're not afraid of being exposed. I'm not robbing them this time. Gu Jiao said, are they very powerful? Gu Qingfeng squatted down beside her and said in a neutral tone, that depends on who it is compared to. Compared to the Thousand Secrets Pavilion, this kind of old Jianghu organization, there is no way to compare it. However, among the new sects that have risen in recent years, it can be considered relatively outstanding. Why are you asking about this? Gu Jiao said, it's nothing, this sect may offend me in the future. What do you mean by may offend you in the future? Do you know them? Do you know divination or do you know how to dream? Gu Jiao also asked for the Twin Blades sect's address and roughly understood their general situation. Since there was still some time before the incident, Gu Jiao decided to keep an eye on them for a period of time. After leaving the Xianxia Academy, Gu Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy. The road was a little congested. By the time they arrived at the Hanlin Academy, it was already past the end of the shift. Gu Jiao saw that the biscuit shop was still open. She thought for a moment and walked over to ask, Boss, do you still have preserved vegetable biscuits? The boss smiled and said, your husband bought the last few dried vegetables. Because they always patronized his business, the people in the bakery already knew that Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were a couple. Did my husband buy it raw? Gu Jiao asked subconsciously. Most people would not buy raw meat. Her question was very strange. In fact, even she felt it was strange. The shopkeeper thought that she had instructed her husband to buy raw meat and was worried that her husband would buy the wrong one, so she asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, it's raw. Gu Jiao thought, is it a coincidence? In her dream, something happened on the day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits, but that happened 2 or 3 months later. Not every day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits would have an accident. Even though she thought this, Gu Jiao still went to the place where he had an accident. It was an old rouge shop. Its business had been snatched up by the surrounding shops, so there were very few customers coming in and out. Perhaps it was because of this that the scene was well preserved. No one had discovered or destroyed it. Gu Jiao saw the dried bloodstains on the ground. Gu Jiao crouched down and carefully looked at the traces of the bloodstains. In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine the scene of him falling down again and again. Yes, he fell down twice. The first time was when he knocked on the door of the shop, cutting the web between his thumb and forefinger and his arm. The second time was when he fell on the ground a few steps forward. There was a bloody handprint where he supported himself. In her dream, he only fell once. It was a world of ice and snow. He fell quite miserably and fainted on the spot. What's going on? Did the things in the dream happen in advance? This was the first time Gu Jiao encountered this kind of situation. She didn't have any experience and didn't know if her guess was right. This bloodstain could be someone else's. If it's a mistake, then it's a mistake. She definitely couldn't gamble with Xiao Liulang's life. It would be best if it wasn't Xiao Lulang. If it was, then it wouldn't delay the time to save him. His hand couldn't be crippled, and his life couldn't be lost. Gu Jiao followed the trail of blood all the way. When she found a sparsely populated old street, the blood trail suddenly disappeared. There were two possibilities: 1, the bleeding stopped. 2, he was kidnapped here. Moreover, it wasn't by Qinggong, but by a carriage. Using Qinggong in broad daylight would be easy to be discovered, and there would still be some bloodstains left behind. But Gu Jiao didn't find anything even after searching the outer walls. With her husband's unlucky body, it was unlikely that the bleeding stopped. It was more likely that he was accidentally kidnapped. Gu Jiao's guess was right. Xiao Lulang was indeed unlucky to be kidnapped. He had clearly shaken off those assassins and went to hire a carriage. Xiao Lulang hadn't been to that old street for a long time, so he didn't have a deep impression of it. Thus, he found a carriage and asked for directions. The carriage he asked for just happened to be the assassin's carriage. This was what it meant to wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching for something, only to find it without any effort. The assassin opened the window with a dumbfounded expression. What the hell was this? Xiao Lulang was so unlucky as he was kidnapped by the assassin into the carriage. There were a total of 4 assassins. 2 were driving the carriage outside, while the other 2 were keeping an eye on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was tied up and blindfolded. They didn't plug the cloth. If it was too thin, he would be able to spit it out. If it was too thick, he would suffocate. Isn't there still air through his nose? Assassin B asked. Assassin A glared at him and said, what if his nose is blocked? Did you forget how that person died last time? Assassin B recalled a hostage they had captured. They had stuffed his mouth, but his nose was blocked. In the end, he died halfway through. Assassin B didn't say anything. Assassin A's knife pointed at Xiao Liulang's handsome face and threatened, don't make a sound. Do you hear me? If you dare to make a sound, I'll cut off your tongue. Xiao Lulang leaned against the wall of the carriage and ignored him. He couldn't see and couldn't walk, but by listening to the sounds on both sides of the street and smelling the fragrance coming from the shops, he could roughly guess that the carriage was going through Luoyang Street and was approaching the East City Gate. Could it be that they wanted to take him out of the city? Xiao Liulang's guess was quickly confirmed. He heard the unusual sound of horse hooves. This was the sound of horse hooves stepping on the official road near the city gate. When it was almost their turn, a group of armored horses suddenly rushed over. Judging from the sound of horse hooves and armor, it seemed to be the imperial guards of the palace. The leader of the imperial guards said, anyone who leaves the city will be strictly checked. Brother, why is there suddenly a strict check? Assassin B asked in a panic, could it be that we've been exposed? It can't be that fast. Xiao Lulang also felt that it was strange. Only the emperor and the empress dowager could mobilize the imperial guards. He had just been captured, but the emperor and the empress dowager already found out, it was not too late. Even if he didn't go home, he wouldn't be thought to have been captured by the assassins. Xiao Lulang couldn't figure out the problem, so it was even more impossible for the assassins to figure it out. But it was one thing to not figure it out, and another to have a way to deal with it. Hit his acupoints. Assassin A said. Assassin B hit Xiao Liulong's acupoints. Assassin B seemed to have realized something. He scratched his head and said, "Eh? Brother? If you can hit his acupoints, why did we waste time to kidnap him?" Assassin A said, "No one will think you're mute if you don't talk." Xiao Liulang, who had been hit on his acupoints, could not move or make a sound. The cloth covering his eyes was pulled off, and in the next moment, something cold was stuck to his face. It was the rumored human skin mask. Of course, it was not made of human skin. The original material was fish skin. It was just that it had been processed to look like human skin. This kind of mask had some flaws up close, but from a distance, it could almost be mistaken for the real thing. Perhaps the Imperial Guards did not expect the people of Jianghu to use such an evil method. They successfully left the city. Brother, it's not good. The soldiers have also left the city. They're coming. Assassin B looked at the Imperial Guards who had also left the city and said. Assassin A frowned and looked at Xiao Liulang. He said, "We can't be discovered so quickly." Forget it. They might not be looking for him. Just be careful. Assassin B asked, "Then, are we still going with the original plan?" Assassin A thought for a moment. He was still a bit worried about the Imperial Guards. He said, "Take the small path." The group gave up on the main road and changed to a small country road. They passed through a small village and waited for the Imperial Guards to leave before returning to the main road. Assassin B said in a small voice, "Let's go slower. If we go faster, we'll run into the Imperial Guards in front." He had a feeling that the Imperial Guards were here to capture them. Assassin A was also troubled. Wasn't he just a poor government official from the countryside? It would be fine if he was captured. Why would the Imperial Guards be here? Brother. They're from the government. Assassin B looked at the group of people coming from behind. There were 4 bailiffs. The 4 of them rode on horses and escorted a prisoner carriage. Inside the prisoner carriage sat a prisoner wearing a prisoner's uniform with his hands and feet shackled. Assassin suddenly had an idea. Kidnap the prisoner carriage. The 4 of them could easily kidnap a few bailiffs from the government. The 4 of them knocked the bailiffs unconscious and threw them into the nearby bushes. Go, open the prisoner carriage. Assassin A took the key from the bailiffs and threw it to Assassin B. Assassin B went to open the prisoner carriage and said to the prisoner inside, "Okay, you can go now." "Prisoner, I don't want to go, thank you." Assassin B slapped him hard on the face and called him out. He took off his prisoner clothes and shackles and put them on Xiao Liulang. His actions were naturally not gentle. Xiao Liulang's hand was already injured. After being treated so rudely, the wound that had just scabbed over was torn open again. Blood flowed all over the ground. Assassin A complained, "Be careful. Don't kill him before you get the money. Find something to bandage him." Where would there be anything to bandage him? Assassin B tore off a piece of Xiao Liulang's uniform and wrapped it around him. The assassins changed into bailiffs' uniforms and rode on the bailiffs' horses. They brazenly went to their destination. The assassin's bandage was not very good. Xiao Liulang's wound was still bleeding. His pressure points had been sealed, so he could not wrap the cloth tighter around him. The carriage traveled a bit on the official road. They ran into Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, who had just returned from outside. Minister Zhao was also participating in the examination of the 6 ministries. Xiao Liulang was the invigilator, so the two had met before. Xiao Liulang tried to ask Minister Zhao for help. Perhaps Assassin B's pressure point ceiling was not good enough. Xiao Liulang was already able to move slightly. However, he was not sure if this move would be enough to attract Minister Zhao's attention. He was very careful. The prisoner carriage jolted and he fell forward. It looked like he did not sit properly and fell down. His shoulder and head heavily hit the prisoner carriage. The loud noise startled Minister Zhao, who lifted the curtain. However, he only glanced at the prisoner carriage before putting the curtain back down. It was clear that he did not plan on interfering with the work of the other government offices, so he did not suspect anything. The two sides quickly passed each other. Minister Zhao's carriage was far away. Xiao Lulang knew that his hope had been extinguished. This might be his last hope. Because they were almost at their destination. Big brother, look. We're almost there. It's right in front. Assassin B was so excited that he almost rushed out on his horse. Assassin A stared at him, don't mess around. Be careful of attracting the Imperial Guards. Right. We can't attract the Imperial Guards. Assassin B giggled as he agreed. The group of people followed the official road to a T-junction. They did not continue on the official road, but turned into a small road. Right at this time, another carriage came from the other side of the official road. Xiao Lulang only lightly swept his eyes over it and his body froze. He suddenly did not care about hiding the fact that he could move slightly. He turned his face and lowered his head, trying to not let the other party see him. He had forgotten that he was wearing a human skin mask. So what if they saw him? They wouldn't recognize him. Princess, there's a prisoner's carriage in front. In the carriage, Yujin whispered to Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia said, then go slower. Let the prisoner's carriage pass first. Yes. Yujin answered. She lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, go slower. The coachman slightly tightened the reins and slowed down. After the prisoner's carriage passed, they continued to speed up. Long Yi spurred his horse and also followed them. Suddenly, Long Yi stopped. Princess Xianxia did not hear the sound of Long Yi's horse. She frowned and lifted the curtain to take a look. Sure enough, Long Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Stop. Princess Xianxia said. Yes. The coachman stopped the carriage. Princess Xianxia signaled Yujin to open the rear window. Yujin opened the curtain and opened the rear window. Princess Xianxia saw Long Yi riding the carriage and stopping at the intersection. He stared at the prisoner's carriage without blinking. Princess Xianxia looked at the prisoner's carriage. Her expression did not change at all. She said, Long Yi, let's go. Long Yi did not leave. In the prisoner's carriage, Xiao Lulang dripped blood. Drop by drop, it all spilled on the road. Long Yi got off the horse. Princess Xianxia coldly said, don't touch the prisoner's carriage. Shadow Dragon Guard would not disobey his master's orders. Princess Xianxia did not allow him to touch the prisoner's carriage, so he really did not touch it. The next second, he slashed with his sword. The 4 assassins were chopped to death on the spot. Long Yi calmly put away his sword. He walked over and directly grabbed Xiao Liulang's cage. Princess Xianxia angrily looked at him. He rolled his eyes. Because his hands were busy, he could only use the tip of his foot to kick the carriage. It was as if he was saying, here, the prisoner's carriage is here. I did not touch it. What I touched was the cage. Digression, on 100 Ways to Anger Your Master to Death. Give me a warm monthly ticket. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/110188676. HTML Genius will remember this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Fortunately, Princess Xianxia didn't suffer from depression. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would be angered by Long Yi. Of course, Princess Xianxia could order Long Yi to put down the cage, throw it away, or abandon it. However, Long Yi didn't know if he had guessed her master's temperament of ordering people around, so he directly ran away with the cage in his arms. He left Princess Xianxia with only the back of his head, which seemed to say, run away, I can't hear you. Yujin's expression was indescribable. She turned to look at Princess Xianxia, opened her mouth, and said, Princess, Princess Xianxia's face was cold and she didn't say anything. She casually put down the curtain. The imperial city was under martial law. Not only were there strict checks outside the city, but also inside the city. The guards guarding the city were on high alert. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and it was as if an afterimage flashed in front of their eyes. The guards looked at each other in dismay. What happened just now? I don't know. Did you see it? It seemed like something passed by, but it also seemed like it didn't. They looked inside the city. Where was the shadow of a person on the empty streets? So, were their eyes playing tricks on them? Collectively playing tricks on them. Soon, Princess Xianxia's carriage arrived at the city gate. After checking the token, the guards respectfully saluted and let Princess Xianxia's carriage pass. At the same time, the imperial guards who went to chase after the assassins gradually realized that the assassins might not have gotten to the front. A group of people returned along the way. On the way back, they found the prisoner carriage that had been stolen and the 4 bailiffs who were already cold. Another group of imperial guards found the real bailiffs who had been knocked unconscious in a bush 3 miles away. After the bailiffs woke up, they told them about how they had been robbed. The prisoner ran away. Could it be that his friends stole the prisoner carriage? An imperial guard asked. A bailiff said, impossible. That prisoner is a wily old fox. He doesn't have any powerful friends. As they were speaking, the prisoner released by the assassins obediently returned. From his mouth, the imperial guards found out that there were 4 assassins. They seemed to have captured another person. Their purpose of disguising themselves as bailiffs was to quietly transfer the hostage under the noses of the imperial guards. The prisoner did not see what the hostage looked like, but the guards boldly guessed that the hostage was Xiao Lulang. The assassin had been killed, and Xiao Lulang had disappeared. Who had taken him away? And where was it taken? We've been guarding the main road, but we didn't see anyone pass by. Could it be, they've returned to the capital? One of the imperial guards guessed. The leader of the imperial guards said, have you carefully checked all the carriages entering the capital? The subordinate said, there are 2 people whose carriages were not checked. The leader of the imperial guards frowned. Who is it? The subordinate said, Minister Zhao and Princess Xianxia's carriage. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, the carriage stopped outside the residence. Princess Xianxia and Yujin got off the carriage. As expected, Long Yi had already brought back the cage. To be exact, he had brought back the person in the cage. He took off the inferior human skin mask on his face, took off his blood-stained prison clothes, and changed into a set of dry clothes. The clothes were somewhat small. Not to mention that the lapel could not be tied, the sleeves and trousers were also much shorter. As before, Long Yi placed the prisoner on Princess Xianxia's bed. Xiao Liulang's breath was somewhat weak. It was unknown whether he was tired or had lost too much blood, but he had fainted. Princess Xianxia walked over with an indifferent expression, but stopped when she was about to cross the threshold. However, Yujin quickly walked into the room and looked at the man in front of the bed. She did not know who the prisoner Long Yi had brought back was, nor did she know why Long Yi had done so. One should know that this was the princess' bedroom. It would be terrible if a shady person was allowed to lie here. However, when she arrived in front of the bed and saw the pale handsome face, she was stunned. Princess! Yujin walked out with a shocked expression. She didn't know when, but Princess Xianxia had turned around and was looking at the boundless night sky. Inside, the person inside, he looks like, Yujin simply did not know what to say. She spoke incoherently for a long time. Then, she hardened her heart and said, he is the Hanlin official that I told you about. Last time. He looks like the young Marquis. No wonder Long Yi brought him back. Long Yi must have mistaken him for the young Marquis. Princess! Quickly come in and take a look. Don't blame Long Yi for recognizing the wrong person. They really looked too similar. I almost suspected that the young Marquis had come back to life. Moreover, their ages are similar. If the young Marquis was still alive, he should be around this age. Princess Xianxia did not speak. Princess, I didn't lie to you, he really. Yujin's words came to an abrupt end when she saw Princess Xianxia's expression. Princess Xianxia's face was as cold and lonely as before. Her eyes were complicated and seemed to be mixed with many emotions, but there was no surprise. All of Eugen's voice disappeared. However, it only took a moment for Eugene to find it again. Princess, you know? Eugen wanted to ask when she knew. Was it when Longyi had rescued the prisoner carriage, or earlier? Princess Xianxia turned around and went to the study next door. Eugen came to the door and intended to enter the room, but she felt the great alienation and loneliness of Princess Xianxia. She did not want anyone to enter the room. Eugen stopped outside the doorway and stared blankly at Princess Xianxia, who was shrouded in darkness. Her eyes moved and she asked, "Princess, is he the young Marquis?" Xiao Liulong's injury was very serious. Eugen went to the nearby medical hall to invite a doctor. The doctor looked at the injury and said that he was unable to save the injured hand with his medical skills. This hand was injured once, fell once, and was tossed around by the assassin many times. It was not better than being frozen in the snow for several hours. The doctor still had a conscience and said with a sigh, "I heard that the doctor of Miracle Hand Hall has outstanding medical skills. He can even reconnect a broken hand. Madam, it would be better to go to Miracle Hand Hall and find a doctor to take a look." Just when Eugen intended to go to Miracle Hand Hall to invite a doctor, Gu Jiao came. Gu Jiao had received the news from the Imperial Guards. Her intuition told her that Xiao Lulang was saved by Princess Xianxia. As for whether it was Princess Xianxia or Longyi who saved him, she did not know. Eugen was slightly surprised. "Miss Gu?" Gu Jiao said, "Is my husband here?" Eugen confusedly looked at her. "Your husband?" Gu Jiao said with a serious face, "Hanlin official, Xiao Lulang." Eugene was speechless once again. She feared that all the surprises in her life were used tonight. Gu Jiao went to Princess Xianxia's room. At this moment, she did not have time to ponder about Eugen or Princess Xianxia's psychological activities. She immediately checked Xiao Liulong's injuries. Just like in the dream, his right hand was injured. Even the location of the wound was exactly the same. However, he had encountered other things on the way, so his injuries were more serious than in the dream. At this point, she was finally able to conclude that the matter in the dream had been brought forward. She just couldn't figure out why it was brought forward. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out disinfectant to clean Xiao Liulong's wound. The place that had scabbed over with great difficulty once again oozed blood. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of fresh blood. She closed her eyes and began an arduous cultivation. Gu Jiao came out of the room less than half an hour later. The operation on Xiao Lulang was far more difficult than the operation on other patients. This man's temptation to her was too big. Even his blood made her more excited than other people's blood. She had no choice but to spend more effort to suppress it. It was over half an hour later. Xiao Lulang lay quietly on the bed within 4 drip. Eugen brought in a basin of hot water. It was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. She couldn't help but take a second look. "Thank you." Gu Jiao accepted the hot water and wiped Xiao Liulong's face and hands. "Dr. Gu." Eugen hesitated. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. "Can you go see the princess?" "Tell the princess." Eugen glanced at the unconscious Xiao Lulang and swallowed the words "young duke." "The patient's condition." "Okay." Gu Jiao put down the handkerchief and went to the study next door. There were no lamps in the study. Only the cold moonlight and the scattered candles in the corridor shone in. Princess Xianxia sat by the window sill with her back to the door. Gu Jiao gently knocked on the already open door, then walked over. She sat down in front of Princess Xianxia. "What are you doing here?" Princess Xianxia indifferently asked. She didn't raise her head to look at Gu Jiao and continued to look at the night outside the window. Gu Jiao said, "His injury is not serious. I came to inform the princess." Princess Xianxia indifferently said, "What does it have to do with me whether he is okay or not?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "If it has nothing to do with you, then why did you take him in?" Princess Xianxia indifferently said, "It was Longyi who picked him up." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Princess Xianxia expressionlessly looked at Gu Jiao. "You don't believe me?" "Longyi picked you up." Gu Jiao strangely asked, "Does Longyi often pick people up like this?" "He picks one up and throws one on your bed?" Princess Xianxia coldly looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rested her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her hands as she looked at Princess Xianxia. Princess, you recognized him long ago, didn't you? You also inquired about him and knew about my relationship with him, so that night you didn't throw me out. She was wondering why Princess Xianxia would be so merciful and let her, a doctor from the medical hall who she had only met once or twice, occupy her princess bed. Are the mooncakes delicious? He personally went to buy the red dates. Gu Jiao asked. At this moment, if she couldn't guess who the mooncakes were made for, then it would be unreasonable. No wonder he took the initiative to go to the palace to deliver mooncakes, and even brought the date paste filling that her great-aunt didn't like. Princess Xianxia turned her face, unpalatable. Gu Jiao said, so you ate it? Princess Xianxia choked. I didn't eat it, Yujin ate it. Gu Jiao, so you accepted it? Princess Xianxia, where did this girl learn the skill of digging holes for others? Gu Jiao actually didn't understand. Originally, she thought that Xiao Lulang hated Princess Xianxia, so he didn't want to recognize her, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. As for Princess Xianxia's attitude towards Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was even more puzzled. She thought that Princess Xianxia didn't know that her son had returned to the capital alive, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. This mother and son pair was really strange. Xiao Liulang's main injury was on his right hand, and the rest of his body only had some light abrasions. The reason why he was unconscious was because he had lost too much blood and was too tired. But Long Yi seemed to think that he had suffered a very serious injury, and even his mood was depressed, so he didn't bother Gu Jiao anymore. Gu Jiao felt that this was very good, at least her little hand had escaped a disaster. But seeing Long Yi so unhappy, Gu Jiao decided to compensate him in other ways. Eugene made snacks for Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao left half for Long Yi. Seeing that she only ate half, Eugene asked, is it not tasty? Gu Jiao said, no, I left it for Long Yi. Long Yi is unhappy? Eugene looked at Long Yi inside the room. Long Yi was Shadow Dragon Guard, so how could he be unhappy? Eugene asked, how did you know? Gu Jiao said, I felt it. Eugene was puzzled, why didn't I feel it? In fact, no one felt it. Long Yi was occasionally disobedient, but he didn't have any emotion, so they couldn't feel it. Gu Jiao touched the bridge of her nose. She thought that everyone could feel Long Yi's emotion. Could it be that only she could? The news of Xiao Liulang's injury finally reached the palace. At that time, the crown princess was reporting the recent situation of the female school to the emperor in the imperial study. She happened to hear the report of the imperial guards, saying that Xiao Lulang was kidnapped by assassins and was injured. Now, her whereabouts were unknown. Gu Jiao had a guess in her heart, but she didn't tell the imperial guards. Therefore, the imperial guards didn't know that Xiao Lulang was already saved. The emperor was furious, still not sending people to look for her. Wait. The emperor stopped the imperial guard leader who was about to retreat. The imperial guard leader saluted, Your Majesty. The emperor pondered, call Ning Wang. After such a big thing happened, the first person that the emperor thought of was not the crown prince, but his eldest son. Yes. After coming out of the imperial study, the crown princess's face was pale. Crown princess. Chunying followed behind her and looked worriedly at her, who looked like she would collapse in the next second. She said in a small voice, You are injured, and the crown prince said to let you stay in the eastern palace to recuperate. Why are you in such a hurry to come here? The crown princess didn't answer her and asked in a daze, Chunying, did you hear what I said just now? Chunying didn't answer. The crown princess indeed felt that her body couldn't take it anymore. She reached her hand to the side, to Chunying. A large and powerful hand supported her arm. When that scorching body temperature burned her skin through her thin clothing, her body stiffened and she suddenly turned to look at the other person. When she saw who it was, she suddenly broke free from the other person's hand and retreated a few steps. Chunying! She called. However, Chunying had already retreated somewhere. Ning Wang walked forward unhurriedly and looked behind her. He said playfully, There is a pool behind you, be careful. The crown princess turned her head to look, and her throat moved. She composed herself and turned her head to look at him coldly. Did you do it? Ning Wang smiled. What do you mean by didn't do it? The crown princess said angrily, "Stop pretending." Ningguang crossed his arms and said helplessly, "Yes, it was this prince who did it." Nothing happened to this prince, but something happened to Xiao Lulang. "Are you very disappointed?" The crown princess's eyes flashed, and she looked away. "I don't understand what you are saying." Ningguang smiled softly and raised his hand to caress her temples. He said gently, "Lin Lang, this prince isn't so easy to deal with. If you think you can use Xiao Heng and Princess Xinyang to get rid of this prince, then you are too naive. This prince won't bicker with you this time, but there won't be a next time, understand? The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1101640052. HTML Genius remembers this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. His tone was the most gentle whisper in the world, and his gaze was filled with deep emotion. However, the crown princess still felt a chill run down her spine. Her entire body was frozen in place, and it seemed as though she could not say a single word. Prince Ning gently caressed her face and quietly said, "Lin Lang, ever since the day you and this prince caused Xiao Heng's death, you have already been unable to clear your name. Could it be that you still don't understand this logic?" The crown princess' gaze became fierce. "I did not harm him. It was you. From beginning to end, it was you. It was you who followed me to the directorate, it was you who killed him." Prince Ning raised his hand and patted the back of her head. "If it was not for you calling him out alone, how could this prince have had the chance? Admit it, Lin Lang. You are also an accomplice in causing his death." "I am not. I have never harmed Aheng." The crown princess reached out to push him away. "I don't want to see you. Leave." Prince Ning's hand that was patting the back of her head suddenly tightened. "Lin Lang. Lin Lang. Eh? Chunning, why are you here? Where is the crown princess? Didn't you go with the crown princess to the imperial study?" Not far away, the crown prince's puzzled voice could be heard. Immediately following this, Chunning replied with a guilty conscience, "The crown princess, the crown princess coldly looked at Prince Ning. Prince Ning fiercely and silently said, "You know what you should do. Don't anger me. You cannot bear the consequences when Lin Lang." He let go. The crown princess staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What was that sound? Because they were too close, in the instant that Prince Ning let go of the crown princess, the crown prince had already walked over. He saw the pale-faced crown princess and the gentle and calm Prince Ning. He furrowed his brow, as he instinctively did not like his own woman standing with another man, even if that man was his own older brother. Eldest brother? He strangely walked over. Prince Ning smiled and said, "Father ordered me to go to the imperial study to meet him. Coincidentally, second sister-in-law was coming out of the imperial study and we ran into each other." So that was the case. The crown prince secretly thought that he was overthinking things. Ning Wang was his elder brother. Even if they were not from the same mother's womb, they still had the same father. Lin Lang was his younger sister-in-law. How could there be anything between them? The crown prince came to the crown princess' side and held the crown princess' hand. Feeling the coldness of her fingertips, his brows furrowed even more. "Why is your hand so cold? I've already said that you're injured. If there's anything, you can report it to Imperial Father in a few days. Imperial Father gave me the girls' school, so I should take care of it carefully." As the crown princess spoke, she felt King Ning's death stare. She imperceptibly withdrew her hand from the crown prince's grasp. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. Your Highness, let's go back." After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather seemed to have suddenly turned cold. The wind in the morning and evening carried a hint of the chill of autumn. The crown prince took off his cloak and draped it over the crown princess, carefully tying the ribbon for her. Ningguang stared at the two with a burning gaze. The crown princess grabbed the crown prince's hand and gently moved it away. She took the ribbon herself. "I'll do it myself." "Oh." The crown prince was a bit disappointed. He wanted to do these small things for Lin Lang. However, with his elder brother here, it did not seem good for them to be too intimate. He turned to look at Ningguang. Ningguang's eyes had already regained their gentleness. He said, "Elder brother, we'll go back first. Since you've been summoned, then go quickly." Ningguang paused and turned to look at the crown prince who was leaving with the crown princess in his arms. He said, "Why don't second brother come with me to see imperial father? It seems that something has happened. Even the imperial guards have been mobilized." "Is that so?" The crown prince was a bit hesitant. Ningguang smiled. "Forget it. If you want to accompany second sister-in-law, I'll go see imperial father myself." When he said this, his gaze unintentionally swept across the crown princess' face. The crown princess felt an endless threat. She clenched her hand and said to the crown prince, "Your Highness, you should go take a look." The crown prince said, "I'm worried about you." The crown princess lowered her eyes and said, "With Chunying accompanying me, what is there for your Highness to be worried about?" In the end, under the crown princess's persuasion, the crown prince reluctantly went. After he went, he found out that Xiao Lulang had been captured by assassins and his whereabouts were unknown. Imperial father wanted Ningguang to lead troops to look for him. Since he also went, Imperial father also gave him a group of troops. In the middle of the night, he could not return to the Eastern Palace to accompany Lin Lang. He had to search for Xiao Lulang aimlessly on the streets. The crown prince was extremely sullen. Really, isn't he just like Xiaoheng? He's not the real Xiaoheng. Why does imperial father think so highly of him? He even made me, the crown prince, lower my status to look for him. At this moment, Xiao Lulang, who the crown prince was painstakingly searching for, was quietly lying on the bed of Princess Xingyang. Gu Jiao helped him change the last infusion bottle. It was already late at night. Gu Jiao and Long Yi were quietly guarding him in the room. Gu Jiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, and Long Yi was sitting on the beam of the room. After finishing the infusion bottle for Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was lying on the edge of the bed, unable to resist her sleepiness, and fell asleep. Long Yi's eyes were wide open from beginning to end, like an owl that did not sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue quieted down. Only the steady breathing of a few people remained in the room. Suddenly, the door of the room was gently pushed open from the outside. A spotlessly white embroidered shoe stepped over the threshold and silently landed on the floor, which was as bright and clean as new. The elegant golden skirt was like floating gold leaf on the surface of a lake, slowly meandering across the room. Xiao Lulang was in a daze from sleep. He wanted to open his eyes, but he didn't have the strength. While half asleep, he felt a gentle and white hand press against his forehead. He didn't know whose hand it was, nor did he know whether he was dreaming or not. That hand pressed against his forehead for a while, then left. When Xiao Lulang completely opened his eyes, he only saw Gu Jiao lying on his side, sleeping. His hand was held in Gu Jiao's hand, and Gu Jiao's other hand was pressed under her body. In this position, no matter what, she couldn't free her hand to touch his forehead. So, was it just a dream? It was pitch black, and he was only half awake. For a moment, he didn't realize where he was. This environment, this atmosphere didn't make him feel disgusted, but it also didn't make him feel unfamiliar. He pulled the blanket over Gu Jiao's shoulder, then took out the hand that Gu Jiao had pressed under her body. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't announce that Xiao Lulang had escaped danger. In her dream, she only knew that someone had hired someone to plot against Xiao Lulang, but she didn't know who that person was. The other party didn't know that Xiao Lulang was safe, so they might be frantically searching for Xiao Liulang's whereabouts. As for Princess Xingyang, she didn't seem to have leaked any information about Xiao Lulang. At the first glimmer of dawn, Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. She had to let her family know that she was safe. While she was at it, she packed a few sets of Xiao Liulong's clothes for him to change into. Actually, she wouldn't be afraid if the mastermind had been caught, but now that they were in the open and the enemy was in the dark, it was hard to guard against them. Gu Jiao thought it over. It was safer here with Princess Xianxia. As long as Princess Xianxia didn't chase them away, she would pretend not to see the slight disdain on her face. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that right after she left, the Crown Prince consort arrived. She came to visit Princess Xianxia. At the same time, she also wanted to confirm something with Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia slept late last night and didn't close her eyes until dawn. However, the servant girls in the courtyard recognized the Crown Prince consort and understood that she was someone Princess Xianxia cared about, so they still invited her into the courtyard. This servant will call Lord Yujin. The servant girl was furious. The Crown Prince consort said, "No need. You can go do what you need to do. This consort will go find Yujin." Yujin was currently drying clothes in the inner courtyard. She held the position of 6th rank official in the Household Orders Department of Princess Xianxia's estate. 6th rank wasn't considered too high a rank in the capital, but it was a different story if she was Princess Xianxia's trusted official. For as long as the Crown Prince consort could remember, Yujin had been by Princess Xianxia's side and was one of Princess Xianxia's closest people. Lord Yujin. The Crown Prince consort walked over and greeted her politely. With Yujin's status, there was no need for her to personally do this kind of drying work. The Crown Prince consort couldn't help but take a second look. Then, she froze. It was a man's clothing. Princess Xianxia had hidden guards, but the Crown Prince consort didn't believe that Yujin would wash the clothes of a hidden guard. Has the Marquis returned? The Crown Prince consort's first reaction was that Marquis Xianping had returned to the capital to reunite with Princess Xianxia. Even though they didn't get along, they were still husband and wife. It wouldn't be strange for Marquis Xianping to come here. Ah, no. Yujin shook her head. She didn't know how to explain. This was Xiao Liulong's clothing. After a night of thinking and observation, Yujin could more or less confirm Xiao Liulong's identity. But, the princess hadn't said anything yet, so she couldn't say it now. When the Crown Prince consort saw that Yujin couldn't answer, some rumors she had heard flashed through her mind. Princess Xianxia and Marquis Xianping didn't get along. Marquis Xianping was promiscuous outside, and Princess Xianxia also had her own gigolo. Of course, this was just a rumor. The Crown Prince consort never believed it. But this man's clothing, don't misunderstand. It's not the princess, it's me. Yujin decided to take the blame herself. A strong hint of astonishment flashed through the Crown Prince consort's eyes. Yujin cleared her throat and said, "Please keep this a secret for me, Crown Prince consort." The Crown Prince consort came back to her senses. Speaking of which, this Lord Yujin was an extraordinary woman. She had never married. If she was outside, she might be criticized behind her back. But because she was in the Princess Fu and had Princess Xianxia's protection, no one dared to embarrass her. This could be regarded as a good opportunity to win over Yujin. The Crown Prince consort smiled and said, "Lord Yujin, rest assured. I didn't see anything today." With Crown Prince consort's words, "I'm relieved." Yujin simply smiled more unsightly than crying. Princess Xianxia was still sleeping, so she couldn't wake her up. The Crown Prince consort asked herself whether she had such big face, so she decided to come again another day. She bid farewell to Yujin, and when she passed by the room of Princess Xianxia, she heard movement inside the room. She thought that Princess Xianxia had woken up, so she intended to enter the room to pay respects to Princess Xianxia. But Long Yi, who had jumped down from the beam of the room, firmly blocked the door. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826110139180. HTML Genius will remember this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. Crown Princess recognized him. That was the shadow guard who would rather give the 1,000-year-old ginseng to Gu Jiao than to her. Crown Princess still remembered that kind of embarrassment. If this kind of disobedient guard was in the East Palace, he would have already been driven out by the Crown Prince. Crown Princess maintained basic courtesy on the surface. I'll have to trouble you to pass on the message, I want to see the princess. Long Yi didn't move. Crown Princess choked, I haven't seen you, and I shouldn't have done anything to make you unhappy. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Long Yi continued to stand still. Crown Princess had never seen shadow guard Long Yi, so she didn't know that Long Yi was also one. She only thought that this person was deliberately opposing her. She thought that if Princess Xianxia really woke up, then she should have heard the movement at the door. Since she didn't come out, then she shouldn't have woken up. Forget it, why would she bother with a shadow guard? She didn't lose her status. Crown Princess turned around and left. Just when she walked out of the courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Jiao, who had rushed over from Jadewater Alley. Crown Princess was startled, it's you? Why are you here? You are. She looked at Gu Jiao, and again looked back at the house behind her, then asked with uncertainty, here? Gu Jiao sized her up, clearly also wanted to ask why Crown Princess had come here. Crown Princess indifferently said, this Empress is asking you a question. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows, do I have to answer if you ask? Crown Princess had hit a wall with Long Yi, so she had a belly full of anger. And now, being ridiculed by Gu Jiao, she couldn't help but become somewhat angry. Miss Gu, you have the love of Empress Dowager and His Majesty, but how long will this love last? In the future, after Crown Prince ascends the throne, I will be the Empress. I have no intention to make things difficult for you, but you also shouldn't leave yourself with no way out. This familiar tone, this exact same choice of words and sentences. Where did she hear it? Ah. Ning Prince. So to say, in this world, how could there be a wall? How could there be a fire that could be wrapped in paper? When a person had an inexplicable relationship with another person, their every word and action would unconsciously reflect each other's habits. Eugen's appearance broke the tense stalemate in time. Dr. Gu is here. Please come in and have a seat. She smiled and said to the Crown Princess, Dr. Gu is the doctor this servant invited from the medical hall to treat the princess. So that's how it is. The Crown Princess withdrew her gaze from Gu Jiao's face. Then I will come to see the princess when she wakes up. With that, the Crown Princess stepped over the threshold. The moment he brushed past Gu Jiao subconsciously asked, does Xiao Liulong's disappearance have anything to do with you? Gu Jiao asked casually. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince consort's body stiffened due to her guilty conscience. Gu Jiao perceptively caught her abnormality and grabbed her arm to pull her back. Speak clearly. The Crown Prince consort's back hurt from slamming into the wall. Even worse, this posture caused her to feel offended. She said coldly, impudent. The guilty conscience in her eyes did not escape Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao grabbed her lapel and unceremoniously pushed her against the wall. She looked at her coldly. I don't care if you are the Crown Prince consort or the Empress. Don't force me to do it. You dare, slap. Gu Jiao backhanded her and slapped her to the ground. Eugene sucked in a cold breath. The accompanying Eastern Palace guards charged in but were kicked out by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed the Crown Prince consort from the ground. Who did it? Was it you, or did you have an accomplice? The Crown Prince consort gritted her teeth. I didn't do anything. Let go of me. Princess Xianxia was startled out by the huge commotion. Stop. Princess Xianxia's long hair was loose. She should have just gotten out of bed and didn't have time to dress up. Gu Jiao would not stop. This time, it wasn't a small matter like using a cat to scare her husband. She really almost took her husband's life. She was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Gu Jiao grabbed the Crown Prince consort and pounded her to the ground. Princess Xianxia had never expected that Xiaoheng would marry such a rude and unreasonable woman. She sucked in a cold breath. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? If you continue like this, I won't be polite. Gu Jiao was also angry. Humph, do what you want. This girl's ability to anger people to death without paying for it was the same as Long Yi's. Princess Xianxia clenched her fists and shouted, Long Yi. Pull them apart. Since Princess Xianxia gave the order, Long Yi had no choice but to come out. In order to prevent Long Yi from changing the concept again, Princess Xianxia originally intended to say Long Yi, make a move, but changed it to separate them. Otherwise, she felt that Long Yi might make a move on the Crown Prince consort. Long Yi flashed out. The order he received was to separate them, so he had no choice but to step forward and separate them. He first went to Gu Jiao's side. When he grabbed Gu Jiao, he was like this, carefully clasping Gu Jiao's wrist. He patted the back of Gu Jiao's little hand as if he was coaxing a child. Then, he gently removed Gu Jiao's hand for fear of hurting her. When it was the Crown Prince consort's turn, his style suddenly changed. His entire mask was itching to say MMP. Soon after, Gu Jiao saw Long Yi directly fling the Crown Prince consort away as if he was swinging a pheasant. Gu Jiao, Princess Xianxia, Long Yi indeed lived up to his mission and separated them. Princess Xianxia also didn't tell him to separate them gently or roughly. Princess Xianxia was so angry that her liver hurt. Long Yi wasn't like this in the past. When he first came to Princess Xianxia, Shi was a dutiful dragon shadow guard. It was all because he followed little Xiaoheng that he was led astray by the 3-year-old Xiao. Heng, Princess Xianxia was on the verge of exploding. Long Yi looked at Princess Xianxia and then looked at Gu Jiao. He paused for a few seconds with a serious expression. Then, he suddenly grabbed Gu Jiao and disappeared in a flash. Every time little Xiaoheng made a mistake, Long Yi would do this. When Princess Xianxia's anger cooled down, he would bring little Xiaoheng back. This gave her experience, so she didn't want to. Princess Xianxia, she felt that she might become the first master in history to be angered to death by a dragon shadow guard. The Crown Prince consort was slapped in the face by Gu Jiao. Her face was swollen and she was thrown to the ground. Her arms were full of bruises and abrasions. Princess Xianxia glanced at her and sighed, come in. Let Yujin apply some medicine for you. With the support of Yujin, the Crown Prince consort re-entered the courtyard. The status of the Crown Prince consort was actually very high. She was second only to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor-Empress, and the Crown Prince. Even the legitimate princess might not be more honorable than her. However, Princess Xianxia was a princess with real power. Her husband was the famous Marquis Xianping. Who in the world didn't fear her? The Crown Prince consort followed behind Princess Xianxia. She thought that she would be brought into Princess Xianxia's bedroom. Unexpectedly, Princess Xianxia turned around and entered another side room. The 3 people sat down on chairs. A little maid came over to dress Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia indifferently waved her hand, go and bring me the golden sore medicine. Yes. The little maid went to Princess Xianxia's bedroom and brought over a bottle of top-notch golden sore medicine. Yujin first washed her hands. Then, she took out a clean handkerchief and dipped it in the golden sore medicine. She began to apply it on the Crown Prince consort's swollen cheek. This kind of golden sore medicine was also bought from the pharmacists of the Yin state. It was extremely effective in relieving pain and reducing swelling. After applying it, it would cool down and immediately stop hurting. The little maid served tea and pastries. There was the Crown Prince consort's favorite chestnut cake. It was very strange. Xiaoheng did not like to eat this, yet it was the Crown Prince consort's favorite. The Crown Prince consort saw that Princess Xianxia had prepared her favorite pastries, and the gloominess in her heart faded a little. Princess Xianxia picked up her teacup and took a sip, asking, why did Dr. Gu use force against you? Is there some sort of grudge between the two of you? Normal people would either not ask, or they would ask, is there some sort of misunderstanding between the two of you? These words were actually quite clever. If they were asked if there was some sort of misunderstanding, the one who used force was Gu Jiao, and it was Gu Jiao who had misunderstood the Crown Prince consort, then the blame would be placed on Gu Jiao. But if they were asked if there was any sort of grudge between the two, it would not be a question of which side was responsible. The crown prince consort was slightly startled. She lowered her eyes and quietly said, "Her husband went missing, and she misunderstood that this matter was related to me." She paused for a moment then continued, "Auntie probably still does not know, but her husband looks very much like Aheng. He is this year's top scholar and is currently working at Imperial Hanlin Academy. His Majesty has allowed him to give lectures to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has complained to me many times that Lord Xiao is too strict with him. The Crown Prince has even openly contradicted Lord Xiao. I wonder if she heard about this matter and believes that the Crown Prince and I have a grudge against Lord Xiao and deliberately did something to Lord Xiao." These words were reasonable and logical. They provided a sufficient explanation for Gu Jiao's suspicions. The phrase "her husband looks like Aheng" seemed to have just been casually mentioned and was not the main point of the Crown Prince consort's words. Princess Xianxia stopped drinking her tea. The Crown Prince consort quickly said, "Sorry, I should not have mentioned Aheng." Princess Xianxia's mood seemed to have instantly fallen. It was clear that she was no longer in the mood to discuss this matter with her. "You can go back first. I still have some matters to take care of." The Crown Prince consort quietly said, "Then I will come visit Auntie another day." Leaving the courtyard, the Crown Prince consort let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the princess did not continue to pursue the matter. Otherwise, she did not dare guarantee that she could continue to hide it. Her original intention was not for something to happen to Xiao Lulang. She also did not expect that Xiao Lulang would fall into Prince Ning's hands. Princess Xianxia had clearly returned. How could someone still hurt Xiao Heng? For years ago, she had been careless once. Princess Xianxia should not be careless a second time. Could it be that she had made a mistake and Xiao Lulang was not Xiao Heng, but she clearly heard Xiao Heng call the old chancellor teacher? In this world, there were only two people who could call the old chancellor this way. One was the old chancellor's eldest disciple, Li Su. This person had already resigned and left the capital. The other was Xiao Heng. It couldn't be that the old chancellor had accepted Xiao Lulang as his disciple. That year, the old chancellor had clearly said that Xiao Heng was his last disciple. But if Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng, why didn't he receive the protection of Princess Xianxia? Princess Xianxia had returned to the capital for so long. Could it be that he still hadn't acknowledged her? She could understand that he did not acknowledge Marquis Xian. After all, the father and son had a somewhat distant relationship. It was inevitable that he would feel resentful. But Princess Xianxia was very close to him. He had said before that the person he cared about the most in this life was his mother. Moreover, when she mentioned Xiao Heng just now, Princess Xianxia's expression did not look like she had regained her son. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels to read for free. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1101366643. HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bhikkhu Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The Crown Prince consort closed her eyes. Either Xiao Lulang really wasn't Xiao Heng, or Xiao Heng hadn't recognized Princess Xianxia yet. The Crown Prince consort's mood was incomparably complicated. Crown Prince consort. Eugen's voice interrupted the Crown Prince consort's thoughts. The Crown Prince consort came back to her senses and asked politely, "Lord Eugen, what's wrong?" Eugen said earnestly, "Regarding Dr. Gu's matter, I ask the Crown Prince consort to give face to the princess and forgive him. There is no cure for the princess's heart disease." It was only after meeting Dr. Gu that she was finally relieved. Hearing this, the Crown Prince consort frowned slightly. "Wasn't the 100-flower pill effective last time?" Eugen shook her head. "To be honest, that wasn't the effect of the 100-flower pill. It was Dr. Gu's medicine. The Crown Prince Consort clenched her white hands. Yujin said again, Crown Prince Consort doesn't need to take it to heart. In the princess's heart, you are the person closest to her. It's precisely because she views you as family that she doesn't treat you as an outsider. Who wouldn't be happy after hearing these words? The Crown Prince Consort smiled generously and said, Don't worry, I'm not such a petty person. I won't tell His Highness the Crown Prince and Father Emperor about today's matter. If they ask, I'll say that I was careless and injured myself. Yujin held the Crown Prince Consort's hand. Only the Crown Prince Consort is so considerate of the princess. That's right, only she was sincere to Princess Xianxia. Regardless of whether Xiao Lulang was Xiaoheng or not, and regardless of whether Gu Jiao was Princess Xianxia's daughter-in-law or not, she was the person closest to Princess Xianxia. After Long Yi carried Gu Jiao out of the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao thought that he was going to take her out for a stroll. Who would have thought that Long Yi would directly throw her into the princess residence? Gu Jiao had never been to the princess residence, but this didn't prevent her from recognizing the words on the plaque. Gu Jiao expressionlessly looked at Long Yi, who threw her into the princess residence. To worry for your future date. Did he even know how to pick a place? There were servants on duty in Princess Mansion, but the movement of Long Yi was too light, so no one noticed that someone had entered Princess Mansion. Gu Jiao sat on the chair, and looking at Long Yi, who had jumped onto the beam, she asked word by word, Can we change the place? Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao, hero, are you saying that the destination and the time of the trip are not allowed to be changed? Let's discuss it again. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, Why don't you come down, and we go to the yard to write? Or can you tell me how long we have to stay here? The princess won't be angry for long, right? From beginning to end, Long Yi ignored Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao tried to open the door, open the window, and slip out, but she was pulled back by Long Yi. In the end, Gu Jiao gave up resisting. She slid down on the chair and sprawled out like a soulless salted fish. However, it was from this angle that she swept her gaze across and saw a pile of scroll paintings. She sat up, walked to the front of the multi-treasure pavilion, and pulled out a scroll painting from a large bottle. She untied the ribbon and opened it to take a look. It was actually a portrait of Xiao Lulang, or Xiaoheng. It was a 13-year-old Xiaoheng, dressed in white, pure like jade. She opened another portrait. It was also a 13-year-old Xiaoheng, dressed in the clothes of the young chancellor. His style was peerless, and his nobility was unparalleled. Whether it was the young duke or the young chancellor, his eyes were filled with starlight. His smile was clean and warm, like the purest piece of jade in the world. Gu Jiao caressed the smiling youth in the portrait, her fingertips tracing his face. It was hard to believe that such a smile had disappeared from his face forever. The light in his eyes was also gone. Gu Jiao rubbed her chest. There wasn't only one portrait, and there wasn't only Xiaoheng's portrait. Gu Jiao also saw Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia was truly beautiful when she was young, and she was also beautiful now. But in the past, she was a delicate flower under the sun, exuding exuberant vitality and vitality. Now, she had become a silk flower. Beautiful was beautiful, but she was no longer lively. Gu Jiao also saw a portrait of mother and son in the same frame. It was Princess Xianxia, who was in her 20s, and Xiaoheng, who was 5 years old. Princess Xianxia was hugging him, so gentle that time seemed to have calmed down. Princess Xianxia and Xiaoheng didn't have that kind of bad relationship with her parents in her previous life. They used to be the most intimate people in the world, the people who needed and relied on each other the most. Slacking off again, aren't you? This old woman didn't keep an eye on you for a while, and each and every one of you started to slack off. Later on, if the princess finds out, be careful of your skin. Suddenly, the voice of a fierce mama came from outside the room. She walked towards the direction of the sleeping chamber. She came to the door and put her hands on the door. Just when she was about to push open the door, Long Yi suddenly jumped down from the beam, grabbed Gu Jiao and jumped out of the window with her. Caught by Long Yi, Gu little chick Jiao Jiao's face was ashen. Next time, can you let me know in advance? Because of this mama's interruption, the one-day tour of the princess mansion ended ahead of time. This was also very good, otherwise Gu Jiao really didn't know how long Long Yi would hold her head and hide her. But, just now, everything had happened too fast, so Gu Jiao didn't have time to put back the portrait in her hand. At this moment, she was still holding the portrait of mother and son in her bosom. In the courtyard of Vermilion Bird Street, Xiao Luling slowly woke up. He stared at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. He again looked at the furnishings inside the room, and only after a long time did he react to where he was. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. His mind began to recall the matters of yesterday. He seemed to have been taken away by Long Yi, but he didn't know where he was taken to because he had fainted. Although he had woken up in the middle of the night, he wasn't too clear-headed. Seeing Gu Jiao beside him, he again fell asleep. In the middle of the night, that hand on his forehead, "This young master, are you awake?" A little maid pushed open the door and entered. This was a servant brought back by Princess Xianxia from Fengdu Mountain. Xiao Luling had never seen her, and she had also never seen Xiao Luling. She didn't know the identity of Xiao Luling, only knew that he was a person brought back by Long Yi. Why would Princess Xianxia tolerate an outsider sleeping on her bed? She didn't know, and also didn't dare to ask. Seeing the unfamiliar maid, Xiao Liulong's mind suddenly flashed with an absurd guess, and he asked, "Where is this? Where is your master?" The little maid said, "This is Vermilion Bird Street. Is young master asking where the princess went?" Xiao Luling probed, "Princess Xianxia?" The little maid nodded her head, "Yes." It seems it wasn't like he had guessed, this house didn't have a new master. Xiao Luling asked again, "How long have I slept?" The little maid said, "Half a day and 1 night. You came yesterday evening, and now is the noon of the 2nd day. Young master, are you hungry? The kitchen has stewed porridge." For the time being, Xiao Luling didn't have any appetite, so he paused and asked, Where is the princess?" The little maid pointed outside. The princess returned to the princess mansion. Xiao Luling bitterly smiled. As expected, she still didn't want to see him. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1101112444. HTML Genius will remember this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. On the other hand, the Crown Prince consort planned to immediately return to the Eastern Palace after leaving Vermilion Bird Avenue. Halfway there, the carriages got stuck. Although it was autumn, the sun was strong during the day, so the carriage was extremely hot and stuffy. "Crown Prince consort, there's a tea house over there. Let's go sit there," Chunying said. "All right." The Crown Prince consort touched her cheek. Princess Xianxia's wound medicine was indeed miraculous. The swelling on her cheek had actually subsided. Even so, she still wore a veil. Chunying went to the counter to reserve an elegant room on the 2nd floor. When the Crown Prince consort walked down the corridor on the 2nd floor with Chunying, a hand suddenly reached over and pulled the Crown Prince consort into a certain room. The Crown Prince consort paled and gasped, almost crying out in alarm. "It's me." That person hugged her waist and rubbed the veil on her cheek with his fingertips. The Crown Prince consort glanced at him coldly before pushing him away and pulling out of his embrace. Ning Wang wasn't angry at being rejected. He smiled and walked to the chair to sit down. He pointed at the chair beside him and said, "Aren't you going to sit?" The Crown Prince consort turned to look at Chunying, but the door was already closed. It went without saying who closed it. The Crown Prince consort looked at him with an icy gaze. "You bribed Chunying?" The first time, he still needed to knock Chunying out behind the fake mountain. After that, he provided false testimony for Wen Yang's incident. She thought he was threatening Chunying. Ning Wang spread his hands. This prince didn't bribe her. She was willing to work for this prince. If you don't believe me, you can call her in and ask her face to face. The crown prince consort chuckled. Where would she have the guts to speak the truth? This man was too terrifying. Even she felt fear, let alone Chunying, who was a maidservant. Ningguang looked at her playfully. You're not coming over. Are you waiting for this prince to carry you over? A faint trace of mockery flashed through the crown prince consort's eyes. What? Princess consort Ning can't satisfy you? Ningguang's expression changed instantly. Endless coldness flashed across his face. Don't drag her into this between us. The crown prince consort's scalp went numb. She glared at him coldly and stubbornly before turning her face away. Prince Ning loosened his grip and returned to his chair. He glanced at his side and said, "Come and sit." The crown princess walked over expressionlessly and sat down. Prince Ning glanced at her wrist under her wide sleeve and asked, "Are you injured?" The crown princess didn't say anything. Ningguang took her wrist and carefully and lovingly held it in his palm. Seeing that she had applied medicine, he asked, "How did you get it?" The crown prince consort's anger was ignited and exploded in an instant. She turned her body and looked at him with torch-like eyes. How did this happen? Do you really want to know how? Fine, I will tell you. It was done by the daughter of Marquis Dingyan Manor. That's right, it was the doctor who grew up in the countryside, who embarrassed me time and time again, and was doted on by the Empress Dowager. She suspected that I had something to do with Xianxia's disappearance. So he injured me. Not only was my wrist injured, my whole body was injured. If you have the ability to ask, do you have the ability to take revenge for me? Prince Ning was silent for a while and then suddenly smiled. What are you arguing with a child for? The crown prince consort frowned. Child? Prince Ning smiled. She is still young. It's inevitable that she doesn't understand things. I will help you clear your name and let her no longer suspect you. The crown prince consort flew into a rage out of humiliation. It wasn't me to begin with. It was you. Prince Ning laughed and gently kneaded her wrist. Good, good, good. It was me. I implicated you. The crown prince consort angrily pulled her hand back. If you want to make me happy, then go kill her. Prince Ning pulled her hand again. Are you speaking out of anger again? Princess Ning's illness needs her. The Empress Dowager also needs her. The crown prince consort bit her lip. That's right. You all need her. You all don't need me. Then why did you come looking for me? You go back and be your Prince Ning. I will be my crown prince consort. From now on, the well water will not interfere with the river water. We will not interact with each other. Are you really that angry? Prince Ning held her wrist with one hand and gently stroked her neck with the other. Other than not touching her, Ben Wang will do anything you want. The crown prince consort frowned. It was unknown whether she was disgusted by his touch or his words. Wasn't your storehouse emptied? Have you never considered that she did it? The fact that the storehouse of Prince Ning's mansion had been emptied was not publicized, but there were still a few people who knew. Prince Ning said, it was her. I was the one who offended her first and burned down her workshop. We're even now. The crown prince consort chuckled. A mere workshop actually needs to be compensated with the entire treasury of Prince Ning's mansion. Prince Ning is really generous. Prince Ning looked at her in amusement. So jealous. It's just a small treasury. It's nothing. That's right. It was just a small marquis mansion's daughter. It was nothing. Why did she care so much about it? She was not someone who had not seen the wind and waves. She understood better than anyone that it was easy for a person to be in the limelight for a while. She was the crown prince consort and the future empress of Zhao country. She was the mother of the country and had a noble status. There was no need for her to care about a little girl. But why was it that she, who had always been rational, could no longer maintain her calm? The crown prince consort took a deep breath and said, now that you touched her husband, she will come to find you if you are even. Prince Ning said without worry, she can't touch me. The crown prince consort looked at Prince Ning in confusion. So you've been tolerating her all this time? Prince Ning took off her veil and gently stroked her cheek with his fingertips. Linlang, don't be unreasonable. The crown. Prince consort tilted her head and avoided his hand. She said angrily, I'm not being unreasonable. Prince Ning's smile faded. He grabbed her chin and forced her to turn her head. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by coldness and viciousness. Fine. You want to kill her. Is it because she offended you or because she married Xiaoheng? The crown prince consort's body froze. When the crown prince consort returned to the eastern palace, the crown prince anxiously greeted her. Linlang, where did you go? Eh? What happened to your face? The crown prince consort's face had recovered long ago, but the crown prince still saw something strange. This man was probably the only one in the world who cared about her so much. Without waiting for the crown prince consort to reply, the crown prince rolled up her sleeve again and exclaimed, Your hand. The crown prince consort said without a change in expression, I accidentally fell. Where did you fall? The crown prince asked with heartache and worry. The crown prince consort smiled. In Princess Xianxia's courtyard. You went to visit Aunt? The crown prince muttered. Why did you go to Aunt's place? Didn't I tell you to recuperate in the eastern palace? Does it hurt? Princess Xianxia was the emperor's younger sister. Before she married, the crown prince called her aunt. Later, she married Marquis Xianping, who was also the crown prince's uncle. Thus, the crown prince changed to calling her aunt. The crown prince consort said gently, Uncle didn't return to the capital, and Aunt is alone. I'm worried about her. I've already applied medicine. It doesn't hurt. The crown prince cupped her hand and blew on it with heartache. He said, You are too considerate of others. Why are you considerate of me like Shiyi? I went out to search for Xiao Lulang for an entire night. I'm dead tired, and I don't feel good when I come back and don't see you. The crown prince consort had an ashamed expression. It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. In reality, the crown prince consort of the eastern palace was not as free as the Wangfei outside the palace. It was because the crown prince and his majesty trusted her and gave her the right to leave the palace freely. Is there still no news of Xiao Lulang? She pretended to ask carelessly. The crown prince was worried about her injury and did not detect the strangeness on her face. He answered, No. The imperial guards speculate that Xiao Lulang was brought back to the capital. That day, only the Minister of Works, Sir Zhao, and Aunt entered the city without inspection. But they both said they didn't see Xiao Lulang. Aunt? The crown prince consort suddenly thought of the man's clothes that Yujin had hung out to dry and the tightly shut door of Princess Xianxia's bedroom. Could it be that Xiao Lulang had been saved by Princess Xianxia? If that was the case, then it was not hard to explain why the king of Ning and the crown prince could not find any trace of Xiao Lulang even after turning the capital upside down. But why did Princess Xianxia hide it? Was she worried that the other party would come up with another plan after the first one failed? Gu Jiao must know. She had not come to treat Princess Xianxia's illness, but because Xiao Lulang was there. Thinking about it now, Yujin's words were truly laughable. One moment she said Dr. Gu, another she said she was closer to the princess, but in the end, she even hid Xiao Liulang's whereabouts from her. The crown prince consort gripped the handkerchief in her hand. The crown prince clearly felt the change in the crown prince consort's aura. He looked at her worriedly. Linlang, what's wrong? His face suddenly became very ugly. The crown prince consort closed her eyes. Nothing, I'm tired. The crown prince hastily said, Then I'll help you back to your room to rest. On the other side, Gu Jiao, who had been sitting on the wall for no less than 2 hours and had almost been roasted into a salted fish, was finally picked up by Long Yi. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. She expressionlessly said, Later, if the princess gets angry again, please let me face her anger directly. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that Long Yi was so skilled because he had taken Xiaoheng to do this when they were little. But she was even more suspicious that Xiaoheng needed to stay outside for so long, not because Princess Xianxia would be angry. For so long, but purely because little Xiaoheng was mischievous and wanted to behave atrociously outside. You were deceived, do you know? Gu Jiao looked at him with hidden bitterness. Your little master is a little rascal. Long Yi didn't respond. I'm so hungry. Being roasted by the sun for so long, she was also hungry. Nearby, there happened to be a small stall selling scallion pancakes. Gu Jiao bought 2 scallion pancakes. This kind of pancake had to be eaten while it was hot, so she didn't give any to Xiao Lulang and Princess Xinyang. Altogether 10 copper coins. The vendor said. Gu Jiao took out a copper coin from her purse and handed it to him. Then she took the scallion pancake and gave one to Long Yi. Long Yi took it, but didn't eat it. Gu Jiao took a bite of the crispy scallion pancake and strangely looked at him. Why aren't you eating? That's right, she had never seen Long Yi eat anything. This big guy always wore a mask, seemingly never taking it off. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said to Long Yi, let's go to the roof to eat, no one will see. Long Yi took Gu Jiao to the roof. This angle was extremely good, they could see the people on the street, but the people on the street couldn't see them. Mask? Gu Jiao said to him. Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao paused, then raised her hand to take off his mask. The moment she was about to touch it, she could feel that Long Yi's body slightly leaned back. This was a subconscious action to avoid. But he didn't lean back too much. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, I'll take it off? This time, when she touched Long Yi's mask again, Long Yi didn't dodge. Gu Jiao took off Long Yi's mask. Gu Jiao had seen the Emperor's shadow dragon guards, so she thought that Long Yi was like them, belonging to the category of scary people. But when she saw Long Yi's appearance, her eyes were wide open. What happened to the unremarkable appearance? Wasn't this a bit too handsome? He had a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes, thick eyebrows, and resolute facial features. His whole face was extremely grave and stern. But there was no tattoo on his face. Gu Jiao hummed and said, Long Yi, where's your tattoo? Don't you shadow dragon guards all have tattoos? Of course, Long Yi didn't respond. Then, eat the pancake. Gu Jiao handed over the scallion pancake to him. Long Yi paused for 3 seconds, then took the scallion pancake and ate it expressionlessly. After a quarter of an hour. Gu little chick Jiao, don't pinch me. Don't pinch me. I'll throw up. The two returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue and found out that Princess Xinyang had returned to the princess mansion. No wonder that Mama was in a hurry to clean up the house. Princess Xinyang had returned, and they just happened to miss her. Gu Jiao went to Xiao Lulang's bedroom. Xiao Lulang had already gotten out of bed. He was wearing the clothes that Long Yi had given him from the princess mansion. The clothes of a 14-year-old clearly didn't fit him, it looked somewhat comical. Are the clothes dry? If they're dry, help me put them in. After he finished speaking to the maid, he turned around and saw Gu Jiao and Long Yi at the door. No need to tidy them up, I brought clothes. Gu Jiao took out a bundle from her small basket, took out a set of clothes, and handed it to him. Is it convenient for your hand? Do you want me to help you? Xiao Lulang said, no need, I can change it myself. Gu Jiao, oh. I really want to change it for you. Gu Jiao went to the courtyard to wait for him. Long Yi didn't go out, he looked straight at Xiao Lulang's right leg. The first time he saw Xiao Lulang in the forest, Xiao Lulang suddenly rushed over. Long Yi didn't pay attention to his movements. At this moment, Long Yi seemed to have finally discovered that his leg was lame. Long Yi knelt on one knee and went to check his leg. Long Yi. Xiao Lulang dodged backwards. Long Yi raised his head and looked at him. His eyes seemed to be somewhat confused and also somewhat confused. Suddenly, Long Yi stood up and rushed out. Not long after, he rushed in again. Gu Jiao was at the door. Because of the 2 gusts of wind blowing by Long Yi, she couldn't open her eyes. Long Yi held a lot of medicine for wounds. He pressed Xiao Lulang to sit on a chair, bent his strong and tall body, and knelt on one knee again, opened those bottles and jars, and applied medicine for Xiao Lulang. After applying some medicine, he made Xiao Lulang move. When he was young, Xiao Lulang was a big liar. After falling down, he would pretend that he was seriously injured, deceiving Long Yi to apply medicine for him and take him out to play. He also didn't expect that one day he wouldn't need to deceive Long Yi. He really couldn't get better. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826110108814. HTML Genius will remember this site's address, www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. Long Yi tested the medicine for Xiao Luling like before. If one medicine didn't work, he would change to another one. In the end, Long Yi's movements became anxious and disorderly. He seemed to feel that Xiao Liulong's legs wouldn't get better. Dragon Shadow Guard won't cry. Also won't feel uncomfortable. In that instant, Gu Jiao, who was standing outside the door, felt a huge grief coming from Long Yi. Xiao Luling finished changing his clothes and came out. Then, he said to Gu Jiao, who was quietly waiting in the corridor, "I'm fine, let's go." Go. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Luling in astonishment. Only after a moment did she realize that he meant to leave here. Gu Jiao didn't say that it was best to stay here. She put down the branch in her hand, stood up and looked at him. Okay. On the way back in the carriage, Xiao Luling didn't say a word. Long Yi didn't show up, but Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao both knew that he was following far behind the carriage. Is it because of the princess? Gu Jiao finally opened her mouth. Xiao Luling tried to speak as normally as possible. She doesn't want to see me. Also, if she wanted to see her, she wouldn't have returned to the princess mansion. Gu Jiao was unable to refute. The carriage continued to wobble along for a while. Xiao Liulong's complexion was very pale. Gu Jiao couldn't tell for a moment whether it was because of the injury on his hand or because of the injury in his heart. Gu Jiao recalled those portraits she saw in the princess mansion. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Why?" Gu Jiao wanted to ask, "Why did you become like this?" Xiao Luling thought that Gu Jiao was asking why she didn't want to see him. This was a scar in his heart that repeatedly tore, a memory he didn't want to touch the most. But since she asked, he would tell her. Because I'm not her biological child. Her own son is dead. Because of me. When they returned to Jadewater Alley, the two of them had already sorted out their emotions, and there was no longer any abnormality on their faces. After they arrived safely, Long Yi used his qinggong to quietly leave. After all, he was the secret guard of Princess Xinyang, and his duty was to protect her. There were only 2 classes in the Imperial College in the afternoon. Little Jing Kong had finished school early and was peeking his head out of the door. Although his small feet were obediently staying within the threshold, his small body was itching to leap out. His small arms were flying behind his back, like an anxious emperor penguin. Gu Jiao was amused by him. "Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong noticed Gu Jiao. He tilted his head to look at her to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Then, he turned around and called out to Madame Yao and senior servant Feng, who were in the rear courtyard, "Jiao Jiao is back. I can go out now." After he said that, he stepped over the threshold with his short legs and ran towards Gu Jiao. As expected, he slipped and fell again. He hadn't fallen for a long time, but he was still very skilled at holding his head. He held his little head and rolled all the way to Gu Jiao's feet. After he finished rolling, he probably felt that his tough little image had been ruined again. He rolled his eyes, spread his arms, and called out in an especially domineering manner, "Jiao Jiao." He wasn't embarrassed, but the other person was. The other person was a bad brother-in-law. There was no one else who could be as shameless as him. Unfortunately, they were all Xiao Liulong's leftovers. Without waiting for Gu Jiao to bend down to pick him up, Xiao Luling directly grabbed the little fellow's small lapel and lifted him up. "Ayaya, I want to carry you, Jiao Jiao, not you." Xiao Luling carried the little fellow into the courtyard. He had lost his cane, but he was stronger than before, so the little fellow didn't fall down. However, the moment he entered the central room, his right leg couldn't support him anymore. Gu Jiao carried little Jing Kong over in time and supported him with her other hand to prevent him from falling and embarrassing. Xiao Lulang sensed the weakness in his right leg and clenched his fist without a trace. Gu Jiao didn't tell her family that Xiao Lulang was kidnapped by an assassin. She only said that he was on a business trip. The original plan was for him to recuperate at Princess Xianxia's place until he recovered, so there was no need to tell the family. However, since he came back early, the matter of his injury naturally couldn't be hidden. Lulang is back. This time on a business trip. Sure enough, Madame Yao was only halfway through her sentence when she noticed his stiff right hand. Lulang, your hand, Xiao Lulang said as if nothing had happened. When I was on a business trip, I accidentally fell and hit the gap in the stairs. I bled a little, but it's fine now. He even had more than 10 stitches. Gu Jiao added in her heart. It was a pity that her husband's hand was so beautiful. If it left a scar, she would chop off the murderer's hand. Xiao Liulang's wrist was wrapped in gauze. Madame Yao couldn't really remove the gauze to check his injury, so she believed that it was just a normal scratch. However, she still felt sorry for him, so she asked senior servant Feng to stew a pot of pig's hand soup to help him heal his hand. Xiao Lulang still needed an infusion today, so Gu Jiao hung the infusion bottle on the bookshelf behind the desk in the west room. Xiao Lulang read while he was receiving the infusion. Not long after, little Jing Kong came over with a portrait in his hands. He was still very short, so he had to stand on his tiptoes to poke half of his head out from behind the desk. He walked around the desk and came to Xiao Liulang's side. He tilted his head and asked Xiao Lulang, "Do you have a younger brother?" Xiao Lulang didn't raise his head and continued to flip through the Yan Kingdom's arithmetic book. "Why do you ask?" Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Heng in the portrait. "This person looks like you." Xiao Liulang's expression froze. He turned his head and saw that little Jing Kong was holding a portrait in his hand. He immediately recognized the person in the portrait. It was a 5-year-old him and a young Princess Xianxiang. He slightly clenched his fingers. Where did this portrait come from? From Jiao Jiao's basket. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Your younger brother is more handsome than you. Your younger brother can smile, but you can't." Xiao Heng in the portrait smiled innocently as if he had all the happiness in the world. The joy in his eyes almost overflowed. This was the Xiao Heng of the past. Xiao Lulang looked at himself and Princess Xianxiang in the portrait and his heart was in a trance. The motherly love and filial piety seemed to have been a long time ago. When he suddenly looked back, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the afternoon, Princess Xianxiang's heart disease flared up and she fainted in the princess's mansion. Yujin was worried that it would delay the treatment, so she simply sent Princess Xianxiang to the medical center. Gu Jiao was carried away by longing again. That feeling was too satisfying. Princess Xianxiang took the anti-heart failure medicine from the research institute and her condition was well under control. The reason why she fainted was not because of her heart disease, but because she had not slept all night. She was overworked and her blood sugar was low. Gu Jiao gave Princess Xianxiang some glucose. When Princess Xianxiang woke up, it was already evening. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. There was a round little head beside the bed. She opened her mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is this?" Little Jing Kong, who was squatting on the ground playing with marbles, looked up and blinked his big eyes at her. "Benefactress, you woke up? You are in the medical center. This is Jiao Jiao's room. You are sleeping on Jiao Jiao's bed. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiao Jiao said that if you don't feel well, I will go and tell her. She is in the front. Digression, last night, I received a formal notice that the explosive update was cancelled. I thought I would have to save up until February. Well, now I don't have to. It just so happens that my family has been too busy recently. I'll save up my Weibo for the new year. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964289642826/1100833764 HTML genius will remember this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Benefactress? Are you a monk? Princess Xianxia looked at him strangely. Little Jing Kong shook his little head. I used to be, but I've left the mountain now. I'm not a little monk anymore. Princess Xianxia said, then you can't call me benefactress. The little monk said, oh. Seeing this familiar expression, Princess Xianxia pondered for a while and looked at the little guy. You're Gu Jiao's younger brother? After investigating her, he naturally knew who her family members were. Yes. My name is Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong nodded. You're the bad brother-in-law's mother, right? I've seen your portrait before. He had asked Jiao Jiao who the fairy in the portrait was. Jiao Jiao said that she was the little brother's mother in the portrait. The little brother looked so much like the bad brother-in-law. They were obviously biological brothers. Since she was the little brother's mother, she was naturally the bad brother-in-law's mother. He was that smart. Princess Xianxia's attention was attracted by the words bad brother-in-law, so she neglected to ask him where he saw the portrait. Bad brother-in-law? She asked. Yes. Little Jing Kong put away the marbles and sat on the small stool in front of the bed. He then said earnestly, it's really hard on you. Raising such a troublesome son must be very tiring, right? Worrisome? Princess Xianxia was confused. After a while, she realized that the bad brother-in-law he was talking about was probably Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was naughty when he was a child, but he was very worrisome when he grew up. There was no child more obedient than him in the world. Little Jing Kong nodded. Yes, the bad brother-in-law is too worrisome. I have to worry about his health and his grades. Children's logic had its limitations. Some phenomena that seemed inconceivable to adults were often ignored or accepted by children. For example, since Xiao Lulang had a seemingly rich mother, why did he live such a hard life in the countryside for so long? Little Jing Kong saw that Princess Xianxia was silent and thought that she didn't understand. He explained to her, look, my bad brother-in-law's leg is injured. He got it when he was saving brother Feng Lin in the fire. Sigh, it can't be healed. He's a little cripple now. He goes to school with a limp. Many people look down on him. He is always bullied. Fortunately, he has a Jiao Jiao. Princess Xianxia became even more silent. Little Jing Kong said that he disliked his bad brother-in-law, but when he really talked about his bad brother-in-law, it was as if he was a loudspeaker. He couldn't stop talking. When we were in the countryside, we had to go to school in town. There were no carriages, only ox carts in the village. The roads were slippery in winter, so the ox carts couldn't move. Bad brother-in-law could only limp to school in town. Can't we take a carriage? Princess Xianxia asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. Sigh, at that time, our family was poor. Being poor wasn't terrible. Do you know what was the most terrible thing? It was that my bad brother-in-law's grades were too bad. He was always the last. He almost didn't pass the exam. Princess Xianxia's mood was originally very complicated, but the last sentence caused her emotions to become incoherent. Being the last could pass the exam? Were all the students in the class great scholars like Xianxia? Little Jing Kong talked a lot about his life in the countryside, mainly about his bad brother-in-law. For the first time, Princess Xianxia learned about Xiao Liulang's life in the past few years from other people's mouths. She couldn't imagine that a dignified and proud son of God would fall to the point where he had to sit in an ox cart. He was exposed to the sun and rain, cold and hot. He seemed to have suddenly fallen from the clouds into a swamp. Jing Kong, come here. Little Jing Kong was called away by little Zhongli. There was no one else in the room. Yujin was also not there. Long Yi might be in the dark. He didn't show up often. Otherwise, even when Lin Lang wouldn't have been unaware of his existence. Long Yi would appear more often in fixed places, but in the outside world, he would not be discovered by others. Princess Xianxia lifted the quilt, put on her embroidered shoes, and got out of bed. The evening wind blew gently, bringing with it a hint of the coolness of late autumn. The wind chimes under the window frame jingled. The world was noisy, but this small courtyard of the medical center had a special kind of secluded tranquility. She tightened her clothes around her chest, opened the half-closed door, and slowly walked out. Gujiao's courtyard was not big. It was a small courtyard. The second master had specially built it for her convenience. Even the second master himself didn't have such treatment. He only had a small room upstairs. Princess Xianxia came to the corridor and unexpectedly smelled the fragrance of sweet potatoes and corn. Only then did she realize that she hadn't eaten all day. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She subconsciously walked towards the small kitchen that was emitting the fragrance. She didn't need to go there herself, but for some reason, it seemed that something was attracting her. She came to the door, but before she could see the person, she heard a crisp sound of breaking branches. She was a princess of the imperial family. She had never touched the kitchen before. Naturally, she didn't know what this sound was. When she got closer, she could see the person's movements clearly. It was a youth wearing plain white clothes. He sat on a small bench behind the stove with his back to the door. His right leg was stretched out on the ground, and his left leg was bent. There was a large piece of linen cloth covering his head. Behind him was a tall pile of messy, mottled branches. He used his left hand to grab two of the branches and forcefully swung it down on his left leg, snapping the branches. He put the folded branches on his left hand. Judging from the height of the pile on the left, he had broken a lot. The stove in front of him was burning brightly with firewood. As he broke the branches, he didn't forget to throw two in from time to time. Because his right wrist was injured, when he broke the branches, he used his left hand to hold them, but used his right forearm to press on the right. This movement was very strenuous, and it was easy to break. If it broke, he would press on it again. He repeated this process. His clothes were thin, but the back of his neck was soaked with sweat. One of the branches was too difficult to break. He tried several times but couldn't break it. He even accidentally touched the wound on his wrist. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Princess Xianxia unconsciously took a step forward. But then she stopped. Xiao Luling finally broke the branch. He didn't bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He bent down and used his left hand to pick up the tongs on the ground. He flipped the sweet potatoes on the stove. After doing this, the corn and steamed vegetables in the pot should be ready. He stood up, limped around the stove, and skillfully opened the lid of the pot. A vast expanse of white steam rushed over. He found a rag and took out the steamer basket. Then, he washed his hands with water, turned around, opened the cupboard, and took out two sets of bowls and chopsticks. One was little Jing Kong's exclusive bowl and chopsticks, and the other, when he was halfway through, he suddenly realized something and his eyes flickered. His eyelashes trembled. He wanted to turn around, but didn't dare. With a clang, the bowl and chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. It rolled a little far, and his legs were inconvenient. He dragged his weak right leg forward 2 steps. Just as he bent down to pick it up, a fair and slender hand reached over and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the ground before he could. Digression, don't keep it, all updated, the latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1100835887. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Princess Xianxia didn't give him the bowl and chopsticks. Instead, she turned around and placed them on the stove. Xiao Lulang didn't think that she would suddenly wake up and lower herself to the small kitchen. Princess Xianxia also didn't think that she would come in by herself. The two of them met without any warning. It wasn't the back of her head, nor her back, nor was it the blurry sleeping face swallowed by darkness in the middle of the night. It was a clear front face in broad daylight. The immaturity of a 14-year-old had faded, replaced by the restraint of time. In fact, he was only 18 years old. There were still 3 more months before he turned 19. He should have been a young and inexperienced youth, but he was a step ahead of her. He was taller, but his cheeks seemed to have become thinner. The 14-year-old Xiao Heng was a pampered young noble, the bright moon in the sky. Now, he had fallen into the dust. A beautiful jade covered in dust, turning into a lonely little stone that seemed to have been abandoned by someone on the side of the road. For a moment, Princess Xianxia didn't know where to look. Was it his face without the mole, or his powerless feet? It was like he had been cut by a knife, and a layer of skin and flesh had been peeled off. He was bloody and exposed to the eyes of those who knew or didn't know. Every step he took left a bloody footprint. Xiao Liulang's eyes were blood red. Was this punishment enough? Was this pain satisfied? Have I redeemed myself for all my filthy sins? Princess Xianxia stared at him. Suddenly, her body staggered, and she supported herself with one hand on the scalding stove. Xiao Liulang's eyes moved. His hand subconsciously reached out, but it froze in midair under her resistant gaze. Princess Xianxia's body trembled slightly. She looked at him one last time, clutched her chest, and ran out without looking back. After Gu Jiao finished seeing the patients in the clinic, she came to the small courtyard to see how Princess Xianxia was doing. However, she was told that Princess Xianxia had already left. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows weirdly. I was planning to let her stay for a few more days. This pair of mother and son really behaved in the same way. She wanted to meet him, but she couldn't. Xiao Lulang didn't need to come over, but when he heard that Princess Xianxia had fainted, he followed along. After Gu Jiao put Princess Xianxia on in 4 drip, she went to see the doctor. During this time, Xiao Lulang was the only one keeping watch. Little Jing Kong was playing in the yard. It was Xiao Lulang who asked Gu Jiao to remove the needles. After that, Xiao Lulang went to cook and called little Jing Kong to stay in the house. But she hadn't eaten a single bite of the food he had made. Gu Jiao was almost done. She packed up her things and took little Jing Kong to wash his hands. Then, she went back to Clearwater Alley with Xiao Lulang. She had thought about it. The safest place was beside Princess Xianxia, followed by Clearwater Alley. Wasn't there a saying that the most dangerous place was the safest place? Who would have thought that Xiao Lulang would stay in her house? The family of 3 had just left the back door of the clinic when Eugene returned anxiously. Princess Xianxia fainted again. Gu Jiao had just given her in 4 drip. She shouldn't be exhausted so quickly. Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong and then looked at Xiao Lulang. She could choose to take Eugene's carriage and let Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong take Xiao Sanzi's carriage home. However, she hesitated and got into Xiao Sanzi's carriage. Eugene's carriage led the way. They went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. See, Princess Xianxia really moved to the princess mansion to hide from Xiao Lulang. As soon as Xiao Lulang left, she moved back. What did this mean? It meant that seeing Xiao Lulang made Princess Xianxia sadder than going to the princess mansion. Princess Xianxia really had a heart attack this time. She couldn't catch her breath and fainted. Gu Jiao gave her a tranquilizer. Her pulse stabilized for the time being. However, this situation couldn't happen too often. Otherwise, her life might be in danger. Did something happen to the princess? Her pulse was so messy when we were in the clinic. She packed up the medical supplies and asked Eugene. Eugene was surprised by Gu Jiao's strange medical methods. However, she just thought that she was ignorant and didn't suspect that they weren't from the 6 nations. She answered Gu Jiao's question. The princess felt uncomfortable in her heart. Little Jing Kong went to the courtyard to play. He looked at Xiao Lulang and said, "There are some things that the princess didn't even tell me. But I think the reason why she fainted was because of little Lord Xiao." Endless bitterness welled up in Xiao Liulong's heart, and his chest faintly hurt. He looked at the unconscious Princess Xianxia on the bed. Do you hate me that much? Okay, I know. I will never appear in front of you again. Xiao Lulang turned around and walked out. The moonlight sprinkled down and fell on his lonely figure as if plated with a layer of frost. Gu Jiao stayed behind to observe the condition of Princess Xianxia. Little Jing Kong was looking at flowers in the courtyard. The flowers here were big and beautiful. He wanted to pick them. However, he couldn't pick the wild flowers outside. He could only look. With his little hands behind his back, he continuously drooled while looking at the flowers. Suddenly, Longyi walked over. Longyi didn't care about this little guy at first. In the eyes of Dragon Shadow Guard, children were no different from stone blocks. Who would have thought that at this time, little Jing Kong suddenly rubbed his little hands? He really couldn't hold back anymore. Longyi caught his little hands that were making trouble. Little Jing Kong blankly raised his head, and said with a guilty conscience, I didn't, it's not me, His eyeballs rolled around, and he looked very much like little Xiaoheng who had done bad things many years ago. His body was full of Xiao Liulong's aura, and even his small appearance was exactly the same. Longyi looked at little Jing Kong, and again looked at Xiao Lulang in the room, and his brain suddenly crashed. Gu Jiao determined that Princess Xianxia was really fine, and then she got up and left. Eugene wanted to pay the consultation fee, and Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Gu Jiao went out of the house, and little Sanzi's carriage was still there, so she sat in the carriage. She thought that Xiao Lulang had already taken little Jing Kong back, but unexpectedly, both of them were sitting in the carriage at this time. Only, Xiao Lulang was awake, and little Jing Kong was lying in his bosom and sleeping. He ate something. Xiao Lulang said, he wanted to wait for you. He seemed to be explaining why he didn't go back. Gu Jiao nodded, but she didn't say anything. Little Jing Kong really wanted to wait for her, but he could have waited in the house. He stayed, half of it was to wait for her, and the other half was to wait for Princess Xianxia to be safe. There was never much fairness in the relationship in this world. Many times, when parents hurt a child, the child would not stop loving his parents, but would only stop loving himself. Gu Jiao sat down next to Xiao Lulang. Little Sanzi waved his whip, and the wheels of the carriage started to turn on the quiet street. Their voices were loud enough to drown out the conversation between the two. The princess is fine, Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes, and no one could see the emotions in his eyes. He nodded in a low voice, and raised his hand to pull down the coat that had slipped down, covering little Jing Kong's entire body. Little Jing Kong was sleeping soundly, and no one knew what he was dreaming of, but his saliva was dripping. In fact, the reason why Princess Xianxia fainted today was partly because of little Jing Kong's complaints. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. How could Princess Xianxia know what kind of difficult life Xiao Lulang had been living for the past few years? Gu Jiao pinched Xiao Liulang's face, and when she withdrew her hand, her gaze inadvertently swept across Xiao Liulang's face. Then she looked elsewhere. But she was still paying attention to him. Do you want to know about my background? Xiao Lulang suddenly asked. Yes. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She didn't know when she started to be curious about him. She wanted to know more about him, whether it was good, bad, proud, or embarrassing. She wanted to know everything about him. But if he didn't say anything, she rarely took the initiative to ask. But if he took the initiative to ask, she naturally wouldn't be polite with him. After all, there wouldn't be another opportunity like this if she missed this village. The atmosphere couldn't be so warm every time. Even if my background is very dirty, you still want to know? Xiao Lulang sneered, you'll regret it. You'll regret marrying me, regret treating me so well, and even regret knowing me. Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. Xiao Lulang sneered, I'm not Princess Xianxia's biological son. I've already told you this, but I didn't say who gave birth to me. Yes. Gu Jiao responded. Xiao Liulang's expression inexplicably relaxed. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. My mother was a prisoner of war. No, she can't be considered a prisoner of war. She's just an accessory of a prisoner of war, a female slave from the Yan Kingdom. Princess Xianxia and that female slave became pregnant in the same month and gave birth in the same month. Princess Xianxia's son was born half a month earlier. The night I was born, the Marquis' estate was attacked by an assassin. Both me and that child were poisoned. There's only one antidote. Hearing this, Gu Jiao seemed to understand a little. She didn't interrupt Xiao Lulang and quietly waited for him to continue. Xiao Lulang smiled faintly, with a bit of helplessness and a bit of mockery. I'm only the son of a female slave. How could the antidote be given to me? In order for me to get the antidote, the female slave stole Princess Xianxia's son and brutally killed him. Afterwards, she hanged herself. When Gu Jiao heard that there was only one antidote, she guessed what would happen next. In her heart, she wasn't too surprised. Or perhaps she was too cold-blooded. Her parents in her previous life were right. She was a monster. Xiao Lulang still had a calm expression, as if he wasn't talking about his own experience, but an unimportant story. Princess Xianxia didn't know. She thought that they were taken away by an assassin and that the assassin killed them. She lost her son and I lost my mother. She said that perhaps we were fated to be mother and son. She decided to raise me as her own son. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/11008392. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. When Princess Xianxia decided to raise him, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Naturally, he couldn't have heard her say those words herself. It was Princess Xianxia who told him later. So that's how it is. Gu Jiao said. Then, does Marquis Xianping know? Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. I know. After he took care of things, Princess Xianxia mistakenly thought that her son and the female slave were killed by assassins. It wasn't until 4 years ago that she found out the truth by chance. It turned out that she had raised the son of her enemy for 14 years. After that, Princess Xianxia collapsed. She had never forgotten that son, and had never treated Xiao Lulang as someone else's substitute. She had truly raised Xiao Lulang as her other son. She had done everything she could to teach him, and had given her all to raise him into the young Marquis of Zhaodu. It was because of this that she couldn't bear the blow of the truth. The female slave was already dead, so I could only kill your son. This was her inner demon, and also all of her evil. I was the last one to know, Xiao Lulang said calmly. His face was calm, but who knew if his heart was as calm as this? Gu Jiao paused. So the fire 4 years ago, Xiao Lulang nodded. She wanted to kill me, to take me down with her. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the person who was burned to death wasn't me. Later, Long Yi came and saved her. He didn't say what went wrong, but Gu Jiao thought that it should have something to do with the real Xiao Lulang. He had once said to her, if I'm not the person you think I am. She thought he was referring to Xiao Lulang, but it turned out to be Xiao Heng. He suppressed the great pain in his heart and said, sometimes I wonder, why wasn't the person who died that year me? Why was I the one who survived? How many lives do I have to carry on my back? A person like me, a filthy person like me. Gu Jiao gently took his hand. Husband, you're not dirty. Also, it's not your fault. The night was cold as water. The houses on Vermilion Bird Avenue were quiet. Princess Xianxia woke up. Eugene carried a basin of hot water into the room and asked, how do you feel, Princess? Princess Xianxia sat at the head of the bed and asked calmly, did I faint again? Eugene said with lingering fear, that's right. Luckily, I fainted on the bed. Otherwise, it would be bad if I bumped into anything. Once, Princess Xianxia fainted at the lakeside. Coincidentally, Long Yi had gone out to handle some matters, so Yujin wasn't able to hold him back and both of them fell into the lake. Princess Xianxia looked at the needle mark in her elbow and guessed that Gu Jiao had come by. Did that girl give me something strange again? Eugene smiled. It's all thanks to Dr. Gu. Princess Xianxia muttered, I don't know where she learned her strange skills. Eugene helped Princess Xianxia wash her face, then took the pills Gu Jiao left behind and poured a cup of warm water for her. Dr. Gu said that from today onwards, you have to take one more type of medicine. Princess Xianxia didn't object. In any case, it wasn't bitter, so she just had to take it. After taking the medicine, Princess Xianxia felt a little hungry. Eugene carried a bowl of millet porridge over and moved a small tea table to the bed. Before Dr. Gu left, she instructed the kitchen to cook millet porridge. She said that when Princess wakes up, you should eat a little. These days, your diet should be lighter. Princess Xianxia scooped a spoonful of millet porridge. Dr. Gu. Did you fall into her trap or fall into her trap? Eugene smiled and sat down on the bed. Princess Xianxia ate a few mouthfuls of porridge and didn't want to eat any more. She still didn't have any appetite. Eugene advised, eat some more. Princess Xianxia turned her face away. I don't want to eat any more. Eugene pushed the bowl in front of her. Eat 5 more mouthfuls. You. Princess Xianxia had no choice but to endure and eat some more. After eating, she saw that Eugene wasn't leaving. She asked, what? Is there something else? Eugene hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered her courage and said, Princess, do you really hate the young duke that much? Princess Xianxia's expression dimmed. Why are you mentioning him? Eugene said, ever since you left the clinic, your mood has been off. Now that he's living such a shameful life, it's worse than death. If Princess really hates him, seeing him in this state should be very gratifying. Princess, in your heart, you also love the young duke, don't you? You're talking nonsense again. Princess Xianxia said as she carelessly scooped another spoonful of millet porridge into her mouth. Eugene had served her for many years, so how could she not know her temperament? She still ate when she didn't want to eat. She had hit the nail on the head. Eugene said bitterly, I'm not talking. Nonsense. That fire was not set by the princess at all. The princess was soft-hearted at the critical moment. In fact, the princess had never been able to let go of the mother-son relationship with the young marquis. Since that's the case, why don't princess acknowledge the young duke? What happened that year wasn't his fault. He's just an innocent child. What happened that year wasn't princess's negligence. Princess, don't torture the young duke anymore, and don't torture yourself anymore. Princess Xianxia's expression was complicated. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Then she gently put down the spoon in her hand and said thoughtfully, someone else set the fire that year, but I still can't find out who he is. And what? Eugene looked at Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia sighed and said in a low voice, forget it, it's nothing. The group returned to Jade Water Alley. Xiaosanzi drove the carriage back to the clinic. Gu Jiao carried the sleeping little Jing Kong over, not giving Xiao Luling a chance to refuse. Xiao Luling looked at his bandaged hand, then at his weak right leg. A trace of disgust flashed through his brows. He was disgusted with himself. Little Jing Kong played until his whole body was covered in mud. Gu Jiao put a cushion on the bed and put him on it. Then she went to the kitchen to get hot water. I'll do it. Xiao Luling said. Since the little fellow went down the mountain, Gu Jiao had never done anything to bathe him. If it wasn't Xiao Luling, then it was Gu Xiaoshan or Gu Yan. Okay. Gu Jiao used her leg to hook a stool, then put the basin and towel down. Xiao Luling turned little Jing Kong over and over again. He wiped his body and changed his clothes, but little Jing Kong didn't wake up at all. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned against the wardrobe. She lazily raised her eyebrows. What did he play today? So tired. He went to Princess Xianxia's flower with Long Yi. Xiao Luling didn't say anything about this. After washing little Jing Kong, Xiao Luling went to pour water, but Gu Jiao took the basin. This was a trivial matter in life, but it wasn't a trivial matter anymore. He was indifferent at the beginning, but now, he gradually couldn't ignore it. In the past, he didn't care about his life, didn't care about his disability, because he deserved to live in purgatory with his sins. But what was wrong with her? Why did she have to meet such an unbearable person? He once deceived himself, thinking that as long as he worked hard, perhaps they could really live a peaceful life. But when the truth was finally revealed, all his secrets were exposed. It was as if all the window paper was torn apart. He discovered that all his efforts were so weak. He was the son of a lowly female slave. His body flowed with lowly and dirty blood. His birth was a sin, and his survival was also a sin. He stepped on the bones of his own brother. He was not worthy to touch those beautiful things. Marquis Gu was right, he didn't deserve her. This kind of person should stay far away from her. Xiao Lulang sat in the room for a while, but before she returned to the east room to rest, he heard a sound coming from the courtyard. It was so late, and everyone was asleep. Why didn't she go to sleep? What was she doing in the courtyard? Xiao Lulang wanted to go and see, but he also felt that he shouldn't go and see. Since he had decided to let go, then what she did had nothing to do with him. She was still young, and one day she would understand that there were many good men in the world, and he was the one she shouldn't meet the most. He closed his eyes and tried hard to harden his heart, but he couldn't ignore the movement in the courtyard. Fine. Sooner or later, he would have to say goodbye, so choosing a day was better than the present. Wu-Wa little Jing Kong on the bed mumbled in his sleep and kicked the quilt over. Xiao Lulang walked over, pulled the quilt over him, and tucked him in. After that, he went out of the room and followed the sound to the backyard. The scene in front of him made him stunned. Under the cold moonlight, in the cold courtyard, she bent over and stepped on the stone bench to cut wood. She was taller than 2 years ago, but she was still a woman, so she still looked thin. Probably because she didn't want to wake up her family, her movements seemed very light, but in fact, she used a lot of strength. This was much more strenuous than cutting wood. Without using her hands. In just a few moments, fine beads of sweat had already seeped out of her forehead. Xiao Lulang walked over and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Did I wake you up?" Gu Jiao asked him. Xiao Lulang shook his head, "No, I haven't slept yet." After saying that, his gaze fell on her saw and the wood. Gu Jiao curved her lips, "You lost your cane, I'll make you a new one." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1100833075. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Xiao Lulang felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly rubbed by someone. He looked at her in disbelief and confusion. Why was she so good to him? He wasn't worth it. Gu Jiao continued to cut wood and said, "I boiled the hot water. Go take a bath and sleep. I'll be done soon." She put down the saw and said, "I'll go get the water." Xiao Lulang grabbed her arm and looked at her deeply. "Jiao Jiao. Don't be so good to me. I can't bear to let go. If you regret it one day, I might do anything to keep you by my side. I'm not a good person. I'm not as harmless as you think." Gu Jiao met his complicated gaze and said frankly, "You're very good to me too." Xiao Lulang's heart was suddenly in a mess. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. His fingertips gently touched her cheek. "Silly girl, you'll regret it." Gu Jiao seriously thought about this possibility. Then, she shook her head firmly. "I won't. At most, I'll divorce you." Xiao Lulang, he wasn't comforted at all. Xiao Lulang stared at her and suddenly laughed. Gu Jiao had a strange look on her face. What are you laughing at? He answered truthfully, laughing at you. He originally wanted to be sad. He was clearly infected by the sadness in the bottom of his heart. In the end, this girl interrupted him and made him feel depressed. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but pinch her little face. Say, why are you so good at ruining the atmosphere? Gu Jiao had no idea what she had done to ruin the atmosphere. She looked at him in confusion. Xiao Lulang was amused by her small appearance. He put one hand on the back of her neck, tilted his head slightly, and covered her. Was he going to kiss her? Gu Jiao rolled his eyes and closed them in the next second. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't receive a kiss from him. Instead, she heard a muffled chuckle. Gu Jiao opened her eyes and turned her head to look. She saw someone pinching a piece of sawdust on his fingertips. He straightened up and looked at her with a smile. There's this on your head. Gu Jiao's face darkened. Oh. Xiao Lulang understood what she wanted. He also wanted to. When he thought about how his dreams were filled with her at night, he hated that he could not press her down and treat her the way he did in his dreams. But he couldn't do that. She had just learned of his background and hadn't really understood it yet. She didn't understand what it meant to be the son of a slave. He would give her time, whether she regretted it or not. But he wouldn't give her too long. For the next few days, Xiao Lulang stayed in Clearwater Alley to recuperate. Gu Jiao began to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. On the fourth day, Yuan Tang came to the clinic. Gu Jiao thought that he came to get medicine for Lu Yixing. The stitches on Lu Yixing's severed finger had been removed. The intervention effect was good, but he still needed to continue to take medicine. Depending on the situation, he would start rehabilitation. 10 taels. Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang's body trembled. Your medicine is so expensive. Why does my cousin think so highly of it? Gu Jiao said indifferently, you're the one buying it, not your cousin. Yuan Tang asked, what do you mean? Gu Jiao said, different people have different prices. Yuan Tang said. You're a profiteer. Yuan Tang resigned himself to his fate and took out 10 taels. Gu Jiao took the money. Seeing that he didn't leave, she looked at him strangely. What? Is there something else? If you want to sell me information, I advise you to give up. The corner of Yuan Tang's lips, which had just been raised, collapsed in a second. Are you a bug in this prince's stomach? How come you know everything I do? Ah, Feixing's leftover. Gu Jiao sat back on the chair and buried herself in today's medical records. Forget it, he was just teasing her. He wanted to get back the 10 taels of silver. It wasn't that he wouldn't talk about it if he didn't get the money. Yuan Tang opened his folding fan and said slowly, I heard that your husband went missing. Do you know who did it? Who? Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang curled his lips into a smile. Prince Ning. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised to hear this answer. She put the medical records back on the shelf and looked up at Yuan Tang. Are you sure? Yuan Tang clicked his tongue and raised 3 fingers. I swear to the heavens as the future crown prince of Chen that I didn't make a mistake. I definitely didn't fake it. However, he put down his hand and patted his palm with his folding fan. Isn't Prince Ning on Empress Dowager Zhuang's side? Why did he kidnap your husband? Is he taking revenge on you for killing so many of his experts? Although those experts came for me, you helped me, so he holds a grudge in his heart. Prince Ning didn't hold a grudge because of this incident, but because she went to find Princess Ning afterwards. Even so, he only burned down one of her workshops. After that, she emptied his treasury. To be honest, Gu Jiao didn't think that Prince Ning would touch Xiao Lulang for a treasury. Gu Jiao thought of the crown princess' guilty expression. She had something to do with it. Could it be, she already guessed Xiao Liulang's true identity? And told Prince Ning about it. Prince Ning wouldn't touch Xiao Lulang, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't touch Xiao Heng. The crown princess had once been Xiao Heng's fiancée, and the two had grown up as childhood sweethearts. If Ning Wan misunderstood that the crown princess still had Xiao Heng in her heart, He would most likely kill Xiaoheng given how perverted he was. Wait. Kill Xiaoheng, something flashed through Gu Jiao's mind, but it was too fast for her to catch. Dr. Gu, what are you thinking about? Yuan Tang interrupted Gu Jiao's train of thought. I'm thinking. Aya. It's burning. It's burning. A young medicine boy's exclamation came from the lobby. Gu Jiao stood up. Yuan Tang was closer to the door, so she immediately opened the door and walked out. One of the medicine boys had accidentally dropped a match into the medicinal wine, and the entire wine jar had caught fire. Seeing this, Yuan Tang hurriedly walked over, picked up the burning wine jar, and carried it to the empty space in the rear courtyard. Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She had finally caught what she had failed to catch earlier. Yes. Fire. The fire from 4 years ago, could it be that Princess Xinyang wasn't the one who set the fire? Prince Ning was the one who did it, but for some reason, Xiao Lulang misunderstood. If he really did it, then this feud was huge. He didn't capture Xiao Lulang just to show off his power. He truly wanted to take Xiao Lulang's life. She had originally planned to slowly harvest this golden leek, but he actually dared to touch her husband. Gu Jiao didn't have any evidence for the incident from 4 years ago, but it didn't matter. Even if she didn't count the old debt from 4 years ago, just this one incident alone was unforgivable. In the afternoon, Gu Jiao made a trip to the imperial palace. Prince Ning was a prince who was highly regarded by the emperor. He was currently working at the Ministry of Appointments and would occasionally be summoned by the emperor to the imperial study or Pure Flowers Palace. Recently, because he was searching for Xiao Lulang, the emperor summoned him and the crown prince almost every day to ask about the progress of the matter. Although Gu Jiao wasn't in the imperial palace, she had close relations with Rinshou Palace, so she had heard some things from eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao arrived at the imperial palace and asked the guard on duty, "Has His Highness Prince Ning entered the palace?" The guard recognized her and knew that she was a favorite of Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty, so he was happy to do her a favor. Moreover, it wasn't a secret. He entered the palace. Gu Jiao asked again, "Did he go to the imperial study or Pure Flowers Palace?" The guard said, "He went in the direction of Pure Flowers Palace." "Many thanks." Gu Jiao thanked him, then turned around and went to Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao couldn't enter Pure Flowers Palace as easily as she could at Rinshou Palace. She still needed to announce her arrival. However, Eunuch Wei quickly walked over and invited Gu Jiao in. Eunuch Wei said, "Why has Miss Gu come? Are you here to ask about Lord Xiao?" Gu Jiao had only told her grandaunt that Xiao Lulang had already been found. She hadn't told the emperor, so Eunuch Wei also didn't know. Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement. "That's right, I'm here to ask about the news." Eunuch Wei said, "It just so happens that His Highness Prince Ning is also here. You can ask him if he found any clues." It was impossible for him to find any clues. He was already at home. Gu Jiao symbolically went to see the emperor and Prince Ning to ask about the progress of the case. As expected, there wasn't any progress. The emperor was very anxious. There hasn't been any news for so long. He couldn't have. Gu Jiao stared at Prince Ning's expression. His face was filled with worry, but there wasn't a hint of schadenfreude. That was true. If he hadn't hidden himself deeply, he wouldn't have been able to fool around with the crown prince consort for so long without anyone discovering him. The emperor painfully closed his eyes. "Send more men. No matter what, I want to see him if he's alive, or his corpse if he's dead." Prince Ning cupped his hands in salute. "Yes. This subject obeys." The emperor sighed. "We will also send a few more men to you. You'll have to work a little harder these next few days. We hope to find Xiao Lulang as soon as possible. This subject will go and find him right now." Prince Ning bowed and left the imperial study. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then said, "Your Highness Prince Ning, you don't mind if I leave the palace with you, right?" Prince Ning froze, then nodded. "Of course I don't mind. Dr. Gu, please." "Your Majesty, I'm leaving." Gu Jiao bade farewell to the emperor. The emperor was currently worried about Xiao Liulang's safety, so he didn't keep Gu Jiao for a meal at Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao and Prince Ning left the imperial palace. On the way, the two chatted for a while, and it didn't seem like they had any disagreements. Before boarding the carriage, Prince Ning smiled and said, "Dr. Gu, if you and I can always be harmonious like this prince can pretend that nothing happened in the past." Gu Jiao didn't respond to his words. Instead, she asked, "I didn't come in a carriage today. Can you give me a ride?" "Of course." Prince Ning generously gestured for Gu Jiao to board the carriage. Gu Jiao boarded the carriage, and Prince Ning also got in. He maintained a polite distance from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said seriously, "I have some things I want to say to Prince Ning in private." Prince Ning gave her a deep look, then smiled knowingly. He ordered, "All of you, stop first. You're not allowed to follow." The imperial guards stopped. The carriage continued on for a while. Prince Ning said, "Can you speak now?" "Speak your grandpa." Gu Jiao stood up with a whoosh and put Prince Ning in a gunny sack. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1100820909. HTML Genius remembers this website's URL in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels that can't be found online will all be available here. Was Ning Wang's martial arts high? Of course it was very high, but Ning Wang was caught off guard. He never thought that Gu Jiao would make this move. Ning Wang's assassination training was to defend against knives, swords, and hidden weapons. Who would defend against a gunny sack? Even a normal person wouldn't do something like putting a gunny sack on a prince. When they were eavesdropping on the fake mountain, Gu Jiao already knew that Ning Wang's martial arts were unfathomable. She had never fought with Ning Wang before, so it was hard to say whose martial arts were better. She was confident, but not conceited. Then again, this wasn't a competition of sportsmanship, so there was no need to talk about martial arts. Just do it. The moment Gu Jiao put the person in the gunny sack, she quickly took out the anesthetic needle hidden in her sleeve and stabbed it into his body through the gunny sack. This anesthetic was specially developed by the Research Institute for Emergency Operations. It worked very quickly and didn't need an intravenous drip, just an intramuscular injection. It could make a person instantly lose consciousness, but the weakness was that it didn't work very well. But it was enough for Gu Jiao to drag the person away. "Turn left." His Highness said to wait for someone in the alley over there. Gu Jiao ordered the driver. The driver didn't know that his master had been put in a gunny sack and thought that it was his master's idea. He obediently drove the carriage into the alley on the side. The moment the carriage stopped, Gu Jiao knocked out the driver with a chop. Then she pulled the gunny sack out of the carriage. The anesthetic gradually wore off and Ning Wang began to regain his consciousness. However, if he wanted to make a move against Gu Jiao, it wouldn't be that easy. Gu Jiao didn't wait for him to react. She picked up the gunny sack and threw it on the ground, making a loud sound. Ning Wang's vision turned black. He felt the earth shake, the sky collapse, and his butt hurt. Ning Wang tried to make a move, but before he could circulate his qi to his dantian, the gunny sack was lifted up high and then thrown down again. Gu Jiao grabbed the gunny sack and smashed it on the ground with a duong 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 sound. Ning Wang's brain was almost smashed to pieces. What was an unexpected calamity? This was it. The pain of being injured during a fight was not scary. What was scary was being used as a punching bag. This was king blow to his pride. This was different from Crown Princess Fang's case. After all, the two incidents were different in nature. The former was a scare, while the latter was a murder. Gu Jiao beat him to death. Prince Ning was skilled in martial arts, so he could take a beating. Gu Jiao beat him even more happily. Just as Gu Jiao was in the midst of beating him up, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Gu Jiao focused her eyes and saw that it was actually the Emperor's dragon shadow guard. The dragon's shadow guard looked at the sack on the ground, then looked at Gu Jiao in front of him. After pausing for a moment, he made a decision and attacked Gu Jiao. Hiss, Gu Jiao had a toothache. There was no need to ask to know that the dragon's shadow guard was assigned to Ning Wang by the Emperor. Gu Jiao had fought with the dragon's shadow guard before, but after the dragon's shadow guard was summoned back by the Emperor, he no longer had any hostility towards Gu Jiao. He had hesitated for a moment just now. He was probably sorting out his tasks. Gu Jiao was not an enemy, but the Emperor had ordered the dragon's shadow guard to protect Ning Wang. Naturally, the order still prevailed, and the dragon's shadow guard launched an attack on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao immediately admitted defeat. She threw the gunny sack to him and ran away. After that, Gu Jiao thought about it and felt that she had not performed well enough. She should have thrown a few punches before throwing it. She should have thrown it more aggressively and not be so cowardly. This time, Gu Jiao had put Ning Wang in a gunny sack in front of him. It was not that she was impulsive, but since he had already set his sights on her husband, there was no need for the two of them to continue pretending to be peaceful. Another reason was that Ning Wang was very popular in the capital. How many people wanted to secretly harm him and had the ability to do so? If she did not show her face, the first person to be suspected would be Yuan Tang. She was a good person. She would not implicate her new friend for no reason. Gu Jiao was thinking about this when she suddenly realized that she had run to Vermilion Bird Avenue. And, to be honest, she could not be blamed. Vermilion Bird Avenue was one of the streets closest to the Imperial Palace. She could reach Vermilion Bird Avenue after walking a few more steps from that small alley. However, she was very confused that she had come to Princess Xianxia's residence. Gu Jiao raised her head to look at the half-closed courtyard door. Between going back the way she had come and being caught and beaten by the Emperor's dragon shadow guard, or going inside to lie low and have afternoon tea, she chose the latter. She stood on the doorstep and inadvertently tightened the heel of her right leg. As a result, her calf cramped. Princess Xianxia was about to go out. Eugene had just opened the courtyard door when she saw Gu Jiao bending over with a cramp on her small face. Eugene was stunned. Dr. Gu? Gu Jiao stood up as if nothing had happened. The next second, the cramp became even worse. She lost control of her expression. A cramp in her calf was definitely the kind that could not be tolerated. Princess Xianxia glanced at her indifferently. What's wrong? Did you fight with someone? Is your leg crippled? Gu Jiao. No. Oh. Princess Xianxia said carelessly, then you were beaten up and your leg is crippled? Gu Jiao, these words were not very harmful, but they were extremely insulting. Princess Xianxia raised her eyebrows. You couldn't have run away without fighting, and even crippled your leg. Gu Jiao. She obviously fought. Heh. Princess Xianxia turned around and returned to her room. Eugene turned to look at Princess Xianxia in a daze. Did this mean she wasn't going out? Eugene smiled and said to Gu Jiao, Dr. Gu, please follow me into the room. Gu Jiao's right calf was cramping so badly that it was about to collapse. She could only limp step by step into the room. It could be said that she was very pitiful. Princess Xianxia liked to sit by the window. It had good lighting and ventilation, and she could smell the fragrance of the courtyard. Eugene led Gu Jiao to a chair opposite Princess Xianxia. She squatted down and pinched Gu Jiao's right calf. Does it hurt here? Let me take a look. No need, it's just a cramp, not an injury. I'll be fine in a while. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that she had grown too quickly and was lacking calcium. In her previous life, she had never cramped like this. After all, she had worked in the organization. Every agent had a professional nutritionist, so there was no shortage of trace elements. Let me give you a massage. It won't hurt as much, Eugene said gently. Thank you very much, Lady Eugene. She remembered that was how the crown princess addressed her. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Eugene, Eugene said with a smile. Eugene moved a small stool over and placed Gu Jiao's leg on her lap. She began to gently massage Gu Jiao. She was someone who had taken care of the seriously ill Princess Xianxia. Her technique was quite good. Gu Jiao almost fell asleep from her massage. Eugene said gently, Dr. Gu is only 15 this year, right? You're really young and promising. It would be difficult to find a doctor with better medical skills than you in the capital. Gu Jiao nodded seriously. I think so too. Princess Xianxia, who had decided to practice her calligraphy out of boredom, this girl, could she be a little more shameless? Princess Xianxia calmed herself down for a while before continuing to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao glanced at her. My husband always makes me practice calligraphy. It's obvious that he learned it from you. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1100828807. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Princess Xianxia's brush suddenly stopped. As Eugene massaged Gu Jiao's calf, she glanced at Princess Xianxia without batting an eyelid. In fact, Eugene couldn't tell what Princess Xianxia's attitude towards the young duke was. If she said she cared, she would ruthlessly deny him. If she said she didn't care, she would be so sad that she fainted. Not to mention fainting from anger, Eugene didn't believe it and wouldn't accept it. She probably still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She was afraid that if she treated the young duke too well, she would let down that dead child. Gu Jiao was being massaged too comfortably and became drowsy. Her little head began to peck at rice like a little chick. Eugene waved at a servant girl, indicating for her to bring a cushion over. The servant girl did as she was told. Eugene gave a look and the servant girl placed the cushion behind Gu Jiao's back, supporting Gu Jiao as she gently leaned against it. Princess Xianxia was immersed in practicing her calligraphy and didn't know that Gu Jiao was about to fall asleep. Her gaze paused and she suddenly asked, "Then who did you learn to fight from?" Gu Jiao woke up with a start, but didn't forget to deny it. "I didn't fight." Princess Xianxia didn't even lift her eyelids. "Who did you fight with?" "Gu Jiao, Prince Ning." "Eugene, you even fought with a prince. You've got guts." Princess Xianxia wrote another big Cho character. "Why?" Gu Jiao bluntly said, "I don't like him." Princess Xianxia, it's rare to find someone who doesn't like Prince Ning. Princess Xianxia's expression was calm as she continued to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao turned her head to look at Princess Xianxia. "Then what about Princess? Does Princess like Prince Ning?" In Princess's eyes, what kind of person is Prince Ning? Princess Xianxia said lightly, "I don't have much contact with King Ning. If Princess Ningyan were here, she might be able to answer you." Yes, Princess Xianxia was married to Marquis Xianping, who was on the same side as Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince. He was in a different camp from Prince Ning and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang was very stingy, so she wouldn't allow Prince Ning to have too much contact with Princess Xianxia. However, when Prince Ning was mentioned, Princess Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. Did this mean that she never suspected that Xiao Heng's death had anything to do with Prince Ning? To be honest, there were only two people who had the motive to burn Xiao Heng to death 4 years ago. One was Prince Ning, and the other was Princess Xianxia. The less suspicious Prince Ning was, the more suspicious Princess Xianxia would be. Princess Xianxia did not suspect Prince Ning at all. Was it because she was the murderer, or because Prince Ning's disguise had successfully deceived everyone? Gu Jiao eventually fell asleep. At this moment, the sun was very bright and shone through the window lattice. The entire table was warm, and Gu Jiao even sweated a little. Eugene stood up gently and put Gu Jiao's feet on a stool. She also put a cushion under them so that they would be stable and wouldn't hurt. "Princess, do you still want to go out?" Eugene asked softly. Princess Xianxia practiced her calligraphy and said lightly, maybe another day. I don't want to go out today. Eugene made a sound of agreement and turned to walk around the greenhouse. She cut a few fresh flowers and put them in. The room was very quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of the brush on the table, the low sound of pruning, and someone's even breathing. It was very quiet all around, but it didn't feel as lonely as it usually did. Blanket, Princess Xianxia said. She didn't raise her eyes. She was steady and engrossed in her calligraphy practice. Okay. Eugene put down the scissors and flowers and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. She opened the wardrobe and took out a thin cashmere blanket. She walked over and was about to drape it over Princess Xianxia when she heard Princess Xianxia say expressionlessly, "Give it to her." Although she didn't specify which one, there were only 3 people in the room. Eugene should have said, "Give it to you." Eugene walked around the desk and came to Gu Jiao's side. She gently draped the thin blanket over her. Eugene squeezed Gu Jiao's palm. Sure enough, she had been sweating just now, but now she was cold. The sun was about to set and couldn't shine on her body. In addition, there was a thin autumn wind outside the window that happened to blow on her face. Eugene's position didn't allow the wind to blow. This was why Eugene didn't notice that Gu Jiao's body was cold. Eugene's smiling gaze fell on Princess Xianxia's beautiful face, which didn't seem to have been eroded by time. Princess. What is it? Princess Xianxia said calmly. Eugene pursed her lips and smiled. You also like Dr. Gu, don't you? She used the word also. She didn't know who else liked Gu Jiao. Was it Xiao Lulang or herself? Princess Xianxia said. I said, her life is very valuable. If something happens to her, who will treat this princess's illness? When Gu Jiao woke up, the sky was already dark. There was only the statue-like Long Yi beside her. Gu Jiao acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She almost reflexively sat up and said seriously, I won't stop writing. Long Yi, who had been holding a box of charcoal for the whole afternoon, Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Xianxia who was watering flowers in the courtyard. She raised her eyebrows and said, it wasn't the princess who asked me to eat. I won't eat. I'm leaving. Hiss, Princess Xianxia watered the flowers and almost drowned them. Eugene couldn't help but snicker. Gu Jiao was just joking. How could she not know that without Princess Xianxia's tacit consent, Eugene wouldn't have the guts to ask her to stay for dinner? She really had something to do and had to go back quickly. Eugene said with a smile, I'll prepare a carriage for Dr. Gu. Gu Jiao intended to refuse. She could go back by herself. Eugene said again, or let Long Yi send you. Gu Jiao's face became serious for a second. Carriage, thank you. Eugene ordered the servants to prepare a carriage and said to Princess Xianxia, I'll send Miss Gu off. Princess Xianxia didn't say anything. She took the kettle and changed to a potted plant to water the flowers. Gu Jiao actually didn't need Eugene to send her off, but she felt that Eugene especially wanted to send her off today. The two left the courtyard. Eugene said to the coachman, this wooden stool is unstable. Go get a new one. She sent the coachman away. At the door, there were only 2 people and Long Yi sitting on the wall with a box of charcoal in his hands. Eugene pulled Gu Jiao's hand and said in a low voice, Miss Gu, you're one of us. I won't beat around the bush. I'll make a long story short. I hope you can understand. Sure enough, there was something. Gu Jiao nodded, go ahead. Eugene said seriously, the matter of the young marquis. I don't know how much you've heard, but no matter what you've heard, please believe the princess. She really did hate the young marquis, but she hated herself even more. She hated those assassins who poisoned her son, as well as those who killed her son with their own hands. She probably realized that the identity of the person behind her was too sensitive, or she wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had already understood the step. Eugene paused and changed her words, murderer. The princess took the initiative to kill, but in the end, her heart softened. She couldn't do it. She didn't start the fire. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1100826992. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. End of chapter 439. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.